When Guan Yufei fell from the status of a starry pearl to that of a fugitive, the Wolf Clan boy who always hid in the shadows stepped into the moonlight for the first time. Her fantastical escape was filled with bizarre companions. A mechanical rabbit telling cold jokes, a modified turtle always racing, and even a mermaid with a sharp tongue mocking. Their pursuers, when she finally realized that these creatures were all manifestations of the boy's spiritual body, this proud Wolf Clan lad was bowing his head to tie her loose shoelaces, his ears turning red as he admitted. Since he was 12, he had been protecting the Rose in the clumsiest way possible, using the entire universe. Chapter 1. Rose Star. In the year 4012 of the Federation, humanity had long realized its initial dream of space travel and had turned into the overlord of the stars. Even the lowest-ranking citizens no longer worried about making a living, and with no violent harm in human society, everyone was recently discussing a piece of news. Famous Federation biologist Guan Yufei was attacked by an orc servant aboard a spaceship while out, and ultimately died due to unsuccessful rescue efforts. It is reported that this scholar had been tirelessly working to improve the rights of the Federation's orcs. The Federal Police Bureau is closely monitoring this matter, currently classified as an accidental incident. Citizens are also urged not to panic. Every orc on the main planet has been implanted with a chip, and any issues will result in immediate execution. At the auction house, the salesman looked at the visitor and hurriedly turned off the news broadcast with an awkward expression, his eyes seemingly filled with fear. With a smile that was almost obsequious, he asked, "Miss Guan, what would you like to purchase?" However, Guan Yufei appeared indifferent to the recent news, her face displaying the aloofness characteristic of high-ranking citizens of the Federation. "I would like to purchase a small planet as my private property." The salesman, seeing a big business opportunity, smiled even wider. "All the small asteroids available for purchase within the Federation are right here. Please take a look." Before he finished speaking, he immediately displayed the electronic database in front of Guan Yufei. In the Federation, planets other than the main star system can be bought and sold, but the amounts involved are enormous, and only high-ranking nobles have the right to purchase them. Generally, such transactions require prior appointments, and the auction house would send staff to meet the client. However, the salesman couldn't help but think of the gossip he had just heard when this renowned cold beauty suddenly appeared. This was an era where one could judge class solely by appearance. Although technology had eliminated most survival issues for humanity, the disparities could never be erased. High-ranking citizens far surpassed ordinary people in both looks and intelligence, and Guan Yufei was known as the most beautiful among beauties. With an icy complexion, delicate features, and rare beauty in the Federation, her jet-black hair gleamed with a subtle luster, complementing her fair skin, a beauty that modern medical technology could not replicate. The salesman felt it was a pity. This Miss Guan had recently lost her father to a servant's rebellion, reportedly losing her engagement as a result. Her fiancé, who had grown up with her, had once been the envy of their fairy tale-like love, but reality proved to be cruel. The Wei family, a powerful noble family on the main planet, could not allow their next heir to marry a solitary girl caught in a public scandal. Recalling various rumors he had seen on social media, the salesman suppressed his strong curiosity and maintained a standard smile. "Are there no planets suitable for habitation?" Guan Yufei frowned. The electronic screen before her displayed various small asteroids represented by numerical codes, with little variation in size and appearance. She had wanted to find a scenic spot for a vacation, but recently she really didn't want to interact with unfamiliar people, so she thought about buying a small asteroid to unwind. However, she hadn't expected that all the available planets were of this type, leaving her somewhat troubled. The salesman suddenly had a flash of inspiration, recalling previous information, and began to understand. He quickly switched to a new set of data. Nowadays, nobles often bought planets with rare resources. Those planets typically had harsh climates and were naturally unsuitable for human habitation. These planets have abundant tourism resources and pleasant climates, and many have unique landscapes. Guan Yufei scrolled through the electronic screen, feeling that her sudden whim was rather ridiculous since most of the vacation-worthy planets had already been claimed. After all, the number of planets suitable for human habitation in the Federation was extremely limited. Even the main star system had undergone technological transformation to support human life. The remaining options were merely dead planets viewed from spaceships, which she felt were rather uninteresting. Suddenly, her finger paused. Among the names composed solely of cold codes, there appeared a familiar square font, Rose Star. She couldn't help but murmur. The Federation now used a common language, and those ancient civilizations and scripts were only employed by scholars and high-ranking citizens that it was hard to believe she could see a small asteroid named in Chinese here. Her father often told her, those destined to meet will find each other across thousands of miles. And today, she seemed to understand the meaning of this saying. Upon seeing this name, her heart trembled slightly. That moment of excitement compelled her to purchase that small asteroid. Even though the salesman continuously urged her that it was just a small Saturn without resources and unsuitable for habitation, he didn't realize that once the Federation seal was stamped, it would stir up a commotion on Rose Star. Go. Something big has happened. Shaoan rushed over, his ears standing straight and sweat pouring down his forehead. Hearing the commotion, Lu Li quickly turned off the electronic screen in front of him, appearing somewhat irritable with his brows tightly knitted. Shaoan caught a glimpse of the image that had been on the screen before it went dark. It seemed to be a beautiful woman's profile. He felt a bit intimidated by Lu Li, who had been holed up in his room recently, looking serious as he watched the Federation news. He hadn't been attending to the usual matters, and it was obvious to everyone that his mood was poor. However, today's matter was extraordinary, and he could only brace himself and report, passing the information in his hand. Ligo, just now Rose Star was sold. Lu Li took a look at the information and confirmed that they had intercepted data from the dark web indicating that half an hour ago, the ownership of Rose Star had changed now, belonging to a private buyer. Since the ownership was still being updated, the specific information about the buyer wouldn't be displayed during the notarization period of 1 week. But this was major news, for once an outsider set foot on Rose Star, they would discover that all previous information about Rose Star was false. It was not only suitable for habitation, but also housed a large population of orcs, who, although considered illegal fugitives in the Federation, had begun to evolve. The evolution of orcs was actually a mere coincidence, like seeds sprouting through concrete. No one believed they would bloom. Yet once orcs evolved, the speed was incredibly fast. In just 500 years, several generations had completed the evolution. However, their evolution was not recognized by the authorities, for even if they completed their transformation, they could not hide their primitive features still possessing furry ears and tails. The status of orcs in the Federation was akin to that of bionic AI robots, regarded as lower beings not protected by law. They remained mere playthings for humans, even becoming more intriguing due to their evolution. In a bid to change this situation, orcs launched a large-scale rebellion, but humanity had long mastered the most advanced technology in the galaxy, rendering their escape attempts doomed to failure. That war resulted in the deaths of more than half of the orcs, while the remaining successful escapees began a long period of interstellar wandering. The orcs left on the main planet were all registered by the Federation and injected with monitoring chips. If any unusual behavior was detected, they would be immediately killed. The orcs who escaped, after a long period of wandering, finally stumbled upon a suitable planet for survival, Rose Star. Rose Star is actually quite similar to the abandoned home planet of humans, with vast forests, grasslands, and lakes. For some unknown reason, such a good living environment had never been stepped on by humans, becoming a paradise for the orcs. However, it seems that this paradise has now been discovered by outsiders. After receiving the news, Lu Li has been gathering information on the dark web, his fingers constantly typing on the keyboard. He doesn't know the identity or intentions of the newcomer, but if this leads to the exposure of Rose Star, he would not hesitate to kill this innocent buyer. Brotherly. As soon as Shaoan received the news, he became restless, his wolf ears standing upright, unable to hide his nervousness. Lu Li remained calmer than him. Although there were no planetary isolation devices on Rose Star to prevent outsiders from arriving, he still had plenty of heavy weapons he smuggled in, and they were certainly capable of fighting back. Having made up his mind, he did not hesitate, call the other brothers over for a meeting. Yes, most of the orcs living on Rose Star are from the Wolf Clan, and the other races combined do not outnumber them. The Wolf Clan is social, and even as orcs, they have not changed this habit. Living the Western Plains, Shaoan ran out, howling to summon the others, his voice carrying far and wide, spreading throughout the territory of the Wolf Clan in just a few minutes. Before long, the summoned orcs gathered. Before they could say anything, Luli sent them out to take control of the heavy weapons and set them up at the designated points. Shaoan had never experienced such a large scene. His eyes were wide open, not wanting to miss any of Lu Li's commands, filled with both admiration and a hint of fear. Lu Li has always been a legend among the orcs. Older orcs would talk about how he was stubborn as a child. They all have a heavy shadow from the rebellion, having been taught to stay away from humans since childhood. Yet Lu Li was different. He had always been extremely curious about the main planet. When he was a bit older, he secretly slipped away to the main planet, and no one knew how he did it. He was gone for over 10 years, and everyone thought he had died out there, but he actually returned. The orcs on Rose Star had long fallen behind the technology of the Federation, but Lu Li not only brought back a lot of new technology, but also taught them how to use it. He later bought many heavy weapons on the dark web, gradually transforming Rose Star into its current state. Chapter 2. An unexpected reunion. When Guan Yufei returned home, she couldn't help but start packing her bags. Everything on the main planet felt too suffocating. Her father had the most gentle temperament, and the beast servant was rescued by her father because he couldn't endure the torment from his previous master. How could such a person possibly attack her father? However, after the incident was made public, the endless malicious rumors and speculations surged towards her like enormous waves, hoping to engulf her completely. In recent days, no matter where she went, she could see reports related to her father with malicious guidance behind them, all hoping to swallow her whole. But now, she could only hold on, not to disappoint her father's teachings, and strive to maintain her dignity. Yet it was of little use. Inside, she felt like a house that had been eaten away by insects. No matter how unbothered she appeared on the outside, inside she had already decayed and shattered, unable to withstand a blow. She just wanted to leave this place as quickly as possible, like fleeing before suffocation, unwilling to stay even a moment longer. Interstellar spaceships no longer needed human pilots. Upon entering the cockpit, Guan Yufei surprisingly felt a sense of relief. She now thought that a deserted place might be more suitable for her current self. Little did she know that as the spaceship approached Rose Star, the orcs were closely monitoring its movements, all weapons secretly aimed at her. Lu Li sat in front of the electronic monitor, his eyes locked in concentration, his muscles tense like a predator ready to hunt, fully prepared to strike at any moment. However, when the spaceship stopped, a familiar face emerged from the exit. How could she come here? Lu Li quickly moved his fingers away from the attack button. His ears suddenly perked up, and his tail stood high. The other wolves were puzzled by his reaction. Lu Li rarely displayed such physical emotions due to external factors. Why was he acting like a young wolf now? Both nervous and happy, he was behaving unusually. He removed the listening headphones from his head and leaned closer to the screen, just to confirm if the visitor was real. Guan Yufei on the spaceship was also very shocked. The captured footage she saw at the auction clearly showed that this was a deep red Earth-type planet, which is why she had brought many survival supplies. However, when she docked her spaceship, she found that it resembled the home planet her father had shown her, or rather, it was the home planet that had not yet been damaged. There were vast grasslands and forests, as well as deep blue lakes, sites only found in protected areas. These were too luxurious even for upper-class citizens of the Federation. To confirm, she cautiously placed her foot on the grass. The cool sensation against her skin was incredibly novel. The wind in the air was a freedom that technology could not replicate, and the listening signals indicated that there was suitable oxygen for human survival. She immediately retracted the protective shield around her. It was her first time experiencing nature up close. It felt like a rose raised in a greenhouse, truly feeling the soil beneath her feet for the first time. Unable to resist, she tried running in the wind. Those actions previously deemed inappropriate became a healing balm for her soul on this deserted planet. Lu Li watched her from the monitor as if she were a child, feeling everything so new, running and jumping on the grassland, and he could feel her happiness even through the screen. Brotherly. What about our attack? The atmosphere in the monitoring room was serious and tense, and the person in the main seat seemed to have forgotten his mission, remaining silent for a long time. Lu Li understood the seriousness of the situation, but he couldn't give the order to attack her. The longer it took, the greater the internal struggle. Cough, cough. Lu Li clenched his fist, clearing his hoarse throat. It should be fine this time. The operation is canceled. You all go back. That he stood up, stretching his previously curled up form. At 1 meter 94, he was considered tall, even among the wolf clan. As soon as he stood up, he blocked the monitoring screen completely, leaving no gaps. Their original plan was to turn on the flight jammer as soon as the visitor landed, making it impossible for her to escape, and then imprison her in the spaceship to take her to other abandoned asteroids, causing her to disappear unexpectedly. But as soon as Luli saw her, he didn't initiate the attack and hesitated to make a decision. There is currently no danger. Of course, I will closely monitor her behavior in the coming days. Nothing will go wrong. Thus, the original plan was dissolved, but he still did not dismantle the jammers around the tribe, thinking that she wouldn't notice them. Orcs have an inherent fear of humans, and seeing this, a few of them let out a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if an upper-class person suddenly goes missing, it could trigger a search by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, which is a result that no one wants to see. During the meeting, Shaoan stood far away and didn't dare to say anything, but that face made him feel incredibly familiar. After that day, he thought for a long time before remembering that this was the person he had seen before in front of Lu Li's screen, but he only dared to murmur in his heart. In fact, it wasn't that his memory was good, but since that girl arrived on the island, Lu Li had given up his original work and focused solely on what she was doing every day. However, the girl on the screen only engaged in boring little activities like fishing and admiring flowers, which seemed to captivate Lu Li. It wasn't that he was secretly observing her. It's just that since the girl arrived on Rose Star, she had been living at the junction of the grassland and the forest, which happened to be within his inspection range. It was through Lu Li's reactions over the past few days that he remembered Lu Li had always been paying attention to her. He couldn't help but recall the tribe members who had fallen in love before, just like Lu Li now. It seemed like he had discovered some earth-shattering secret, but he didn't dare to say anything and could only silently keep his mouth shut to maintain his brother's precarious dignity. In the past few days, Guan Yufei was unaware that her arrival had sparked so many events. She had discarded all her constraints on the planet, throwing aside all her worries. During the day, she planted flowers, enjoyed the scenery by the lake, and explored the natural beauty. Although the mechanical tent she brought was useful, she always felt it didn't match the style of the place. She searched through many ancient materials and discovered that long ago, those who lived in the forest built tree houses. She wanted to build herself a tree house in the forest, and fortunately, she had all the tools on her spaceship. As long as she made a blueprint and input it into the terminal, even someone like her, who didn't have much strength, could construct it. After a long search, she finally found a suitable big tree, and thankfully, her best subject in school was spaceship control. So now even without her, the wooden house was being built in an orderly manner. However, she wanted to find some beautiful flowers to decorate the courtyard under the treehouse, by the lake on Rose Star. There was a special flower that, when its bud was closed, resembled a round pentagram. So she parked her spaceship in place to build the treehouse and followed the directions of her map towards another lake. This lake was located in a cave, and the surrounding scenery was quite peculiar. As she walked and admired, she seemed to hear strange sounds from the dark. On the other side, Shaoan hurriedly ran to Lu Li's residence. Ligu, that sister living in the forest, seems to have gone towards the secret pond. Lu Li had been busy negotiating business with arms dealers on the dark web for the past 2 days, hardly getting any sleep. He didn't expect Guan Yufei to go to the secret pond at this time. Upon hearing the news, he quickly put down what he was doing and hurried towards the forest. Because there was an old fellow with a terrible temper living in the secret pond, and Guan Yufei was unaware going there rashly could lead to trouble. Chapter 3. The merman in the cave. After hearing the sound, Guan Yufei also sensed that something was off. Before entering Rose Star, she had already checked that there were no personnel with federal identity cards on the planet. With the current technological development of the Federation, there would definitely be no unrecorded individuals. Besides, there were only some non-intelligent animals. This was also why she felt so at ease. Since childhood, she had a secret. She could communicate with animals and heal them. Perhaps it was because her father worked with different creatures. She had been exposed to small animals from a young age and had shown this talent early on, which had greatly facilitated her path as a biologist. However, not many people knew about it. When she just heard that strange sound in the cave, she sensed it contained endless anger and loneliness, like the inner monologue of a bad-tempered person. Animals rarely have such complex negative emotions, so she speculated that there might be a trapped animal inside. She wanted to help the trapped animal escape from its cage. However, She didn't expect the ground in the cave to be quite slippery, and after just a few steps, she stumbled and knelt down beside her. Her knee burned fiercely, probably scraped, and there was a sharp pain in her ankle that made her cry out. She didn't have any medicine with her, so she had to rest by the side. At that moment, the sound seemed to draw nearer, as if a beast that smelled blood was lurking in the dark, waiting for a fatal strike. To end such a situation, Guan Yufei didn't panic. She sat quietly and began to sing a nameless tune softly, her voice melodious yet slightly melancholic. This casual melody could soothe the emotions of animals, alleviating their inner sorrow and darkness. After just a few minutes of singing, the originally tense atmosphere began to ease, and the sound of water now had a pleasant quality. Seeing the other party calm down, she tentatively coaxed, "Are you hurt, little one?" She turned on the lighting system on her wristband to see the situation in the cave. Imitating the sounds of small animals, she tried to entice it to come forward, but there was still no response. Just as she was puzzled, a beautiful figure emerged from the surface of the water, with a misty aura around its face, but its words were sharp and piercing, as if they carried a sting. "Little girl, I'm not one of those short-haired little beasts that just meow." Behind him was a halo of colorful light, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be fish scales. She was somewhat surprised. Was this a merman? Merfolk only existed in childhood fairy tales, and she never expected to encounter a living merman here. The figure in front of her first examined her from head to toe with an unfriendly gaze, somewhat amused. "This is actually a person? Those fools on the grassland who only howl at the moon actually let a person come here? Huh, truly worthy of being of the same lineage as dogs. They're too stupid to find a second one." The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, splashing water in the pond, and several stones fell from above. Guan Yufei was somewhat baffled by his words. Was this merman saying that there were other people living on Rose Star? Then why hadn't she seen anyone else until now? This was the first time she had seen such a frantic beast man, and seeing the cave about to collapse, she could only try to calm his emotions. She took out a string of her bracelet and threw it into the pond. These items she had worn for a long time also had a calming effect. The effect of this bracelet was stronger than that of the previous melody, suppressing the merman's impending agitation. His crimson eyes gradually settled into an icy blue sea color as he swam to the edge of the pool and used his sharp claws to pick up the bracelet. He quietly felt the soothing emotions within. "Who exactly are you?" However, he quickly sneered again. "With such an effect, I'm a bit reluctant to let you die so soon. Why don't I wait until that wolf cub kills you? Then I'll take your corpse and sink it in my pond. That would at least not be a waste of you." At this moment, Guan Yufei realized that this planet might not be as peaceful as it appeared. The unknown situation sent a chill through her heart, as if some ominous omen was breaking ground. Just then, some sounds came from the cave entrance, as if someone was rushing towards her in a hurry. Guan Yufei's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly adjusted her wristband to attack mode. The current power was still enough to stun a person. She waited anxiously, but couldn't help but widen her eyes when she saw the person. Lu Li? Her memory could never be wrong. The person in front of her was clearly Lu Li, the military genius from her former school. But wasn't he supposed to have died in an accident during a reconnaissance mission? That incident had caused quite a stir. An outing that should have been safe had led to the fall of a genius from the military academy. How could he have come back to life and appeared here? On Guan Yufei's face was a dazed expression of shock. For a moment, she forgot what to say and just stared at him blankly. But upon seeing him, her heart settled, and her icy fingers gradually warmed up. Lu Li's heart raced. He had been praying all the way here that she would be safe. The intense running made him only hear the thumping of his heart in his chest. Fortunately, he arrived just in time that he ran into the cave and saw Guan Yufei squatting beside him, her face still vibrant. Seeing that she was all right brought him back from the extreme tension and dizziness he had felt moments before. His lost senses returned to normal at this moment, but the faint smell of blood in the air tightened his nerves again. Guan Yufei had a wound on her knee, crouching carefully in a defensive posture in the corner, while Byron was curled up next to the pond. The last words he had heard echoed in his ears. The momentary anger made him unable to contain his beastly instincts, and he shot a fierce glare at the pond, a threatening growl escaping his throat. Byron had just calmed down from that string of bracelets and was in a good mood, remarkably not angry. "I thought you were foolish for letting people in, but it seems it was intentional foolish. There are others involved. He deliberately dragged out his tone, sounding quite sarcastic. Lu Li understood immediately, but he didn't retort. Instead, he turned his gaze to the person in the corner, his originally angry eyes now filled with a hint of guilt. He knew he shouldn't have allowed outsiders into Rose Star, but he couldn't refuse her arrival. He could only hide the existence of the Beastmen, while hoping she could emerge from her worries and experience a moment of joy, not expecting that his hesitation had led to her unexpected injury today. Guan Yufei was still in shock and overlooked his differences. Just as Lu Li turned toward the pond, she noticed the fluffy tail behind him and the pair of ears on his head. Her mind was in chaos, and many past events suddenly found their answers. And oh wonder Lu Li could always find her when things went wrong. No wonder he never participated in blood tests. No wonder. On the other side, Rong saw Lu Li baring his teeth at him, but had no reaction. At this age, he had lived for hundreds of years and wasn't naive. Looking at the girl who seemed more relaxed after seeing Lu Li, he smiled meaningfully. Kid, don't learn from those reckless people who take the wrong path. Beastmen and humans were not equal. For humans, they were merely talking pets. Countless beastmen who had inadvertently fallen in love were the best proof. The owner's affection could easily wane, but the abandoned pets would not have a good outcome. How could a rebellious wolf cub fall in love with a human, especially with a beauty like this? It was destined not to end well. Hearing this warning, Lu Li didn't react much. He stood up and walked in front of Guan Yufei, glanced at her swollen ankle, and carefully lifted her onto his broad back. Without looking back, he left that place. Since entering, he hadn't answered Rong's questions because the one who could judge him was right behind him at this point. No matter how Guan Yufei reacted, he accepted it gladly. That person could give him boundless power and could easily crush him. This wasn't the first time Guan Yufei had been carried by Lu Li, but today, after the passage of time, it was so similar to that previous situation. Seeing him still alive, she felt a bit happy, but deep down, there was a complex emotion she couldn't quite express. When she was young, although she was beautiful, she was not a likable girl. Her introverted and inarticulate nature was not a fault in itself. But with a fiancé so dazzling that countless girls pursued him, everything about her was magnified, making her a topic of gossip among her peers. Young girls would always be particularly critical of the idol's lover. From her clothes and shoes to her grades and family background, they seemed born to be judges of this engagement, ready to determine her fate at any moment. Among her classmates in school, only Lu Li was close to her in fact, most of the girls in school were just a bit cold towards her, choosing to isolate her, but a few were particularly malicious. Although they didn't dare to harm her due to the Wei family's authority, their subtle malice still caused her a lot of suffering. Chapter 4. Accident or Coincidence. Guan Yufei and Lu Liyuan were originally two people with no connection, and their first interaction was due to an accident. The school's mecha driving class required outdoor operations, which shouldn't have been difficult, but when she arrived at the school's mecha area, she found that everyone had already started. The venue only had a somewhat old and unclaimed mecha left. She quickly confirmed the time for the outdoor class and realized she was indeed on time, but she didn't know why everyone had set off early. Later, she learned that due to the time constraints of the class, the teacher had started the lesson earlier than scheduled. She hadn't received any notification, and it was only after many events later that she recalled that the girl responsible for notifying was her fiancé, his secret admirer. The old mecha was particularly time-consuming to operate, and she didn't finish the training until after 10 at night. The teacher responsible for transportation had already taken the group back, leaving her alone at the training ground, because she had delayed for too long. Her wristband had drained its battery and shut down. Standing in the wilderness, she felt helpless and didn't know what to do. She could only sit there, hoping someone would notice that she had been left behind, when suddenly a small spaceship flew overhead. It was at that moment that Lu Li appeared, and to this day, she still didn't know why he had suddenly shown up at the training ground. With this beginning, she would later find herself encountering Lu Li at various critical moments. As things piled up, she felt it was too coincidental, but Lu Li always wore a calm expression when facing her. His face taut and his imposing demeanor making her doubt whether he felt burdened by such coincidences as well. As time went on, she had come to understand that beneath Lu Li's cold face lay a soft heart. Looking at the fluffy pair of beast ears in front of her, she couldn't help but voice her thoughts. Are you a wolf? Lu Li showed no reaction in front of Rong. But the person behind him remained silent, making him a bit uneasy. Hearing her question, he didn't expect her to notice that, and his ears suddenly perked up. Yes, I am from the wolf tribe. There were many beast men on the main planet, but since their masters hoped to cultivate rare breeds, their beastly instincts had long been dulled. This was the first time Guan Yufei had seen a beast man like Lu Li. Hearing her words, Lu Li felt a bit relieved and took Guan Yufei back to his residence. He crushed some herbs from somewhere and applied them to her injured knee. While treating her, he explained, the water in the place you went to was toxic. This herb specifically treats that and will help you heal faster. It was Guan Yufei's first time using herbal medicine for a wound, and she found the fresh scent quite novel. Lu Li's residence was at the far eastern edge of the tribe, quite a distance from the other tribespeople, but wolves had particularly keen noses, especially since Guan Yufei still carried a faint scent of blood. Even without anyone explaining, many tribespeople sensed it after she entered the wolf tribe. When Lu Ajia came to bring Lu Li food, she brought enough for two. Looking at the youth in front of her, who was significantly taller, she felt a headache coming on and wanted to advise him, but seeing his silent eyes made her swallow her words. This soup has herbs in it, you. In the end, she directly handed the food container to Lu Li without entering and turned to leave. The people on Rose Star were different from those on the main planet. They were closer to their original way of life. The medicinal soup that Lu Ajia brought made Guan Yufei's eyes light up. It was her first time drinking such a soup. Consuming it felt like a gentle warmth flowing through her body. Seeing that she seemed very interested, Lu Li explained, these are unique ingredients from Rose Star. Eating them will help little wolves grow better. Just after Lu Li led her into the restricted area, she realized that the living area of the wolf tribe was indeed quite large, resembling a small town. She thought for a moment, carefully choosing her words. Is this why you hid Rose Star? She glanced cautiously. So, I happened to buy this place? Lu Li fell silent for a moment and explained, I'm sorry. The previous concealment was truly unavoidable. We actually don't wish for humans to step foot here. I understand that it has harmed your interests, and I am willing to compensate for your loss. No, it's unnecessary. Guan Yufei waved her hands vigorously. Seeing Lu Li's serious expression made her retract her refusal. All right, I understand your predicament, but why don't you try to buy it yourselves? Speaking of this, Lu Li felt a bit awkward. The incident had happened by chance, and it just happened that he encountered her. He had put in a lot of effort to hack into the back end and adjust the data of Rose Star to make it suitable for sale. Furthermore, planets without transaction records in the Federation required the buyer to sign in person, so he had asked Xiao and to monitor the dark web, only to not expect that in just a short half-month, a private buyer had placed an order. At this moment, Guan Yufei realized how big of a blunder this was. You don't need to worry. If you're ready to take over, you can contact me at any time. She had inadvertently disrupted someone's important matter. But given her current situation, she really did not want to return to the main planet in a short time. Can I stay here a bit longer? She pleaded carefully. Just for a while. I want to disclose anything about this place. Guan Yufei had a deep understanding of the current situation of beastmen in the Federation, not to mention the unique environment of Rose Star, so it was no wonder they went to great lengths to conceal it. Lu Li was also very aware of her situation. Seeing her pitiful expression, he nodded and softly reassured her, you have done great favors for Rose Star, so don't worry, you're always welcome here. After they finished eating, Lu Li took her back to the spaceship in the forest. It was then that Guan Yufei realized that her movements seemed to have been fully monitored by them. Suddenly recalling how she had acted like a fool in the forest a few days ago, often shouting and yelling when she was in a bad mood, she sprayed medical spray on her leg while reflecting on her recent foolish behavior. A few days ago, she had felt like there was no one else on the planet and lived somewhat carefreely, but now it made her head spin when she thought back on it. Lu Li didn't ask much and directly took her back. Seeing her with her head down, he began to understand, clearing his throat. Cough, cough. The monitoring system only detected that there were outsiders here. It hasn't been keeping an eye on this situation. He kept a serious face, trying to give his words more credibility. Only I know you live here. However, before he could finish his words, Xiaoan rushed over from a distance, his loud voice carrying across the grassland. Li Gu, something happened again. Guan Yufei looked at the person in front of her and felt the air was filled with embarrassment, so she gently nodded. She said the phrase she had repeated the most today, "I understand." Luli closed his eyes, feeling that today had truly been a series of misfortunes. As nothing had gone smoothly, and the veins on his forehead throbbed violently. He took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions, and turned toward Shaoan, his tone filled with deep helplessness. "What now?" Shaoan had asked Lu Ajia before finding him. He had run for a long time to get here. Panting as he reported, "Ligu, there's a big hole in the grassland. They say the ground is empty, and it collapsed." Luli was startled. "When did this happen?" "Just now. Someone said there was a loud rumbling sound. When we rushed over to check, we found that fortunately, there were no people living there, so nothing major happened. However, it seems like a large area underground is hollowed out. We don't know what the situation is." Luli frowned tightly. This is not a simple matter, and it probably wouldn't be easy to go down. After looking at the two of them, Guan Yufei also stood up, saying, "I have surveying equipment on my spaceship. Otherwise, I would go with you." Fortunately, she had brought everything she needed, as she had almost moved in for long-term convenience. Seeing this, Luli nodded and pointed to Shaoan, asking, "Where is the place where the incident happened?" Chapter 5 Ruins Tunnel to Collapse is a wasteland near the Shurgu waterfall, surrounded by orcs of the bird tribe. The spaceship hovers in the air and begins geological scanning, which, even with advanced equipment, will take at least 3 to 5 days. When they came to inquire, many curious bird tribe members gathered in the trees, chattering about them. A few days ago, there were reports of a booming sound from underground. Yes, we don't know what happened either. We can only stay away from that place for now." This afternoon, the booming sound grew louder. Before long, a large hole opened up in the ground. They seemed unprepared for such an accident, tilting their heads and bouncing around in the trees, looking somewhat anxious, unable to gather any useful information. Luli had to wait for the survey results. The information from the robot indicated that there seemed to be a tunnel beneath the pit. The entrance was still relatively safe, so they set up supports and went down to investigate. Contrary to their previous expectations of an earthquake, the pile of broken stones showed clear signs of being cut. Guan Yufei, a federal paleontologist, deals with these things daily and quickly made her judgment. This is an ancient structure from 1,000 years ago, which has collapsed due to age. It was surprising to find ancient ruins left by predecessors. Since the discovery of Rose Star, everything here felt like an untouched planet devoid of any life. They had never known that there were traces of others living on Rose Star before. There seemed to be some inscriptions on the stones, and Guan Yufei was somewhat amazed. Even over 1,000 years ago, the technology within the Federation had long since moved beyond stone carvings, yet here appeared a site without technology. However, since the area ahead was still being surveyed, the two could only return. Shaoan peeked at the entrance and asked, "How is it down there? Is there danger? What is it? It's not an earthquake. There should be ruins below." "Ruins?" "Yes, but we need to continue investigating to know exactly what is inside." Luli had been frowning since they exited the pit. Shaoan and Guan Yufei had only interacted for a short while, but had already lowered their guard and were chatting with her. Guan Yufei patiently explained to him that she had always been able to gain the trust and affection of small animals since she was young, and orcs were even closer to her. Shaoan was still a teenager, naturally feeling an affinity for her, and after a few exchanges, he was smiling brightly. Luli's brows tightened even more, and when they were only a meter apart, he suddenly reached out to pull Shaoan a bit further away. "Where's Wu Song?" "Wu. Grandpa Wu should be at home." Upon hearing this name, Shaoan's hair stood on end, and he shivered. The group of bird tribe members overhead giggled. Grandpa Wu just woke up. Now is the best time for him. Seeing this, Luli nodded. "Then you go find out the situation." I still don't know what the situation is." Shaoan lowered his head, his voice growing softer. "Didn't you just find out everything clearly?" Seeing that things were not progressing, the boy's ears drooped, and he lost his earlier good mood. Initially, Guan Yufei didn't understand why the boy showed such an expression, but after a few minutes, even from distance, she could hear the roar from the other side of the mountain, and she felt she understood this headache very well. Wu Song was the oldest orc on Rose Star, but had the most irritable temperament. Remembering Bai Rong, whom she had met before, she wondered if orcs became more irritable as they aged. Luli looked at her, seemingly a bit frightened. "Don't be afraid. They are not fierce people. This is a flaw in orc evolution." "Flaw?" This was the first time she had heard such a statement. Everyone said orc evolution was almost miraculous. Yet she didn't expect them to have any flaws. Yes, our ancestors discovered after a long time that orcs are hot-blooded, and the older the orc, the more prone they are to emotional issues. Guan Yufei began to understand, but it seemed the orcs on the main planet had never had these flaws. Without a spaceship, her activities would be somewhat inconvenient these days, so Luli arranged for her to stay in the wolf tribe's apartment. This was her first close contact with an orc community, and she was somewhat curious. The wolf tribe liked to live in burrows. So the houses were built according to various preferences. Some were made into caves going downward, leaving only a small door above ground, while many were modern houses. Each house had its own preferences, creating various styles. Compared to the modern architecture of the main planet, they appeared a bit simple but very charming. Luli took her around the community, and seeing that she had no resistance, he felt relieved. Little wolf cubs ran around the community, each one plump and rosy, with happy smiles on their faces, though they couldn't escape a few scoldings from their parents. Watching their aggrieved expressions, Guan Yufei thought of her father and couldn't help but smile. Regarding your father, I'm very sorry. I didn't expect you to be willing to interact with orcs again. His tone was heavy, neither urging her to cheer up nor offering comforting words. But it was precisely this way that made it easier for her to accept. This matter was not so simple, and that orc was also innocent. I have no reason to misdirect my anger. After her father's death, it was the first time she had talked about this matter calmly with someone. Luli actually wanted to know more about her, but seeing her current expression, he chose to remain silent. Adult members of the wolf tribe always carried an instinctive fear when seeing humans, but the little wolf cubs seemed to like her very much. They hid in the door cracks, their big eyes blinking as they stared at her, eager to get close to this pretty sister. But their parents' intimidation was an ironclad rule for the children. They could only watch with longing, feeling quite aggrieved. At that moment, a little wolf cub wobbled over and jumped on a Luli. Uncle, Mom asked me to call you for dinner. Luli stood up and picked her up. Tell Mom that Uncle is not coming today. Why? Is it because my dad is home today? The little child sighed sadly. Uncle, don't be so childish. My dad is a really nice person. After saying this, she turned her head towards Guan Yufei, extending her chubby little arms as if to say, I want you to hold me. The young little wolf cub was soft and cuddly, with plush ears and a tail that could melt even the hardest heart. The little wolf cub's scheme succeeded, snuggling into Guan Yufei's arms, gently sniffing her scent as if smelling catnip, her eyes squinting into crescent moons with happiness. Sister, are you my uncle's friend? Yes, sister is your uncle's classmate. Not forgetting to drag her tool-like uncle down, but my uncle is so childish. How could he be your classmate? My uncle is really childish. Just because my dad married my mom, he still doesn't accept my dad. Luli hurriedly took back the mischievous little one, trying hard to salvage his image. You mustn't talk nonsense. If you keep this up, next time you get into trouble, don't come looking for uncle. This threat proved quite effective. The defiant little wolf cub closed her mouth but still kept her big eyes fixed on Guan Yufei, trying to find another opportunity to get close to her. Chapter 6. The Celestial Tree and the Grand Ceremony. Unfortunately, until she was sent home, the ever-watchful Luli never gave her a single chance. The little girl was sent back, and Agia South House was somewhat close to Luli's residence. With many flowers planted in the yard, a somewhat helpless man stood at the door. Dad! The little girl ran toward the door as soon as she got home. Your mom just searched for you for a long time. If you do this again, I want to help you. The man raised his eyebrows as he looked at the two people in the distance, seemingly pleased with the progress, and handed over a food box. Since you've been delivered, I want to keep you for dinner. This is a food box prepared by my wife. Glancing over, he hinted that his brother-in-law was being kind, and he should make plans early since he was still a solitary man. Don't make my wife worry about you every day. Luli stepped forward, blocking the person behind him tightly, gritting his teeth. No need for you to worry. The man turned around, holding the child as he walked into the yard, leaving Luli looking somewhat frustrated, a mix of wanting to explode, yet feeling helpless. Guan Yufei recalled the little girl's previous complaints about childishness and couldn't help but chuckle. The Luli she knew before was clearly decisive and ruthless. But after this reunion, he seemed much more genuine. It made her unable to resist teasing him about being childish. Seeing her smile, Lu Li's emotions dissipated, and he began to explain the grievances between them. Lu Ajia, named Lu Wei, was once a famous beauty among the wolf clan, while Jiayin was a boy younger than Lu Li. This wolf cub had taken a liking to a delicate flower of the prairie, keeping it a secret from everyone else. Before Lu Li went to the main star, they were like brothers, and to prevent anyone from bullying his sister in the future, he specifically asked Jiayin to take care of her. The result was that he provided an excellent excuse for this boy to win the beauty's heart. Although Lu Li was angry when he returned, he felt helpless. He didn't expect Jiayin to think that he had stolen Lu Wei's attention, pretending to be wronged in front of Lu Wei while squeezing Lu Li. This stirred up a storm between them, forcing Lu Li to maintain distance as he did now. The wolf clan still followed the original habits of their ancestors, having only one partner in their lifetime, and the male wolf beastmen had a strong possessiveness over their other half. Lu Li could actually understand. They all hoped that their lover could only see themselves. Guan Yufei encountered such a situation for the first time. Human love was too complicated, always filled with choices and temptations. Such feelings were almost a luxury for humans. Simple yet extravagant. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but recall her fiancé. Facing reality, his choices were the instincts of humanity. Seeing her suddenly quiet, Lu Li spoke up. "Do you want to see the celestial tree?" The celestial tree? The celestial tree was a wonder, a gigantic tree standing on a vast prairie, with leaves that had no shape, appearing as small floating green clumps that transformed into various small animals, slowly swimming around the enormous crown of the tree. It could give endless power to those who saw it, like a scene from an animation, beautiful yet illusory. The first batch of beastmen who arrived on Rose Star had experienced a long interstellar escape before reaching this place. The celestial tree, like a myth, gave them hope for survival, so it was regarded as a treasure of Rose Star. The massive trunk before them was so large that even more than 10 people couldn't fully embrace it with outstretched arms, like a towering giant standing there. Guan Yufei looked at the scenery before her and felt a strange emotion, hoping to get closer to this ancient tree. However, many items were placed around the tree, preventing anyone from approaching. In front of the tree was a huge circular platform, resembling a sacrificial altar. This was the altar for the fireworks festival. The beastmen designated the day they first arrived on Rose Star as a celebration. It felt like the celebration was approaching. Yes, in another month. It will be time for the fireworks festival, and all the beast clans will participate. Do you want to come and see? Humans can also participate? Guan Yufei was somewhat surprised. The festival celebrating the beastmen's successful escape might not be suitable for humans to attend. But you can. Lu Li chuckled lightly. After all, I'm the Lord of Rose Star. How could I not allow the Lord to participate? Hearing this reason, Guan Yufei couldn't help but smile and nodded. The next day, Guan Yufei understood the scale of this feast because she even saw Bai Rong. That sharp-tongued and proud merman was actually sitting by the glass window in the lobby of the apartment, leisurely basking in the sun. Seeing her appear, he lifted his eyelids and said, "Oh, you're here." This sounded as if he was waiting for her to arrive. However, upon hearing this, others also raised their heads to look in her direction. Guan Yufei steadied her mind and noticed that the room was filled with various kinds of beastmen, many of whom she had never encountered before, and she could only try her best to identify them. A beastman with rabbit ears hopped over to her, snuggling against her arm with a look of wonder. What Bai Rong said is actually true. Bai Rong still didn't look up, but his face was full of self-satisfaction, and on his raised wrist was unmistakably her previous bracelet. The person who had been so irritable just a few days ago seemed like a different person now, recalling his previous demeanor. Surely her bracelet couldn't have such a significant effect. And the person sitting opposite him looked just like the Wu Song who had scolded Xiao and so harshly the day before. This group of people was actually sitting here waiting for her? She should still be dreaming. She turned to go back to her room, but was pulled back by the rabbit lady. Bai Rong's cool voice came. "You didn't see wrong. We are indeed here to wait for you. We came this time to verify a legendary prophecy." Prophecy? What does that mean? The entire galaxy knew that the birth of beastmen stemmed from an accident, but the true evolution of beastmen was due to a goddess who could communicate with nature. After saying this, they pointed at the person in front of them. Just like you, she used her abilities to help beastmen evolve successfully. Of course, this was merely a myth that had circulated among beastmen, and no one knew the truth. The rabbit lady rubbed her hands excitedly. So when Byrone said your constitution was special, no one believed it, but it turns out there really is such a person. After saying this, she rubbed Guan Yufei's arm with her fluffy ears, looking genuinely happy. Wusong wasn't as irritable as the day before. He leisurely sipped tea. Upon hearing this news, wouldn't the old man hurry over to join the fun? Guan Yufei looked at the friendly faces of the seniors before her, utterly confused as to why one person, no, a group of people's personalities could change so drastically in such a short time. The rabbit lady saw the puzzled expression on her face and recalled Byrone's unfriendly encounter with her earlier. Clearing her throat, she said, "Don't take offense. Among the beastmen on Rose Star, the older they get, the stronger their beastly instincts become. They need prolonged cultivation to suppress their emotions. And only during the month before and after the celebrations can they find relief." Byrone also felt a bit awkward and handed over a small gift box, still wearing a proud expression. "Consider this a belated meeting gift. I took your chain, and now I'm returning you a bigger one." Inside the gift box was a string of pure white pearl necklaces, each bead as thick as a thumb, round, smooth, delicate, and white, indeed a luxurious return gift. Seeing Byrone's proud, yet awkward expression, Guan Yufei silently accepted this apology disguised as a meeting gift. Only after she accepted the gift did the merman let out a silent sigh of relief. It's embarrassing to say, but he's already hundreds of years old and still bullying such a junior during his dormant period. If this gets out, it will seriously damage his aloof image. Chapter 7: The Gift of the Celebration. Guan Yufei inexplicably joined the orc gathering. To outsiders, she seemed a bit cold due to her shyness. But perhaps because of her charm, she surprisingly blended into the celebration this time. From their conversations, she learned that her previous encounter with Byrone was an accident during his hibernation period. During the hibernation phase, being disturbed or just waking up is when these orcs have the worst tempers, becoming not only irritable but also harboring murderous intent. They were terrified when they heard about Byrone arguing with a human during his hibernation, fearing something bad might happen. Fortunately, it didn't escalate to that point. Miss Rabbit, despite having white ears, was named Haya. Haya was a bit excited and asked if Guan Yufei had come to prepare for the celebration. Preparation for the celebration? Yes, every time there's a celebration, all the orcs carefully prepare a gift to celebrate the new year. This time, she made a small felt toy from the fur shed during the molting season. Of course, her gifts are different types of felt each year. For those like Byrone and Wusong, who have just awakened, they still have a month to think about what they want to prepare. It seemed that overnight, the entire Rose Star had changed its atmosphere. The wolf tribe orcs were also busy preparing for the festival. As Guan Yufei passed by, she could see many families preparing through the small courtyard walls, one of which had a large doll as a gift. The wind blew the bough on top of the doll's head, and even from a distance, she could feel its fluffy texture. What a lovely bunch of people. In such a festive atmosphere, Guan Yufei couldn't help but wonder if she should also conform to local customs and prepare a gift. Luli had been busy handling matters on the dark web these days. Recently, for some unknown reason, a group of interstellar pirates had been raiding everywhere, committing several crimes. But the Federation had not reacted. There was also a young man who disguised himself as a pirate amid the chaos, constantly searching for Guan Yufei's whereabouts. Fortunately, he took precautions early on and cleared her traces, but that young man had been lurking around the surrounding star systems. He lured this group to a deserted little star, disguised as an accident to eliminate them. There seemed to be something wrong behind this, quietly unfolding. He had been busy deploying signal jammers to prevent the possibility of interstellar pirates reaching Rose Star and secretly investigating the whereabouts of this group, making him extremely busy. Just when he was feeling dizzy, he suddenly caught a whiff of Guan Yufei's scent. It was strange. Although the wolf tribe's sense of smell was keen, it was only slightly better than that of ordinary people. Yet, he could always lock on a Guan Yufei's scent in a crowd, like pinpointing someone in a vast sea of people when they turn around. He couldn't describe this scent, which was like a faint osmanthus fragrance carrying a cool chill, reminiscent of the moon. Following the scent outside, he saw Guan Yufei standing on the street, watching a group of children making gifts. Her eyes were wide open, filled with wonder and joy. Children's gifts always exude a direct eagerness that can intuitively convey joy and infect those watching. Luli smiled as he approached, asking, "What suddenly interests you about this?" Guan Yufei pointed at the children's gifts, saying, "This is the first time I've encountered a festival where everyone participates." Although her father followed Han customs and would celebrate the spring festival with her every year on the day of the old and new transition, it was just the two of them celebrating as usual. The people on the main star tended to live alone, long lost the concept of kin, and grand festivals were naturally not as lively as they were now. She smiled happily, saying, "I also want to make a gift for the festival." Seeing her so enthusiastic, Luli smiled back. "What do you want to make?" "I haven't thought of it yet, but I want to create something that expresses joy. It should be something that everyone can see my happiness." "What about you? As the main character of the celebration, what is your gift?" On the day of the celebration, Luli would stand in the center of the altar, offering his gift to the divine tree, which would only accept his offering. That gift would be enveloped in green light and then vanish from everyone's sight, indicating that the divine tree had accepted it. But no one knew where the gift went. Luli didn't expect her to be curious about this, and he was momentarily stunned, looking at her with a slightly unnatural expression. In the past, knowing that the gift would disappear, he had poured all his unexpressed affection into it, deceiving himself into believing that Guan Yufei had received the gift. Every subsequent year he had done the same. He never expected that one day she would participate in the celebration with him. As they walked together on the bustling street, Luli protected her by his side, avoiding the crowded throng. The close contact made both of them a bit silent, and the little wolf cubs were running around, accidentally bumping her into Luli. He quickly wrapped his arms around her, asking, "Are you all right?" Listening to the sounds above her, Guan Yufei shook her head shyly. Luli was much taller than her. When they stood together, she barely reached his chest. For a moment, surrounded by his scent, Guan Yufei didn't feel repulsed by this contact. Instead, she felt a sense of security. Luli had always been special to her. Luli always appeared at the moments she needed him the most, and she had once fantasized that perhaps he also had feelings for her. Unfortunately, reality dealt her a heavy blow, waking her from her fantasies. After the news of Luli's passing, she often fantasized in the middle of the night, wondering if she could have changed his fate if she had been there that day. But fantasies were ultimately just fantasies. Yet she never expected that one day he would reappear in her life. Even though there was quite a distance in time between them, she could still feel a sense of security. Surrounded by the sounds of laughter and joy, simple happiness was the most infectious. For the first time, she felt far away from the suffocating worries that had pressed down on her and experienced genuine joy. Since living in the apartment during these festive days, Bai Rong and Wu Song from other tribes had also come to stay with the wolf tribe, becoming her neighbors. In such circumstances, their unexpected interactions turn out quite well. To humans, orcs lived much longer and were physically stronger. Humans were like flowers that bloom briefly, seen as too fragile. To them, Guan Yufei was like a cub that needed to be well protected. Moreover, due to her unique constitution, they showed her more patience. She was just a bit shy and introverted, but with their companionship, friendships surprisingly formed. Luli also knew about Guan Yufei's habit of locking herself in her room, fearing that if she stayed in there too long, her mood would worsen. He would always secretly arrange for them to take turns inviting Guan Yufei out for a breath of fresh air. Rostar had many beautiful places. Facing such vast rivers could broaden one's horizons. During these days, she saw flowing sands, waterfalls, and even visited the wolf tribe's moon mountain. Experiencing different sceneries made her smile more sincerely. In these few days, not only had she become much livelier, but she had also seen many orc gifts. Bai Rong's gift was a shimmering black pearl, and he expressed that it was still not too cheap. Wu Song's gift was a wooden carving, reportedly his gift every year. For these elders who were already hundreds of years old, their gifts seemed to have become routine, leaving her with no reference. Watching Guan Yufei conduct surveys everywhere, Haya advised her, Actually, you just need to express your feelings about the festival, or if you think something can represent the festival, just use that as a gift. What can represent a festival? In today's world where a great fusion has already been achieved, traditional festivals have long since disappeared. Only the father still follows the tradition and celebrates the spring festival with her. It's just the two of them celebrating the spring festival. And although it has long deviated from traditional customs, the father still hands her two gifts in the evening. One is the red envelope with money, and the other is a small bag of candy. In the Federation, physical money has long ceased to exist. People use electronic currency for transactions. Compared to the traditional red envelope, that small bag of candy brings a more festive atmosphere. The sweet ambience is also very fitting for the current Rose Star. Fortunately, purchasing is very convenient. Molecular transmission allows her, even while on Rose Star, to quickly receive the candy. In just a few minutes, the candy arrives at the spaceship's transmission chamber. Chapter 8. Ancient relic clue. Guan Yufei's spaceship was still parked at the ruins when she arrived, just in time to encounter a group of friends wandering around. After spending a few days together, they had become quite familiar, and Byron warmly greeted her. "Oh, look at you waddling over with your little short legs." Guan Yufei, although she was momentarily speechless, she still maintained the virtue of respecting her elders in the face of this group of centuries-old seniors and refrained from commenting. As she approached, she discovered they were observing an entrance to a cave. Although Xiao and had previously been driven away by Wu Song, who had just awakened from his slumber, today he had come over with Byron to check the situation. We old folks Haven T heard this news, so we hurried over to take a look. Byron was somewhat reserved about the term old folks, asking, "I heard you and that wolf cub went down to have a look the other day?" Guan Yufei nodded. "I've done similar work before, so I have some basic judgments, but I didn't expect you all didn't know about this planet's past." Wu Song nodded, expressing understanding. "That is indeed strange. This is the first time we've heard of it. But if someone lived here, it's odd that there are no signs of habitation on Rose Star." Byron clicked her tongue. "What is down there? We know if we just go down and take a look. Analyzing from up here is useless. You're not even in that line of work." After saying this, she pointed with her chin in Guan Yufei's direction. "Isn't there an expert right here waiting?" This remark made the century-old man unable to hold back his anger. But after expressing it, Wu Song still wanted to ask Guan Yufei about the current situation. "Can we go down and take a look?" With the spaceship conducting tests and reinforcing the terrain, the current passage should be safe, so Guan Yufei led them down the tunnel. In the past few days, the spaceship had restored the debris inside the passage, and it was now quite clean. However, the situation at the end of the passage was somewhat unclear. Clearly, there were stone-carved relics ahead, but the door at the end couldn't be detected by the spaceship. It was unclear what kind of technology was used, and it seemed that to open the stone chamber at the end, they would need to unravel the secrets of the passage. They carefully observed the stone-carved murals in the passage, and it was Guan Yufei's first time seeing such a recording method. The lines of the carvings, though somewhat rough, were very fluid, resembling a series of simple drawings that seemed to tell a story. The first image depicted the initial state of Rose Star, a plain little Saturn. However, the two individuals had overcome many hardships to find this place. The following images narrated how they used various methods to gradually tame the soil, brought in water sources, and employed technology to transform Rose Star step by step. The last image showcased the planet as if it were a gift, a carefully prepared present. However, this was something that was nearly impossible to achieve. If someone could transform a planet into a habitable place, they would surely become renowned throughout the Federation and receive the highest honors. This endeavor required not only immense financial resources, but also the highest level of technology. Such a gift was truly extravagant. It really seemed like a love story, yet the entire scene ended there, and no one knew where those two ended up, leaving a group of onlookers anxiously wanting to know the outcome. After finishing the stone carvings, Heya started tinkering at the end, hoping to open the stone chamber, but ultimately failed. Wu Song hurried over to help her, and Byron sighed when she saw this. Turning her head, with an expression that said she didn't want to see these two fools, she asked Guan Yufei, "I forgot to ask you earlier. How did you end up here?" Guan Yufei then recalled her original intention. "I bought some materials. I came to pick them up from the spaceship." "Materials? Are they for the celebration?" "Yes. Bai Rong was about to inquire further when the two people in front of the stone chamber finally gave up their struggles. Sigh, let us go. Don't bother anymore. Call that wolf cub over to take a look. Upon hearing this, Bai Rong suddenly remembered something. Hey, why isn't that wolf cub following you around today? Guan Yufei was taken aback, realizing Bai Rong might have misunderstood something. I and he had a fight? Young people just love to have tantrums. No. I and he, it's not. Bai Rong's smile was somewhat meaningful. So you two last time in front of me? No. Guan Yufei hurriedly interrupted, but she couldn't articulate anything, ultimately just pursing her lips. He doesn't have that kind of intention towards me. Bai Rong raised an eyebrow, suddenly finding the situation much more interesting. That little wolf cub probably still didn't realize he didn't have that kind of intention. Realizing she might witness the little wolf cub's embarrassment, Bai Rong felt that she had found new entertainment for the coming centuries. This topic was put to rest, but when they returned to the grassland, they found Lu Li standing silently under the spaceship. Seeing Guan Yufei come out, he said, I heard from Xiao and that you bought something to move back. I'm here to help you. Upon hearing this, Guan Yufei remembered the purpose of her trip and hurriedly agreed as she walked towards the spaceship. Ah, okay. The two interacted without any regard for the outsiders. Behind them, He couldn't help but softly sigh. Being young is great. Bai Rong nodded in agreement, not expecting that they would witness such a scene right after awakening this year, which made the elderly feel out of touch with romance. Receiving a warning glance from Lu Li, he didn't care at all. Little wolf cub, do you know what is down there? Lu Li frowned. A few days ago, when a spaceship obtained the test report, he had gone down once, but he hadn't opened the stone chamber either. It seemed like the methods used inside weren't technological, but rather special, resembling some kind of ancient heritage. Following this clue and the methods depicted in the murals, he and found any leads. The dark web also had no references. If something could disappear so completely, it should be inextricably linked to the Orc Rebellion War. Before the Rebellion War, Orcs didn't lack status. The Federation wasn't as well established as it is now. Back then, the Orc status was lower, but they undertook all lower-level jobs and had some opportunities for education. Yet the lives of most Orcs remained difficult. This ultimately led to the Rebellion War that shook the entire Federation, and after the war, the official channels cleansed all related information, accessible only to those with the highest authority. Currently, there were very few people in the Federation with that power, making it impossible to investigate. Chapter 9. Rose Candy. Seeing that the matter was related to old events, Lu Li had no choice but to find other ways to investigate. Although this issue did not affect the current Rose Star, it had always been a mystery that troubled the Orcs. No one would believe that while fleeing, they encountered such a well-preserved little asteroid, which turned out to be artificially cultivated. It was like a group of wanderers lost in the desert during the apocalypse, finding an oasis that only existed in the legends of the elderly. Bai Rong and the others, upon hearing that this was related to past events, also had no way to proceed and could only slowly look for opportunities to investigate. They were all deep in thought, considering possible clues, when Guan Yufei came out from the spaceship, carrying a huge box. The box was so large that it blocked her entire figure, and it seemed quite heavy. She could only move it with great effort, taking small steps. Seeing this, Lu Li directly stepped forward to take the box from her. The box that she couldn't move was easily lifted by him, and he didn't forget to ask, "Is there anything else to bring back?" Guan Yufei shook her head. Everything she bought was in this box, and there was nothing else she needed. The two of them left like this, leaving behind the elderly man who remained in place. He sighed. Even I, an old man, am starting to feel a stir in my heart. Bai Rong immediately began to dismantle his playful remark. Then don't look for me. I refuse. On the way back, sweet scents kept wafting out from the large box, sweetening the winds over the prairie. Lu Li couldn't help but ask, "Is this candy?" Guan Yufei nodded and explained, "I am Han Chinese. We call the day of the transition from old to new each year the Spring Festival. My father gives me a bag of candy every Spring Festival." That bag of candy contained all her memories of the festival. She smiled. "Isn't this gift a bit boring?" Lu Li looked at her, his eyes flickering. "A gift expresses intent, doesn't it? But you bought so much candy." Guan Yufei smiled shyly. because I want to do more than just candy. Soon, Luli understood her meaning. For a few days later, every little wolf cub in the tribe had a cute little pouch hanging from them. Even when he visited Lu Wei, he could see his niece wearing an identical little pouch, which was only half the size of his palm, but the child needed both hands to hold it. Inside were rose-shaped candies of different colors that shimmered enticingly in the sunlight, resembling a small bag of gems. The little wolf cub had one in its mouth, speaking a bit unclearly, "Uncle, Uncle, yum. Where did this come from?" Luli reached out to take one, but it was snatched away and hugged tightly by the protective little wolf cub. "It was given to me by a fragrant sister. She gave it to me willingly." The little girl protecting the candy looked determined. Luli chuckled. "Uncle just wants to take a look. I won't take yours." Given the good reputation of the uncle, Luli was granted a minute of observation time while the owner watched closely. The little bag of candy was not only beautifully made, but also had a cute packaging. A small drawstring pouch embroidered with the words peace and prosperity. When the drawstring was pulled tight, it resembled a small ingot, plump and round from being filled with candy. Seeing the shape of the little pouch, Luli couldn't help but smile. Guan Yufei was still the same as before, fond of these chubby things. Looking at the round, fluffy little wolf cub beside him, Luli rubbed its head and returned the candy to her. Although this candy was sweet, it wouldn't ruin teeth. No wonder every child couldn't resist its temptation. Originally, the little wolf cubs liked to gather around Guan Yufei, but since the arrival of the candy, they knew she welcomed their closeness, running to her whenever they had a free moment. Kids could be carefree, but their parents felt a bit awkward. When Guan Yufei first joined the wolf tribe, they didn't say much, but they had a natural fear of humans and were unwilling to let their children get close. However, the little wolf cubs were very close to Guan Yufei. She loved to rub their fluffy ears and tails, and the little cubs would line up waiting for her affection, making both sides very happy. She unexpectedly integrated into the old and young factions of the Rose Star. As for the middle layer parents, they now saw Guan Yufei's attitude and felt they had worried too much at first. The first to change her attitude was Lu Wei. Seeing the bag of candy, Lu Wei felt a bit embarrassed, but didn't know what to do. This candy was quite expensive, a luxury among candies. Giving a bag of it as a gift was indeed extravagant. She recalled the empty food box she had brought to Lu Li when she first delivered meals, and guessed that Guan Yufei would like it. So she picked a lot of herbs to make soup. Guan Yufei had never experienced such an environment. After moving into the wolf tribe, she always liked to try their food. Lu Ajia sent her a large food box filled with many snacks. At first, she was a bit apprehensive, but after trying, she found Guan Yufei was not like those hard-to-approach humans. She treated the orcs with no disdain. She was a girl who was not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted. No wonder Lu Li liked her. Thinking of her stubborn brother, Lu Wei could only sigh, feeling helpless. Lu Wei's feeding awakened Guan Yufei's appetite. The wolf tribe snacks were all made to her liking. These days, whenever she had free time, she would wander around the snack shops. The wolves were inherently warm-hearted and welcomed her, recommending many special dishes. Unfortunately, the wolves' appetites were on a different level from humans. Every time she ordered a small portion, it would come out as a full large plate. In just a few days, the joy of these days backfired, and she could only clutch her stomach, tossing and turning in bed. It was too late for regrets. Originally, today, Haya was supposed to take her out for a walk. But when she opened the door, she was startled to see her pale face. "What happened to you?" "Your complexion. It's nothing serious. Just a bit of discomfort in my stomach. I won't go out. It must be because of what you ate these days." Guan Yufei weakly nodded. She just wanted to lie quietly. Haya saw how she looked and felt quite uncomfortable, so she didn't say much and turned to leave. But after lying in bed for a short while, she heard a knock on the door. With a sigh, she had to get up to open it. To her surprise, it was Lu Li carrying a small food box, his face covered in fine sweat. She was about to explain to him that she might not be able to eat these foods for a while, but Lu Li said, "This is herbal medicine for your stomach. Drink it while it's hot, and you'll feel better." Guan Yufei was taken aback. The herbs in the food box had a sweet aroma that felt comforting, not as painful as taking medicine. Lu Li stood by, watching her sip the soup medicine little by little. After she finished drinking the medicine, he handed her a small candy. The candy quietly lay in his large palm, and Guan Yufei was stunned, picking up the candy and couldn't help but smile. "You actually remember this. When she was young, her health was poor, and her childhood was spent amidst the bitterness of medicine. To make her happier, her father would give her a small piece of candy as a reward every time she finished her medicine. Even as she grew older, this habit remained. Luli had probably seen her hurt during those times. However, Luli didn't explain. Seeing her face improve a bit after taking the medicine, he said, "If you feel better, then rest. I'll bring you more tomorrow." After speaking, she turned to leave, but Guan Yufei suddenly called out, "Wait, what's wrong?" Luli thought she had another question and quickly stopped. Guan Yufei hurried back to her room, took out a star-shaped flower, but the flower had already wilted, losing its previous vibrancy. "Can you bring me a few of these flowers next time?" Looking at the flower in her hand, Luli's expression was somewhat strange. "Why do you want this?" "I want to make a bouquet of candy as a celebration gift, and this star flower seems to be unique to Rose Star. So I decided to use this style." The star flowers were exactly what she had found by the lakeside before. Using the flowers unique to Rose Star to celebrate the festival unique to Rose Star was the best idea she could come up with in her limited creativity. Unfortunately, this star flower no longer resembled its original form, and she could only ask Luli for help. After hearing this explanation, Luli remained silent for a moment, but ultimately nodded. Before leaving, he couldn't help but remind her, "Make sure to rest more while you're sick. You don't have to worry about the flowers. I'll bring them to you tomorrow." After saying this, he took the food box and turned to leave, also remembering to close the door for her. Chapter 10, Refusal. The door was gently closed, and the figure of Luli disappeared from view. Guan Yufei suddenly fell silent. Luli always appeared when she needed him the most, but would leave without hesitation after helping her, becoming cold and distant. She once thought that his silence meant he had some feelings for her, but just when she thought she could get closer, he shattered her illusions. The memories of her youth had faded, but everything related to him was carefully cherished by her. He was the only warm memory in Guan Yufei's bleak youth. Who wouldn't feel a ripple for someone like that? At least she couldn't. She remembered back in school. They needed to conduct outdoor exploration training on a planet shrouded in dark storms. As the most common disaster in the interstellar world, dark storms were certainly dangerous. If one accidentally fell into one, they would lose their sense of direction, and darkness would swallow everything, leaving behind boundless fear. Being trapped in such a dark environment, every massive dark storm caused widespread death. However, to familiarize them with survival, this dark storm was of a smaller scale. As long as precautions were taken, there would be no problem. In this training exercise, she was undoubtedly the one left alone again, searching for clues within storm spheres while wearing her mech. Fortunately, she could manage independently. As long as she remembered her entry point and placed the guiding line properly, she could leave safely. Unfortunately, she had never been a lucky child. While others found clues after 4 or 5 storm spheres, she had only vague leads after searching 7 or 8 and could only continue to the next storm sphere, becoming one of the last people left on the planet. It was unfortunate that day, as she encountered an uncontrollable storm. The storm sphere expanded rapidly, swallowing the place where she had set her guiding line, and she stood in the boundless darkness. In a storm where everything was consumed, she could not send out a distress signal. Her guiding line malfunctioned, and without its help, she could only fly with her mech, which drained her energy throughout the day. With her mech's energy nearly depleted, she could only wait in place, preparing for everything, waiting for the storm to pass. Although the oxygen tank could last for a few days, the helplessness of being alone in the endless darkness, along with the fear of not knowing when she would be discovered, surrounded her tightly. In a patch of shadow, she was just a small point of light, silently floating, when she noticed a slight tremor from the originally stiff guiding line. That cautious probing instantly pulled her out of her bad mood. Someone was pulling her guiding line from afar, bringing her back. She carefully tapped 3 times on the line, signaling that she was safe. After receiving the signal, the other end paused for a moment before noticeably speeding up. She stood in place, watching another point of light getting closer to her. That was Luli. In the vast darkness, the 2 small lights slowly approached. The guiding line on Luli had reached its maximum limit, and the signal light was flashing a warning red. This was the most dangerous signal in a storm, because any fluctuations could scatter them in the darkness. Guan Yufei couldn't describe how she felt at that moment. Her heart ached with a dull pain. She had a somewhat indifferent personality, which made her oblivious to the subtle malice around her and unable to see her own emotions clearly. Finally, amidst the surging feelings, she recognized her love. The dull seed of emotion finally sprouted, and she thought that even if it was rejection, Lu should know her feelings. On the way back, Guan Yufei looked at the cold-faced Lu Li and finally mustered the courage to speak, her face flushed. Lu, do you have plans tomorrow? I want to treat you to a meal, as a thank you. Her words were stammered, but Lu understood her meaning, lowering his eyes to avoid her gaze and concealing the dark color in his eyes. No need. What happened today was just a coincidence. You don't need to feel pressured. But it's not the first time you've saved me. I want to thank you. Seeing her eager explanation, Lu feigned exhaustion, closed his eyes, and his Adam's apple moved slightly, his tone somewhat ambiguous. Miss Guan, you are engaged. We really shouldn't have too much contact. It's best to refrain. This sentence was like a sharp blade, piercing through the courage the girl had mustered. She turned pale and wanted to explain that her engagement was not what he thought. But in the end, she tightened her lips. Her engagement with Wei Shilan was not as the outside world had hyped. It was merely a temporary measure because there had been scandals involving prominent families due to intermarriage, leading to a lot of rumors and speculation among the public. The aristocracy controlled most of the resources and power in the interstellar realm, causing dissatisfaction, and they needed public support and a good image. During that time, many families caught in the storm found themselves in trouble due to losing voters. Guan's father had just received a highly prestigious industry benchmark award, causing quite a stir. So the Wei family hoped to announce the engagement with the Guan family to stabilize the situation. This engagement was merely a stopgap. Once the storm had passed, the two parties would separate. At least for Guan Yufei, she had no other thoughts. But for outsiders, they did not know the truth. Her engagement and her contact with Lu would indeed draw criticism. Therefore, she was determined to dissolve the engagement. The previous turmoil had long since calmed, and proposing to annul it now wouldn't be a problem. However, just a few days later, rumors surfaced that Lu had a girlfriend, a senior from the same grade, and Guan Yufei was somewhat confused. She wanted to find Lu to clarify things, but since that day, Lu seemed to have countless things to do and was always unreachable. It felt as if she had not been rejected, yet it felt like a harsh rejection. Lu had shattered her illusions, putting an end to the matter. In the end, news of Lu's unexpected accident came, and she didn't even have the chance to properly thank him or say goodbye. The two seemed to be like parallel lines, maintaining a distance, only able to keep polite distance without any other possibilities. By the second day, the news of Guan Yufei's illness reached Lu Wei. When she visited Lu's residence, she happened to see him boiling herbal medicine in the kitchen, and the whole house was filled with a sweet fragrance. She felt somewhat helpless. Lu had suddenly rushed out the day before upon hearing about Guan Yufei, went to her house to gather herbal medicine, and then left in a hurry. Although she didn't know the details, she could tell from his reaction that it was definitely related to that Miss Guan. Since the little wolf cub had always been greedy as a child, families with children always kept this kind of herbal medicine on hand, which was why Lu had come as soon as he heard the news. She had originally thought of making more for Guan Yufei, but now it seemed she had worried for nothing. Whenever it involved Guan Yufei, Lu always considered things thoroughly. After Lu left, both she and her parents were very anxious, fearing that he might accidentally lose his life out there. Adults always scared children, saying, "Be careful, humans might catch you." However, only Lu was rebellious since childhood, always wanting to go out and see the world. Even after his parents spoke of the enmity between humans and beastmen, it didn't deter his thoughts. He still secretly snuck out alone, leaving for more than 10 years. His mother thought he had died outside and often cried secretly. But fortunately, he still came back. After returning, Lu was always busy, using various methods to improve Rose Star step by step, and even became the leader of the clan. However, she always felt that Lu was somewhat lifeless. Whenever there was nothing to do, she often saw him holding a photo of a girl, constantly trying to find out news about her, which she had witnessed many times. How could she not understand what this meant? But the relationship between humans and beastmen was inherently unequal, and Lu's thoughts could only be a delusion. Even her mother secretly advised him, but he neither agreed nor refused, just continued living like this. Until Miss Guan arrived at Rose Star. She finally saw Lu Li's face regain vibrant expressions, his emotions reflecting the youthful fluctuations once again. After interacting with Miss Guan, she couldn't help but sigh. If the two could be together, what a perfect couple they would make. But Guan Yufei was too beautiful. And such beauty was not just superficial, but also a symbol of status. Her mother was a well-known beauty among the wolf tribe, and her father had defeated all the warriors on the grassland to win her heart. She was even more beautiful than her mother, but their beauty could not compare to that of Miss Guan. Such beauty on the main star could only belong to high-ranking nobles, and Lu Li and she were destined to have no possibility. Chapter 11. Memories. Seeing Lu Wei's expression, Lu Li didn't explain, continuing to brew the pot of herbal medicine. He wasn't someone who liked to explain himself. He knew he shouldn't be this way, but he was willing to pay the price for his choices. Even if he and Guan Yufei had no chance in this lifetime, he was still willing. Carefully placing the herbs into the food box, he took out a bouquet of star flowers from the room, which Lu Wei happened to see. Lu Wei's eyes widened. She was furious. You. She didn't know the meaning of the flowers. She just liked them and asked him to help bring them over. Lu Li gave a very official explanation, as if they were just strangers who had crossed paths. But Lu Wei didn't believe that he had no ulterior motives. No matter how much he insisted he didn't want to do this, it was useless. You know very well what this represents, she sighed, looking at him, who was impervious to reason. Fine, it doesn't matter what I say, you go ahead. The meaning of the star flowers is, you are my only love. They only appear in the weddings of the wolf tribe, representing a love that will not change in this lifetime. A man from the wolf tribe can only dedicate his love to one woman in his life. She truly didn't understand why Lu Li was so obsessed with this girl, but she had no right to interfere, so she shook her head and walked out. Guan Yufei, however, really didn't understand the significance of the bouquet. She had been holed up in her room for days, trying to make a beautiful candy starflower. She put different colored candies into the printer, using a simulator to create a pretty model. When Lu Li came to deliver the herbal soup, he happened to see the pictures in front of the simulator, deep green flower stems with colorful, intertwined petals. As candy, the first impression they gave was that they resembled a piece of art, overshadowing their taste. Handing over the carefully wrapped food box, his face remained stern, but his words were filled with concern. You just need to drink this for 2 more days, and you'll be fine. Seeing that her complexion had improved a lot today, Lu Li felt somewhat relieved. He was worried that she might not adapt to the wolf's herbal medicine, but it seemed to be effective. Guan Yufei also found the soup very effective. It wasn't bitter like regular medicine, but sweet, which she really liked. Today's medicine felt thicker than yesterday's. Yesterday had only a faint sweetness. Today's medicine was more like syrup. I added a bit more herbs. The effect is still the same, since her taste leans towards sweetness. Lu Li added a bit more to accommodate her. Watching her drink the soup, Lu Li took out a bouquet from the side package. The star flowers you wanted. The freshly picked buds still had droplets of dew on them, and she couldn't help but pick them up and smell them. They smelled so good. Hearing her cheerful tone, the tightness in Lu Li's brow eased a bit, but when he turned around, he saw the messy table. The table was piled with various wrappers, all snacks that young children from the wolf tribe liked, but for Guan Yufei now, these foods were clearly inappropriate. Lu Li's tone grew serious. Have you only been eating these days? Guan Yufei saw the trash on the table that she hadn't had time to clean up and felt a bit embarrassed. Others kindly helped her make nourishing soup, yet she had been eating this. It was indeed a bit excessive. This was an old habit of hers, and she hadn't expected to be caught suddenly. I haven't had time to bring back the spaceship, so there are no kitchen. She cautiously added, I feel much better now. Really? After saying that, she secretly glanced at Lu Li. I will definitely pay attention next time. The scene was completely like a child caught doing something wrong by their father. Seeing her expression, Lu Li felt somewhat helpless. That wasn't his intention. Looking at her with her head down, he thought about how she was still sick and in an unfamiliar environment. It was understandable if she wanted to eat some snacks. He shouldn't be too harsh on her. He half squatted down, cleared his throat, and softened his tone. Haven't you eaten yet? It's my oversight. If you want, you can come eat at my place for the next few days. Guan Yufei thought he would be angry, but unexpectedly, he said this, and her eyes widened, as she quickly nodded. Luli hadn't wanted to let himself get too close, but he couldn't help but unconsciously take control of her life. In the past, he had been careful to keep himself at a distance. They shouldn't be in this kind of contact. He also shouldn't allow Guan Yufei to develop any excessive feelings for him. Given her identity, this was actually a disgrace. This was also his deep-seated concern that he found hard to articulate. Their encounter predated their time at school. Back then, Luli was solely focused on seeing the world. In his youthful exuberance, armed with an old user manual and a clever mind, he managed to repair an old aircraft to a large extent. But the aircraft was already outdated, especially since it was an old machine. That already unstable machine, merely getting close to the main star's isolation membrane, was shattered into pieces, completely fulfilling its mission. He was lucky to be thrown into the main star by the explosion, rather than drifting in the oxygen-deprived void of space. But what followed was an endless nightmare. Luli was injured by the massive explosion and fell into a coma, losing all consciousness. When he woke up, he was already in a cage. His understanding of the frightening words spoken by the elders only became clear at that moment. An orc without any identification wouldn't receive any protection. He was first thrown into an orc welfare institution, lying like a dead dog for a month before regaining consciousness. The orc welfare institution on the main star was essentially a recycling plant for dealing with failed products, disguised as a charitable institution due to humanitarianism and law. Alongside him was a failed orc named Winge, discarded by his master due to a failed genetic modification. There were many orcs like Winge here. The people on the main star had all sorts of bizarre requirements for orcs, and those demands led to the breeding of batches of genetically flawed orcs. Winge's original master wanted an orc with a special fur color, but the batch produced by the Orc Breeding Center didn't meet her requirements. Winge not only lacked vibrant fur color, but also had large patches of mottled spots on his body due to those colors. Thus, he was discarded here right after birth. Even though Winge had never interacted with his master, he still referred to him as such, as if doing so made him a complete orc. When Luli first woke up, he couldn't move due to multiple fractures all over his body and could only rely on Winge help to recover. It was also through Winge that he learned about the true treatment of orcs on the main star. Human rights and legal protections had never been for them. The Orc Welfare Institution was already the best outcome. But what happened later exceeded his imagination. One day, they were suddenly packed with a lot of luggage. Hearing that a big client had adopted all the healthy and normal orcs from the welfare institution. The space in the institution was already limited, and being adopted was almost every orc's dream. When Winge heard the news, he sprinted back to the room, excitedly announcing, Luli, someone is adopting all of us. I heard he is a very kind person, and we won't have to stay here anymore. That's great. Do I finally get a home? The orcs in the room, upon hearing the news, began to chatter excitedly. Really? Oh my, then I need to hurry and pack my things. This is the best news I've heard this year. In an instant, the entire welfare institution was enveloped in cheers, but Luli felt something was off. However, his body was still weak from illness, and his opinion didn't hold any weight. The facts have proven that his concerns were justified. That person did not adopt those beastmen out of kindness. These beastmen are categorized into different tiers. The high-tier ones, who are good-looking and have gentle personalities, are sent to upscale venues for clients with particular preferences. The mid-tier ones, who are less attractive but cheerful, are sent to serve as attendants. As for those like Luli, who are rebellious in nature, and Wengu, who are not visually appealing, they are naturally not suitable for serving the upper class. Their fate is more arbitrary. They are immediately marked with a death certificate, treated as garbage, and sent to the underground fighting arena. The humans on the main planet face intense pressure, and the strict laws and omnipresent surveillance facilities leave them with no outlet for their stress. Someone must bear the brunt of that pent-up anger. Thus, the underground fighting arena came into being. Chapter 12. The underground arena in legal terms. The beasts in the underground arena have long been considered dead. Their living environment here is only more brutal. Luli and the others are forced to wear beast rings, drink special potions, and live as beasts, becoming characters to bet on, simply because such slaughter carries no moral burden. Life here resembles the primitive era, filled with the savage killing of beasts, with no excess warmth whatsoever. Wang Gu, who is not skilled in combat, was beaten to the point of spitting blood during his first week. His opponent was a jungle leopard cat, small in size but agile and skilled in fighting. Even an orc like Wang Gu, who is over 10 times his size, could be rendered immobile. This dynamic of smaller opponents defeating larger ones has brought considerable business to the arena, and to sell more tickets, more orcs like Wang Gu, who are not good at fighting, are bought in, even if they might not survive a week. To protect his companions, Luli can only force his weak body to stand up and fight, one match after another. Due to his fierce style and lean physique, he has also become a favorite for betting. To make the matches more entertaining, his opponents are large beasts like bears and lions. He wins match after match, slowly pushing the leopard cat aside and becoming the star of the arena. Along with this, he also accumulates scars. Often, a new injury appears before the old ones have healed. The enthusiastic ticket sales make the owner reluctant to let him rest for even a day longer. And from that time on, he has to live with bandages wrapped around him every day. Wang Gu, however, lost his smile after entering the arena. He no longer hopes to leave alive. But Luli is different. He is so strong, with a good physique, and he should not be trapped here. Luli, if you have the chance, run away. Don't worry about me. I would only drag you down. As long as you can escape this place, you will be free. Even if I get out of here, there will still be no way for me to live. Luli understands that Wang Gu has lost hope and no longer has the motivation to continue living. He can only comfort him. It's okay. I will take you out of here. I can earn a commission from each fight now. I heard that Leopard Cat is earning his own commission. If he fights for another month, he can be free. I can definitely take you with me. Every month, new orcs are bought into the arena by the owner, but they usually do not last long and are dragged away from the fighting stage. In the end, only these people remain. Luli has even become somewhat numb to this way of life. The Leopard Cat, who initially had no connection to him, can now even exchange a few words. The Leopard Cat is not alone. He has a wife, and to protect her, he fights almost every day in the arena. It is said that he has exhausted considerable effort to be able to negotiate with the owner for her freedom. You should consider this. Life in the arena is not easy, and you cannot always have the energy to win. I was young and fought just like you do now, but in recent years, I have been unable to keep up. I must find a way to take my family out of here. Fortunately, the Leopard Cat has been here for so long that he has saved quite a bit of money. The owner has agreed to let him sign a contract. As long as this month is over, he can leave this hellish place. Before his last match, the Leopard Cat tried to persuade Luli, but unfortunately, he could not hold on. A young leopard has recently arrived at the arena, seemingly brought in from somewhere, to pay off his mother's medical bills. He is willing to drink special potions and sell himself to become a fighter. Though young, he possesses a fierce drive to win at any cost and quickly earns the opportunity to receive a fighting fee. With a new replacement, older fighters like the Leopard Cat naturally no longer need to stay. At first, the Leopard Cat was secretly pleased that someone could take his place, but he soon realized that this was the executioner sent to take him away. What better scene of succession than a newcomer defeating an old fighter? The owner forced the Leopard Cat to sacrifice his life to make the best opening for the young leopard, leaving behind a wife without protection, unsure of where to go. And in this match, the winner is not truly victorious. The young leopard, fighting for his mother's life, walks the same path as the Leopard Cat. They are merely powerless characters struggling in this fight, weaklings who lose their lives for cheers, unable to resist, even knowing it is a one-way road. From that moment on, Luli clearly understands the truth behind this. He realizes he must escape this prison. From that day on, he begins to plan his escape, but he cannot bear to part with his friends and can only continue to seek a way out. Those who can stay here long-term all have their soft spots that they cannot leave. The owner has them by the throat, so their daily activities are not restricted. Luli tries to sneak out when no one is around to find a possible opportunity. He has come to deeply understand the hierarchy of this planet. To achieve his goals, he may need to rely on other forces. A life of a high-ranking person is enough to destroy the arena and the power behind it. Finally, after days of waiting, he sees Guan Yufei alone on the street. The girl curiously looking at the scenery around her. The young girl already has a face that shows the first signs of beauty. Her mere presence brings forth a sense of goodness that even the owner must look up to. However, He does not know why. When he looks at her, a surge of emotions rises in his heart, awakening a long-numbed spirit. The long-standing bloodshed and oppression have led him to casually exploit the lives of others, and the ugliness in his heart is reflected in her big eyes. At the same time he sees Guan Yufei in the crowd, she also notices him in the corner. It is as if she hears his heart amidst the bustling crowd, taking steps towards him. Lu Li's heart trembles, and he quickly turns to leave in a panic, deeply loathing himself. But unexpectedly, that night, when he stepped onto that familiar cage, a group of police suddenly burst in. Everyone squat down, seal all exits. Go check if there are any animals still imprisoned. The federal police have sealed off this area. He is still unclear about what is happening when a young face appears behind the police. It is the little girl from the street during the day. Guan Yufei pauses at the entrance for a moment, as if listening for something, then walks up to him in the dim light. She picks him up with her small, clean hands, tousling his messy hair and gently comforting him. Don't be afraid. You are safe now, like a warm fire in winter. She does not care if her exquisite dress gets stained. Her little hands, so tender, calm Lu Li's restless heart as she whispers in his ear. I heard your heart's voice, so I came to save you. Her despair from earlier during the day had caught her attention. She ran after him all the way here. The arena is filled with the accumulated anger of animals over a long time, which drew her attention. It is probably an illegal place. Recently, many underground arenas have been exposed within the Federation, and unexpectedly encountering one today, she immediately sent the address to the police station. That night, during the presence of everyone, they executed the arrest, and the owner along with several shareholders were taken away. All the beasts were released that day, and to ensure their proper placement, Guan Yufei adopted this group of injured animals and placed them in a manor. Everyone here has escaped a disaster. Guan Yufei arranged treatment for everyone, even for that leopard. She used her talent to soothe these tormented souls, and Winge transformed back into the lively and cheerful personality that Lu Li remembered. Except for Lu Li himself. He was like an emotional hypothermic, clearly still alive, but unable to perceive emotions anymore. He was not one of the orcs tamed generation after generation on the main star. His thoughts became weapons against him, initially filled with hope. He ended up completely disappointed and could only live in beast form. Although he successfully escaped from hell, he would be trapped in beast form forever due to a special drug. He could not accept who he was now. It was at that moment that Guan Yufei walked up to him. It was hard to believe that such a young girl could have so much patience. As she repeatedly comforted the despairing Lu Li, she saw the anxious soul within Lu Li and brought him home to accompany him. At that time, Lu Li still had feelings of resistance and would often inadvertently hurt her when she got too close, but she never minded, gradually warming him bit by bit. Guan Yufei was a miraculous person. She patched up Lu Li's shattered world, helping him become his original self again. Chapter 13. Getting along. After being brought home by Guan Yufei, Lu Li finally understood that she was not a child without worries. Guan's father, as a scholar, was always busy with research and investigations outside, and her mother passed away early due to complications during childbirth. The home was filled with cold, mechanical housekeepers, and the house had long been quiet. In such an environment, she preferred to hold Lu Li's furry body, as it at least brought warmth and a sense of life. So even though she could be hurt by Lu Li's sharp teeth and claws, Guan Yufei still happily leaned closer to him. You look so thin, it's really unhealthy. You must eat more and grow up safely. Otherwise, you can call yourself an okay? This was Guan Yufei's best wish for Lu Li, stemming from her own experiences. Due to her poor health, she had to take various medications every day and therefore had no playmates or pets. Safety and health had been her greatest wish for a long time, and that was why she named Lu Li. Lu Li looked at her as if she were a flower trapped under a glass dome, beautiful yet truly fragile. But she seemed unaware of her circumstances, still living with hope, gradually awakening his emotions with her passionate spirit. The two became emotional support for each other in that cold big house. Being young, Guan Yufei was always curious and would find ways to sneak out. The first day they met was when she secretly slipped out of her home for the first time. Later, with Lu Li's company, she felt emboldened and loved to take him on her spaceship to explore places she had never been. Holding Lu Li, the little girl was somewhat excited. And then look, This is the biggest amusement park on the main star. I've always wanted to come and see it, but I had no one to accompany me. But now I have you." She spun around happily in her carefully chosen dress. "I finally have a friend to go to the amusement park with." Luli stood by her side, a reassuring listener, listening to her chattering. She had never tried coming to such places alone, so she was incredibly happy to play. "And then look at this. It's so much fun here. Wow, there's ice cream. Do you want to try some?" To fulfill Anan's wish, Guan Yufei tasted ice cream for the first time in her life, experiencing the joy that had been isolated from her world. There was no way for the robotic housekeeper to allow such food in the house. The first time she opened her eyes after birth was in the hospital's glass chamber. Due to her weak health, she only stepped out of that ward when she was 2 years old. Therefore, the joys that were easily accessible to ordinary people felt very distant to her. Her rescue of Lu Li was also a form of redemption for herself. They played in the amusement park until late at night, watching the brilliant interstellar fireworks from high above, seeing the sparkling fireworks bloom like flowers beneath them. Guan Yufei's eyes reflected the shining starlight. And then, it turns out that watching fireworks from up high is so beautiful. There are no fireworks around my home. I only saw them online. I didn't expect them to be even more beautiful than in the pictures. After a day of fun, the girl was already exhausted, lying on Lu Li's back, quietly enjoying the scenery. Unable to help but hug him tightly, she murmured, "And then, I'm so glad to have you." Of course, sometimes Guan Yufei would give him headaches. The curious little girl would disregard his objections and want to experience various aspects of life. She would sneakily take him to the night market to see the lively atmosphere, running through the crowded streets with him. They would also watch horror movies at home, and Guan Yufei was much more lively then than now, burying her face in Lu Li's belly while secretly peeking with her eyes open. "Anin, I can't bear to watch. Can you help me see? Anin, has it passed? Wow, so scary." Lu Li had also gotten used to this kind of life. When they went out, he would carry the exhausted little girl. They often went to that manor to take care of the animals together. They would sigh helplessly when teased and would secretly help her tuck in the blankets at night. He could not stop the budding feelings. He had once been saved because of Guan Yufei's status, but now he was trapped in a cage because he had fallen in love with someone of high status. In Guan Yufei's eyes, he was a reassuring friend, a beloved pet but merely an animal. Yet he could not resist. Even if he returned to his beastman form, it would not be any better than now. He could only quietly protect his treasure, living peacefully until the day the Wei family came to their doorstep, abruptly ending that tranquility. Madame Wei, due to the scandal of her family, was determined to make a marriage alliance with the scholarly Guan family. She brought Wei Xilan to knock on the door of the Guan family and discuss the engagement with Guan's father. The Wei family has never been one of those scandalous families, and Xilan is a well-behaved child. You can rest assured. Although it was a temporary measure, it would still be based on the opinions of the two children. "This is a small gift I brought. I hope you can consider it." The Wei family was one of the 5 major families on the main star, and they had never had any scandals. The polite and gentle madam, along with a noble and courteous child, made it seem like an engagement that could not be refused. Moreover, with only Guan's father left in the family, his greatest hope was for Guan Yufei to receive more care in the future. Even if the arrangement was not successful, they could still gain favor from the Wei family. So Guan's father agreed to the engagement. However, due to this engagement, Guan Yufei needed a lot of time to adapt to the social occasions that followed. Balls, interviews, banquets. These were things she had never experienced in her 10 years of life, and suddenly they surrounded her. She was not an outgoing and cheerful child. On the contrary, she was terrified of those occasions. Unaccustomed to socializing, she began to fall into an inexplicable panic. Madame Wei and Wei Xilan constantly needed to talk to familiar families, while she preferred to curl up alone in a corner. This unfamiliar panic reached its peak after a banquet. There was a girl from a prominent family who had been pursuing Wei Xilan since childhood, but unfortunately, Wei Xilan had always been indifferent towards her. She had planned to summon all her strength to try harder, but suddenly, she heard that Wei Xilan had an engagement with Guan Yufei, and major newspapers received the news, praising their love. Under such circumstances, how could she remain calm? At one banquet, she called her friends from the prominent family and cornered Guan Yufei in an unoccupied area. "You're Wei Gige's fiancé, you don't look like much. She was someone who had never been heard of before. Such a petty air. Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you pretending not to hear? Don't tell me you're mute. Guan Yufei faced such a scene for the first time and was so frightened that she stood there, unsure of what to say. It was her silent demeanor that completely enraged the jealous girl. She abruptly grabbed Guan Yufei's arm and, in the struggle, splashed a glass of red wine onto the bewildered Guan Yufei. Seeing the disheveled girl before her, the girl finally felt a sense of satisfaction. Watching Guan Yufei's suddenly wide eyes, she mocked, Now you finally have a reaction? Turns out you're not a fool, just someone who hasn't learned a lesson." After doing all this, the satisfied girl swaggered away with her friends, leaving Guan Yufei still stunned in place. She didn't know how to deal with her stained dress, and didn't even know the name of the girl who had humiliated her. But she knew her current appearance was certainly no longer suitable for showing up at the ball. He could only wait dumbly in place. Until late at night, when Luli didn't wait for Guan Yufei to return, he anxiously ran out and followed the familiar scent to find Guan Yufei squatting in the garden. Her originally exquisite and beautiful dress was splattered with wine stains, and her pretty face was smeared with sticky dirt, mixed with tears, looking utterly disheveled. He felt an overwhelming ache in his heart as he walked over and lay down, wrapping his large body around the fragile girl. The thick fur gradually warmed her body that had fallen into a chill. Seeing Luli, Guan Yufei finally had an emotional release in front of someone familiar, and she hugged him and cried uncontrollably. It was only after she had vented her emotions that Luli took her back. Her energy had already hit rock bottom, but there were countless similar situations in the future that she would need to face. Chapter 14. Unspoken love. Luli felt that the lost girl needed a chance to relax. So, the next morning, as Guan Yufei opened her eyes, she saw Luli squatting by the window, along with her clothes from when she went out. Understanding his intention, she happily hugged Luli and then, "You are the best." After several months, the two finally sneaked into the manor where Wenj was, secretly visiting their group of friends. After such a long time apart, Guan Yufei had a lot of fun that day, her face finally blooming with the smiles of the past, and Luli felt relieved. However, just as they were leaving, they were targeted by a group of bandits who intended to use Guan Yufei to negotiate with the Wei family. After all, this was the hottest engagement at the moment. And for the other members of the Wei family, this fiancé, he was much easier to handle. They wanted to forcibly take Guan Yufei away, with over a dozen adult men armed just to deal with a teenage girl. A group of desperate criminals, ruthless and merciless. Even if their plan succeeded, they would never let the hostage go. In such a situation, how could Luli allow her to fall into danger? He unleashed the ferocity he had shown in the arena, fighting wildly, which gave them a chance to escape back to their spaceship. But those men were not to be underestimated. They left Luli with several penetrating wounds, his body soaked in blood, with thick liquid continuously dripping. Guan Yufei pressed her small hands tightly against his wounds, trying to stop the rapidly flowing blood. The spaceship sped away from the gang, and after confirming that Guan Yufei was unharmed, Luli fell into unconsciousness. Thinking they had successfully escaped death, they did not expect the other side to be prepared, executing another scheme. The next morning, photos of Luli covered in blood, with a fierce expression attacking others, topped the news headlines. Wei family fiancé raises beasts to harm people. Noble family's malicious incident again. Noble family's pet injures dozens. Victims still under life threat. With various sensational headlines and the guidance of the masterminds behind the scenes, no one cared about the truth behind it all. The turmoil caused by the noble families had not yet passed, and this incident undoubtedly reignited their anger. In a surge of public sentiment, they not only demanded an apology from the Wei family, but also insisted that Luli must be declared dead. After hearing this news, the Wei family quickly sent someone to inquire about the situation and then hurriedly left. However, the indifference and blame in their words revealed their true attitude. Guan Yufei, left at home in fear and anxiety, looked at Luli, who was in a life-and-death situation, and fell into deep self-blame. The impact of this incident was significant. Even Guan's father, who usually did not pay attention to the news, hurried home upon hearing the news. The Wei family soon offered the best negotiation outcome, Luli's death. For them, it was time to quickly quell the public's anger. even if Luli had not harmed anyone as reported in the news. And regardless of the reasons behind his actions, the public's impression of him was devoid of any goodwill. Moreover, his identity was of little importance to them. The only outcome before him was a dead end. Faced with such an outcome, the usually gentle girl unexpectedly became strong. She could not let Luli be slandered like this. She was willing to give up this enviable engagement as resistance, insisting on proving the truth of the matter, even if it meant escalating the situation. Encountering her firm attitude, the Wei family had to soften their stance. After all, although this engagement was fake, the Wei family could not dissolve it for now, so they made concessions. Without the Wei family's restrictions, Guan Yufei took action, first uncovering the criminal's previous crimes, then searching for evidence, and eventually found the footage that restored the truth of the matter. Unfortunately, although the situation had reversed multiple times, a wolf that had harmed many could still not be accepted by the people. After all, who could know what kind of life a beast that dared to attack humans lived? The impact of this incident on both the Wei and Guan families was too great. The turmoil of the noble families had not yet settled, and this matter could not be decided solely based on her opinion. In the end, what she could fight for was that Luli would receive proper care even after leaving. Ultimately, she could only cry as she sent Luli, still in a coma, away. Luli remembered the soft little hands during his unconsciousness and the countless tears that fell. Those tears flowed along his wounds, almost drowning him. In his ears, he could hear her hoarse cries, and then, "Don't worry, and then, you have to get better, and then, I will find a chance to come look for you again. Don't forget me." When Luli woke up again, he found himself in a strange place. But whether it was because of that incident, he had somehow transformed back into a beast man, and his body felt stronger than before. However, due to his change in identity, he could no longer stay there. Subsequently, he began to wander on the main planet, where he met a different rebellious beast man named Yufei. Although Yufei was a beast man, he had become a key member of the interstellar mercenary group due to his exceptional physical abilities. He became Li's guide, helping him familiarize himself with the various weapons and facilities on the main planet, giving him the skills and identity needed to live there. Yufei was a remarkable person. He had his own intelligence network in the dark web and possessed many unconventional methods, even able to hide his ears and tail. Luli had known him for many years, only knowing he was a beast man, but never knowing what species of beast man he actually was. Being with Yufei taught him a lot. In just a few years, Luli gained considerable fame as a mercenary in the dark web due to his strength. It was at this time that he truly understood what the main planet, which he had once yearned for, was really like. Power struggles and killings seemed to be humanity's eternal theme. No matter how well they were disguised, they were merely wrapped in a prettier shell. He became involved in this cruel game, becoming a high-ranking member who determined their fate. Yet he always kept a soft spot in his heart for one person. Over the years, he had thought about visiting Guan Yufei again. Unfortunately, due to the need to evade pursuit, he had to keep moving between different small planets, living a life of constant upheaval. Until one day, Yufei suddenly gave him a vial of potion, saying, "Luli, haven't you always been curious about how I became what I am now?" Shaking the vial in his hand, he continued, "It's because of this, but now it's yours." "What's going on? I can't explain it to you right now, because I don't know the truth behind it either." Yufei's expression was serious, but he quickly put on a nonchalant smile. "But you don't have to worry. This time, you won't have to work hard. I need you to infiltrate a military academy and help me search for some classified information." Yufei's expression was casual, but his eyes were serious. And Luli couldn't pin down what this task was really about. Years of habit made him accept the task without inquiring about unrelated information. But he never expected to encounter Guan Yufei there. In these years, both of them had changed significantly. The originally lively and cheerful girl had surprisingly become taciturn. No longer possessing the strong curiosity she once had, she now seemed to always want to hide herself. He didn't know what had happened over the years, but Luli instinctively felt the need to protect her. He watched her lonely figure from a distance, but could not approach her, knowing that his identity would one day be exposed. An orc who steals crucial secrets is like a massive bomb. Once the matter is exposed, everything about him within the school will be scrutinized, Even his close classmates will be labeled as suspected traitors. He cannot let Guan Yufei bear such consequences. So after every act of protection, he carefully cleans up the traces of the two of them, just to avoid that possibility. He even dares not pay too much attention to her in crowds at school, wanting to keep her isolated from danger, like a silent shadow, unable to see the light. He can only strive to hide his feelings, afraid of being discovered by her, and even more afraid of being found out by others. But he never expected that one day his feelings would be reciprocated. Yet when that day came, beneath his immense joy lay a deeper fear, because he had concealed his true identity. If Guan Yufei knew he was an orc, he feared being despised by her, even with just a glance. So he endured the strong reluctance in his heart and spoke hurtful words. "Miss Guan, you are betrothed. We really shouldn't have too much contact. It's better to refrain." This sentence was used to refuse her, and also to remind himself of the distance from that fiancé. Guan Yufei should have a decent partner, a fiancé who is on par with her family background. She should not be dragged down into the mud by him. Just knowing her response was enough to satisfy him. He did not dare to wish for more. Since that day, he intentionally avoided her, unable to express refusal, and even less able to accept it. Yet he did not expect Guan Yufei to resolutely break off the engagement and inform her father. Her loving father arranged to meet him at a restaurant outside of school, intending only to see what kind of boy had captured his daughter's heart. But for some reason, he saw through the potion trick at first glance and uncovered his identity. "You are an orc." "Yes," he could only respond. Upon hearing the answer, Guan's father seemed to be struck. Clutching his left chest and slumping into the chair, his lips trembling, unable to speak. Luli hurriedly spoke up. "You don't need to worry. I have no other intentions." Guan's father forced a bitter smile. "I know. Yufei has already told me everything about you, too." He shook his head helplessly. "I just didn't expect it to be you. It's really you." For him, it was somewhat ironic. He thought about the unfinished matters, revealing a hint of despair as time was running out. Although the Wei family's engagement was not a perfect choice. If Guan Yufei chose someone reliable, he would agree to it. Unfortunately, at that moment, Guan's father seemed to give up something. He had to leave his daughter with a bargaining chip that could protect her before any unexpected events occurred. He closed his eyes and remained silent for a moment before continuing. "I know you are a good kid. It's just that she is my only daughter. I only hope she can live a safe and smooth life, without falling into other troubles. I hope you can understand." Luli remained silent for a moment, his voice hoarse. "I understand." How could he not understand? This was also what he wished for the most. After that, he passed the graduation test, obtained the qualifications for the archive room with the first place, stole the materials within, and used a false death to escape. Chapter 15. Hidden Past and Affection. Luli shook his head, dismissing the old matters that always appeared in his dreams. He and Guan Yufei seemed to share a fateful connection that was always circling around. Those experiences were a mystery to him, neither clearly a blessing nor a curse. The trials he faced had added a touch of adventure to his life. If it weren't for this disaster, he might not have learned the skills he had today. Fortunately, he ultimately achieved his initial wish, though the journey was somewhat bumpy. However, he still couldn't be a mere bystander to everything concerning Guan Yufei. Remembering her little quirks, he couldn't help but take the sickly her back home. After their separation, he had gained many years of life experience, and his cooking skills were now more than sufficient for daily life. Yet, he was always busy dealing with trivial matters, which made his sister worry enough to bring him meals, reminding him not to let himself go hungry. The last time Guan Yufei came, she was in such a hurry that she didn't notice much. Today, he carefully explored the house and found that it was equipped with numerous facilities monitoring the surrounding star systems. At first glance, one might think it was an equipment room, while the rest of his furniture was piled in a small room with just a few simple pieces, including a bed and a couple of wardrobes, all kept very tidy. There were no unnecessary walls. The entire house resembled a large open space, allowing a clear view of everything. Guan Yufei was originally sitting quietly on the sofa, watching Li cook in the kitchen. However, the sofa was designed for Li's height, making her appear to sink into it. The soft fabric almost enveloped her, carrying a faint scent that belonged to Li, causing her face to flush. Unable to sit still, she stood up and pretended to explore. What began as a search for something to do turned into genuine curiosity about the equipment in Lu Li's home, which encompassed a significant portion of the professional facilities on the main planet, somewhat extravagant for a small asteroid in a remote star system. Many of these devices required military approval to be obtained, and Guan Yufei hadn't seen such professional military equipment in years since leaving school. They tightly controlled the entire Rose star, generating accurate reports every hour. Creating such a system required not just advanced facilities, but also high-level commands from the owner. Only high-ranking military professors, hired at a high price, could manage the devices at school, and Lu Li's set of commands was evidently superior to those at school. Recalling Lu Li's reputation as a military genius at school, even someone like her, who didn't pay much attention to news, had heard of it. No wonder the news of Lu Li's incident had shocked those old professors of the military academy, leading them to storm the military command center, demanding an explanation. Over the years, Lu Li had certainly lived up to his talent, transforming Rose Star into what it was today. She could see that most residents of Rose Star didn't understand these matters. She wondered how Lu Li managed to acquire these devices all by himself. Among the brand new equipment, there was an old, incongruous small floating ball, a reward from a competition at the academy, given to each outstanding student who won. Guan Yufei had one too, but she had lost hers. She didn't expect Lu Li to have kept his until now. Seeing the small floating ball again today felt genuinely nostalgic. Lu Li, watching Guan Yufei curiously explore the house, had no idea she had seen the secret on his table. Remembering her somewhat picky eating habits, he quietly placed the dessert in the fridge before bringing 2 plates of food to the table. Want to try? On the table was a beef brisket stew and a serving of vegetables, dishes Guan Yufei was very familiar with. Back in school, she loved the cafeteria's beef brisket stew so much that she would order it whenever she felt down. She never expected Lu Li could make this dish, and the aroma seemed indistinguishable from her memories. "Thank you. I didn't know you could make this," Guan Yufei said with a smile, a bit surprised, and couldn't help but pick up a piece to taste. The clear, rich broth accompanied the tender, flavorful beef, seeming even more intense than she remembered. She squinted her eyes, giving a thumbs up. The dish exceeded her expectations, seeming as if it had been specially adjusted to her taste. She never expected Lu Li to have such excellent culinary skills. Lu Li watched her smile, recalling how he used to see her sitting alone in the cafeteria. Because of this dish, she had found joy, prompting him to join her frequently. Eventually, even the cafeteria chef recognized him, jokingly saying, "You and that little girl are my regulars here, but you've never come together, what a pity." This remark felt like a hidden link, making him feel a subtle connection with Guan Yufei. He didn't even know what had possessed him to go through the trouble of hacking the cafeteria's controls to learn this dish. Fortunately, years later, he had the chance to share this meal with her, fulfilling a secret wish in his heart. This unexpected dish was already enough to astonish Guan Yufei, but she didn't expect to see a bowl of rice pudding after the meal. "You know about this too?" Seeing the dessert before her, her eyes sparkled with excitement, making Lu Li lower his head somewhat awkwardly. "I thought only people like me, who love sweets, would know about the little shops around the school," Guan Yufei chuckled. Perhaps she hadn't realized how much their school lives overlapped, softening the previous subtle coldness between them. Guan Yufei couldn't help but reminisce about past memories. That shop was run by Grandpa. Although it was small, it did really well. I actually gave my pudding recipe to him. Recalling the past, she smiled as she reminisced about those youthful days. Initially, the shop didn't sell desserts and struggled. The grandpa was alone with his granddaughter selling fruit, but although the fruit was sweet, it didn't look appealing. The little girl was very bright and always made her grandpa proud, but they lived somewhat frugally. I happened to buy some once and later got to know that grandpa. He treated me to a fruit pudding, and because the fruit was delicious, that pudding was better than any I had ever tasted. So, I helped him a little. I suggested turning the fruit shop into a dessert shop and gave him some dessert recipes, and sure enough, the business improved. To show his gratitude, Grandpa always saved a portion of rice pudding for me. The shop is still open now and doing well. I often go back to visit. Remembering that Lu Li hadn't returned since then, she added, "Oh, you didn't know, did you? That little granddaughter is now our junior. That's impressive. But I never got the chance to see it." Lu Li lowered his eyes, avoiding her gaze but secretly smiling. In truth, he often visited places Guan Yufei liked to know more about her, and that little girl even noticed his intentions, mischievously promoting the desserts Guan Yufei loved to him. As they recalled the past, both fell into a quiet silence. The beautiful memories made them nostalgic. Yet reality seemed unwilling to allow this moment of warmth. The next second, a dangerous alert sounded from the control equipment. Warning! Warning! A large number of unidentified flying vessels are approaching the restricted area. Two people hurried to the monitor, where the screen was displaying a small asteroid, and suddenly several spaceships appeared. Isn't that the asteroid where Luli dealt with a group of people last time? Luli frowned. The newcomers did not have good intentions, and their purpose was likely not simple. He immediately summoned his spaceship and reminded Guan Yufei, "Stay here and don't move. Remember to turn off your spaceship signal." After saying that, he rushed outside to board his spaceship. He needed to deal with this group before they discovered any clues. Upon hearing Lu Li's reminder, Guan Yufei quickly cut off all signals from her spaceship. She never expected that these people were actually coming for her. It seemed that Lu Li was not handling this for the first time. She didn't know how she had gotten into trouble, so she hurried to the monitor to assess the situation. The group didn't linger and headed straight for the asteroid where the incident had occurred, starting to scan the area for information. From their actions, it was clear they intended to find the spaceship involved in the incident and uncover the cause. Lu Li's spaceship was moving quickly, using the hidden facilities on Rose Star to evade the group's sight. The group was well equipped, even bringing the latest military combat ships, which are not something an ordinary team could afford. Their backing was formidable. This time, he needed to be more cautious. Lu Li took advantage of Rose Star's resources to infiltrate the spaceship's terminal from a distance. While he was hacking the terminal, he intercepted signals around the group's spaceship and maneuvered his own spaceship to remain hidden. This was a high-level operation, and Guan Yufei, watching from the monitor, felt her heart race. Although she was just a spectator, she was immersed in the tension and worried for him. Lu Li was relying on his technical skills to accomplish this difficult task, but she could only watch him and wait for his rescue, feeling helpless. She didn't want to just stand by as a bystander. Guan Yufei calmed herself down and brought up the equipment on Rose Star, coordinating with Lu Li's actions. She intercepted the surrounding signals. Taking advantage of the moment when Lu Li was busy, she sent a communication request to the spaceship. For safety, she chose the most discreet method so that the group wouldn't notice. Lu Li noticed the signal was accelerating and remembered that Guan Yufei should be at the monitor. At that moment, the spaceship received a communication request from Rose Star. "Lu Li, I'm currently intercepting the signals of that group. Is there anything else I can do?" Though her words were clear, the urgency in her voice revealed her concern. She was also an outstanding graduate from a military academy, and the knowledge engraved in her mind allowed her to coordinate effectively. It was Lu Li's first time working in combat with her, but their coordination was surprisingly harmonious. Guan Yufei quickly judged his actions and made adjustments. This feeling was quite wonderful. He thought it was not bad. "I'm hacking into the spaceship's terminal program. Help me adjust the satellite's direction. When the ground display shows that the spaceship hack has reached 90, activate defense mode." Guan Yufei followed Lu Li's instructions and made all the necessary adjustments. She closely monitored Lu Li's spaceship position, watching him perform difficult maneuvers again and again. She understood Lu Li's thoughts. There was a significant difference in their equipment and numerical comparison. Lu Li could only use his spaceship's terminal as a processor to have a chance of winning, but the cost of doing so was immense, which is why most people wouldn't choose this method. He was able to do it only because of his superb skills. After Lu Li hacked the terminal, Guan Yufei summoned the remaining spaceships. She needed to go to his aid. Suddenly, there was a loud bang in front of the planet. Explosions sounded from afar, with debris scattered all around. At the same time, Lu Li's spaceship erupted in flames, and a flight balloon detached from the middle. Using a tactic to shed his shell, he successfully completed the battle. Guan Yufei's spaceship quickly arrived at the scene and picked Lu Li up. "Are you all right?" She rushed to Lu Li's side, only to see that his right arm was stained with a strong smell of blood, with a large sticky mark on his originally dark clothes. However, Lu Li wore a faint smile, his eyes sparkling, and he noticed her eyes were slowly turning red. even taking the time to comfort her. "It's nothing serious. I just got scratched by the debris during the explosion. I have strong recovery abilities, so it's not severe. I'll go get you some medicine." Guan Yufei looked at the dark liquid still oozing out, furrowing her brows as she ran to the back to get the medication. After gently cutting open the clothes on his right arm, the injury was more clearly revealed without obstruction. Blood flowed down his arm, bright red, seemingly pooling in Guan Yufei's eyes, rendering her speechless with no comforting words to say. She could only be extra careful with her movements, fearing to increase his pain even slightly. Fortunately, she had brought plenty of medication and quickly stopped the bleeding. Originally, it would have sufficed to sprinkle on a hemostatic powder, but she layered on thick medicinal powder and wrapped it in bandages. After several rounds of treatment, even if amputation was necessary, he should now be out of danger. But Guan Yufei didn't seem to think so and continued to apply protection. Lu Li watched her red-rimmed eyes, unsure of what to say, just sitting there quietly as she treated his wounds. His body had been living with new injuries stacking on old ones, initially from the underground fighting arena and later from various incidents. He had been injured continuously. Such wounds had long ceased to matter to him. Most of the time, surviving was his top priority. However, Guan Yufei cared more about those pains. Feeling the gentle pressure from her fingers on his right arm, a cool softness traced across, bringing a ticklish sensation. He felt her movements more deeply than the wound itself. Lu Li couldn't help but smile helplessly, just as he was about to say something to ease the mood. He felt warm liquid sliding down his freshly cleaned arm. He quickly turned his head, only to see Guan Yufei's tear-streaked face. He didn't know how long she had been silently crying. The tears had flowed down her chin and onto his arm, burning his already slightly numb senses. Guan Yufei couldn't stop the tears. Her relationship with Lu Li was always him silently giving, and sometimes she couldn't understand why he treated her so well. If she hadn't happened to discover this today, it might have been buried forever by Lu Li. He always helped her, but didn't want her to feel it. Remembering those past moments, she gently leaned her head on Lu Li's shoulder, allowing her emotions to flow freely. Lu Li felt the tears falling onto his chest, and he raised his hand, intending to wipe away the tear stains with his fingertips, but stopped when he saw the thick calluses on his palm. Instead, he took a nearby tissue and gently wiped her tears. The girl's emotional outburst left him somewhat at a loss. "It's okay. This was just an accidental incident." "Look, I'm fine now. Why are you crying so sadly?" He lowered his head, silently watching the girl in front of him, using a slightly hoarse voice to comfort her softly. He was somewhat afraid of Guan Yufei's tears, but unfortunately, he had little experience in comforting others, making it hard for him to say anything useful. By the time the girl's tears had soaked the tissue in his hand, and he couldn't think of any comforting words, he could only change the subject. "Do you want to know what just happened with that group? Should we go take a look? This is indeed an important issue." Guan Yufei was attracted by this statement, and Lu Li breathed a sigh of relief, continuing to divert her attention. That group of people seemed to be looking for something. Previously, someone had followed the location of your spaceship and brought a lot of lethal weapons. However, because a jammer was installed on Rostar, that spaceship was dealt with by me after searching for a long time around. This time, it is unclear what the situation is, but their belongings cannot be left nearby any longer. We should first check that pile of things. It is likely that we need to throw all of these into the dark storm. Lu Li's words were indeed very reasonable, and Guan Yufei stopped her tears at this point. If that group of people followed the location of my spaceship, I should also deal with my spaceship. Thinking of this, she was stunned for a moment. But how did they know the location of my spaceship? Some questions hide larger mysteries behind them, and her intuition told her that these people might be related to her father. With the cooperation of two people before, a huge protective membrane enveloped the entire planet, concealing the explosion from the sight of others. Lu Li hacked into the terminal, preventing the locations of these spaceships from being detected by others, and also saving the trouble of dealing with the scattered debris. The two were examining the shattered remains of the aircraft. No matter how advanced the equipment was, the interior was no different from an ordinary spaceship. Guan Yufei, wearing protective gloves, carefully turned over the person in the cockpit who had turned to charcoal, hoping to find some details. The person's posture was indeed a bit strange, Despite the explosion from the front, he was curled up. She cautiously moved the person's outer arm aside and discovered that he was actually tightly gripping a chain in front of his chest. It seemed he wanted to remove this chain, but the explosion was too quick, and he had already died by the time he could react, with the chain being protected in his grasp. It was an ordinary necklace, but the pattern on it. She had clearly seen it in the documents left by her father. Chapter 16, If disaster has already occurred, she wants to live each day well. The death of her father was not an accident, because 2 days before he passed away, he suddenly sent her an encrypted video message that had a sense of explaining his affairs. He instructed Guan Yufei to keep the letters in his study safe, clearly explaining each document, and asked her to find a secure place to store the files in the study. He also advised her that if anything happened to him, she shouldn't think about investigating, but should protect herself well and use the engagement with the Wei family to avoid danger. The suddenness of this video message was striking. Just 2 days before, her father had mentioned he was going out to take care of something, without any other indication, just as usual. Yet he sent her such a message. Upon receiving the message, she immediately tried to contact her father, but to no avail, so she turned to contact her father's spaceship. Everything seemed fine, but the signals were like drops of water thrown into the ocean, disappearing without a trace. It was then that Guan Yufei suddenly realized that her father had foreseen his future. That was why he arranged the engagement with the Wei family, hoping she would be protected. Unfortunately, the Wei family was the most adept at self-preservation. Sure enough, 2 days later, news of her father's murder broke, and all subsequent actions indicated to Guan Yufei that there was more to this matter. She followed her father's instructions, carefully organizing the documents. As a fellow biologist, she had also gone through her father's files and found nothing particularly unusual, except for a pattern that was repeatedly mentioned. That pattern was identical to the necklace Guan Yufei had discovered now. Suddenly, a spark lit up in her mind, and she stood up abruptly. Were these people coming to eliminate her? Had they discovered something? Luli stood up and noticed Guan Yufei lost in thought, so he approached her to check the situation. He found Guan Yufei holding a necklace, as if she had suddenly realized something. Luli, this pattern, I've seen it in my father's documents. It was as if my father had foreseen something. Suddenly he clarified everything for me, and then he disappeared. This group, they intend to end my life in the same way. Realizing the hidden truth, her words stumbled a bit, but Luli understood her meaning immediately and looked at the necklace in her hand. He was taken aback because he had also seen that pattern in the documents related to Yiguei. He suddenly recalled that Guan's father recognized his Beastman identity at first glance, even though he had never met Guan's father before. And the potion had hidden his Beastman aura very well. The only possibility was that the hidden potion was from Guan's father. He knew who he had given that potion to. Now things had become complicated. He initially thought this group was interstellar pirates, drawn to Guan Yufei by the temptation of money, but it seemed they were plotting to have her die in the same way. Thinking of this, he decided not to linger any longer. This group would surely not let it go, and they needed to quickly clean up the scene. If this disaster wasn't diverted, Guan Yufei would likely meet the same fate. He quickened his actions while thinking of countermeasures. Your spaceship probably can't be used anymore. That group will closely monitor its location. It would be better to use the explosion of the spaceship to create the appearance of an accident to mislead others. Upon hearing this, Guan Yufei immediately understood. Great. I'll go get the spaceship right away. This was the safest method. She agreed immediately and turned to leave. Luli stayed behind to continue collecting debris, looking for any additional information. He kept recalling clues related to that pattern. What could connect a lone Beastman mercenary and a renowned biologist? He couldn't figure it out. Although Yiguei was his mentor, he was used to working alone, and Luli often didn't know his whereabouts. Moreover, after he obtained the documents Yiguei wanted, Yiguei had almost vanished from the scene. Now it seemed uncertain whether he was even still alive. No one knew that past events could resurface in such a way one day, and Luli had already encountered the complex mysteries behind it. To avoid implicating Luli, Guan Yufei quickly brought the spaceship that had lost signal. I have blocked the signals nearby. However, she still felt concerned about Luli. Seeing her worried, Luli reassured her, "It's okay. I know where the dark storm is. I guarantee nothing will go wrong." Seeing he seemed to want to exclude her, Guan Yufei steadied herself, walked in front of him, and looked at him with determined eyes. I know you can handle it, but the situation with the dark storm is special. Let me accompany you. Although I'm not as good as you, I have memorized this knowledge well and won't be a burden. Her voice carried a hint of pleading at the end. With her pleading tone, Luli found it hard to refuse, recalling their recent close cooperation, and smiled after a moment. All right. The remaining cleanup work was not difficult. The two of them swiftly cleared the battlefield. They then activated the signal of Guan Yufei's spaceship before the dark storm, triggering an explosion and throwing all the debris into the storm. The massive storm quickly engulfed everything, eliminating the possibility of further discovery. Even if someone searched again, they would only find the signal near the dark storm, covering up the entire incident invisibly. After this incident, Guan Yufei could no longer appear in public and had to be cautious in hiding her whereabouts. Luli, on the other hand, had been searching for information about that pattern. It was strange. This pattern kept appearing in their daily lives, but when Luli went to investigate, it seemed to have never existed. Unable to find a trace, Luli could only probe bit by bit. To set up the trap earlier, Guan Yufei had collected important documents from inside the spaceship, which included many files her father had entrusted to her. Recently, she had been sorting through those documents. The motives of that group had become very clear. They were after these documents. She needed to go through them again and check. With this reminder, she noticed something was off. One document, although it seemed fine at first glance, had content that didn't match her father's handwriting. The document included a large amount of meaningless content, which she extracted only to find that the information was recorded in different books. It was then she realized this might be a clue left for her by her father. Fortunately, she was very familiar with her father's way of thinking, and deciphering the clue he left for her was not difficult. Within a few days, she had thoroughly explored the content and successfully obtained the clues her father provided. Over the past few days, Luli had come every day to bring her meals. As soon as mealtime arrived, she heard a knock on the door from outside. Luli was waiting right outside, ready to hand her a packed lunch. Noticing her messy hair and dark circles under her eyes, as if she and T slept much the previous night, he frowned. Stopping himself from reaching out, he asked, "Did you not sleep yesterday?" Upon hearing him, Guan Yufei only then felt a hint of fatigue, but she didn't mind, her eyes suddenly sparkling as she looked at him. "I think I found a major clue." "Clue?" "Yes. The documents my father entrusted me with. I've been carrying them with me carefully. After I returned, I took a closer look and realized they actually contained clues left for me by my father." As she spoke, Guan Yufei led Luli further inside, picked up an electronic document from the table, and entered the password she had just found. Suddenly, the previously normal document transformed into an electronic terminal, emitting several rays to scan the surroundings. Both Luli and Guan Yufei were somewhat surprised. This technology was specifically used for confidential private servers, a level of secrecy far exceeding ordinary military secrets. Although they knew the document held deeper significance, they were unsure of its specifics. The rays seemed to be searching for something, eventually stopping in front of a small, floating model. It was the most common decoration on Guan's father's desk. A small platform capable of storing images. By entering a signal, it could project a corresponding model, a common decorative item in the main star. This platform was kept by Guan Yufei as a keepsake since her father often used it, but she never expected it to be a key to a confidential dark web. After receiving the signal, the platform paused for a few seconds before projecting a floating web page. Mechanical audio reported the startup. "Dear Mr. Guan, this signal is 4815, and it has been 3 months since you last activated it." They hurried to check the information on the web page, which displayed the latest news with the top line reading, "Guarding the future of the Federation." Guan Yufei was taken aback as she checked her father's account. This dark web served private accounts like her father's, and they were investigating the lurking plans of the insect tribe. It detailed the reasons for the Orc Rebellion War, stemming from the invasion of the insect tribe. The insect tribe was initially an external force to the Federation. They were strong and skilled in interstellar warfare, and humanity had resisted for a long time. The insect war coincided with the rise of the orcs, as the orcs had a physique stronger than that of humans, enabling them to contend with the insect tribe. Consequently, humans signed a treaty with the orc leaders, providing weapons in exchange for the orcs conducting the war. This was, of course, an unequal treaty, but the orcs needed an opportunity to stand up, so they agreed, gaining temporary dignity at a bloody price. The turning point occurred after a major battle, when the insect tribe suddenly vanished after their defeat, consciously hiding away, leaving only small squads behind. With the threat of the insect tribe gone, the already unequal alliance between the orcs and humans also fell apart. The final result was the erased Orc Rebellion War, and Guan's father and their team discovered that the situation was not simple. There had been signs of the insect tribe reappearing in recent years, and their traces were found on the main star. They were unsure how long the insect tribe had been living on the main star or what their lurking plans were. Thus, this organization was secretly established, with members carefully selected to avoid detection by the insect tribe, as their investigations revealed that the insect tribe had already infiltrated the upper echelons of the main star. Guan's father only had a few contacts in daily life, one of whom was Lu Li's master, Yufei. That vial of medicine indeed bore Guan's father's signature, which is why he could recognize Lu Li as an orc at first sight. At this moment, Guan Yufei realized why her father cared so much about the marriage contract with the Wei family. He knew his situation was dangerous and wanted to leave her with a support to rely on. Unfortunately, in the end, the marriage contract still became void. Lu Li looked at the screen where Yufei last appeared 2 years ago, and after that, he had lost contact with his master. This group acted ruthlessly and without mercy, and Lu Li felt that his master had likely fallen into their hands as well. Guan Yufei couldn't help but murmur. The insect tribe has been gone for so many years. This struggle might be even more dangerous than before. But they had to proceed. They just didn't know how deeply the infiltration had gone to make her father so vigilant. Lu Li also felt the situation was somewhat dangerous. If the insect tribe launched a war, Rose Star would also be affected, and this interstellar struggle was unavoidable. Guan Yufei's action, this time, should also be the work of the insect tribe. It's okay. I'm here for you. I won't let you face this alone. I'll find a way to look for clues in the next few days. Lu Li looked at her slightly messy hair and couldn't help but gently pat her head, softly comforting the somewhat flustered girl. After saying that, he handed over the lunchbox in his hand. In a couple of days, it's the celebration. There will be a grand fireworks display. You'll like it. Guan Yufei was taken aback. She had been holed up in her room, studying the documents left by her father, and had forgotten that the celebration on Rose Star was approaching. Thinking of Lu Li's words, she looked up and smiled. If danger had already arrived, she would cherish every remaining day and prepare well for the future. All right, I haven't seen fireworks in a long time. On the day of the celebration, Heiyu will come and call you. It will be very lively that day. At this point, Lu Li noticed the faint dark circles under her eyes and said, "You should rest well these days." Heiyu was quite fast. The next day, she knocked on Guan Yufei's door. Guan Yufei, who was woken up early in the morning, was somewhat surprised. Wasn't there still a day until the celebration? Before she could finish her sentence, Heiyu interrupted, "Of course. I'm here to take you to see the celebration close. If we're going to play, we should play wholeheartedly," she said as she pulled Guan Yufei outside, full of energy, and Guan Yufei almost couldn't keep up with her pace several times. In fact, the orcs had already prepared the celebration outfits in advance, and since they were going a day before the celebration, they just missed the peak time. With only a few people in the entire store, Heiyu was an old acquaintance of the owner, and as soon as they entered, she greeted Xiao Lu. "Help this girl pick out an outfit for tomorrow's celebration." The owner's expression twisted slightly before he turned to go to the warehouse. Hearing what she just said, Guan Yufei was curious. Do orcs also call names according to the order of children's ages? Not exactly. It's just that his family belongs to the spider lineage. Everything else is fine, except their lifespan is shorter. By his generation, it's just the 6th generation. She seemed to understand the owner's expression earlier. Although the owner had just been inadvertently offended, he graciously said nothing. He took out the best fabric, which shimmered in different colors under the sunlight, as if embedded with tiny gemstones on the clothing. He also thoughtfully designed a suitable style for Guan Yufei, creating a fitted long dress with golden embellishments, giving an exotic flair. Rose Star did not have distinct seasonal changes, only variations in weather, with a comfortable, gentle breeze year-round. When Guan Yufei wore this outfit, it carried a bit of Rose Star's charm, making her even more beautiful, perfectly suited for the celebration tomorrow, and Heiya nodded in satisfaction beside her. Although they bought the clothes, Guan Yufei didn't have Rose Star's currency. She had always traded with the gold ingots she brought with her, and this time was no different. But just as she took out the gold ingots from her bag, she saw Heiya had already taken a bag away, excitedly planning to take her to the next shop. Wait, I haven't paid yet. Guan Yufei stumbled as she was pulled along, hurriedly reminding her. But Heiya seemed even more anxious than her. Why worry about this? Luli has arranged everything already. Just relax and follow me. If we finish this shop, we really won't have time. Saying this, she dragged her off to another place. It was strange that along the way, there were quite a few people just like them, hurrying forward at a brisk pace. All the way, you chased after me, and Guan Yufei didn't know what was ahead, so she could only follow Heiya's pace. When they arrived at the place, they found it already crowded with people, all craning their necks to look inside, as if waiting for something. The two of them were panting as they stood at the back of the line. Heiya scanned the area, but didn't see her old friends, which relieved her. Now that it was fine, as long as those old guys hadn't come, I can definitely help you get what you want. Guan Yufei was a bit curious. What was it? The fireworks for tomorrow's celebration. Everyone can get a firework, which is distributed the day before the celebration. However, the fireworks are different, with various colors and patterns inside. So every time at this moment, it all depends on luck to get what you want. What about by Rome and the others? Why didn't they come? Heiya explained to her, Sai. Were they asking for longevity and a blissful marriage? We old folks who are already tired of this don't need to seek those too. I'll just help you pick one in the future. They aren't planning to play any sunset love, so these fireworks seem a bit excessive for them. But she looked up with a strange expression at Guan Yufei, who was deep in thought next to her. Do you want longevity or a blissful marriage? Guan Yufei felt that her gaze seemed to have another meaning. She hesitated for a moment, but remembering that they already knew her thoughts, she decided to give up her unnecessary modesty. She firmly stated, a blissful marriage. She was no longer the indecisive person she once was. She had made a choice and wanted to confidently walk towards him. Upon hearing this answer, Heiya smiled teasingly and gave her a thumbs-up gesture of approval. Chapter 17, I Care with Heiya's Help. Guan Yufei smoothly obtained the perfect marriage firework she had been looking forward to. The pink long tube was surrounded by star flower patterns. Heiya looked at her with a mysterious smile, saying that there might be a surprise when the fireworks were set off tomorrow. Guan Yufei shivered slightly from her smile and cautiously asked, what surprise? How can surprises be revealed in advance? You have to discover it yourself. The final phase of the Rose Star Festival is a grand fireworks gathering, where every resident will light their fireworks, creating a spectacular scene. To add an element of surprise, one of the fireworks will be different, and the orc who draws this firework will have the chance to dance with their beloved at the bonfire party. This is also the reason why so many eligible young people come early to wait for the fireworks to be distributed each year. Having experienced the festival for so many years, Heiya was well aware of the different types of fireworks. The firework she handed to Guan Yufei was the hidden special one. Unfortunately, before she could ask Guan Yufei about her sudden change in attitude towards Lu Li, she saw that little wolf cub coming from the other side. TSK. Sticky and sweet, still needing to eat sweets at this age, how annoying. Guan Yufei was a bit stunned, then followed her gaze and was surprised to see Lu Li coming to pick her up. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she said, Heiya, maybe I should head back first. Heiya looked at the suddenly radiant girl beside her and thought, with everything like this, how could she be the kind of old lady who breaks up couples? TSK. Go ahead, my task is done anyway. She had been assigned by Lu Li to help Guan Yufei get ready for the festival, and just as she completed her task, that little wolf cub came over, and she hadn't even had time to gossip. Guan Yufei was teased by Heiya and blushed as she ran towards Lu Li in the distance, not forgetting to say goodbye. I'll come find you tomorrow. Lu Li was there to take Guan Yufei out for a meal. He calculated the time and was waiting at a distance, not expecting Guan Yufei and Heiya to finish so quickly. He gently took the items from the little girl's hands and asked, so, are we all ready? Ready. Heiya worked really fast and finished everything in just one morning. After saying that, she looked at Lu Li again. What about you? Don't you need to prepare more for tomorrow? You've been so busy these days. Will you be ready? Both she and Lu Li had been busy investigating clues these past few days. Although she had Heiya's help, Lu Li as the main subject of the festival. Probably had much more to prepare. It's fine, we prepared in advance. There won't be any problems. As Guan Yufei walked beside Lu Li, she looked at the various decorations for the festival in the distance. Today, Rose Star was very lively, with every household decorated in anticipation of tomorrow as tribute. The streets were filled with a festive atmosphere, bustling and joyful, warming the hearts of outsiders. Although the festival ceremony would not start until the afternoon, Haya had already energetically knocked on her door early in the morning. Today is a big day. I'm here to escort you. Guan Yufei couldn't help but smile, then forced herself to adopt a serious expression. Then, thank you, hero. Hee. You're welcome. You need to dress up nicely today. After saying that, she sat down beside her, looking at her with sparkling eyes. Let me have a good look. She just loved to see beautiful people, but unfortunately, Byron was too foul-mouthed, which made her a bit disgusted. So she came to Guan Yufei early in the morning to enjoy the sight of the little beauty. Looking at the time, Guan Yufei felt somewhat confused. Was the festival supposed to start in the afternoon? Although it starts in the evening, during the day, everyone gives gifts to their destined ones. It means they want to send their blessings to others, and those who receive gifts will have good luck for the year. There is such a segment? Yes. So we need to hurry. Although she said she was in a hurry, Haya took Guan Yufei's appearance very seriously, arranging everything to the highest standard. Under Haya's supervision, even though they were in a hurry, they didn't leave until an hour later. The streets were even livelier than the day before, with everyone holding their gifts, while colorful ribbons and balloons floated in the distance, creating a bustling scene. As Haya arrived on the street, she pulled Guan Yufei straight towards the distance whereby Rong and Wu Song were waiting for them. Hey, here, we're coming. Rong and Wu Song were leisurely watching the lively young people on the street when they saw the two of them coming and waved from afar. Oh, you brought the little one? Of course. Let us see if she looks exceptionally radiant today. The two nodded at her. Guan Yufei had dressed up specially today, making her already beautiful appearance even more eye-catching. Haya made a series of exaggerated gestures, signaling to them about the firework symbolizing marriage, saying there would be a big surprise today. Rong understood immediately and exclaimed, Indeed, a big surprise? Guan Yufei didn't quite grasp the hints they were throwing, but she was quite happy and infected by the atmosphere today. She took out the gift she had prepared, which was the candy fortune bags she had previously given to the little wolf cubs, after being reminded by Haya in the morning. In addition to the biggest rose candy she had prepared, she also brought several small fortune bags to share with everyone, giving one to each of the three people in front of her. Happy festival! Haya couldn't help but smile when she saw this. She hadn't expected that Guan Yufei had brought such cute little things when she left. So she also took out her gift and handed it to her. Happy festival, little girl. Wu Song and Byron looked at the overly cute little things in their hands and couldn't help but smile. Although this girl seemed somewhat indifferent and dull, she was gentle and lovely inside. Otherwise, these old folks wouldn't be so carefree every day. Wanted to see her interactions with Lu Li. They also took out their gifts and handed them to the little girl. Byron even gently patted Guan Yufei's hair, saying, This is the ritual of blessings from the merfolk. Happy festival! Guan Yufei hadn't expected to receive 3 blessings just after stepping out. But before she could stand there for long, those little wolf cubs who were looking around quickly surrounded her. Sister, happy festival. Sister, this is my gift for you. This is mine. Sister. A swarm of them surrounded her, with the little wolf cubs being chubby and all squeezing to her side, sending her festival blessings. She and expected this group of little friends she just met to act this way, so she happily wished each of them a happy festival. In her childhood, she always heard her father say that on the day of a spring festival, Han people would go out to visit friends and relatives to send blessings. It was a pity that life on the main star was too desolate, and she could never understand her father's regret when he talked about this. Today's festival on Rose Star made her seem to understand the greatest joy of the holiday. By the time the festival began, she had already received a full bag of blessings, undoubtedly becoming the most blessed person on the entire Rose Star. As dusk descended, warm fireworks rose on the prairie, and under the purple evening glow, the festival ceremony officially began. Lu Li, dressed in a long ceremonial robe, walked towards the tree of heaven amidst the laughter of those around him to celebrate that Rose Star had safely passed another year. People sincerely wished for Rose Star to always be peaceful and harmonious, reciting blessings in beast language together, while Lu stood under the tree of heaven, thanking the gods for their protection in beast language. 1,000 years ago, orcs fortuitously came to this fertile soil, grateful for such a life-saving opportunity. As the orc chieftain, Lu also expressed his gratitude to the world tree, which seemed to reciprocate his feelings. The leaves, resembling those of elves, suddenly erupted with brilliant light, and the green glimmers danced around the massive canopy like a performance. However, for some unknown reason, the glimmers that were supposed to swirl around the canopy suddenly changed direction, as if sensing a great gravitational pull, and rushed towards the side where Guan Yufei stood. The star-like light points lifted Guan Yufei, carrying her towards the world tree. The sudden turn of events left everyone bewildered, and no one understood why this was happening. Guan Yufei could only feel that these light points seemed friendly and posed no threat, so she was carried towards the world tree. But upon reaching it, their movement did not cease. Instead, they aimed to take her to the center of the tree. Lu, who was originally standing at the center, at that moment did not know what the unexpected turn of events meant, but his instincts told him something was wrong. He reached out and firmly grasped Guan Yufei's arm, trying to stop the movements of the glimmers. By this time, Guan Yufei was surrounded by these glowing lights, resembling luminous spirits, unable to move at all. As she stood frozen, unsure of what was happening, she suddenly felt someone firmly grip her arm. With that simple action, she instantly realized it was Lu. Struggling, she extended her hand to clasp Lu's hand in return, intending to reassure him, but the glimmers showed no signs of slowing down, and they vanished from the sight of everyone else. The onlookers were startled by the incident, but Guan Yufei and Lu found themselves plunged into darkness, losing consciousness. No matter how chaotic it was outside, they could not respond. Lu did not know how much time had passed when he suddenly felt a slight movement beneath his hand. He jolted awake to find that Guan Yufei had finally regained consciousness from her faint. He had been holding her arm tightly, and realizing it might have caused her discomfort, he quickly let go and helped her sit up. "Are you feeling unwell?" he asked. Guan Yufei smiled at him and shook her head. "I'm fine, how about you?" The two of them then looked around, and the glimmers that had surrounded them were nowhere to be seen. The sensations and appearance of the walls around them indicated that they were now inside the world tree. This is the world tree? It seemed they were indeed within it. The walls emitted a soft glow, bright enough for them to see the surroundings clearly, and the trunk of the tree was robust, so the interior was not cramped at all. Lu took a few steps forward and noticed that there were many items piled up in a corner. Upon inspection, he realized that these were the gifts presented by the chieftain during each celebration. He also spotted the wooden drum that his father had given him and several other gifts he remembered from his youth. It was indeed strange. Although they knew the world tree accepted gifts, they had never considered where these items ultimately went. Only now did they realize that the world tree had indeed stored them here. Guan Yufei walked over, gazing at the items in the corner, but her attention was drawn to something else, a photo of herself, attached to a letter that read "Happy Holidays." The letters were kept together, some containing news articles about her engagement, while others included recipes for her favorite dishes. Each one was marked with "Happy Holidays." The handwriting was strong, with each stroke clearly showing the writer's seriousness. It was Lu's distant blessing. In a flash of realization, it seemed she suddenly understood the details from their reunion. Each item was Lu's most sincere expression, yet he had never voiced his thoughts. Guan Yufei's heart filled with unspeakable emotions, but soon her face turned pale. It turned out her feelings had long been reciprocated, but she could not understand why Lu always rejected her closeness. Remembering the past, she closed her eyes, feeling a mix of helplessness and sorrow. She was not afraid of rejection, as she believed she could still strive to reach him. However, reality told her that Lu was refusing her approach. "What? Lu, would loving me hurt you?" Guan Yufei's tone was almost a whisper, her voice sounding as if it had shattered. At that moment, Lu felt as if a knife had sliced through his heart, causing him immense pain. He had been young and rebellious, always unwilling to accept defeat, never believing in gods or spirits. Thus, he never imagined that the past, which had vanished from his life, would resurface, especially in front of Guan Yufei. He closed his eyes, gently swallowing the obscure feelings. It's not that it would hurt me, it would hurt you. I'm not afraid of any danger, but I cannot let you be harmed. I'm just an orc, loving an orc. What kind of malice might you encounter? Don't you understand? The orcs on the main star were merely pets, and he and Guan Yufei were destined to have no future together. Yet, he never cared about such things, you know that. I care. Luli suddenly opened his eyes, filled with painful vulnerability. He could not allow her to be hurt because of such matters. She was so beautiful, and he could not let his love destroy her. Guan Yufei had saved him, giving him the most precious warmth at that time, allowing a once proud youth to come back to life. That girl needed only to stay away from him to receive the best of everything in the world. So what reason did he have to approach her? He was willing to sacrifice himself to fulfill all her dreams, rather than act like a thief and drag her into turmoil. He felt like a beggar standing before a fine shop, carefully hiding his overflowing affection and hoping that she would not discover it. Chapter 18. Getting closer allows you to see your own heart. Guan Yufei understood the complex emotions in Lu Li's eyes. She knew that the reason Lu Li was rejecting her stemmed from their differences, and also because she had previously acted too timidly. Lu Li was actually afraid that she would regret it. His concerns came from the fact that they did not truly understand each other's feelings. It was like two people groping around in the dark, both thinking that the remaining warmth was merely a temporary comfort. Lu Li feared that the cold words of the world would push them into different abysses, and most love stories in the world could not withstand external forces. She had to admit that this was true, but she was not someone who would just stand still and take. She had her own desires. Her experiences growing up had made her not someone who craved public approval. The people around her always had their own ways, and she never cared. She closed her eyes and recalled the various moments they had shared, suddenly feeling a bit despondent. It turned out that even two people in love could not truly feel each other's hearts. When she opened her eyes again, she made up her mind to look at him, her gentle eyes shining with determination. Lu Li, in this world, no one can take responsibility for each other's future. Not even the Wei family that you think is a match for me. I never cared about your identity because I understand you as a person, just as you have never approached me because of my identity. The laws regarding beastmen on the main planet have always been controversial, and danger was approaching. Even noble status could not exempt one from all harm. This crisis could involve me as well, and I could easily become a pauper or a fugitive. My everything will not become nothing because of your presence. My everything will only change because of my own decisions, and rumors never cease. Malicious speculation about others has existed since ancient times, but I never expected you would reject me because of those inconsequential people. It turns out that the girl who used to hide and cry when faced with danger has grown up. She has learned to face her own heart. These words were like bullets, shattering Lu Li's lingering insecurities. He had his greatest fears articulated by Guan Yufei, and she filled them one by one. After a long moment, Lu Li lowered his head and embraced her, the tall man appearing somewhat vulnerable at this moment, with a hint of tears at the corners of his tightly closed eyes. The two of them seemed to always show a clear contrast of strength and weakness. In fact, it was not so. His once reckless youthful heart was first mended by Guan Yufei and then healed by her. He held his treasure like a devout believer. Guan Yufei slowly reached out her hand, wrapping her arms around him. She simply did not want to leave any regrets. Although the years are long, the time that can truly be etched in memory is fleeting. In idle moments, chaotic memories are filled with regrets. She had just recalled those moments in her life that had touched her, all of which had Lu Li's outstretched hands. Feelings are never unchanging. They cannot predict the future. At least in this moment, she did not regret. Holding the slightly trembling person in her arms, Guan Yufei softly asked, Lu Li, will you disappoint me? Never. Absolutely not. I don't think so either. Both felt the tranquility of the moment, and in the silence, there was a sense of the long passage of time. Guan Yufei smiled and suddenly remembered the dessert Lu Li had made for her before. What other desserts have you secretly learned? She began to wildly guess. Peach pie? Glutinous rice balls and wine? Chocolate pudding? These are all desserts I love from that little shop. All of them. I found that old man's shop and got a copy of the recipes you like. All of them? She thought. There couldn't be such a coincidence in the world. How could Lu Li's taste be exactly the same as hers? Wait, how do you know what I like to eat? I went twice, and that little girl pushed all the things you like to me, saying these are Guan Yufei's favorites, asking if I want to try. Did you ask her? Yes. Lu Li lowered his head. Actually, many boys at school had secretly expressed their thoughts about her, but with the Wei family in front, they didn't dare to make any small moves. So when they heard that Guan Yufei liked the things from that little shop, they all wanted to try them. The little girl at that shop was quite clever. Seeing that he was unfamiliar with the items, she sneakily took out another menu, which read, Guan Yufei's favorite list. Lu Li's face turned awkward at that moment. Unable to speak. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. Those youthful memories now only brought a sense of nostalgia. Those memories that supported him would one day take on different flavors. The two stayed in the tree hollow for a while, maintaining a quiet internal atmosphere, when suddenly they heard faint sound around them. Lu Li quickly took Guan Yufei's hand, looking around, and saw that the originally shimmering surroundings were now filled with many glowing points. They surged toward the ground, disappearing into the depths, and the light in the heart of the tree had vanished. It was like a glowing carpet, illuminating the two from the ground. The glowing points moved again, taking the two from the heart of the tree. When they could see again, they found they had flown above the ancient ruins with those glowing points. And all the glowing points surged toward the tightly shut door of the ruins. The scattered lights gathered in one place, emitting a huge beam of light that illuminated the surrounding grassland. The bonfire celebration had undergone such a change, and everyone was at a loss for what to do. After a moment, they saw light coming from the other side of the grassland. Bai Rong and the others immediately ran over, only to see Lu Li and Guan Yufei standing at the entrance. What happened? Lu Li turned around. We were just brought here by these lights from the tree. I don't know what exactly happened. They looked at the slowly glowing secret chamber door beneath them. This door seemed about to open. The originally bright beam of light was gradually fading. Heya looked at Guan Yufei, who appeared to have no injuries, feeling a bit curious. What just happened? Guan Yufei also did not know how it all happened. I don't know. Those glowing points suddenly surrounded me, and I couldn't do anything else. Just felt that these things had no malice. Bai Rong asked from his side, where did you just go? Inside the tree. Inside the tree? Yes. They were all somewhat at a loss regarding today's events. The actions of the tree were unexpected, and no one knew that those green floating lights were the key to opening the secret chamber. This beam of green light was still slowly dissipating. Lu Li pondered for a moment. Let's prepare. We will go in together tomorrow. They remembered their previous speculation that the secret chamber was related to the Beastmen's resistance war. And behind Guan's father and Yi Gui's matters, one could faintly see the shadow of this war. The past hidden by time seemed about to be revealed. Looking at the serious expressions of the group, Heya said, this might not be a bad thing. Perhaps it can help us solve the mystery. Bai Rong nodded. Let's go back and prepare. We will go in tomorrow to take a look. A sudden accident had brought the secrets of the Rose Star back into everyone's view in this way. Wu Song felt somewhat emotional, even for us old folks. When we were escaping back then, we had just been born not long ago, and we never expected to find a clue from those years here. Luo Li remained silent. When the ruins first appeared, he had searched for clues, but never expected that a series of events would push them forward. He glanced at Guan Yufei, who seemed a bit distracted beside him, and silently squeezed her hands, reassuring her, it's okay. No matter what, I will stay with you. Guan Yufei had been listening to their conversation, reflecting on how she had just discovered the clues left by her father not long ago, only to find herself inadvertently walking the same path as him. Feeling the warmth in her hands, she gained the courage to continue and turned to Luo Li with a smile. I will also be with you. Having someone to accompany her ignited boundless hope within her, and she would help her father fulfill his unfinished wishes. The beam of light would take some time to dissipate, and, as the leader, Luo Li needed to return to calm the frightened crowd at the celebration. He explained the reasons behind it, emphasizing that the people of Rose Star were brave and united, not shying away from problems. Immediately, a few youths stepped forward, asking if their help was needed. Luo Li patiently explained to each of them that although this situation was sudden, it was not a bad thing, and if any findings arose, he would inform everyone. He stood among the crowd, answering their questions with patience. With a gentle yet strong sense of security, Guan Yufei listened quietly from the side, watching the bonfire that had ignited around them, and suddenly feeling sentimental. She and T expected Luo Li to move closer, wondering what he was thinking so deeply about. Pointing at the bonfire, she smiled at him. "I feel like the way you make me feel is just like this." "Like this?" Luo Li asked. "The light in the darkness that warms people." Looking at her illuminated by the bonfire, Luo Li gently tucked away some of her slightly disheveled hair, adding, "Just like you. Being close to you allows one to see their own heart." He rarely used such adjectives to compliment her. Hearing this, Guan Yufei couldn't help but look up at him, her eyes sparkling. "How did you come over? Have you finished talking?" "Yeah, I saw you staring blankly at this, so I thought I'd come see what you were thinking." The celebration was not over. The brief incident did not dampen their enthusiasm. They were a group of plants unexpectedly rooted in the wilderness, and their current lives were what they had once yearned for. Everyone was beaming with smiles, and Guan Yufei quietly stood with Luo Li, watching the celebration until suddenly a huge firework lit up the sky. They had reached the final stage of the celebration, where people ignited the fireworks in their hands for the last burst of revelry. Guan Yufei quickly took out her own firework from her bag, pointing it toward the sky like everyone else. Bang! A massive pink star flower bloomed in the night sky, and Guan Yufei quickly turned to Luo Li, exclaiming, "It's a star flower." Luo Li nodded, a smile in his eyes, while in his peripheral vision, Haya was excitedly standing beside them, the unique firework attracting curious gazes from those around. It was then that Guan Yufei realized that her firework might have other meanings, so she whispered, "Should I do something?" Luo Li smiled, no longer waiting in place as usual. He stood up and suddenly extended his hand in a gesture of invitation. "Beautiful girl, may I ask if you would accept my request to dance?" Surprised by the invitation, Guan Yufei lifted her skirt. "Of course, sir." The two danced around the bonfire, the fragments of light sparkling on her dress, while Haya laughed more joyfully than the two involved, excitedly nudging Rome beside her. "See, I told you my method works." Rome shot her a cool glance. Someone who has been single all this time, what useful methods could you possibly have? Those who are meant to be together will find a way. It has nothing to do with you. Mind your own business." Haya was so infuriated that her ears felt like they were going to explode. "If you understand so well, why haven't you been in a relationship?" Rome smiled provocatively. "I'm unwilling, not unable. That's the fundamental difference between us." Haya's mouth twitched in frustration. She was the one who had brought this upon herself by talking to this sharp-tongued person. A grand celebration ended after a dance. Guan Yufei and Luo Li stood together, gazing at the brilliant starry river, and suddenly spoke. Such days are truly beautiful. Indeed, she felt that today's memories would forever remain in her mind. And even if they faded, she would always feel the joy of today. The next morning, the group had already arrived at the entrance of the ruins. Guan Yufei still carried the equipment she had prepared. After a night's time, the door to the ruin's secret chamber had lost its light points, returning to its original appearance. Luo Li placed his hand on the door to test it, but there was no other reaction, so they decided to push the door open. However, the door remained firmly in place as before, showing no signs of movement. Guan Yufei looked a bit dazed, so she set down her things and went to help. Unexpectedly, the moment her hand touched the door, small green lights appeared in her palm. It seemed the door sensed it, and the previously unmoving door began to tremble slightly, slowly opening at the perfectly aligned seam. Guan Yufei was a bit surprised. She had never been to Rose Star before and had never considered that she might be the variable of Rose Star. Luo Li suddenly recalled that Shaoan had told him that the ruins collapsed after a few days of ringing. Perhaps it was Guan Yufei's arrival that caused the ruins to begin presenting themselves to them. Guan Yufei might have a mysterious connection to Rose Star, but he had no idea what specifically caused this connection. He reached out and took Guan Yufei's hand, using his eyes to reassure the somewhat anxious girl. "Let us go." The group randomly entered the secret chamber, which consisted of long corridors, leading to complete darkness at the end. Chapter 19, he often dreams of the girl crying. The narrow corridor is closed and obscure, with a low ceiling that seems to be within reach of anyone inside. There is not a hint of light ahead, and the path forward is invisible. Luli frowned. This environment, so different from the outside, aroused his vigilance, and he pulled Guan Yufei behind him. He warned the others, "Be careful. Beastmen generally prefer open spaces, and in such a confined area, they instinctively feel uncomfortable." Byrome's scales even bristled. He listened carefully to the sounds outside. Why does this place feel so strange? Heya nodded. It does feel a bit off. They had previously seen murals outside and made some speculations, recognizing that the content depicted a planet that had been artificially altered, which should be the experience of how Rose Star was created. However, they did not expect to encounter such a scene after entering, unless the creator had other intentions for the inside, wanting to eliminate some unexpected intruders. They walked for a long time when Guan Yufei suddenly seemed to have an idea. She looked at the wall beside her, puzzled. "I remember we've been walking for a while. At our speed, this distance shouldn't take this long." Luli instantly understood her meaning. The relic was right next to a cliff, and the distance they had covered had already exceeded the space between the relic and the cliff. He touched the surrounding wall. The stone wall, slightly damp with moisture, felt real, but the outer stone walls were dry. Why would the same material feel completely different in one place? Everyone be careful. There might be a hallucinatory device here. This passage is strange. A relic over 1,000 years old, still from the creators of Rose Star. Under such conditions, they initially had no defenses, but now found that the reality was different. Heya cautiously looked around. What should we do now? Hallucinatory facilities need to be traced back to their source to be shut down, and such a large-scale hallucination would have underlying facilities that couldn't be hidden. Luli took out a mini scanner from his bag and distributed it to several people. "Everyone, check if there are any clues behind the walls." Luli teamed up with Guan Yufei and Heya, searching for clues on either side. They were not familiar with facilities from over 1,000 years ago. In that time, the equipment on the main planet had been updated significantly, and even the principles were different. Luli could only proceed with caution. However, the scanner seemed to be affected by the signal. After scanning for a long time, it yielded no information. Guan Yufei also took out her scanner and turned it around. "Can we use the positioning feature to see where we are now?" Luli, being the holder of Rose Star's equipment, should not be affected by any devices within Rose Star and could directly perceive the distance. According to the real distance, they should be standing on a cliff right now. They needed to know where they were. Luli took out his personal device but raised an eyebrow the next second. Seeing his expression, Guan Yufei was taken aback. "Is our current location strange?" Luli turned the map in his hand toward her, providing the answer. "It seems we are still near the entrance." The entrance? The map clearly indicated that they were only about 100 meters away from the large door, which truly felt like a maze of walls. "We've been walking. If it's not us moving, is the ground moving?" Luli looked up at the ceiling. They had felt a tight sense of pressure since the beginning, which is why they kept moving forward, but they didn't expect this underground tunnel to be so mysterious. "We could try to break through outward. If this distance isn't long and our scanning isn't working, perhaps this corridor is the hallucinatory facility." Having made the decision, Luli no longer hesitated. He used his personal device to blast a hole in the stone wall. Boom! After a loud noise, when Guan Yufei looked around again, she found that the corridor had changed. The overwhelming sense of pressure from the ceiling no longer felt uncomfortable. As she stepped through the gap, she discovered that the outside was a control room. Heya also heard the noise and rushed over. "Oh my God, thankfully we're out." They had been unable to find any clues with the scanners, but now that they were outside, the scanners could finally start working. The previous facility not only blocked various internal devices, but also used some psychological suggestion. Fortunately, they had successfully found the exit. The control room contained many electronic devices that had lost their functionality, and they stepped forward to examine the surrounding items. Guan Yufei noticed a large stone in the center of the hall, glowing green, and the light felt similar to that of the world tree. This anomaly piqued her curiosity. She cautiously approached, noticing that the stone was supported by energy panels, sending out various signal lines. She had only seen such a supply method in history books. Although humans had established many recyclable energy methods, over 1,000 years ago, they still relied on the oldest methods, utilizing energy stones. Strangely, this energy stone seemed different. Recalling the previous green light, Guan Yufei felt something was off. So she called out in the other direction, "Luli, come look at this." Luli hurried over. "What's wrong? It looks like this should be an energy stone, but I've never seen one like this." The floating green light brought a vague sense of familiarity, and Luli also felt something was amiss. He turned to another console, hoping to find some clues. But at that moment, an accident occurred. After the relic collapsed, the secret chamber, which had relied on its overall solidity to survive, could no longer hold up with the sudden opening of the door. Crumbling stones fell from above, and the main control room was plunged into violent tremors. The secret chamber was at risk of collapsing at any moment. Amid the swirling dust, Luli suddenly picked up the person beside him, intending to rush toward the gap in the corridor with Guan Yufei. But the stones kept falling, blocking their path and potentially putting them in danger. The two in the ruins quickly opened their personal protective pods, attempting to shield themselves from the falling debris. Unfortunately, the protective pod had limited defense. The hard edges of the stones quickly created several cracks. The hall was too large, and the two could not escape in time. Luli hurriedly led Guan Yufei toward the corner. At least the triangular corner could help them safely get through the collapse. However, as the stones fell to the ground, they also struck the stationary equipment. Heavy metal devices toppled down with a creaking sound, rapidly collapsing. Just as they fell toward the two, Luli saw the danger and quickly pushed Guan Yufei into the corner, then adjusted the protective pod settings to the maximum. Immediately, there was a tremendous crash. The violent impact sent the already crumbling stone chamber into another tremor, turning it into complete ruins. This space fell into a long silence. When Guan Yufei woke up again, she saw that her protective pod had been breached. She had been struck by a piece of debris and lost consciousness. She only remembered that in the end, Luli had struggled to push her into the corner, but now there was no one beside her. Where's Luli? This realization suddenly jolted her awake from her confusion. She struggled to stand up and staggered toward the exit. Based on her last memory, she walked in Luli's direction, where the massive equipment separated the path ahead. On the ground was a large area of dry blood. Debris from the protective pod was scattered on the ground. Guan Yufei struggled to use a nearby piece of metal to dig out a small hole in the middle, blocked by stones, just big enough for her to crawl through. She painstakingly made her way to the other side. The irregular metal pieces, covered in mottled rust, left deep scratches on her hands, turning her originally smooth and fair palms into a blurred mess of blood and flesh. However, she seemed to feel no pain, only focused on getting through quickly, straining to reach Luli's position. Luli lay quietly there, his protective shield shattered, leaving only shards on the ground. His face was covered in dust and blood, and most critically, the broken metal from the device had pierced through his abdomen. The deformed metal, struck by stones, had impaled Luli, and blood pooled around him. Guan Yufei's energy was already exhausted. She could only force herself to calm down and think of a solution in this situation. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She remembered the energy stone located in the center of the hall, now filled with surrounding stone pillars and various equipment. Coincidentally, the massive device was propping up the walls on either side, creating a small space to maneuver. The open area they occupied was conveniently close to the energy stone. Guan Yufei quickly found a functioning device line to use as a tool, carefully removing the metal from Luli's abdomen. She then carefully took out the medication from her backpack, relieved that Luli had decent physical health and still had a faint breath. While gently working on him, she held back her tears, trying to awaken Luli's consciousness. "Luli, don't sleep. Can you hear my voice? The environment isn't good, but it's dangerous for you to stay like this. I can only help you get out first. Luli, just bear with it." She kept softly talking in Luli's ear, thinking of various topics that might pique his interest. "Remember how cold you were to me at first? I thought you didn't like me being close. I only dared to cautiously inquire about you and didn't let you know that I secretly kept a photo of you in my room's album. Luli, don't fall asleep. I still want to take you back to school to see." Guan Yufei dared not make any other movements, fearing that she might inadvertently worsen Luli's injuries. However, too much time had passed since Luli fell unconscious, and his breath was very weak. She recalled the last moment when Luli pushed her away. The tears that had been welling in her eyes could no longer be contained, and she struggled to suppress her sobs. "You fool! Why do you always push me away? Luli, Luli, can you open your eyes and look at me?" Finally, she noticed a faint movement in Luli's fingers, igniting a glimmer of hope within her. Guan Yufei continued to call out to him, hoping Li would regain consciousness. She spoke of the teacher's reactions after Li left school and memories of their time on Rose Star. Although she had her father with her when she was young, he was often busy with work and had to travel, leaving her to live quietly alone most of the time. She could only desperately recall those moments that made her feel happy. But those memories were all shadowed by Li, and now this man was unconscious here to save her. Her tears fell from her eyes onto Li's face. Drop by drop. "Li, didn't you say you would always be with me? So please wake up. I need you." Li, in his unconscious state, seemed to hear someone speaking in his ear, but he had been struck on the head by debris, and the ringing in his ears drowned out all other sounds. He fell into a dream where Guan Yufei was crying. This was a dream he often had. He frequently dreamed of the girl weeping, perhaps due to the many helpless moments in their relationship. In his dreams, he could only be a spectator, watching her face danger, but powerless to participate in her life. That feeling of helplessness was too real, which is why he often woke up startled, only to realize it was just a dream. He initially thought he was caught in another dream, but suddenly felt warm tears sliding down his face, jolting him awake from his stupor. "What are you crying about?" "I'm still awake." "Li, you finally woke up. I thought I would never see you again." Guan Yufei's eyes were already swollen. Her face streaked with tears, and there was blood from where the stones had struck her head. Li frowned at the red mark and weakly raised his hand to wipe away the tears on Guan Yufei's face, then ruffled her disheveled hair. "It's okay. Don't be sad. Smile. Don't worry. We'll be safe." He had instructed Xiao and in the morning that if the ruins collapsed, they would naturally know. He checked the time. A day had already passed, and the outside world must have started to take action. However, the ruins were still a certain distance from the surface and would likely require more time. Steadying himself, he turned to the still sad Guan Yufei and gently asked, "How did you manage to think of a way to do this, even when the energy ran out?" The protective shield was the last line of defense for personal equipment. When the shield was damaged, the device would draw all its energy for defense. Given the situation in this secret room, Guan Yufei shouldn't have had any surplus energy. Faced with this unexpected question, Guan Yufei paused and then carefully explained how she had modified the energy stone. Chapter 20. Lightstone Li tilted his head, patiently listening to Guan Yufei speak. However, he silently observed Guan Yufei's current condition, wanting to confirm if she was unhurt. Looking at her slightly reddened eyes and the numerous small scratches on her body, he focused a bit more, and when he lowered his gaze, he noticed Guan Yufei's hands awkwardly hidden at her sides, just out of his sight. He tilted his head, watching her emotions gradually calm down, and asked, "Have you eaten something since so much time has passed?" Guan Yufei didn't expect him to ask this and was momentarily stunned. "Not yet, but I have some food in my bag." She then turned to the still somewhat weak Li and quickly asked, "Are you hungry? I have some food in my backpack. Let me get it for you." As she spoke, she took out the backpack beside her, and it was only then that Li noticed her hands. Her originally fair and slender hands were now covered in broken wounds, and they had not been treated. There were still many impurities in the wounds. Remembering where Guan Yufei was before he lost consciousness, he seemed to understand why she had these injuries. He couldn't help but wonder how she managed to endure the pain and sadness while calling for him here. Little by little, Li closed his eyes, suddenly feeling that this reality was even more heartbreaking than the nightmares before. He struggled to sit up, picked up a nearby medicine box, and pressed his lips together. Guan Yufei was still rummaging through her backpack, seemingly not feeling the pain from her wounds. Finally, she found 2 energy bars at the bottom. "I remember you liked this flavor here." She had just turned her head, offering the items in her hands, when she noticed Li holding a box of medicine, looking at her hands. The wounds that had been carefully hidden suddenly reappeared before Li in this way, and she then realized that he had actually noticed her injuries long ago. I was a bit anxious and forgot." She had been preoccupied with the thought of Li's critical condition earlier, and now that she relaxed, she felt that her hands had seemingly lost some sensation of pain. Luo Li didn't say much. Her injuries were for the sake of saving him, and he couldn't bring himself to blame her. Gently opening her hands, he saw that the palms were actually worse than the outside. Though still somewhat weak after waking up, he carefully cleaned the wounds on Guan Yufei's hands. Looking at her scarred hands, he was left with only one emotion in this situation: guilt. His girl had the most dexterous hands, and it was these hands that had rescued him time and again from peril. And because of him, they were now filled with scars. Seeing Luo Li silent, Guan Yufei felt the urge to explain, "I didn't neglect my wounds. Although my hands looked quite serious, in such a dangerous situation, I had to prioritize." Luo Li raised his eyes. I understand. It's just that seeing it makes me feel heartbroken." He reached out to smooth Guan Yufei's somewhat disheveled hair. "You did well. To be able to think calmly after the crisis and rescue me without any additional tools. You did your best." He wasn't angry. He just felt a bit heartbroken. Upon hearing this, Guan Yufei was momentarily stunned, and when she heard his gentle words, her eyes couldn't help but redden again. Like a child comforted while crying, she finally found an emotional outlet and threw herself into Luo Li's arms. "I was so scared that you wouldn't wake up. I know it's my fault. I called for you for a long time, and you didn't respond. I heard you. I heard every single word." Luo Li patiently answered each of Guan Yufei's words, responding to her feelings. After Guan Yufei finished crying, she quietly held onto Luo Li, feeling the steady beating of his heart beneath his chest, which gave her a sense of security. The two leaned against each other, savoring this rare moment of tranquility until Guan Yufei's stomach suddenly let out a few growls. After waking up, she had first struggled to clear the stones and then tried to awaken Luo Li's consciousness. Now she truly felt hungry. Blushing, she got up, surprised that her stomach would make noise at this moment. Luo Li smiled slightly and patted Guan Yufei. "I think they must be figuring something out right now. Let's eat something to conserve our strength." Fortunately, they had made ample preparations earlier, and they still had some food in the ruins. One energy bar was enough to meet a person's needs for a day, and the food they brought was sufficient for several days. The rescue operation above was still ongoing, and they needed to find something to do. After Guan Yufei finished eating, she tentatively looked around for any useful items and checked the surrounding situation. She suddenly recalled the energy stone she had used earlier. Struggling, she pulled the energy stone from the corner and saw it still shimmering with starry green light. Although energy stones were not susceptible to damage from other items, this particular one had been placed here for 1,000 years and still provided energy, which she hadn't expected. Since there was nothing else to do, she thought it would be good to study this. She used the energy stone to charge her portable devices, moving the strange energy stone and the data cables to the empty space in the middle. During the move, the energy stone was slightly jostled and rolled off the platform, suffering some small cracks from the stones on the ground. Luo Li was taken aback. This didn't seem like an energy stone. Not an energy stone? Guan Yufei had just charged her devices with it, and was somewhat confused upon hearing this. Energy stones, being the hardest objects in the interstellar realm, wouldn't crack for being hit by stones. It should have been wrapped in something. The green floating light flickered in and out, lacking the sheen that was previously present on the outer layer. It seemed someone had made modifications to the energy stone, allowing this layer of floating light to obscure others' vision. The two worked together to pry open the outer shell, only to discover that the massive energy stone contained an internal piece no larger than a palm, which was a glowing light stone. The shell was made from various mixed energy stones, while the interior was a light stone. Guan Yufei was curious. What is this? A light stone. But isn't a light stone used for spaceship positioning? This doesn't seem like it. The interstellar space was vast, and to accurately locate positions, people could use light stones in addition to specific coordinates. Each light stone could help its owner's spaceship find its location again. 1,000 years ago, when the entire interstellar realm was still engulfed in war, signal jammers could cause spaceships to lose their way at any moment, making light stones a commonly used tool. Light stones could not only determine positions, but also record images. Even now, many interstellar pirates used light stones as their sole tool to cover their positions and return home. Luo Li frowned. Decrypting the light stone still requires tools. When we get back, I'll extract the images inside the light stone. Perhaps when this control room was established. Rose Star had not yet been discovered, and the creator had left this light stone behind, waiting for the next arrival. Looking at the stone in his hand that was still emitting a green glow, he thought of the ethereal light of the Tian tree. Perhaps this could help him understand what was behind everything. However, Guan Yufei felt that this light stone seemed very familiar to her, as if she had seen this kind of light stone somewhere before. She suddenly remembered, "It seems I have seen something like this glowing green stone in an ancient site." As a scholar, Guan Yufei, like her father, often had to go out to participate in investigations, and she seemed to have seen such a glowing green stone in a relic. It appeared to be the site of an ancient battlefield, and she went there to investigate. Or perhaps she was responsible for organizing that site. However, that place was a confidential location, and even they were not informed of the reasons. Thinking of this, Guan Yufei was taken aback. There seemed to be many corpses of beastmen there, as if it were a battlefield. She strained to recall, but there were no additional clues. Seeing her frowning deeply, Luli quickly comforted her, saying, "The air here is not circulating well. Be careful. Sit down first. And we can talk about everything once we get up." The mystery had been unraveled to this point, so it shouldn't keep them waiting too long. Fortunately, not long after, they heard Xiaoen's voice from above. "Li Ge, Li Ge, can you hear me?" Upon hearing the visitor, Li hurriedly knocked on the equipment behind him, producing a deep echo. The people above received this signal. Li Ge is safe. We will rescue you soon." With external help, they quickly dug out an escape route and rescued the two. Many people were waiting above for them, and upon seeing them, they all broke into brilliant smiles. Heya and Byron were among them, and seeing Guan Yufei safe, Heya hurriedly hugged her, saying, "I'm glad you're okay. We narrowly escaped when we got close to the passage." It turned out that after Heya and the others entered, they first checked for clues along the passage. But they did not expect the secret room to collapse so quickly. The outside, due to the passage being sturdy enough, did not experience a destructive collapse. But the giant rocks blocked the path between them and Guan Yufei. They could only turn to exit and call for rescue. Since both of them had significant injuries inside, they needed some time to rest. Heya took Guan Yufei back to her residence and took on the responsibility of caring for the injured for the next few days. Guan Yufei was extremely tired these past 2 days. Upon returning to her residence, she fell into a deep sleep. In the end, it felt like she was in a long dream, seemingly back at home on the main star. She walked out of her room and, as usual, ran down the stairs to the dining room, waiting to have dinner with her father. Everything was as before. Her father sat quietly at the dining table, waiting for her. When he saw her, he looked at Guan Yufei as if they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and he smiled with satisfaction. "Xiao Fei, you've grown up. Although your father still has some worries about you, I must leave." Guan Yufei was taken aback. "Father, will I see you again?" "Xiao Fei, your father has long since passed away. It is because you still remember me and care for me that I live on in your heart. Don't be sad. That is something your father must accomplish. Life is not as peaceful as it appears. There are always dangers lurking in the shadows, and sacrifices must be made. Your father had no choice." After saying this, he looked at her carefully. "Fortunately, you can now withstand the storms on your own. That's good. Your father thinks as long as you are happy, it's enough." He never demanded anything from Guan Yufei, always hoping she could have a career she loved and do what she wanted. Seeing the current Guan Yufei, he seemed to finally let go of his worries and gradually transformed into a transparent light, still maintaining the gentle appearance from her memories. He smiled at her and softly said, "Live well." When she opened her eyes, both sides of the pillow were wet and cold, but a warm feeling surged in her chest. How nice, she could still feel her father's care for her. Looking at the time, she realized she had slept for a whole day, and in the living room, there was porridge that Heya had made. There was a note on it. "I specifically asked Luli about your favorite food and made a sweet porridge. Remember to drink it." She smiled. Now she also had true friends by her side, including Luli. With a different feeling in her heart, she thought she would not fall into the confusion she once had. Although Luli was injured, he had Lue Jie taking care of him, but he always worried about that glowing stone. He couldn't rest these days, constantly collecting information. Lue Jie angrily asked him, "Do you have to die to settle down for a few days?" Even his unreliable brother-in-law came to care for him in a sarcastic manner and took Lu Ajie away. In the end, only the little wolf cub was left to bring him meals, also bringing her mother's concern. "Uncle, my mom said if you keep this up, she will prepare to sweep the tombs for 3 people next time." "What does this mean? Uncle, are you going to die?" Luli could only comfort the little wolf cub and continue with his research. The glowing stone in his hand had been modified. Normal glowing stones did not have this color and should have been artificially tamed, because glowing stones were used for private locations. Some people would imprint their unique marks on them, and only the chosen master accepted by the main glowing stone could become the new custodian. Remembering what Guan Yufei had said before, he speculated that the main glowing stone had entered a masterless state after a long time. It just so happened that Guan Yufei came into contact with it and was recognized as the new custodian. The glowing stones on Rose Star had long not received command feedback, developing new consciousness and evolving into other forms, just waiting for another summoning. This was why the events during the celebration occurred. However, looking at the memories extracted from the glowing stone, as long as Guan Yufei activated this glowing stone, everything that had happened would be displayed. The secrets of Rose Star's birth were no longer a mystery. Chapter 21, Miss Rabbit and Mr. Wolf. Guan Yufei actually only needed a few days of good rest. She lay in her room, deeply asleep for several days, and when she finally woke up, she found the morning sunlight shining through the window. As it gently illuminated the head of her bed, she felt a sense of being in a different world, and her heart could even sense such beauty. It was a time of tranquility, except for some slightly unsettling noises. This was also the reason Guan Yufei woke up. Someone was arguing in her room. Outside the door, Heya and Byron were bickering. "I'm making porridge, not concocting medicine. What have you prepared? What do you know? This is food therapy. Food therapy requires one to be able to eat it to be called therapy. If you eat this, who can survive? Old thing. Do you have to argue with me today? Huh. Can't argue, so you start getting anxious. Oomph. I think you want to fight." Seeing that the argument had escalated to such a level, she had to step out to intervene. As Guan Yufei opened the door, she happened to see one holding a knife and the other holding a cutting board. The once peaceful kitchen had turned into a battleground, with ingredients scattered all over the floor, completely unrecognizable. Cough, cough. What's going on here? 2 old friends whose ages added up were thicker than a history book were still quarreling over trivial matters. Hey, didn't expect Guan Yufei to suddenly appear and realize their voices had been a bit loud. She awkwardly smiled. "The meal isn't ready yet. Why don't you wait a bit?" But looking at the mess of the kitchen, Guan Yufei tugged at the corner of her mouth and said, "That's all right. I'll go check on Luli." Though it was a pretext to stop the two, she genuinely wanted to see how Luli was doing. She had been catching up on sleep these past few days and had no idea what was happening with him. Carefully sending off the two still caught up in their anger, Guan Yufei turned back to the kitchen to make a pot of soup. This was her habit. When she was sick as a child, her father would make a pot of soup in the kitchen. So, thinking of Luli, who was unwell, she felt she should also make a pot of soup. Although she had treated Luli's injuries at the time, he still needed a rest. Guan Yufei thought Luli should still be resting, so she took out the key to his room and opened the door herself. Unexpectedly, Luli Henti really rested these past few days. When Guan Yufei opened the door, she just happened to see him shirtless changing his bandages. The gauze still had a faint trace of blood, and she hurried over. "Let me help you." Luli's wound had healed quite a bit since she last saw it. In fact, changing the bandages this time wasn't a big issue. But he enjoyed Guan Yufei's closeness. He smiled and leaned back on the sofa, watching her careful movements. After a few days apart, Guan Yufei's aura felt a bit different. They were so close that they could exchange breaths, and Luli's ears couldn't help but perk up slightly, like an excited puppy. "It's nothing serious. I'm almost healed," he said as he tried to take the medicine, but was stopped by Guan Yufei. "Your wound still needs to rest. Don't be so careless with your body." Guan Yufei was carefully tending to his wound, and unfortunately, her delicate fingers had to touch Luli's skin. Looking at Guan Yufei, who was only an arm's length away, they could even exchange breaths. Luli lowered his eyes and touched his nose, feeling a bit restless in such an environment. Just as he was about to say something, Guan Yufei held his hands firmly and warned sternly, "We're still changing the bandages. Why do you keep moving around?" This forced him to give up all his thoughts and lie quietly. Guan Yufei was quick, and, after finishing the bandage, she was about to lift her head to say something when she realized the distance between them was a bit too close. Although she had helped with his wounds before in the secret room, it was more urgent then. Now, with them so close, her hand rested on Lu Li's waist. Feeling the warm touch under her hand, she suddenly sprang up from the sofa, blushing as she explained, "I brought you soup. I'll go get it from the kitchen. You put on your clothes before coming out." She hadn't expected the situation to be like this. No wonder Lu Li had been wanting to say something. Thinking back to her earlier actions, she sighed heavily. Perhaps there was no one more clueless about romance than her. No wonder her previous pursuits had never been effective. Guan Yufei pretended to be calm as she sat at the dining table, trying to cool her flushed face with her hands, while her feet were already twisting into knots. When Lu Li finally came out dressed, he saw her in such a state and had to comfort the shy girl first. "Ahem, I've already studied the light stone, and I can extract the images from it soon. However, I might need your help." He explained in detail his earlier speculation about the light stone and the floating light within the heavenly tree. The mysteries that had been troubling them were all a coincidence. Guan Yufei understood now. "So, the current owner of the light stone is me? I need to operate it to unlock it?" "Yes." Lu Li nodded. He hadn't anticipated that things would turn out this way. Guan Yufei's accidental experience gave them the chance to solve the mystery. Everything felt like a precisely crafted domino effect, each piece stacking upon the other. After saying this, Lu Li smiled again. When he finished thinking through this logic yesterday, he felt a bit emotional. Thankfully, Guan Yufei had arrived. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to solve this mystery, and fortunately, it was her who came. The light stone had long been placed in the device by Lu Li. Guan Yufei placed her palm above it, and within seconds, the light stone successfully activated, bringing them back to an experience from over 1,000 years ago. At that time, humans had just migrated to the main planet, and people were still adapting to the new environment. Beastmen undertook most of the manual labor. Due to their different physical qualities, beastmen were better able to adapt to this new environment than humans. To stabilize the existing situation, humans and beastmen drew up agreements, accepting the existence of beastmen and providing them with equipment support. Meanwhile, beastmen were also required to labor. They were responsible for resource extraction, running between different star systems, and building planets, replacing humans as the labor force of that era. Humans became the greenhouse flowers, but how could they allow themselves to lose control? To better control the beastmen, they classified them into different danger levels, distinguishing between herbivorous and carnivorous types, providing resources only to those with lower danger levels. Through technological means, they elevated themselves to the status of managers, allowing them to learn cutting-edge technology and provide knowledge for learning. Those with higher danger levels were forbidden from learning and were only allowed to do low-level labor and gathering work. This widened the gap between the two sides, planting the seeds of inequality between the races. These beastmen, forced to become managers, could only cling tightly to humans to preserve everything they had now. The owner of the Light Stone, Miss Rabbit, belonged to the managing family of Floating City on the main planet. She was sent to the main planet to learn the latest technology to better manage Floating City. Because Floating City had abundant energy stones, the storage capacity here was enough to provide resources needed for spaceships across the entire main planet. The conflicts among the beastmen had never ceased. Due to the significant physical differences among them, the gathering work was done by the carnivorous beastmen, who needed a hand over the resources they worked hard to obtain in order to receive food for survival. No one would willingly do such foolish things. Thus, humans hoped that Miss Rabbit's family would use strict measures to control the chaos below, but Miss Rabbit did not think so. Human beings are not particularly sophisticated. She watched orcs kill each other and humans gloat coldly from a young age, and she couldn't allow herself to become a perpetrator. Returning to the Floating City, Miss Rabbit was determined to change the escalating conflicts among the orcs. She adjusted the food ratio available to carnivorous orcs and established several regulations to provide them with more security in their lives, as well as built many hospitals and dormitories for the orcs. Her actions did reduce the fighting within the Floating City, but humans did not want to see such a scene. Miss Rabbit was soon summoned and asked to stop her actions, This served as a covert warning. She tried hard to navigate the situation, but could only maintain the current state of affairs. It was clear that humans did not want things to slip out of their control. Miss Rabbit could only move her actions to the shadows, secretly planning to establish a school for the orcs. There was no intellectual difference between orcs and humans. If the orcs could learn skills, then humans would no longer be able to control them. Unfortunately, she was discovered as humans had their suspicions and arranged for intelligent robots to act as undercover monitors, constantly observing Miss Rabbit's movements. Just when she thought there was no way out, someone suddenly rushed out from the side and recognized the hidden danger. That person was Mr. Wolf, a bouncer from the floating city casino. She didn't know how Mr. Wolf had noticed this change, but the two gradually became familiar with each other because of this matter. She also came to realize that Mr. Wolf had much in common with her, even understanding her better than she understood herself. As they grew closer, she shared her wish for the orcs to no longer be shackled by humans. For this wish, Miss Rabbit devised a crazy plan to give the orcs a planet of their own, a place free of worries, just like their distant home planet, where they could live freely. For this plan, Mr. Wolf became Miss Rabbit's initial ally, and both worked hard towards this goal. To prepare, Mr. Wolf began to learn from Miss Rabbit. He was indeed a very smart person, quickly grasping and absorbing knowledge. Soon, the two were able to secretly take a spaceship out together. They spiraled between one star system after another, seeking a glimmer of hope for their secret aspirations. They faced many hardships and encountered countless dangers. In the end, luck finally smiled upon them, allowing them to find the initial Rose Star. At that time, Rose Star was not as it is now. It lacked various resources for human habitation, but its soil showed signs of life, and it was this hint of life that led them to choose Rose Star. Just then, the war with the insectoids reached a stalemate, and the orcs needed to send more warriors to join the battle. Meanwhile, due to those resources, Miss Rabbit had to shuttle back and forth between the main planet and the battlefield. The affairs on Rose Star were entrusted to Mr. Wolf. He secretly traveled back and forth between Rose Star and the floating city, as this was Miss Rabbit's wish and also his. He had known Miss Rabbit long before that accident. He had only dared to observe from a distance back then because he had nothing and was struggling for daily food. There seemed to be no possibility between them. But in places where Miss Rabbit was unaware, he was also working hard to protect her. So he would also protect Miss Rabbit's wish, building the Rose Star filled with her hopes into the form of her dreams. Rose Star still needed a lot of modifications to be completed. Therefore, they bought many devices on the dark web, sought out various unremarkable items, and purchased from different sellers just to avoid drawing attention. However, someone secretly approached them, requesting to collaborate. This person used various disguises, so in the end, they did not know who he was. This mysterious individual had a large supply of goods, so they could only cautiously navigate the situation to avoid exposing themselves. Time slowly slipped away. The war between the orcs and the insectoids became increasingly brutal. The insectoids were vicious, angry, cunning, and treacherous, making battles particularly fierce, with many orcs ambushed and slaughtered. In the end, the insectoids would also use the orc corpses as nutrients. The battlefield for the orcs became extremely perilous. They had to be careful and cautious to gain even a slim chance of survival. In such a situation, humans didn't even care about orc casualties. They only demanded more orcs join the fight, leading many younger orcs onto the battlefield. Seeing such scenes filled Miss Rabbit with a tremendous sense of powerlessness. She wanted to rewrite this ending, to provide orcs with a place to live freely. Taking advantage of the war's critical period, she took a risk and contacted the mysterious person, hoping to expedite the construction of Rose Star. More importantly, she sensed that humans would take action after the war. Once the orcs lost their utility, they would lose their bargaining chips in negotiations with humans. Therefore, Miss Rabbit hoped to relocate some of the younger orcs to Rose Star. These orcs would at least become the last hope. The mysterious person successfully negotiated the terms, and everything seemed to be progressing smoothly in a positive direction. Miss Rabbit and Mr. Wolf traveled more frequently between the two planets until the mysterious person revealed his true identity. Chapter 22, remember to come home for a meal before you leave. A seller who can provide a large amount of strategic materials is certainly not an ordinary person. They have already prepared for the possibility of being discovered by the human regulators. However, they did not expect that the person would be the Zerg. From the beginning, they had realized that their struggle against the orcs was at a disadvantage, and in order to win, they aimed to sow discord between the orcs and humans. To prepare for this, they established numerous covert operations to gather all possible clues, and Miss Rabbit was one of them. A member of the orc race who had dealings with the enemy and secretly plotted so many secrets. The news of this would cause quite a stir if it were to be released. The Zerg, having grasped a handle on the situation, threatened Miss Rabbit to destroy all supplies from Floating City. In return for revenge, the Zerg would offer Rose Star for the orcs to permanently inhabit, and they would also provide construction materials on Rose Star to the orcs. This seemed like a win-win alliance, but the Zerg and orcs were actually mortal enemies. They could not afford to let such a significant threat go unchecked. It was merely a sugar-coated sword, with wolves in front and tigers behind. They found themselves in a dilemma. To stabilize the situation, they pretended to agree to the Zerg's demands, continuing to obtain the materials needed for Rose Star while secretly gathering more intelligence, hoping to save as many orcs as possible during the war. On the human side, they also tentatively provided some information to the Zerg in an attempt to reduce risk. They maneuvered between the two factions to secure more rights for the orcs, walking the edge in search of a glimmer of hope. Rose Star was their last hope, and to better approximate the situation on Blue Star, they reshaped the terrain of Rose Star. Mr. Wolf, according to Miss Rabbit's wishes, left a large expanse of grassland on Rose Star, along with lakes for fishing and resting, lush green forests, and a small cabin by the lake. They meticulously designed that cabin, from the large windows facing the forest to the color of the kitchen tiles, the flowers planted in the yard, and the places they would roam at night. They gradually refined that dream in every moment of despair. It was that illusory yet beautiful dream that supported them through one crisis after another. But the war came too suddenly beyond their control. Just as planning could begin on Rose Star, the humans and Zerg launched the largest-scale war simultaneously. It was a battle that caught them completely off guard, with no warning signs whatsoever. Yet the threads that obscured their future seemed to have a trace to follow. In the war among the three factions, they could not allow the orcs to remain neutral. Each side wanted to drag the other into the fray first. The humans and Zerg also made secret agreements in private, wanting to test the orcs' choices in this war. It was a probe. At this moment, the orcs had no choice. They made a choice, but ultimately found themselves with no choice. In this grand war, the orcs finally chose to side with the humans, but at a great cost. They lost many companions and their status of neutrality. More critically, the Zerg inexplicably dissipated rapidly after this war, leaving the humans and orcs to confront each other prematurely. The secret connections between the orcs and the Zerg during the war were also revealed to the military. No one expected this day to come so quickly. For self-preservation, the orcs had to launch a rebellion, hoping to negotiate with the humans. But now, the humans not only lacked external enemies, but also had numerous Zerg spies infiltrated among them. This war was bound to happen. The orcs could only settle for less and began a long interstellar wandering. This was undoubtedly the best time to go to Rose Star. But Rose Star had yet to be completed. They were still missing one crucial element: Magnetic Mother. Magnetic Mother could imbue the planet with vitality, eliminating the need for external assistance. It could balance the planet's various elements, allowing safe living. Without Magnetic Mother, this planet would not be suitable for long-term survival. This secret was initially revealed by the Zerg, who frequently traversed the stars and had their own understanding of different star systems. They also disclosed that Magnetic Mother could not be created. If one wanted to obtain it, they could only plunder it from planets with life. This was also the reason the Zerg initiated the war, to seize Magnetic Mother. Thus, Miss Rabbit recalled their distant home planet, realizing they needed to go to Blue Star to find Magnetic Mother to truly complete the construction of Rose Star. So Miss Rabbit set off on a journey with Mr. Wolf and a group of warriors. Unfortunately, just as they arrived at Blue Star, they encountered a Zerg force, all of whom were also there for Magnetic Mother. They had already been targeted. There was no way they would be allowed to return. In the end, Mr. Wolf sacrificed himself to protect the severely injured Miss Rabbit, perishing together with the Zerg. The seriously wounded Miss Rabbit also died in a deserted corner. After long drifting in space, they became an unknown relic, until they encountered the unexpectedly appearing Guan Yufei. Although the efforts they made for the orcs were never known, they appeared before them when the orcs needed them the most. In the end, Rose Star became the Pure Land for the orcs, just as they had hoped. Coincidental, yet also a fateful arrangement. The last image of the light stone was of Miss Rabbit's serene face, silently floating in the boundless void of space. After watching this tragedy, Guan Yufei shed a tear, realizing this was the reason for the creation of Rose Star. It was a rose buried with love, the rose mister. Wolf wished to get to Miss Rabbit. Unfortunately, they never saw what that rose looked like. Thinking of their ultimate cause of death, Guan Yufei was somewhat puzzled. If Rose Star lacked magnetic mother, would this planet eventually revert to its original state? Rose Star was a transformed planet. None of these materials were from the original planet, so naturally, they would be non-renewable and gradually disappear. After finishing reading, Lu Li was also silent. He had initially considered whether Rose Star was part of a hidden conspiracy, but he did not expect there to be so many unknown stories behind it. However, he and Guan Yufei discovered the same problem. Rose Star was not a perfect planet. Realizing this issue, he was determined to protect this planet at all costs. As soon as he opened his mouth, he heard Guan Yufei beside him speak. Lu Li, we must fulfill the wishes they could not complete. She looked at the last image on the light stone, smiling as if murmuring, her eyes sparkling. This is my wish too, because this is Lu Li's wish. This was a land capable of healing life. Here, she understood the meaning of protection. It brought her too many beautiful memories, so she wanted to guard it well. After saying this, she took Lu Li's hand. Together, Lu Li looked at the girl in front of him and stretched out his arms to embrace his rose. Okay. This matter was not complicated since they already knew that magnetic mother still existed on Blue Star, and the Zerg who knew the details had perished. This was their best opportunity. Lu Li also thoroughly explained the situation to Byron and others, who witnessed the orcs reaching Rose Star. When all the mysteries were unraveled, Byron fell silent. They had not expected such a truth behind the events. So you're going to Blue Star to search for magnetic mother now? Yes. Rose Star's location was concealed, and there could not be too many people coming and going. Lu Li and Guan Yufei were the most suitable. Seeing that they had already made arrangements, Byron and the others had no further words. When the orcs embarked on their escape, they were still children. Those people in the story today felt too distant to them. War has brought too many casualties. So the names that have dissipated in the wind no longer have stories and have vanished from their memories. Thinking of this, Wu Song felt a bit emotional. If possible, a monument should be built on Rose Star, and their name should be known to the entire Beast clan, not just disappear like this. Yes. Byron suddenly turned around and asked, can we still see the images on the light stone? Lu Li, I've saved them. We can view them anytime. This was the first time Byron showed such curiosity. He asked, what's wrong? I just want to see if there are any familiar faces up there. Those who have long since disappeared might show up here. They had lived too long enough that only these few friends remained. So even though they bickered every day, they were still together. The month of the Rose Star celebration was the only time they were sober throughout the year. So during this period, he wanted to see if there was anyone who could remind him of the past. After hearing this, Guan Yufei suddenly froze. Although she had known about it before, she had never thought deeply about the issue. When did you discover this problem? Wu Song recalled carefully, probably after getting older, but I can't remember clearly. Heya also wasn't sure. It wasn't that it suddenly changed at a certain time. Initially, there was more time to be awake, but gradually it became like this. She shrugged, making a helpless expression. They had long since gotten used to this kind of life. Perhaps it was indeed because they were getting older, as Wu Song said. Guan Yufei was confused, but the orcs on the main planet don't have this problem. They don't have such long sleep periods. Then she added, the light stone showed a lot, and I haven't seen similar issues. After saying this, she proposed a hypothesis. Could this be related to the lack of a magnetic mother on Rose Star? After all, this is a problem that only orcs on Rose Star seem to have. Heya thought for a moment that could be possible. After saying that, she sighed, but you don't need to worry too much. Maybe we really are just getting old. From the birth of the orcs until now, perhaps they were the only orcs who had reached this age, so they had no way to compare. Perhaps a long life had taught her to accept. She wouldn't pin her hopes on such an elusive possibility. But unexpectedly, her old friend was unwilling to let it go. Rong raised an eyebrow. People who have lived long enough speak with confidence. There are still two who are older than you. Can you still say you're old? Heya maintained her previous expression, but had already switched to attack mode. Your mouth is still as annoying as ever. Seeing that they were about to start arguing again, Wu Song hurriedly intervened. Can you two be quiet for a while? You're both so old. How can you still act like children? Rong immediately retorted. No matter how old I get, I'm still not older than you. Heya, exactly. Very good. Successfully drawing fire to herself. After setting the plan, Guan Yufei and Lu Li were determined to go home and prepare. Humans had long abandoned their mother planet in a distant galaxy. They needed to undergo a long journey to return to that place. Therefore, there was a lot to prepare. Not only the daily necessities for the two of them, but also many weapons for emergencies. So Lu Li became busy again, starting to purchase a large amount of supplies on the dark web. Since his body had not yet fully recovered, he couldn't undertake a long journey. So their departure was scheduled for after Lu Li healed. When Lu Jie brought food, she heard again that Lu Li was going to leave for a long time. When you plan to stop putting your life at risk? When will you be satisfied? She rubbed her already aching forehead. When are you planning to leave? Today or tomorrow? Don't you know what condition your body is in? Lu Li had always been the type to make plans and act immediately. Having such a brother made her somewhat grateful that she had given birth to a girl. Otherwise, with a nephew like her brother, she would be watching her brother in the first half of her life and her son in the second half, and she would probably be driven to death quickly. When Guan Yufei walked in, she happened to see Lu Jie there, seemingly still arguing with Lu Li, and awkwardly greeted her. Lu Jie was not bothered, warmly inviting her, come sit. After saying that, she pulled Guan Yufei to sit beside her. While glancing at Lu Li, she spoke. Have you heard about Lu Li's plans to go out? Guan Yufei didn't expect this to come up. I've heard. This time I'm going with him. You two are going together? Lu Jie was so shocked she couldn't string together her words. Yes, I'm going with Lu Li. Since Lu Li hasn't fully recovered yet, we've scheduled it for after he recovers. We're still preparing. Seeing that Lu Jie seemed quite angry just now, Guan Yufei hurriedly reported the plans to her in detail, fearing she would be upset about it. Unexpectedly, after listening, Lu Jie twitched her lips. This arrangement isn't bad. Then looking at Lu Li, who was sitting obediently beside her, what time have you decided? Yes. After all, we have to consider Lu Li's health. Guan Yufei smiled awkwardly, unsure where the problem lay. Lu Jie had just looked at Lu Li with a murderous gaze. What else could Lu Wei not understand now? Looking at her rebellious brother, now appearing so compliant, she took a deep breath and forced a kind smile at Guan Yufei. Remember to come home for a meal before you leave. Chapter 23. My wish has come true. Sister Lu glanced back one last time as she was leaving, her gaze filled with complex emotions, leaving Guan Yufei at a loss for words to comfort her. Fortunately, she left a bit of dignity for her sick brother. I didn't say much. Lu Li looked at Guan Yufei, who was still standing there in a daze, and asked, What's wrong? Did you say something wrong just now? He felt that after she finished that sentence, Sister Lu's mood had changed dramatically. I didn't say anything, Guan Yufei replied. Lu Li felt innocent. He hadn't said a word, yet Lu Wei had unleashed a torrent of words at him, leaving him no chance to interject. This led to Sister Lu giving him a sharp glare when she learned the truth. However, he understood the reason and smiled helplessly. I've always been restless since I was young, and Sister has worried about me a lot because of that. That's why she wanted to come see how I am as soon as she got the news. Lu Wei had a gentle temperament, but with a brother like him, she was always worried he might get into trouble. Seeing Guan Yufei's worried expression, he picked up the girl who was still frozen in place and ruffled her hair. It's okay. I'll explain everything to Sister. After saying that, he noticed the package in Guan Yufei's hand. What did you bring? Prompted by him, Guan Yufei hurriedly revealed the package. This is the soup I brought for you today. Want to get a try? Lu Li's injury hadn't healed yet, so Guan Yufei took the initiative to bring him nourishing soup every day. Nutritional therapist and injury observer, Guan Yufei examined the wound carefully. I think if you want to heal, it will take about another month. We don't need a rush. Let's set off in a month and a half instead. All right, then I'll get some more supplies in the next few days. Their departure wasn't urgent. They needed to do some investigation before leaving. Guan Yufei was always very concerned about his health, so she paid extra attention to his injuries, checking on him daily, afraid that something else might happen. Li hoped she could relax a bit, so he never refused when Guan Yufei suggested a departure time. They still had many items to prepare for their journey. So in the following days, Guan Yufei and Haya spent a lot of time in the market, buying all kinds of things. However, because the journey was quite far and might involve many obstacles, Guan Yufei was generous in her purchases, and the two were often seen walking through the crowd with big and small bags. A few days later, Haya felt she was running out of energy and joked, "You guys are on a spaceship, not Noah's Ark. That little spaceship has a lot of storage space. Otherwise, I wouldn't know where to put everything." Li needed to travel, so he handed over his tasks to others. It was rare for him to have some leisure time these days, so he took Guan Yufei around to explore. The scenery on Rose Star was really nice, with mountains, canyons, grasslands, and forests, all great places to enjoy the view. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, Li brought Guan Yufei to the snow-capped mountains. He loved watching snow as a child, so when he grew up, he built a small cabin on the snow mountain by himself, where he could enjoy the snow scenery by the warmth of the campfire. He wanted to share the places he loved with Guan Yufei, to share his affections with her. Although it was called a snow mountain, it wasn't very high. They parked the spaceship at the mountaintop, and within 100 meters was Li's little cabin. This was actually Guan Yufei's first time seeing snow because the main star's weather maintained a comfortable temperature for humans all year round, with no sun or moon. Everything was scientifically simulated like a large greenhouse. So when Guan Yufei put on thick clothes and stepped out of the spaceship, she was overwhelmed with joy. The feeling of stepping on the snow was something she had never experienced before, and she excitedly shared it with Li. Look at the footprints I've made." After saying that, she ran out, cheering with excitement. Li followed closely behind, afraid she would slip. Guan Yufei, though excited, only knew how to run and jump in the snow, her face beaming with joy, her cheeks rosy. "Li, it's so beautiful here. I've never seen a view like this." Li smiled and gently brushed away the stray hair from her face. "Do you want to play in the snow?" Play in the snow? Having never seen snow before, she naturally didn't know what that meant. Li showed her how to pack snow into balls, how to build a snowman, and took her on a sled, allowing her to experience all the wonderful things he had gone through. He was bringing her into his world. By the end of their play, Guan Yufei had turned into a snowman covered in white snow, but still full of energy. Li had no choice but to take her back to the little cabin to let her take a hot bath, worried she might catch a cold. When Guan Yufei came out, the little cabin was already warm from the fireplace. The sound of burning would quietly filling the air. Here, there was no interference from technology, and Guan Yufei had to walk out with wet hair after her bath. Li was standing by the window, and upon hearing the movement behind him, he waved to her. "Let me help you dry your hair." Standing by the window, Li wrapped a thick towel around the charcoal fire and carefully dried her hair bit by bit, feeling the gentle and meticulous actions behind her. Guan Yufei suddenly felt a pang of emotion. She had never imagined what life would be like without everything on the main star. Since discovering the conspiracy behind her father's accident, a huge shadow had loomed over her heart, as the truth behind it told her that her life would never be the same again. She understood that her life would undergo significant changes, so she had always been prepared to accept misfortune. But Li had pulled her into a new world, where, although there would be dangers, there were also experiences she had never encountered before. Li was showing her his world. He wanted to dispel her fear of uncertainty about the future. Thinking of this, she gently leaned back into Li's embrace, looking out at the snowman they had built, and suddenly felt emotional. Li, Mr. Wolf, and Miss Rabbit. They are really amazing. They managed to transform a planet into what it is today, and they have put in more effort than others. Yet they couldn't see this world with their own eyes. Yeah, Li rested his chin on the top of her head, gazing at the scenery outside. They are the heroes of the Beastmen, worthy of being remembered by everyone. That is why I want to fulfill their wishes. And what about you? Huh? Guan Yufei suddenly asked softly, "Li, what is your wish?" Li embraced the person in his arms. His youthful wishes had actually all been fulfilled. The trials he faced in the past made him feel a bit emotional when reminiscing. Perhaps it was because of the hardships that heaven compensated him with the world's greatest treasure. He lowered his head and gently kissed her. My wishes come true. After a few days of leisure amidst their busyness, they didn't delay the things they needed to do. The date for their departure had been set, and before leaving, they went to Sister Lu's place for a farewell banquet. When she appeared, the happiest was still the little wolf cub squirming in her arms. Sister, where have you been lately? I couldn't find you when I looked for you. Holding the fragrant and soft little wolf cub, Guan Yufei could only comfort him softly. But then she heard a voice from his side. That is something you should ask your uncle about. Where has he been these days? Don't cling to her. Can't you see your uncle's eyes are about to spit fire? Turning her head, she found Sister Lu looking at Lu Li with annoyance. Lu Wei couldn't even find words to say, mocking her brother for regressing more and more, now even eating the childish food. Lu Li could only awkwardly speak up. Sister, why are you talking bad about me in front of Guan Yufei? It was also because he hadn't explained clearly before, and now Lu Wei was still upset with him for not taking care of his health. But as soon as she turned to Guan Yufei, Lu Wei smiled brightly. Ah Fei, I made the soup you like today, so you must try it later. It was hard to find someone who could suppress Lu Li's stubborn temper, so Lu Wei was happy to see him suffering. She happily pulled Guan Yufei inside, leaving behind the little wolf cub and the awkward Lu Li. The little wolf cub couldn't yet see the adult's embarrassment. Uncle, where did you go a few days ago? TCH, I didn't expect you to actually succeed. Huh? Just after sending off the irritable Lu's sister, his sarcastic brother-in-law slipped over to watch the fun. He had no choice but to pick up the little wolf cub. Uncle went out to play. Next time I'll take you with me. Okay? Okay. Lu's sister didn't keep them for long either. Although the wolf clan had a sense of kinship, they wouldn't interact too closely with family members, and she knew that what Lu Li was doing was necessary. So in the end, she only softly reminded him, remember to pay attention to safety. Over the years, Lu Li had always been alone, and now that he finally had someone to accompany him, Lu's sister was also happy for him. Remember to tell me when you come back. The next day was the day they had scheduled to depart. Guan Yufei confirmed the location with Lu Li and set off. The surrounding star systems had long had their signals blocked, and their journey would go unnoticed. The universe was a dim shade of black, with planets emitting faint light, like one guiding marker after another. Looking at this scene, Guan Yufei recalled her last trip. At that time, her father had just had an accident, and she felt that she could no longer stay on that planet. So, in her sadness, she decided to change her living place. The road was also an endless darkness, and she only felt the uncertainty ahead. Now, however, her mindset had changed, allowing her to notice the scenery around her. Looking at the view outside, she no longer felt the confusion she had back then, but instead was filled with gentle strength. Guan Yufei looked at Lu Li beside her. It was her first time traveling with him, so she said, "Please take care of me on this trip." Hearing this, Lu Li smiled, "Please take care of me too." Seeing that Guan Yufei's eyes looked a bit dark, Lu Li felt a bit pained. "Why don't you take a break for a while?" Yesterday, they had organized all their items, which took quite a bit of time, and Guan Yufei hadn't slept well since then. "It's fine, I'm not tired." In fact, she was a bit excited. This trip didn't seem difficult at all, but more like a leisure outing. Guan Yufei stretched lazily. "I actually haven't been to the current Blue Star. Blue Star only existed in history. Humanity relied immensely on Blue Star for survival. It seemed to cherish it not at all. They transformed the planet into its current state and then abandoned it. The current Blue Star had harsh climates, not suitable for human survival, and the extreme conditions also made the scenery lack any aesthetic appeal. Moreover, the distance from the main star was too far, so not many people would spend a long time to see it. Only those who liked history would go back to learn about Blue Star." Lu Li curled his lips slightly. "Actually, I've been there." "You've been there? Why did you go?" Hearing Lu Li's words, Guan Yufei hurriedly turned around, completely surprised that Lu Li had actually been to Blue Star. Seeing her curiosity, Lu Li felt a bit helpless when I returned to Rose Star. Although I had a lot to do, I often had the urge to go out when I had free time, so I wandered around those small asteroids. Although he returned to Rose Star, whenever he stopped what he was doing, he would think of Guan Yufei, remembering her pale face after she finally gathered the courage to confess but was rejected by him. Later, he learned that Guan Yufei wanted to clarify things with him, but Lu Li always avoided her, because he was about to leave and didn't want to pull her into this whirlpool. So after he returned, he often dreamed of going back to that day, and in his dreams, he finally followed his heart and expressed his affection. Unfortunately, waking up only made him feel more desolate. So he kept going out, trying to find something to do for himself. Otherwise, he felt that one day he would be unable to resist and return to Guan Yufei's side. Going to Blue Star was also during that time. Blue Star wasn't as dilapidated as he thought. There were still many beautiful sceneries on that planet. Scenery? I've heard that Blue Star has extremely harsh climates. Guan Yufei didn't quite understand Li's meaning. Yes, Blue Star is actually a huge treasure. Many buildings have been constructed there. When we get there, I'll take you to see. Okay. They had long since left the main star, and the vast star system looked like one fantastic dream after another. Passing by, they were all astonished by such beautiful sights, just like a small star welcoming the starlight. Guan Yufei recalled Li's earlier words and turned to the person beside her. Li, no matter what, I will accompany you to see those sceneries in the future. I won't let you see the world alone anymore. As she spoke, her face was set with a determined smile. She understood why Li wanted to wander alone. They had missed too much, but fortunately, they still had time to embrace the days ahead. Guan Yufei felt very content. She never thought about what had already been lost, but instead cared more about what she had now. Even if the road ahead was slow, she didn't feel hopeless, just like the vast starry sky, which would also emit wonderful light in the darkness. Chapter 24, Under the Sea, the journey on Blue Star was going smoothly, at least for Guan Yufei. Her daily routine consisted of eating, drinking, enjoying the scenery outside, and chatting with Li. There was nothing else to do. The spaceship had already set its course, and there were no strenuous operations to manage. The two of them wandered through the star system for quite some time before finally arriving at the Milky Way, a galaxy that nurtured human civilization, which now appeared particularly dim. Everything was no longer as they had learned in class. The sun was just a cold black sphere, and from a distance, Blue Star looked like a white glacier. Since the sun stopped shining brightly, Blue Star had already lost its vitality. Now, the land was covered with debris, and the once blue-green planet had turned into a uniform, grayish-white. The scenery was even different from what they had seen on the light stone. In 1,000 years that had passed, Blue Star had deteriorated even further. Seeing this, Guan Yufei couldn't help but murmur when the teacher said there were vast oceans and colorful underwater worlds on Blue Star. I never expected to see such a scene now. Li nodded, agreeing that everything had disappeared. He then turned to Guan Yufei and said, "But we can still go to the sea floor. Do you want to take a look? Is that possible? But isn't the sea floor all glaciers now?" Guan Yufei asked. Li smiled, saying, "There are plenty of glaciers on the surface, but as long as we break through the surface, we can explore. Do you want to see?" Guan Yufei quickly nodded, sure. Their spaceship could dive deep into the sea, so they weren't worried about other issues. As the ship descended, approaching the planet, Guan Yufei finally got a clear view of the scenery on Blue Star. The planet had a rich terrain with extensive mountains and oceans, and humans had built one dense city after another on the surface. The tall buildings still stood in place, and Guan Yufei even saw an amusement park. They ultimately chose to stop above a huge ice field, which used to be an ocean, now an endless expanse of ice. Li helped Guan Yufei put on her protective suit before opening the hatch. The suit indicated that there was strong radiation nearby, and they had to rely on it to isolate themselves from these dangerous elements. The glacier beneath their feet was thick, and, as Guan Yufei took a few steps, she heard a crunching sound. "Li, it's so quiet here, there's not even a sound of wind." They could only communicate through sensors due to the thick outer suits, and in this vast whiteness, it seemed that only each other's voices could be heard. Looking down at the thick ice layer, Guan Yufei wondered if there was still any scenery below in such harsh weather. She even doubted whether Li had said they could go down to comfort her. Li stood behind her, suggesting there might be a different scenery underwater. "Do you want to take a look?" He extended his hand, gesturing for her to go ahead. This was not just Li's attempt to comfort her. He had explored many places when he first came to Blue Star, even visiting buildings frozen under the ice. There was even a huge cave he had carved out to avoid being trapped under the sea, which could still be used today. The sea here wasn't deep, so they could still vaguely see the surrounding scenery. There was only a bit of frost on top, and he took Guan Yufei into the spaceship, slowly descending to the seafloor. The sea was still an endless blue, but when the spaceship reached the bottom, the scenery changed dramatically. The originally colorful corals were covered with a thick layer of salt crystals, and their original shapes could still be seen, refracting scattered light onto the ship's searchlight. It was as if they had entered the interior of a crystal, surrounded by such magnificent scenery. The salt that was once on the sea floor had transformed into this dazzling color, and Guan Yufei never imagined the sea floor could look like this. On the main planet, there was an underwater amusement park, but everything was merely an AI simulation. They watched the holographic projections of vast oceans and those long-extinct creatures. Guan Yufei used to love going to the underwater amusement park alone. She loved the sound of blue whales, which made her feel healed even when surrounded by crowds. She never understood why such a massive creature had such an ethereal voice, but she had hoped to see the real sea floor. Now, the scenery of the sea floor brought her a different shock. They parked the spaceship on the bottom and walked outside. Unlike the desolate scenery on the surface, the water at the bottom was still flowing quietly, and she could hear the sound of flowing water and the sensation of floating in the seawater. These were the real worlds that holographic projections could not simulate. Luli led Guan Yufei forward, and in this vast blue, she recalled her professor's lament about humanity's destruction of the oceans, leaving behind a lot of garbage on the seafloor. The issue that once sparked endless debate now seemed unimportant. After humanity withdrew from this planet, even though it was riddled with scars, Blue Star was slowly healing itself. Luli wanted to take her to a shipwreck, as transportation was not well developed in the past. Many ships had sunk to the seafloor, and humans didn't salvage these wrecks, leaving them here instead. Protected by the outer layer of salt crystals, the original wrecks had gradually decayed over time, leaving only the outer, translucent salt crystals. Guan Yufei was amazed. How incredible! She turned to Luli and asked, "How did you discover this?" After saying that, she tried to stop on the deck, looking at the scenery beneath her feet, still in disbelief. Luli didn't explain her question, but opened a hatch, asking, "Do you want to go in and take a look?" It was a huge cruise ship with plenty of resting spaces inside. The bar and tables were all complete, and the salt crystals were very sturdy, showing no signs of collapsing even when sitting on them. Luli took her back and forth between various cabins, showing her the different views. Suddenly, Guan Yufei recalled her childhood fairy tale books and smiled at Luli, saying, "This is just like the kingdom of the Little Mermaid, with underwater cities and all kinds of buildings." As a child, her father had told her that the Little Mermaid traveled the sea, collecting items left by humans, longing for the human world. She had been puzzled then, not understanding why the beautiful Little Mermaid would want to interact with cold, hard buildings. But if the sea floor looked like this, she might understand. To her surprise, Luli didn't know the story of the Little Mermaid. So she turned to him and began to recount the tale, reflecting afterward, "These are stories I read when I was young. My father would accompany me to read fairy tales during his breaks. So after all these years, I still remember the stories inside." Luli was curious, asking, "Fairy tales?" The stories that beastmen are exposed to from a young age are completely different from those of humans. When I was young, I listened to my mother sing nursery rhymes and tales of beastmen, heroes rebelling. He had never imagined that Guan Yufei had read such stories in her childhood. Yes, fairy tales. There are all kinds of stories. Guan Yufei noticed that Luli seemed unfamiliar with these tales. So she recounted her childhood fairy tales. And those strange yet interesting stories remained in her memory, even now. "Did you all read such fairy tales when you were young?" Luli asked with curiosity, as he seemed to have never seen similar fairy tales on the main planet. "Not really. These stories were found by my father from ancient books. He told them to me so he could talk to me a little longer before bed," Guan Yufei said, feeling a bit regretful. "It's just a pity that I haven't seen such stories since." Although these fairy tales could be passed down, they were already outdated, gradually becoming mere, fading memories. She cherishes these memories, particularly because they contain so many emotions related to her father. With this thought, Guan Yufei suddenly became curious and asked, "What stories do you all listen to?" Luli glanced at Guan Yufei and replied, "You should have heard of it. It's the story of the goddess. Haikaya once revealed to Guan Yufei that the goddess evolved the beastmen from the desolation and found a treasure at the bottom of a deep-sea valley, granting the beastmen a happy and prosperous life. The goddess is the faith of the beastmen, although the true reason for the evolution of the beastmen remains unknown, as it cannot be verified. It has become a widely circulated story among them. Guan Yufei smiled and said, "I am Han, and the mother goddess of the Han people is Nuwa, who created small figures from clay." She pointed at herself. "That's us." It seems that every ethnic group has its own legends, even in the face of wars and various disasters. And even though racial barriers have disappeared today, these unique stories of each ethnicity continue to be passed down. After saying this, Guan Yufei appeared somewhat melancholic, lamenting that this ethnicity no longer exists. To unite humanity in the face of disasters and dangers, the human government announced the elimination of all ethnic and racial barriers since entering the interstellar era, and imposed penalties based on the circumstances. Therefore, the distant Han nationality mentioned by her father can only exist in her imagination. Luli looked at Guan Yufei and reached out to embrace her, asking, "Do you want to see the places where your ethnicity once lived? It's not difficult. We are on Earth right now, and we can go anytime you want." "Okay." Guan Yufei smiled, appreciating that Luli always knows how to make her happy. They swam slowly in the sea, and Guan Yufei sighed, "It's so beautiful here. The white seems to brighten one's mood." Luli nodded. "Blue Star is still so beautiful, but it's no longer suitable for human survival. Although Blue Star no longer has the cycle of day and night, the night is still a vast and desolate sight." Luli and Guan Yufei returned to the spaceship, where their resting pod had windows that looked outside. The huge moon no longer rotated but hung at the edge of the sky. Guan Yufei suddenly recalled the legend of the full moon, which states that werewolves transform into wolves and howl at the sky on full moon nights. Although these are merely fascinating legends, Luli never had any strange habits like that. She looked at Luli, playfully pointing at the moon outside. "Look, it's the moon." Luli nodded, and although he didn't understand why she suddenly said this, seeing her expression made him realize she probably thought of something whimsical. Guan Yufei had always been curious about everything as a child, but as she grew up, she adopted a standoffish demeanor. Recently, being around him brought back some of her childhood traits, which made Luli smile helplessly. The next day, Luli took Guan Yufei back to land, adjusted the spaceship's direction, and took her to the place where the Han people lived. They had reviewed a lot of history yesterday, and finally found the location. The spaceship hovered in the air as they slowly traveled across the land, observing the vast mountains and endless plains. This once vibrant land now showed no signs of life. Guan Yufei suddenly felt sentimental. This place used to be like Rose Star, right? But now everything has perished. Luli nodded. "That's why we need to bring back the magnetic mother. Otherwise, Rose Star will also become like this." From the light stone, they only knew that Blue Star still possessed the magnetic mother, but they were unaware of its current location. This story had already faded. Miss Rabbit and her group had previously found the magnetic mother and hidden it somewhere on Earth, but when they went to search again, they encountered a fierce invasion from the insect tribe. Therefore, they had no way of knowing where the extracted magnetic mother was now. Guan Yufei thought that Miss Rabbit and her group couldn't have left no clues at all. They must have left some trace, but we just don't know. Luli nodded, acknowledging that their situation was quite urgent at the time, and he wasn't sure if any clues had been passed down. However, it wasn't entirely hopeless. The magnetic mother represented the vitality of the planet, and they needed to scan the current condition of Earth to determine if it was possible to find it. Scanning the planet wasn't difficult, so the two quickly completed the task. Unfortunately, there were no discoveries. Luli could only guess that they had taken some special measures to prevent the magnetic mother from being found by the insect tribe, so they had to think of another way. But this was undoubtedly like searching for a needle in a haystack. Guan Yufei suddenly thought, if the magnetic mother is concealed, there should be some characteristics, like perhaps there would be signs of life around it. She tentatively proposed this hypothesis, but quickly dismissed it, thinking that since Blue Star no longer had life, even if there was a magnetic mother, they couldn't find it. Luli, however, found this idea useful, reasoning that there would certainly be different reactions around a magnetic mother, Otherwise, how could it give life to the planet? He pondered for a moment and began to study the footage on the Lightstone. Initially, they had brought the footage onto the spaceship as a precaution, and now was a good opportunity to study it again. When Miss Rabbit and her group extracted the magnetic mother from the Earth's core, they didn't bring it back directly to prevent Rose Star from falling into the hands of the insect tribe. They sealed it in a box, waiting for the right moment. The footage from the Lightstone was a bit jumpy, and the box only appeared twice. They reviewed these two clips and finally found a slight difference. The box emitted a faint blue light when it was sealed. Chapter 25 Paradise, the only clue they could find now, was the blue glow. Guan Yufei had no idea what to do and looked at the image carefully again. She felt a bit confused. Shouldn't they search for the current energy source of Blue Star? While that could lead them to something, it would also expand the range of their search. There were many abandoned factories and various minerals on Blue Star, all of which could fall under their investigation. Luli stared at that one image, somewhat lost in thought. Look at this box. There shouldn't be much of this material on Blue Star. Let's search for similar materials. The image on the Lightstone showed that they had arrived 1,000 years ago, and by that time, Blue Star had already been abandoned, so it naturally wouldn't have such materials. Excluding materials that Blue Star didn't have would speed up their search. Due to the difference in technology, everything on Blue Star belonged to primitive materials and naturally wouldn't have items that could affect their judgment. However, this required the spaceship to operate at high speed, and they couldn't stay on the spaceship for the next few days. This wasn't a difficult task, as there were still many places on Blue Star where they could reside. They just needed to move out some daily necessities. The surrounding environment was still too harsh, and they needed to find a place to rest. Luli had previously lived directly on the spaceship, and to make Guan Yufei more comfortable in the next few days, he searched for quite a while. Guan Yufei had no objections. She had already prepared for this situation when she first learned they were coming to Blue Star. Thinking of this, she suddenly remembered a topic they had discussed. How about we stay in a theme park for a few days? A theme park? Yes. I heard there's a fairy tale theme park on Blue Star. Should we go there to stay for a few days? She had only seen the parks on Blue Star in documentaries and heard that humans had created many theme parks to attract tourists, including ones based on fairy tales she watched as a child. In the documentaries, people wore fairy tale costumes, and many would change into puppet costumes, parading in flower cars around the park. She could only see these scenes in scattered images. This was quite an unexpected opportunity. Having come to Blue Star with great difficulty, she wanted to take a look. This wasn't a difficult task, as there were quite a few large theme parks on Blue Star, and they were easy to find. However, the parks were now empty, and the large squares were just right for the spaceship to dock. It was a good place to stay. After enduring so many years of wear and tear, the park had already become dilapidated. The railings at the entrance would break into several pieces with just a gentle push. Guan Yufei looked at the stones in the entrance flower bed and marveled. It was amazing that these stones still maintained their original state. The buildings had remained, and now only the original construction materials were left. In such a desolate environment, there was a kind of rustic charm. Holding Li's hands, Guan Yufei walked inside and saw many familiar facilities, many of which still remained even in the current main star. The giant Ferris wheel in the center of the park was not much different from the one on the main star. Guan Yufei excitedly walked over, recognizing the familiar square characters along the way, which gave her a sense of closeness in this foreign land. The main star had long since unified the writing system, so naturally, one wouldn't see other scripts outside. The road signs had a cute style. It was her first time seeing such attractions with only Chinese characters. Li, look, there's the Ferris wheel. She excitedly pulled Li towards the center, not knowing if the Ferris wheel could still be used. The interior of the park remained unchanged. A home built during joyful gatherings seemed so unnecessary during their escape, so the untouched park had been preserved intact. However, everything here had stopped due to the lack of energy supply. It was like a world inside a crystal ball, where only snow quietly drifted, devoid of any other vitality. Luli checked the park's facilities and then announced good news. As long as these devices were connected to a power source, they could operate. Watching the happy Guan Yufei, he pressed the button in his hand, and the entire park emitted a creaking sound, but the lights around them began to slowly illuminate, and those long silent machines gradually started to move. It was like an ink wash painting suddenly blooming in the middle, with dots of light illuminating this pure white space, bringing a different kind of brilliance. The carousel, adorned with transparent ice crystals, emitted enchanting colors under the colorful lights at night. Seeing such a park, even the most mature hearts would desire to return to childhood. Luli looked at the sparkles in Guan Yufei's eyes and smiled. However, these facilities were old, and due to the wind's erosion, they could no longer be used. It's okay. Even just being able to see it like this is great. Guan Yufei smiled brightly, pulling Luli to run off into the distance, but Luli hurriedly stopped her. Wait, I haven't finished talking. Saying that, he took a bundle of fireworks from his backpack. I remember you mentioned that the park would have fireworks, so I brought some. Want to give it a try? The fireworks were from the Rose Star Festival. Remembering that Guan Yufei liked to watch fireworks, he specially brought a bundle. He originally thought that watching fireworks in the snow would be more beautiful, but he didn't expect it would have a special effect today as well. Guan Yufei took the fireworks from Lu Li's hand with a smile. Thank you. I didn't expect you to bring this. Although technology had changed dramatically over 1,000 years, fireworks remained the same as before, showing little change. Small points of light slowly rose, and the next second, brilliant fireworks burst in the cold, silent sky, their colors staining the pristine white, turning into one star after another. The castle-shaped park, thousands of years later, lit up with lights and fireworks, regaining its initial grandeur. The two wandered in the park, and Guan Yufei smiled. I didn't expect our first date would be here. She glanced aside, saying they only heard that early lovers would have their first date at amusement parks. She never thought that when she originally planned to invite Lu Li to the amusement park, he had always avoided her. And now, their first date together was at an amusement park. Lu Li smiled as well. When he first went to the amusement park with Guan Yufei, he was still in beast form, and he didn't expect to have the chance to revisit it with her now. So he cleared his throat, pretending to be indifferent, and said, Miss Guan, may I have the honor of being your boyfriend? Guan Yufei looked at his expression and chuckled, taking his hand. Well, let me think about it. The park was quite large, and they held hands as they wandered through, looking at the various buildings and dolls in the amusement park. Fortunately, they didn't plan to explore the entire park today. The main building of the park was a castle, and they would also rest there at night. The castle had many rooms, and Guan Yufei chose a relatively well-preserved double room to move into. Although they had moved into a room, they still used a mechanical tent. Even though it was the first day, Guan Yufei had already collected a large bag of differently shaped dolls and arranged them neatly. Luli had just confirmed the safety of the room, and as he passed by, he thought it was a little doll stall. He smiled and pointed at a duck-shaped doll before turning to leave the room. The scanning would take a few more days. Luli initially planned to find Guan Yufei to eat, but he discovered she was not in the room. After checking the positioning on his device, he realized Guan Yufei had gone to a room on the first floor of the castle. He was a bit puzzled and found out it was a broadcasting studio when he arrived. A huge screen is playing a movie, and Guan Yufei is sitting quietly in a chair watching. He has been standing behind her for a while, only to realize that this is the story of the little mermaid that Guan Yufei once told him. The story is reaching its end with a mermaid's sisters, armed with a dagger obtained by trading their long hair, want to give their sister a chance to turn back, but unexpectedly, the little mermaid chooses to turn into foam at dawn. Guan Yufei is engrossed in watching when she hears a familiar voice behind her, wondering how she ended up here. She smiles and says, I wanted to sleep a bit longer this morning, but I couldn't, so I wandered around the castle and happened to hear some noise from here. So I came in. After saying that, she turns and points to the seat next to her, inviting him to watch together. These fairy tales were simply described in books when she was young, but she didn't expect them to be turned into one animated film after another. As she watches, she becomes a bit mesmerized, forgetting the time. Luli walks over and sits down, and Guan Yufei leans against him, saying, These movies are being shown in rotation. I've only seen 2 so far. She rests her arm on her hand, one being the story of Rapunzel, and the other being The Little Mermaid. These animations have been adapted, and even as an adult, looking back at childhood fairy tales still feels natural to her. Just then, the screen in front starts again. Guan Yufei initially thinks the next film will also be a fairy tale, but she discovers it is a story she has never heard before. It tells a tale of animals, focusing on a lively little rabbit who dreams of entering the police academy, all for her dream city of animals. Upon seeing this, Lu feels a stirring in his heart because he too came to the main star through great effort, driven by his dreams, wanting to see if the outside world truly is as his parents said. Soon, the rabbit officer realizes that things are not as she imagined. Although everyone talks about equality, discrimination is everywhere. The rabbit officer, filled with passion, seeks help from Mr. Fox to assist others. Under such circumstances, Mr. Fox and she become teammates, transforming from mutual distrust to best partners. By the end of the movie, Mr. Fox also reclaims his dream and becomes a police officer. The film concludes with the message that there is no animal city in the world. We are merely striving for that goal. Lu suddenly feels emotional. He once thought the main star was his animal city, but this realization hit him hard. Later, he discovered that there is no animal city in the world. The line from a movie struck his heart. Stepping into the animal city, everyone carries dreams, aspiring to be their ideal selves, yet all feels empty. You can only be yourself. The fox remains cunning, and the rabbit stays foolish. But he has long learned how to combat dangers and seek justice for himself. Guan Yufei suddenly exclaimed, "I feel like Rose Star is the final animal city, where everyone has their own lives, with no oppression, no war, and everyone is doing what they want." She becomes more and more excited, her face lighting up as if she has finally found the words she has long wanted to say but never expressed. Lu is taken aback, then sees Guan Yufei shaking his arm, saying, "We have our own animal city, Lu. I believe you will turn Rose Star into the way you want it to be." Since their reunion, Guan Yufei has realized that Lu has been transforming Rose Star. He has made so many efforts, seemingly to turn Rose Star into his ideal version. Back then, she was curious about what kind of planet Lu wanted. Now she understands. Lu holds her in his arms, asking, "So what will our Rose Star look like?" In fact, Guan Yufei is right. This is his ideal. Since returning from a main star, he has felt the world shouldn't be like this. Just like the relationship between humans and beastmen on the main star shouldn't be this way. Therefore, he can only strive to gradually transform Rose Star into his envisioned form. Guan Yufei ponders for a moment, saying that in everyone's hearts, there is no discrimination and no different futures due to differences in strength and physique. Every beastman can live in the way they hope. After saying this, she confidently adds, "Just like now, this is a world completely different from the main star, where people no longer heavily rely on technology. The interactions between people are warm and sincere. They are merely members of this planet, without causing harm due to identity differences." Guan Yufei wraps her arms around Lu's, gently resting her face in the crook of his arm. It seems that at this moment, she finally understands the harm Lu suffered on the main star. The beastmen there had no freedom or warmth, while Lu could only watch his companions live like humans. Perhaps this difference in identity between him and herself has become a burden in Lu's heart. Lu holds her tightly, but finds himself at a loss for words. After thinking for a moment, he recalls a line from the movie. He softly says, "You know you love me. I know you care about me, and you also know I care a lot." After experiencing all this, he has long since let go, like that proud fox, finally realizing he shouldn't retreat due to the differences he faced in childhood. He examines his own heart, starting with changing himself. Guan Yufei is right. He hopes to create a Rose Star that belongs to him, an animal city that belongs to him. Here, Guan Yufei will not be subject to any rumors. He will uphold this sky, ensuring that the winds and rains do not accompany her. Chapter 26. The undersea merfolk. The search on Blue Star continues, and this ancient planet is ultimately left with nothing but a ground full of remains. In the past few days, Guan Yufei and Lu have explored many places, and they were surprised to see so many abandoned buildings. They didn't expect there to be so many relics here. Nowadays, due to technological guidance, such architectural styles have long disappeared. No one spends a long time building houses anymore. Their focus has shifted to other matters. For most people, buildings are merely places to rest, with only size differences. The structures that took hundreds of years to build have become unmovable wealth in the end. The wood stones, the countless efforts of artisans, and the exquisite decorations are nothing but burdens, like geckos shedding their tails to survive. The human souls that were built outside of survival have been abandoned here. Only when people return to these old places can they feel this shock. They are currently standing in front of a church, looking at the signal points on the map marked for exclusion. This is already the 10th site they have checked. They had not anticipated needing to exclude so many locations. The clever rabbit has already performed who knows how many exclusions. However, often it takes them a whole day to rule out the possibilities for a single potential site. They have already spent half a month. Seeing Lu Li, who seems a bit silent, Guan Yufei can only pretend to be relaxed and comfort him. Miss Rabbit is kind. She arranged so many activities for us, after all. These are all places we haven't been to before. Lu Li understands her meaning and takes the equipment from behind her. That's good. If we can't find anything, the insect race is even less likely to come here looking. The magnetic mother is likely still here. Guan Yufei nods. If it's to prevent being discovered by the insect race, they should choose a place they wouldn't expect. She turns her head. Does the insect race have any weaknesses? Weaknesses of the insect race. Lu Li frowns. The war between the beastmen and the insect race has been over for too long, and in today's world, there are few who know and have seen the insect race. Lu Li thinks for a moment. He might need someone who has come down from the battlefield. They can contact Rose Star from the spaceship. He makes a satellite phone call, and, after 3 or 4 minutes, an impatient voice answers on the other end. What do you want? Why are you contacting me at this late hour? Byron glances at the current time, sounding somewhat annoyed. Isn't there a time difference of several regions between us? You should know that. Little wolf cub. Noticing the tone is off, Lu Li raises an eyebrow. Did I disturb you? Why do you sound so harsh today? Byron is silent for a few seconds, as if something is blocking her voice. After a moment of rustling sounds, she grits her teeth and says, What do you want? Just get to the point. Actually, I wanted to ask if you know any weaknesses of the insect race. He is not intentionally disturbing her. He genuinely has something to ask. Weaknesses of the insect race. Byron thinks for a moment, not quite understanding why Lu Li suddenly brings this up. She considers and continues. The living habits of the insect race are different from ours. They live in cosmic wormholes, and their skin cannot come into contact with water and sunlight for long. I need to think about the rest. After saying that, she changes her tone. Is there anything else? If not, I'm hanging up. Before her words finish, a hazy female voice seems to come from the other end. What does that sound? Lu Li hasn't heard clearly when he realizes the call has been hung up. Thinking about the last voice he heard, he figures he probably knows who it was. He looks at Guan Yufei, who is still in a daze beside him. Both of them feel a bit confused. They've only been gone for just over 10 days. How has so much happened? However, Byron did reveal the information they needed. The weaknesses of the insect race that can currently be found are indeed few, which is already a significant discovery. Lu Li recalls what Byron just said. Water. Sunlight. Blue Star no longer has sunlight. If they want to prevent the insect race from making contact, they can only hide things in the sea. However, the ocean area on Blue Star is too vast. They seem to have found a clue, yet it feels elusive. Guan Yufei suddenly thinks of something. If the items are hidden on Blue Star, then the clues left behind must be related to Blue Star. Do the Beastmen have any clues related to Blue Star? Lu Li thinks for a moment, related to Blue Star. He recalls all the information he has about it, including rumors and stories, and finally shakes his head with a bitter smile. There should be none. Miss Rabbit's hints are too obscure, so obscure that they can't be verified. Guan Yufei suddenly has a flash of inspiration. Do you remember the story you told me before? What story? The story of the goddess enlightening the beastmen. Guan Yufei finishes and feels excited. She repeats the phrase Lu Li told her earlier. The goddess found a treasure from the depths of the sea. This is a story circulated among the beastmen, but cannot be verified. Guan Yufei has always wondered why the evolution of beastmen occurred in modern times, yet there are such mythological-style stories. Now she understands. It's because this is a clue left by Miss Rabbit regarding the magnetic mother. Guan Yufei boldly speculates. The insect race cannot come into contact with water for long, so they must have hidden things at the bottom of the sea. The seabed is very deep, and the insect race cannot search as openly as they do, so it must be placed in a location they cannot access. This also makes it easier for them to search, as there are only a few underwater exclusion points, which immediately rules out a number of locations. Guan Yufei's speculation is quite plausible, and the two decide to focus their search underwater starting tomorrow. The seabed remains a blue expanse as the spaceship quietly descends. This is a massive underwater fissure, a deep trench running along the seabed, with vertical stone walls on both sides. It is the closest point to the Earth's core on the entire blue star, and they did not expect such a deep gorge to exist here. The deeper they go, the more they feel a profound sense of fear in a pitch-black environment. Only the spaceship has lights illuminating the icy crystal rocks. However, below is a spectacle. The Earth's core is hot, and there's a lot of magma at the seabed, flowing along the ground, with crimson flames illuminating the surrounding scenery. The water temperature here is also significantly higher than above, and with the light from the magma, the oppressive feeling dissipates. The living environment here is even better than above. It's hard to imagine that it's such a deep seabed. There are holes on both sides of the stone walls. It seems there are signs of human excavation. One hole after another resembles small houses, proving that there were traces of people living here before. Yet, in the history they learned, they have never heard of humanoid beings living underwater. Merfolk are merely distant myths. As a scholar of biology, Guan Yufei knows all too well that even in the beastmen, merfolk are a rare existence, let alone real mermaids. This is the location they have discovered. Guan Yufei and Luli enter one of the holes, but find it to be a room, with a bed made of shells now reduced to broken fragments, and the walls have been carved into squares, with traces of items being stored on them. Such caves are filled with holes along both sides of the stone walls, and a rough glance reveals there are hundreds of them. Guan Yufei swims outside and finds that every cave has a similar scene, with layouts that are largely the same, but these caves have no inhabitants. To be precise, they are filled with remains. Hundreds of merman tribes. Even in death, their remains were not found in the cave, which puzzled Guan Yufei. Humans had not found any clues about the mermen. Not even fossils or bones had ever been discovered. Where did all these mermen ultimately go? Luli also felt something was off. He couldn't understand why the situation was like this. He shook his head and said, "Let's keep looking." Following the location of these caves downward, they began to notice some differences, but the entrances to the caves became larger as they descended. These caves were no longer used for resting. Instead, many large banquet halls indicated that this tribe had evolved intelligence. The cave at the very bottom had a massive entrance, and as they entered, they found themselves in a huge cavern. The layout resembled an arena, with a vast flat area in the center and carved seats around the circular cavern, stacked like a crown. Yet, there were no remains here. It was like a village deserted by its inhabitants, leaving only empty buildings. Guan Yufei took out her equipment, stating that they needed to scan the area to see if there was anything they were looking for. Luli also picked up his device, saying, "All right, I'll use the spaceship to scan this place." Such a complex terrain could only be accurately surveyed by a spaceship. Guan Yufei moved the scanner along the walls on both sides, but found that they seemed completely still. There were many inscriptions on these walls, but they could not understand their meanings. She continued to glide along the wall, noting that the structure resembled the church they had visited before, with a high dome painted with colorful patterns and the square below paved with stone in a circular pattern. From above, Guan Yufei looked down at this underwater church and noticed that the pattern in the center of the square seemed strange, resembling a layered circle, like a bullseye. She immediately swam down and used the detector to scan the center of the circle. A few beeps from the machine confirmed her suspicion. There was indeed something in the square. She opened her handheld device and began to excavate toward the center. Then she excitedly called out to Luli, "Luli, I found it." The object was hidden in the center of the square, and as the laser destroyed the outer layer, they discovered a hollow interlayer, at the very center of which lay the box they had seen in the light stone. Luli also rushed over, and both of them stared at the box in the center, feeling an indescribable excitement. They had finally found the magnetic mother. Because it was impossible to determine if there was another space underground under the sea, they had not discovered it. After looking at it, Guan Yufei was stunned, but it looked very intact, not like something hidden by outsiders. It felt as if it had always been placed there. Luli understood what Guan Yufei meant. The spaceship's scan had yielded results, so they should take a look. The spaceship carefully scanned the underwater fissure, layer by layer revealing the structure. As they looked at the projected model, They realized this was a resting place for a tribe. The remains were all in the magma at the bottom of the sea. This discovery surprised her. The underwater magma continued to flow outward, and each new layer of magma would cover the original ground, leaving the remains stacked within these cooling lava layers. Was this their burial method? She could only make that judgment. There was no way. The remains from different eras did not resemble signs of a one-time death. They could only have been placed there after they died. Luli looked at the projection in front of them and revealed an explosive piece of news. I think they're somewhat similar to Byron. Byron? Yes. Luli nodded, opening the projection of the top layer of remains, which even showed scales on the face. He pointed to the locations of these scales. Look at these places. Byron also has similar scales. The evolution of beastmen requires a beast form. For instance, Luli is a wolf. So he has wolf ears and a wolf tail, while Haya is a rabbit, hence her rabbit features. But Byron does not have one. Although he is a merman, he has no beast form, and moreover, he is the only aquatic beast man. The situation in the sea is different from that on land. In the ocean, due to the discharge of radioactive wastewater, the entire marine environment has long been destroyed. How can marine life evolve? Therefore, Byron's birth has always been a mystery. Besides Byron, there are no other mermen. Luli speculated that the mermen did not rely on sunlight for their survival, but rather on the temperature of the underwater magma, along with their longevity, which allowed them to live in the abandoned blue star. Do you suspect the mermen made a deal with Miss Rabbit and the others? Yes. Besides that, there is no other possibility. Otherwise, why would the mermen willingly help them hide the magnetic mother, unless they made a trade? The mermen had come to this point because of humans. They could never trust humans. But the beastmen, who shared a life-and-death bond with them, could be their allies. On a planet that was about to be destroyed, only the beastmen could lead them out of this cage. Guan Yufei held the box of the magnetic mother, but these were still just our speculations. We can't know the history. Luli nodded. We can ask Byron when we get back. He's the last merman in the entire star system. Perhaps he will know a bit of the inside story. Now that they had obtained the magnetic mother, there shouldn't be any unexpected incidents. Guan Yufei nodded, storing the magnetic mother inside the spaceship and setting a few passwords before confidently exiting the cabin. They were about to return, and all questions could wait until they got back for answers. Chapter 27, his concern the matter was concluded, and they were about to embark on their journey back. This trip had already consumed nearly a month of their time. Even Byron on Rose Star had entered a state of hibernation, and it was uncertain whether they could alleviate these symptoms upon their return. Remembering Byron's voice from before, Guan Yufei secretly gossiped. Did Byron contact us later? It was no wonder she was curious. Byron was relentless with Haya, who would have thought they actually had private contact. Luli glanced at her expectant little eyes, curled his lips, and said no, but we'll be back soon. Why not ask them in person then? They should, she replied. Everything is for the future of Rose Star. I believe they will speak. The two of them were seriously discussing this. And Guan Yufei even recalled Haya's earlier reason for not needing fireworks. She figured their thoughts must have changed significantly by now. Initially, she was surprised that Haya and Byron could continue to get along despite being at odds for so many years. Now she understood. They were actually a pair of happy foes. The final tasks on Blue Star were not difficult. As per the cosmic agreement, they needed to take away any substances that did not belong on the planet to avoid damaging the environment. However, on the last day, Guan Yufei thought about it and decided to visit the amusement park again. She took away the films from the screening room. These childhood memories were hard for her to part with. This might be her last time on Blue Star, this pearl that still shone brightly in harsh conditions. It was perhaps better to fade into people's memories. Like a crystal ball, beautiful yet incredibly fragile. The journey back to the city was as calm as their arrival. Guan Yufei would pull Luli along to watch those films whenever she had time. They had already planned their return trip, so there was no need for them to worry. The signal device on Blue Star was too far from the main star, and they usually received no information, making the two feel isolated for a month. When they could connect to the signal, Guan Yufei hurriedly opened the receiver and began playing the latest news broadcast from the main star. Luli was making breakfast in the cabin, pulling out a stack of sandwiches and hot milk. Seeing Guan Yufei suddenly excited, he asked with amusement, "What is going on?" A person who usually doesn't pay attention to the news is suddenly interested today. Guan Yufei smiled. I heard before I left that something big might happen on the main star, so I wanted to see what it was. The main star hadn't seen war for a long time, and under the environment of cosmic unification, there hadn't been any sensational events. So the broadcasts were mostly trivial matters. It was either weather updates or minor regulatory changes. The last event that caused a stir had her as the protagonist, which piqued her interest. The two sat quietly at the dining table, having breakfast and listening to the news, which, as usual, was about minor issues, reminding the residents of the main star to be cautious as a group of interstellar pirates had been particularly rampant recently. This was nothing new. It seemed this group of interstellar pirates had never been successfully eradicated. Sometimes Guan Yufei even suspected that the authorities didn't eliminate them simply to maintain news broadcasts. To her surprise, the so-called big news turned out to be this. How boring. The next moment, the news anchor seemed to have heard her thoughts. Commander Wei's only son will hold an engagement ceremony in 7 days, marking the first action of the Wei family after their engagement with the Guan family. No further clues are currently known. That is all for the news. Commander Wei's only son. Wasn't he that her former fiancé, Guan Yufei, felt that she must have been out of her mind to suddenly want to hear the news broadcast, although she and Lu Li were together. They had never mentioned the annulled engagement. Guan Yufei didn't know how to respond, and Lu Li never asked her about it either. But now hearing news about that person made her feel a bit guilty. She cautiously glanced up at Lu Li's direction, only to find him staring at her. His eyes were deep and dark, with a primal wolf-like wildness in his gray eyes, as if he was fixated on his prey, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Guan Yufei felt a shiver run through her body from his gaze, and Lu Li had already noticed her furtive glance. She was still holding the breakfast that Lu Li had just made according to her taste, and thinking of this made her fingers twitch unconsciously. Suddenly realizing that Lu Li did care, he was just waiting for her to speak up, she set down the bread, preparing to clarify the past today. But just as she was about to speak, Lu Li reached out and gently brushed away a little milk stain around her lips that had leaked when she was drinking. The action was soft, but his gaze remained fixed on her. Eat, or the milk will get cold. His words effectively stifled what Guan Yufei had wanted to say. This topic was difficult to broach because it was separated by Lu Li's reluctance to express his feelings. In the eyes of the world, he was worlds apart from the young master of the Wei family, so he carefully maintained the engagement just to avoid putting Guan Yufei in a difficult position. Yet that person was indeed a thorn in his heart. Seeing Guan Yufei's slightly flustered expression, Lu Li quickly ended the topic. It is said that a person's heart is Pandora's box. Once opened, one may find demons within. His little thoughts were the demons of his heart. He feared Guan Yufei might have lingering feelings and was also afraid she would say something that would make him jealous. He admitted he was indeed jealous of the identity that Guan Yufei's father acknowledged, jealous of the engagement that was legitimate, and jealous to the point of madness. Watching Lu Li's retreating figure, Guan Yufei felt a bit at a loss. The reason she and Lu Li had not been together initially was that seemingly everlasting but actually empty engagement. Yet she didn't want Lu Li to think she still had lingering attachments. Unfortunately, it seemed Lu Li was unwilling to bring up this topic. Whenever she sought an opportunity, he would skillfully stop her words. By the time they returned to Rose Star, they had not resolved this crisis, falling into a strange Cold War. Lu Li continued to handle everything well. It couldn't be said that things were bad now. But the atmosphere was simply devoid of the casual laughter they once shared. The spaceship slowly descended. Shaoan received the news, and, upon hearing the sound, excitedly ran out of the room. Liga, you're back. Lu Li walked in with the box, only to find not just Shaoan inside, but also by Rong and others. Lu Li smiled and handed over the box. Feel it. How is it now? Rong raised an eyebrow and took it. He had already planned to enter hibernation, but had to come help after receiving news that Lu Li was going out. He had been feeling the restlessness within his body these days. Unexpectedly, the magnetic mother could restore him to his original state. Without saying much, he turned and handed it over to Haya beside him. Lu Li formally reported some events from this trip, then suddenly spoke to stop by Rong, who was about to leave. Wait, there is something. Saying this, he pulled by Rong into the room. Haya had been watching the somewhat distracted Guan Yufei from the side. As soon as Lu Li and Bai Rong entered the room, she suddenly jumped over and patted Guan Yufei on the shoulder. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" So lost in thought, Guan Yufei, who was daydreaming, was startled by Haya's pat. "What is wrong?" "Not a sound. It's not that I'm silent. It's that you were too engrossed in your thoughts just now. Quickly say, is there something going on?" Guan Yufei initially wanted to be tough, but unexpectedly, Haya directly pointed out, saying, "You were all sweet and loving with that little wolf cub before you went out, sharing glances that could stick together. How did it suddenly change like this?" After saying that, she even threatened with a couple of hums, showing a "don't think you can hide this from me" attitude. Guan Yufei really didn't know what to say and could only vaguely respond. "Something unexpected happened?" "Unexpected?" Haya clearly didn't believe it, saying, "What unexpected thing could happen between a man and a woman? Did you run into your ex-boyfriend?" Her words hit the nail on the head, and seeing Guan Yufei's default expression, Haya was a bit surprised. "Weren't you supposed to go back to Blue Star? How could you still meet someone else?" Guan Yufei wanted to cry, but had no tears, explaining that her curiosity led her to receive news of her ex-fiancé getting engaged. From Lu Li's perspective, she was the one who had been quietly following her ex-fiancé's various news. She didn't even know how to explain, especially since Lu Li didn't seem to want to hear her explanation. After she finished speaking, Haya understood. He was clearly jealous. The little wolf cub had silently guarded for many years, and now that he finally had his treasure, naturally, he would be very jealous. After thinking for a moment, she asked, "So what about you now? What are you planning to do? It looks like you have to coax him." Guan Yufei also knew about Lu Li's grievances. She planned to find an opportunity to have a good talk with him, but looking at the current situation, she wasn't sure if she could find that opportunity. If this matter wasn't clarified, it would be a thorn for both of them. Lu Li was initially a bit angry, but the anger was directed at himself. He felt he shouldn't care so much about that engagement, but then thought he was being too sentimental. He found himself trapped in silence amidst this emotional tug-of-war. Noticing that Guan Yufei wanted to say something, but he avoided her gaze due to her slightly guilty expression. Just as he grabbed Bai Rong to ask about the merfolk, Bai Rong stopped him, saying, "What, did you have a fight? Are you using me as a shield?" Bai Rong immediately saw the problem between the two and turned to sit on the sofa, nodding at him. "Go on, what's up?" Lu Li was momentarily speechless. He didn't know what to say, his gaze heavy, leaning against the wall with a face full of frustration. At this moment, he recalled Guan Yufei's expression when she entered, closed his eyes to hide his originally complicated emotions. He had been paying attention to Guan Yufei's expressions and movements. With a self-deprecating smile, he realized his unease stemmed from his unfulfilled possessiveness. He had never been a gentle and polite person. He just didn't want to scare Guan Yufei and pretended to be carefree. This kind of love was like a rootless, floating weed. He put on a mask, but could only be like this, so whenever there was any sign of trouble, he fell into unease. But he felt it was impossible to let go. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze returned to its usual calm, and he took out the model scanned on Blue Star, beginning to discuss his findings with Bai Rong. This matter contained a large, unknown story, and the two could only deduce from past details, which inevitably consumed time. It wasn't until Haya knocked on the door that the two were pulled out of this matter. It was already evening, and they might as well eat something first. This was a plan Haya had thought of for Guan Yufei. Later, she would take Bai Rong away to give the two a chance to be alone. Although Bai Rong and Haya felt a bit awkward now. Facing Guan Yufei's pleading big eyes, Haya found it hard to refuse. She walked in with a packed meal, followed by Guan Yufei, both carrying large and small bags. After Haya entered, she sat at the dining table and, in a tone of sudden discovery, exclaimed, "Oh, it seems this table can't fit 4 people. So Bai Rong and I should take our things and leave first." She maintained a calm demeanor throughout, and then looked at Bai Rong, waiting for his response. In fact, this was the first time they could be so calm in the same space since Lu Li suddenly called back that day. Bai Rong wouldn't let this opportunity slip, immediately saying, "Then we'll head back first. You two enjoy dinner." "Yes, we won't disturb you. See you tomorrow." The two quickly retreated from the battlefield, and before leaving, Haya made a face at Guan Yufei, then smiled as she walked out the door. As soon as they exited, she instantly distanced herself from Bai Rong, her face full of unfamiliarity, saying, "Since it's so late, I'll head off first. It's so dark, be careful yourself, hee hee." But before she could take a step, she was pulled back. Can we talk? What is there to talk about? We aren't familiar. Looking at Haya, who was about to explode by Rong's side. You know what I'm talking about. We're at this age, don't play these games. This statement left Haya, who was already feeling guilty, frozen in place. It was all her fault for avoiding things so smoothly these past few days that she forgot how sharp his tongue could be. Mimicking Rong, she asked, "So what do you want to do? Are you willing to accept me?" Rong cut through the nonsense. He knew that if he didn't clarify things now, the opportunity would be lost, so he directly asked what was on his mind. He said seriously, I never settle, and I won't accept someone for various reasons. There's no such thing as unexpected. So, are you willing to accept me?" Under the cold, white moonlight, his eyes shone brightly as he looked down at the person in front of him, sincerely hoping for a perfect ending. Although this was an accident, he didn't reject the occurrence of the unexpected. Chapter 28. You are my firm choice. 8 door separated 2 spaces, and inside the door, Guan Yufei couldn't help but feel nervous, the bag in her hand making a creaking sound as she squeezed it tightly. Luli was still leaning against the wall, with only a small light on in the room. In the dimly lit space, his face was shrouded in darkness, appearing somewhat blurry. But Guan Yufei could still feel his gaze. She set down the package in her hands, lifted her skirt, and walked over, slowly approaching him. The height difference between the two was significant. Even with Luli leaning, he was still much taller than Guan Yufei. She stepped forward, reached out, and embraced him, burying her face in his chest. Luli, her voice was somewhat muffled as she pressed her ear against his chest, hearing the heartbeat within, feeling her own heart gradually calming down. "Don't be angry," Guan Yufei's voice carried a hint of grievance. They held each other tightly, and Luli could feel the rise and fall of her breathing. He had just come to a realization on his own, but a fire of torment had been burning in his heart. Yet, with just a word from Guan Yufei, that fire was silently extinguished. Realizing this, he couldn't help but chuckle self-deprecatingly. Guan Yufei's arms were wrapped around his waist, and through the thin layer of fabric, he could feel the warmth of their bodies. "Why are you only wearing so little today?" After thinking for so long, he ended up only noticing that her body temperature was a bit low today. The person in his arms nuzzled against him slightly, and from above, he couldn't see her expression, only sensing her sulky mood. Luli sighed, seeing a coat draped over the sofa, and wanted to walk over and put it on her. But as soon as he took a step, he realized that the person in his arms had suddenly tightened her grip, holding him firmly like a child throwing a tantrum, not wanting him to leave. He had to lower his voice to the softest whisper, gently coaxing, "I'll go get you a piece of clothing, okay?" Hearing his voice, Guan Yufei felt a wave of sourness in her heart. The coldness over the past few days had left her feeling somewhat wronged, and now, with a crack finally appearing, her emotions surged uncontrollably. "Then hold me. And, I want to be cold." This didn't sound like something Guan Yufei would say. Her tone was so spoiled that she was surprised even after saying it. But she didn't feel embarrassed. She stubbornly wanted an embrace. Looking at her slightly tousled hair from rubbing against him, Luli's heart melted completely, and he gently wrapped his arms around her. Using his body heat to gradually dispel the chill from her, he noticed that the fabric on his chest was slightly damp. He hurriedly tried to lift her up to confirm whether it was just his illusion, but he found that Guan Yufei was indeed stubborn. He couldn't move the person curled up in his embrace even an inch. So, he could only gently rub Guan Yufei's hair and walk toward the sofa, coaxing the shy girl little by little. Perhaps it was because his embrace was too warm, or perhaps his actions were too tender, but the moisture soon dissipated, and Guan Yufei buried her face against his chest, accusing him. "You haven't been ignoring me these past few days. I'm sorry you don't even listen to my explanation. It was my fault. I shouldn't have done that. Can you forgive me?" Feeling her arms around him loosen slightly, Luli smiled helplessly and lifted her up, softly comforting her. "I was petty and made you sad. I shouldn't have done that. It's my fault. Please forgive me." He had always trapped himself in one place, because if he didn't firmly restrict his actions, he would be unable to resist getting closer. For so many years, he could only silently watch Guan Yufei's messages from afar. Back then, Guan Yufei's name was always firmly tied to another person, and they were the couple everyone blessed. After Guan Yufei broke off the engagement with that person, he had fantasized about appearing before her to test a possible future. To embrace his unattainable desire, Guan Yufei sensed a hint of bitterness in his tone. Perhaps in Lu Li's eyes, he was merely her second choice, but she had never treated him that way, and didn't he want him to see himself as such? The engagement was my decision to withdraw. Lu Li. I never liked him from the moment she liked Lu Li. She had pleaded with her father to cancel the engagement, but her father had not agreed at that time. However, he respected her wishes, agreeing that as long as Guan Yufei successfully obtained the Scholar's Award, he would cancel the engagement. Guan's father was very clear about the Wei family's attitude. It was never a warm environment. He only hoped that his daughter would have a support system, so he never forced Guan Yufei's feelings. The condition for canceling the engagement was also to ensure that Guan Yufei could stand on her own, which would make him feel much more at ease. Guan Yufei understood this reasoning as well. So even when the news of Lu Li's accident came, she never stopped her steps, only hoping to have the power to choose the one she loved. That was why, after graduation, she traveled to various places to improve her professional knowledge until they reunited. I agreed to cancel the engagement with the Wei family a long time ago. It was just that we set a deadline back then. My engagement with the Wei family was never real. The only choice I made was you, Lu Li, only you. There was never any affection between me and the Wei family. Hearing this, Lu Li was taken aback, unable to help but hold her tighter. This was something he had never understood before. For all these years, this engagement had been praised by everyone. He couldn't help but lower his head, wanting to hold their embrace even tighter. I'm sorry, I thought there was never anyone else between us. I will always firmly walk towards you. But that engagement was not something I could decide alone. At that time, I couldn't make a promise. These were things Lu Li couldn't understand because even he felt that Guan Yufei wouldn't choose him. A warmth surged in his chest, and his calm eyes glistened with tears. Guan Yufei's determination gave him the courage to reveal his true self, and he asked the question he had hidden in his heart. Why me? Because you are worth it. Lu Li, you are the moon in my dark times, allowing me to see my own heart clearly. You gave me a sense of security when I was most helpless. Guan Yufei looked at the tender, yet somewhat vulnerable man in front of her and kissed his lips. By his side, Guan Yufei would never worry about making mistakes because Lu Li would always stand by her. This was their first kiss, and she had little experience. Just gently touching their lips together, feeling the soft sensation and smiling happily. But she noticed the sudden stiffness on his face. Lu Li kept his eyes closed, just to ease the emotions that were about to erupt inside him, but he felt a gentle kiss on his lips. He abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze locking onto the person in front of him, unable to resist deepening the kiss. The instinct of a wolf is to seize. Not even breath could be spared. A wolf would only devour its prey whole. After the kiss, Guan Yufei couldn't help but take a deep breath, just now doubting whether she might suffocate. In the quiet environment, she could clearly hear her own heart pounding, but now she could be sure that they had returned to the past. Perhaps even better than before. She smiled, saying that light kisses would make two people more alike. She gently traced her finger over Lu Li's sharp brows and eyes. Then will we become alike? Lu Li had thought that his nature would make Guan Yufei retreat, but he didn't expect her to say this. With a nonchalant smile, he replied, then I'll be a little closer to the way I feel inside. The two exchanged smiles, shedding that outer layer and connecting with each other more genuinely. The warmth inside the door had no effect on the situation outside. Haya looked at Bai Rong, frowning, appearing as if she wanted to lose her temper, but felt helpless. She turned around and looked at the person in front of her without any anger, ultimately giving up. No, I refuse. Why? Why are there so many whys in this world? Isn't this what you taught me? Now I'm giving you the exact same words back. No. Haya dropped this line and tried to leave, only to find herself firmly held back, unable to shake free. She was genuinely about to explode. What do you want? Why can't it be? Haya was overwhelmed with anger, starting to ramble nonsensically. There were countless reasons, because the weather is bad today, because I don't like this time, because I don't even like this place. Then if it were your favorite weather, your favorite time, and your favorite place, would you agree? No, because I don't like you. Just because of an accident. We have to be together. Haya was so annoyed that she finally spoke her mind. In truth, she didn't actually dislike Bai Rong, but she hated the idea of being tied together due to an accident, a reason she couldn't accept. She could only hope that they wouldn't see each other for a while, to cool off and get through this. But unexpectedly, Byron kept pursuing her for an answer. This answer was her true thoughts, and after she said it, she finally felt a bit of relief. However, Byron said seriously, "What if I said my confession isn't because of this reason?" After so many years of interacting with Haya, he understood her resistance, but he only hoped to break her concerns, while also knowing he couldn't push her too hard. "I think we need to calm down and think this over." After saying that, Byron didn't give Haya a chance to refuse and turned to leave, leaving Haya speechless in place. The next day, as Guan Yufei stepped out, she saw a listless little rabbit squatting at her door. "Haya, what's wrong?" Upon hearing the voice, Haya quickly covered her mouth, looking around nervously. When she saw no one else, she relaxed, pulling Guan Yufei inside. Her face was full of melancholy. Seeing her drooping ears, Guan Yufei suddenly thought of that movie from Blue Star. She smiled. "What happened? Why do you look like that?" Haya sighed deeply, then looked at the radiant Guan Yufei and felt like she had shown up at the wrong time. Young couples in love are the most clingy. She was afraid she might have disturbed them, so she hesitated and wanted to leave. Guan Yufei quickly stopped her. "I have something good. Something I brought back from Blue Star. Do you want to see it?" "Sure," as long as it meant she wouldn't have to see Byron. She'd probably agree to anything, but she didn't expect Guan Yufei to bring back a movie, an animated one at that. Haya felt shocked. Such movies existed on Rose Star, but they were all for kids. At her age, looking at Guan Yufei's eager face, Haya could only choose to remain silent. "How about we put this aside for now and just chat?" "Okay, what do you want to talk about?" Looking at the glowing beauty, Haya suddenly froze. After a moment of silence, she ultimately chose the topic that made her feel the most relaxed. "Weren't you and Luli in a Cold War yesterday? How did it turn into this today? What happened yesterday? Tell me." Talking about gossip, Haya perked up, her ears standing up as she looked at Guan Yufei with a gleam of curiosity in her eyes. But since it involved Luli, Guan Yufei could only vaguely explain. "We just cleared up some misunderstandings." "Wow, elaborate." At that moment, Guan Yufei realized something was off and quickly changed the subject. "When Luli and I were on Blue Star, we contacted Byron, and it seemed to be late at night. I think I even heard your voice. What was going on?" Haya choked, not expecting Guan Yufei to ask about this. She felt like she had shot herself in the foot. After a long silence, Haya sighed and recounted the whole story. They were originally in a dormant period, but Luli had to go out, so they had to stay outside. To suppress it, they usually took some medication, but since they didn't need to go out, the medication wasn't ready yet. Haya came up with a bad idea. She bought some alcohol and drank a bit whenever she felt off. She even shared this method with Byron. And thinking about how Byron had looked at her like she was an idiot back then, she now found it quite reasonable. However, the difference in their alcohol tolerance was huge, leading to her passing out while Byron remained sober. The aftermath was a night she regretted. When she woke up, she felt like the sky had fallen. One misstep led to a lifetime of regret. The most ridiculous part was that, at her age, she was still caught up in such a situation. She felt like she had left her brain behind during the dormant years. So after waking up, she refused to admit it. They say nothing is more beautiful than a sunset, but she didn't feel that way at all. All these days of desperately avoiding Byron were to forget about this incident. Yet Byron insisted on an answer. She lay on the sofa wailing. "We're already this old. Can't he be a bit more magnanimous? Why does he have to force me into a corner?" Guan Yufei, who was enjoying the gossip, became a bit excited. "So what do you plan to do now?" "I don't know. I originally wanted to ask you, but you're even more confused than I am." Haya, in despair, covered her eyes. Now that the magnetic mother was back, there was no more dormant period, but she desperately longed for that dormant time. Chapter 29 Starry Sea on Rose Star. There are only 2 seasons in a year, spring and autumn. This is not due to any other reason, but because the crops that mature in these 2 seasons are different. In the past couple of days at the market, there have been many new fruits. Guan Yufei's favorite star flowers turn a light pink in autumn, so she has been enjoying wandering around the market these days. In the morning, she received a message from Luli saying he bought a lot of autumn vegetables and reminded her to come home for dinner on time. As for why he wasn't accompanying her, it was naturally because Haya didn't want to act alone these days. Whenever the two of them appeared, they seemed like conjoined twins. Watching Guan Yufei smile as she replied to the message in her hand, Heya felt a bit helpless and somewhat sour. I only pulled you out for a little while, and he already has to message you. It will be better to just tie you to his side. Since this little couple got back together, they have been inseparable, making her feel even more lonely, and they have no sense of it at all. Luli didn't say much, just reminded her to remember to eat lunch at home. Who would have thought that the little wolf cub actually learned this trick? Using his cooking skills to secure his partner? Sigh, really. After saying this, she clicked her tongue in exclamation. Guan Yufei, who was teased and turned a bit red, felt a little shy and smiled shyly. Sometimes she would also wonder if Luli sent those messages because he wanted to talk to her more, since they hadn't been in contact much these days. Each doing their own things, yet they both wanted to cling to each other more than before. At dinner, Luli made several dishes that suited Guan Yufei's taste, including a stir-fried dish with beans that she particularly liked. These beans had a unique texture. She had never seen such beans on the main star, when cooked. They had a powdery texture with a slight sweetness, and she couldn't help but eat a few more bites. This could be considered a specialty of Rose Star, as they are grown in water, so you might not recognize them normally. In the water? Is it the lake next to the forest? Yes, but there are quite a few lakes, and with the change of seasons there are many new sites. Do you want to go take a look? Hearing the hidden meaning in his words, Guan Yufei didn't refuse. After all, they hadn't gone on a date yet, so she nodded. However, I want to go out for a walk in the afternoon. After saying this, she felt a bit embarrassed. Heya said she wanted to find a scenic place nearby to stay, so I need to go out in the afternoon. Luli thought that the situation between Heya and Byron would be resolved in a few days, but unexpectedly, the two of them seemed to be getting more and more tangled up. From the sound of it, it seemed like they would continue to make a fuss. He nodded at first, but then when he went to pick up Guan Yufei in the evening, he brought Byron along. Heya didn't expect Luli to bring Byron over, and after being outsmarted by the little wolf cub, she had no choice but to let go and clarify things with Byron. As a result, this chaotic situation involving 4 people had already been going on for more than an hour, and Guan Yufei couldn't help but smile when she recalled Heya's expression. Luli, why did you have to bring Byron along? They have been at odds for so long. It would have been better to clarify things all at once. They would definitely be able to resolve the issues. So don't worry. I'm not worried, but since you care, why not say it directly? Why go around in circles like this? Luli awkwardly cleared his throat. He didn't want Guan Yufei to think that he was restricting her freedom, so he had kept his opinions to himself. However, seeing that Heya was about to cling to Guan Yufei, he couldn't hold back anymore. He looked up at the moon and said, I remember that at this time, there would be beautiful scenery by the lake. Do you want to see it? Knowing his personality, it was impossible to say it directly, so he changed the topic. Guan Yufei nodded in agreement. After all, the terrain of Rose Star is artificially created to better accommodate the lives of the beastmen, which is why there are large areas of grasslands, with the largest being Star Lake, named for the star flowers that grow along its shore. Guan Yufei often came to the lake to relax when she first arrived on Rose Star. At that time, the area around Star Lake was filled with large patches of white starflowers, the clear lake breeze, and the water was as clear as a giant mirror, reflecting the clouds drifting above. However, in just a few months, Star Lake has changed its appearance. The biggest feature of autumn is that the plants are dyed with color. The trees have turned a rich maple red, different from the artificially mixed colors on a main star, bringing a strong vitality with the change of seasons. Star Lake is still as clear as ever, but the star flowers by the lake have now taken on a light pink hue, with a few flowers in deeper colors. She smiled and linked her arm with Luli's, saying it felt like a different charm here, with a unique fragrance. Do you feel this scent is somewhat familiar? Guan Yufei took a few deep breaths, feeling an added freshness and sweetness, but she didn't seem to recall it. Is it the taste of the beans we had for lunch? If it's familiar, it must be that. Luli smiled, praising her, saying, You're really smart. There's a round fruit beneath this lake, which is the beans you ate, and this fruit is actually the root of the starflower. After saying this, he glanced at Guan Yufei, who looked surprised, as if she hadn't expected this. I really didn't expect this answer. No wonder the beans have such a fresh fragrance. I didn't know the roots of the starflower looked like this. I never noticed before. I always thought the starflowers were just like the potted plants I had before. Unexpectedly, Luli led her to the lake's edge, wrapping around her from behind, gently lifting her hand to lightly touch the tightly closed flower bud. Luli's action surprised her. The warm touch behind her made her a bit flustered. Feeling the dryness of Luli's palm, she held her breath, trying to suppress the overly obvious sound of her heartbeat. "Look," Luli reminded her from behind. His voice soft, and the breath he exhaled brushed against her earlobe, numbing the skin around her. She felt like a wooden doll under a spell, dazed as if poisoned, being led by him. Suddenly, the once unremarkable flower bud in front of her emitted faint, twinkling lights, flickering like a heart that suddenly began to stir. That little light slowly rose, and after a slight tremor, a glowing little bug crawled out. Its wings fluttered, making a sound as it slowly took flight, glowing like a tiny star, illuminating the surrounding night sky. Guan Yufei carefully covered her mouth, only to discover that this was not an isolated incident. The originally quiet sea of star flowers had flickering lights in their buds, like a sea of lamps creating waves with their breathing. One by one, tiny star points broke free from the buds, resembling looking up at the starry sky while submerged in the ocean of the blue star. The magical scenery changed its soft curves with the ebb and flow of the waves. This flying starry sky surrounded the two of them, reflecting the brilliant galaxy overhead, as if they were in a dream. "It's so beautiful," Guan Yufei couldn't help but sigh. Luli always manages to show her scenes she has never experienced in this world. She looked up, only to bump right into Luli's chest. "On the way back and forth to the blue star, I noticed that you like this kind of scenery, so today I brought you to see it. Doesn't the night view of Star Lake resemble the starry sky?" During Luli's rebellious childhood, he loved to explore beautiful sceneries. The scenery here is still not seen by many people, but he hopes that every moment that touches him on this planet can be seen by Guan Yufei. The hand he held has not let go, providing her with endless warmth on this chilly moonlit night. Guan Yufei nestled in his embrace, secretly smiling. She thought Luli had been busy with the Cold War during that time, but unexpectedly, he had been hiding in the corner, watching her with a cold face. "Have you been paying attention to my preferences all along?" "Yes." Luli rested his chin on the top of her head. Those who are favored are always fearless. But he wanted to tear himself open and lay himself before her, making it clear to her his feelings of love. He remembered the desserts she liked, the flavors of the meals, the scenery she enjoyed, and her little habits, wanted to learn more about her every day. Hearing this, Guan Yufei frowned and said, "Then wouldn't I understand you less than you understand me?" Behind her, Luli let out a low laugh that way. "You can learn a little more about me every day for the rest of your life." He had his own selfish motives. He only wanted to show her the best side of himself. He hoped that in the memories Guan Yufei recalled later, he would always be by her side. When the first rain of autumn arrived, Heya finally resumed her usual actions, no longer avoiding by Rome every day. The few of them held a meeting in Luli's small house about where to place the magnetic mother. They only knew that the rose star needed the magnetic mother, and the facts proved that it was indeed the case. After they brought the magnetic mother back to the rose star, this autumn no longer had the previous faint sense of decay. Instead, there was a kind of unusual vitality, and various fruits were riper than before. Byron and the others were no longer troubled by the dormancy period. But the problem was that they didn't know how to place the magnetic mother. When they took the magnetic mother out of the blue star, it was already in the position after being removed, and they did not know where the original position was. So now, where to place the magnetic mother became the problem they needed to solve. Where we could hide it like in the blue star? In the place closest to the center of the Earth? We still don't know how to place the magnetic mother. Who in this galaxy would know? The insect tribe. A single sentence turned the discussion back to silence. Heya glanced at Byron expressionlessly and rolled her eyes habitually. Are we really supposed to ask the insect tribe? She didn't know what he was thinking. The insect tribe was now hiding in the shadows, and no one knew their true identity. These days, no one raises global issues before solving problems. But Byron did not refute. He actually knew some clues. After the war between the insect tribe and the beastmen, although most people chose to hide their identities, let us not forget that a small portion of the insect tribe still lives in the stars. Are you talking about the insect tribe in the interstellar desert? Yes. Just like the escape of the beastmen, A small number of beastmen remained on the main star, and the insect tribe is the same. The remaining insect tribe poses no threat and has no fighting force left. They are firmly in human hands. Moreover, due to the special abilities of the insect tribe, they were arranged to construct various time-space tunnels. The existing spatial channels on the main star were all built by this group of insect tribe members. These insect tribe members would not have any interaction with humans. They only obey orders from specialized supervisors. But this is the best solution they could think of for now, and it also has the least cost. Luli nodded, indicating he understood his opinion. For now, you all put the magnetic mother in a safe place. I made a device that simulates the underwater environment of the blue star. This is currently the best option. After all, this was the method used for preservation before, and it is more useful than theirs. As for how to find that small group of insect tribe members, Luli thought he would find a way. He has many businesses in the dark web, some of which are left for him. He has also developed quite a bit over the years, and just in time for this opportunity, he would transport a batch of weapons there and ask about the situation. This is not a coincidence. He often has to travel back and forth for these matters. This time, for safety, Luli decided to go investigate the situation alone. So Guan Yufei returned to her previous routine of visiting the market with Heya. The Rose Star actually has many technological devices, but the beastmen here prefer a lifestyle closer to nature, so technological devices are rarely seen in daily life. Just like the small stalls at the market, each family uses its hand-woven patterns as awnings. The storefronts also show traces of handwork, and this is an environment Guan Yufei has not yet experienced. She still can't get enough of it. She and Heya both held a cup of fruit tea, weaving through the crowd. Why aren't you avoiding Byron lately? What else could it be? We talked it out. So, what is it like now? That old thing said, since you think life now is not bad, let's maintain our original interaction for now, but I will give you time to adapt. Heya mimicked Byron's tone and attitude. She had now given up struggling. As long as she could drag it out a little longer, she didn't want to face reality too directly. Fortunately, Byron gave her some time. Otherwise, she would have hidden back in a rabbit hole by now. Where would she have such leisurely time to stroll through the market? But I still think I should find a place to build a house. Originally, she had found a dark tree hole for her long dormancy, as long as it was comfortable to sleep in. But now that she was going out to eat and shop every day, she naturally needed to choose a new place. After saying that, she complained, "The place I'm living in now does not meet my requirements. I still prefer places with fewer people around." They were still living in that guest house-like accommodation. Hearing her say this, Guan Yufei suddenly remembered the little house she had chosen in the forest. She originally planned to build a wooden house, but due to too many events in between, it had stagnated. Chapter 30. Longing. The forest has changed color because of autumn. From a distance, it looks less lush and has gained a different kind of vitality. Guan Yufei's treehouse is only half built, with the cutwood still in place, deepened in color due to the moisture from the rainy season. The humid air in the forest, mixed with abundant oxygen, brings a refreshing clarity with each breath. Guan Yufei walks with Heya to the base of the treehouse. When I first came to Rose Star, I wanted to build a treehouse for myself, but I forgot about it later. The treehouse already has a model. A large house is built atop a massive trunk, shaped like a neat square, with half of its walls replaced by floor-to-ceiling windows, reflecting the surrounding scenery. The unadorned wood gives it a natural beauty. A few branches cross through the windows, gently swaying in the breeze, and even from a distance, one can imagine how pleasant it would be to watch from inside. The house extends upward into two small lofts, perched on either side of the tree canopy, connected by a transparent corridor with a wooden spiral staircase winding down the trunk. Although the entire structure is built in the forest, it blends seamlessly with the surroundings, and Heya can't help but exclaim, "Wow, I didn't expect you to design a house. It's beautiful." She seems unable to contain her excitement, taking a few steps up the staircase before suddenly turning back. With such a beautiful house, why don't you live in it? The unspoken part of her question is Luli that captivating? Seeing her eager expression, Guan Yufei quickly adds, "This house isn't finished yet. Since I built it with the spaceship, it's currently on hold." She had designed it on the spaceship but left it behind when the ship was decommissioned, leaving her treehouse idle. If she wants to continue building now, she probably has to wait until Luli returns. Thinking of Luli, Guan Yufei slightly purses her lips. He has been gone for a week, and due to the special circumstances this time, they can't even send messages to each other to avoid exposing Rose Star's location. So for this week, they have had no contact at all. Reflecting on this, Guan Yufei feels a bit lost. Even though they didn't constantly communicate when Lu Li was on Rose Star, she didn't expect to miss him so much after he left. The first rain of autumn is falling on Rose Star, and everywhere is filled with the sound of dampness. In such weather, even opening a window feels stifling. She sits at the window, watching the rain for a while, initially planning to make something to fill her empty stomach. But when she looks up, she sees Lu Li's small house through the kitchen's small window. It's strange, although she can see it every day. Today feels like a discovery. The house stands alone on the outskirts, tightly connected to the community, creating a sense of distance. Only a small rooftop is visible, but she recognizes it as Lu Li's house at a glance. Listening to the dripping rain, she feels a deep chill and half lifts her eyes, peering through the water-streaked window at the now somewhat vague little point in the distance, suddenly wanting to go outside. The rain isn't heavy. It's just a bit chilly. Before going out, she glances at the coat on the sofa. It's the one Lu Li brought back when he returned her home that night they reconciled. Standing at the door, she thinks for a moment and decides to wear it before heading out. The cold fabric feels reassuringly warm once she puts it on, and it seems to still carry the owner's scent. Thinking of this makes Guan Yufei want to smile, but she merely purses her lips and steps outside. The shops in the Wolfpack community have all closed early. There's never a concept of overtime here, and everyone starts packing up to go home when the sun sets. This habit, which she loves, feels a bit suffocating after the silence descends upon the neighborhood. Guan Yufei walks along the path and arrives at a small shop, the one she is most familiar with since coming to the York community. The owner is a tall, white-furred bear grandmother, who, when she smiles, has a round, somewhat cute face. She takes good care of Guan Yufei, even asking about her health when she heard Guan Yufei was ill. On the chilly street, only this small shop glows with warm light. The grandmother didn't expect Guan Yufei to visit at this time. "Child, why are you out on such a cold day? Come, drink some hot soup." After saying this, she smiles again. "What would you like to eat today? Autumn is here, and our menu has changed." Guan Yufei smiles as she takes the bowl, thanking her, and after a moment of thought, asks, "Do you have starflower, beans?" Her question is somewhat vague, but the grandmother understands. "Anything else you'd like?" "Just whatever you have left," she replies. After receiving the message, the grandmother smiles and walks into the kitchen, leaving Guan Yufei quietly sitting at the wooden long table, sipping the soup in front of her. Looking at the blurred reflection in the bowl, she is surprised to find herself frowning. So she gently smooths her brow with her index and middle fingers. Since Lu Li is a serious person who doesn't like to joke around, he often frowns when discussing troublesome matters, and she would take the opportunity to gently unfold his brow when he wasn't paying attention, just like now. The cold fingertips suddenly awaken her somewhat muddled consciousness. Feeling the sensation in her hand, her thoughts begin to drift, and she can't help but recall memories from the past. The warm, yellow light has a halo around it, making her a bit dazed. The faint moisture on her body finds a warm environment and slowly evaporates, creating a cozy atmosphere. After waiting for a while, her food finally arrives. "Child, look, how is it?" The grandmother smiles as she presents the tray. There are just a few small dishes, arranged beautifully, and when she sees the food on the plate, she is momentarily stunned. Are these beans a dessert? She had only eaten the ones Lu Li made before and didn't expect them to be a dessert. The beans are ground into a fine paste, topped with a dark starflower sauce, and even in this still environment, she can smell the fresh aroma. She takes a gentle bite and realizes that the flavor is completely different from Lu Li's cooking. It's an unfamiliar taste to her, and she eats it slowly. The taste is quite good, but she feels a persistent emptiness inside. The flavors, completely different from her own, evoke a somewhat ticklish emotion in her heart. She now feels that she misses Lu Li very much, very much. Nearby the main star system, Lu Li is trading while piloting the spaceship. The goods are being counted one by one, and in the dark environment, everyone wears protective masks, concealing their faces from view. In this secret transaction, everyone must first hide their identities. In the hall, They are testing each other's information. Lu Li stands apart from the crowd, suddenly feeling an itch in his nose, and he gently rubs the tip of it. He smiles at some thought, squeezing the wristband on his right hand. It's a handmade, knitted wristband that Guan Yufei got from the market. Although she is skilled, she has never made such crafts before. The knitted patterns are crooked and uneven, but Lu Li still likes it. Looking at the goods that have been mostly counted in the distance, his thoughts drift. The busyness of these past few days has finally afforded him a moment to breathe. He calculates the time since he left, although it hasn't been long. It feels like time has been stretched into an emptiness. He has managed Rose Star for 10 years, but never before has he felt such a strong longing to return as he does now. He calculated the time to return to the city and prepared to bring a dessert that Guan Yufei liked when he went back. Tonight, they had an important meeting, and they were all waiting for an opportunity. Although everyone present seemed relaxed, an invisible anxiety surrounded the crowd, and his intuition told him that tonight was not simple. After some thought, his intuition suggested that he should leave early, so while the people around him were still inactive, Lu Li decided to exit first. Guan Yufei did not sleep well that night. The sound of the rain dripped and drizzled, causing her to wake up and fall back into dreams intermittently. In this hazy state, she seemed to see Lu Li back in school. Although they were in different grades at that time, after every major exam, her and Lu Li's names would appear at the top of the ranking list. But Lu Li's brilliance did not rely on the rankings. He had a series of shining titles, each one enough to make people look up to him. The first time Guan Yufei saw Lu Li was in a mecha class attended by the entire school. At that time, she sat quietly in a corner, watching the duel arena at the center, while the teacher proudly introduced his outstanding disciple. Under the gaze of so many people, Lu Li stood wearing a large mecha suit, his eyes devoid of emotion, with long eyelashes casting shadows over his originally quiet gaze. He stood there quietly, as if everything around him was unrelated to him, and all emotions silently faded in the breath between. The teacher excitedly had him demonstrate a mecha duel, saying, "Pay attention. This is not the kind of playful games you usually play. The techniques in a duel between experts are the key to survival." The teacher on stage did not hide his admiration for Lu Li, but among the new students, there were always a few who were unconvinced. They had also been geniuses since childhood and had their own glory. A few of them booed, saying, "What's so difficult about this? I don't see any expert duel feeling here. It's really boring." Seeing this scene, the boys' pride was hurt, and they wanted to make some noise to see what would happen. One of them squeezed the operation arm in his hand and deliberately threw it toward the center, hoping to embarrass Lu Li. Since the operation arm contained a signal controller, throwing out an unconnected one could easily cause a signal interference for the mecha, which could lead to deadly risks if not careful. This sudden situation caused a stir in the audience, with several people gasping and looking at the boy on stage with concern. But Lu Li directly maneuvered the mecha to activate the photon barrier, rebounding the operation arm back. Everything happened in an instant, and the next second Guan Yufei blinked. That operation arm was already heading straight for her, the heavy equipment making a loud sound in the air. The boys in the front row who had caused the trouble quickly dodged, while Guan Yufei innocently got caught up in this disaster. The commotion was evident, and amidst the chaos, Guan Yufei did not notice when Lu Li came before her. Her memories were too frantic. She only remembered the hands that caught the mechanical arm. With long fingers straining and bulging veins, and a face partly hidden by the mecha, revealing only the upper half with eyes filled with surprise. The dream abruptly ended there, and outside the sky was not clear, with light penetrating the dense dark clouds. She turned over, not knowing why she dreamed of this scene. The last time she contacted Lu Li through her device was when he invited her to dinner. Guan Yufei looked at the weather outside, feeling uneasy in her heart, struggling to catch her breath. It turned out that Lu Li's choice to leave early was correct, as 2 hours later, the asteroid experienced a massive explosion. From a distance, one could only see the enormous mushroom cloud erupting, followed by a storm that cleared away the debris from the ground, everything happening secretly and unnoticed. Lu Li looked back and only saw the suddenly appeared space rift and the disappearing figures of the insectoids. Soon, the positioning camera he had secretly placed also lost contact silently, and the weapons that had not been taken were all transferred away by the insectoids through the space rift. This dark line had been left by his master and had developed over several decades. Recently, someone had suddenly sent a message saying they had news of finding a batch of the latest weapons for offline trading. The message came suddenly, and the existing contacts were all relationships built over decades. Even so, they appeared. Now, the initiator had turned into a body of unknown whereabouts, as the transaction could not be revealed, and identities were naturally all fake. This group of people who had just stirred up the dark web a second ago suddenly died without a sound. It was evident that there was a dark line leading them to deliver themselves as scapegoats. Taking advantage of this moment, Luli hacked into the initiator's account and saw an online account with the letter W. The screenshots of their conversations showed that this was the true mastermind behind it all. His intuition told him that this W had an unclear relationship with the insectoids. For years, the military had tacitly accepted such transactions, but was actually fattening them up to supply to foreign races. This was a premeditated assassination. However, for now, he could only proceed carefully. Luli glanced at several other dark lines in his hand, curled his lips, and indeed saw a familiar name. He felt that this trip was not in vain, as he finally found a clue in the mystery. The next second, he received a message from W. "I have something you might be interested in. Do you want to take a look?" Chapter 31 Treehouse. On the first day after the rainy season ended, Guan Yufei sat by the window, quietly listening to Haya's complaints. "You say, is he sick or something? I used to be like this too, and back then, he didn't make such a fuss. Now, just because I didn't reply to his messages for 2 days, he has to come and argue with me? At his age, does he really have to nitpick over a day or two?" Perhaps most friends who become lovers go through this kind of naive adjustment period. They haven't yet understood the shift in their identities. Guan Yufei held a cup of floral tea, sitting expressionlessly on the sofa. Most of the time, Haya didn't need her agreement, so she sat there like a doll, sipping delicately. The star flowers in the cup slowly unfolded at the bottom with the infusion of hot water. I don't know how many times she opened the contact screen, but it showed that her last contact with Lu Li was half a month ago. After the steam from the cup enveloped her, her large black eyes seemed a bit round. Just as she was lost in thought, a picture suddenly appeared on the screen. Luli had sent her a message. To her surprise, it was a dessert from the grandpa, who sells rice pudding. Luli actually went to the main star to bring this for her. She had mentioned to Luli in their previous conversations that she really missed the fruit desserts made by that grandpa, as she hadn't had such sweet fruits in years since graduating. With this news, the faint emotions in her heart immediately dissipated. "Hey, why are you suddenly smiling so happily? It wouldn't be because that rascal Lu Li sent you a message, would it?" Haya, still irate, turned around and saw Guan Yufei smiling foolishly, rendering her speechless. The sweet atmosphere of the young couple made it impossible for her to continue her rant. "Lu Li is coming back soon." Guan Yufei, no longer listless, happily explained to Haya. Ever since Lu Li left Rose Star, Guan Yufei had been feeling down, and Haya jokingly called her a rose deprived of nutrients. Now that she had finally returned to her old self, looking at her snowy white smile and sparkling eyes, Haya felt embarrassed to say anything that might dampen her spirits. "TSK, fine, I won't disturb you from going to see him." She waved her hand, letting the already restless Guan Yufei go, while she faced the elderly person who was in a Cold War due to unanswered messages. Luli was quick on his way back, not wanting Guan Yufei to wait. He only sent a message when he was close to Rose Star, and as he was about to land, he saw Guan Yufei running towards him. The houses on the ground had turned into little squares, but he spotted the girl waiting for him from the crowd at a glance. Guan Yufei didn't expect Luli to return so quickly. She thought she would have to wait for 2 hours to see him. Now, without that previous sense of urgency, she glanced at her casually tied hair at the back of her head and felt a sudden shyness. She stepped through the door first, looking around before finally sitting at the dining table, adopting a formal demeanor. When Luli entered, he saw Guan Yufei sitting upright, draped with a knitted blanket, looking like a beautiful and delicate little cat. He walked over and hugged Guan Yufei, but to her, it felt more like being cradled. The height difference made her feet leave the ground, and she could only cling tightly to him. Their distance was a bit too close. Although Guan Yufei understood that they had become a couple, Luli's proximity always made her particularly nervous. Why did you go buy desserts before coming back? She deliberately avoided eye contact, trying to shift the topic. To reduce your attachment to the main star by keeping your favorites close. Luli joked, but it was indeed what he thought in his heart. He hoped that Guan Yufei would be less attached to things from the main star. Since Rose Star and the main star had completely different eating habits, the dishes Guan Yufei was familiar with were no longer everyday fare here. Therefore, when Luli went to the main star this time, he collected quite a few food seeds. When I was there, the grandpa at that shop said the things I ordered were familiar and talked about you, thinking it was a coincidence, and he gave me an extra new dessert. However, what he didn't say was that the little girl had grown up to be quite sharp. She recognized him at first glance and directly retrieved the menu from the back kitchen that he had ordered last time. Guan Yufei nestled in his embrace, feeling too shy to struggle. Hearing this, it was as if she finally found a good excuse. I want to try it first. I haven't had lunch yet. This sentence successfully caught Lu Li's attention, prompting him to let go, as he had remembered her previous stomach issues. And he would remind her to eat on time every day. Guan Yufei's health wasn't a problem, but due to irregular meals, she had accumulated some minor issues, which were old problems. Perhaps because she often needed her sister's reminders, Lu Li felt he had no position to nag her. Sighing, Lu Li hadn't expected her to eat obediently on her own. Is there anything you want to eat? I want to eat that bean dish you made for me last time. She didn't think it was a particularly impressive dish. After Lu Li left Rose Star, she had visited many small restaurants and ordered dishes made with beans, but all of them were desserts. A restaurant owner even told her child, "We from Rose Star always make this as a dessert." It was then she realized that was a dish Lu Li had made for her taste. Lu Li really understands her, so when Lu Li asked her, that dish was the first thing that popped into her mind. The time apart had made Guan Yufei a bit clingy, although she had never thought of herself as aloof. Most people still saw her as a girl with a sense of distance, so she had never imagined she would one day want to watch someone cook. Lu Li, at 194 meters tall, wore an apron in the kitchen, softening his originally somewhat sharp aura. His standard inverted triangle physique showed off-pronounced muscles even when clothed, a physique that usually exuded a strong sense of pressure, but Lu Li had a calm demeanor about him. It was as if nothing in this world could provoke a strong emotional response from him. He remained composed and self-controlled. The kitchen was in the corner, and Lu Li had his back to the door. Guan Yufei watched him for a while before her gaze drifted to his tail. Lu Li was a wolf, and his fluffy tail hung down behind him, the base peeking out from his pants, which had been modified to create a separate opening. However, that position was a bit awkward, and Guan Yufei had always consciously avoided looking at that spot. Initially, it was because she felt it was intrusive. Later, after being together with Lu Li, it became a habit to ignore it due to embarrassment. She recalled what she had learned before, that wolf tails are somewhat sensitive, and touching them carelessly might provoke their anger. As she pondered, her thoughts drifted until Lu Li gently poked her forehead. "What are you thinking?" So lost in thought, Guan Yufei's soul rushed back to her body, her face turning a bit red. Nothing was more embarrassing than being caught daydreaming by her boyfriend. And nothing. Looking at Lu Li, her head bowed, the pair of black ears atop her dark hair became more pronounced, making her feel a bit ticklish. Perhaps emboldened by his affection, Guan Yufei suddenly tentatively spoke. "Lu Li, if I want to touch your ears, is that okay?" She asked cautiously, the words circling in her mouth before deciding to ask if she could touch his ears. Lu Li didn't expect her to suddenly ask this, and a hint of red appeared on his serious face. He now understood what Guan Yufei had just been thinking. With his head down, feeling somewhat helpless, he knew that the wolf's tail and ears were sensitive private areas meant for couples to touch. He felt a bit happy that Guan Yufei's impression of him had shifted to that of a boyfriend, but he also felt shy. Pressing down the corners of his mouth, he said, "Let's eat first." Although he pretended to be serious, his ears secretly perked up, revealing the fine, soft fur inside. Guan Yufei instinctively wanted to reach out, but Lu Li immediately stopped her. What a joke if she kept teasing him like this. He didn't know when they would be able to finish this meal. Lu Li, blushing, tried to suppress his inner feelings and discreetly pressed down on his restless tail with his other hand under the table. He originally intended to prepare Guan Yufei for their change in relationship, wanting her to understand that he was an adult man. But now he had lost control because of her words. Looking at Guan Yufei, who smiled mischievously like a little fox after succeeding, he felt a mix of embarrassment and helplessness. Let's eat. The overcast days finally passed, and a breeze carrying a damp scent slowly blew in through the window. Guan Yufei felt like going for a walk, and Lu Li, feeling a bit shy from her earlier actions at the dining table, also felt restless in the room with just the two of them, so they decided to go out together. They walked toward the forest. And Guan Yufei remembered the first day she reunited with Lu Li. They had also walked along the same route to the forest after dinner at his house. She turned to look at the somewhat silent man beside her and suddenly asked, "Did you secretly monitor what I was doing every day back then? Otherwise, how could you always show up just in time while pretending to be just doing your official business?" Lu Li clenched his right hand into a fist in front of him and cleared his throat. He never imagined that his actions would one day be exposed, nor did he think they would one day walk hand in hand and talk about these matters. Guan Yufei continued, "So if I hadn't gotten into trouble, would you have just continued to avoid seeing me? I'm sorry, I just hoped you could always be safe." Lu Li smiled. "The Rose Star can provide you with happy memories." Guan Yufei thought for a moment and smiled back, pretending to be magnanimous. "All right, as long as you say so. How could I not forgive you?" Their encounter was indeed fortunate. How many seemingly deep connections in this world dissipate into thin air with just a turn? The fact that they could still find their way back to each other today was also a miracle. The forest looked the same as a few days ago, but due to the rainy season, Guan Yufei's treehouse had more water stains and lost its previously new appearance. It carried a sense of time and felt more like home. Guan Yufei looked up at the greenery from below. After her father's passing, she seemed to have lost her sense of belonging, wanting only to find a remote place to exile herself. But today, a few months later, she found herself suddenly feeling secure again. "Lu Li, this will be my home from now on," she murmured, but Lu Li understood her meaning. Then, "Miss Guan, I hear you have a construction project. May I have the honor of accepting your offer?" He thought for a moment and changed to a relaxed tone. Guan Yufei chuckled. The treehouse only had some interior decorations left, but she played along and replied seriously, "Mr. Lu, congratulations. I hope we have a pleasant collaboration." Pleasant collaboration. Building the treehouse wasn't difficult. Lu Li used his design talent to further strengthen the house's framework, and the two of them used materials step by step to complete the original treehouse. As for why they adjusted the framework, it was because the original treehouse was a bit low, designed by Guan Yufei to accommodate her height. The result was that as soon as Lu Li entered the house, he found his head already bumping against the ceiling, with beams and columns potentially ready to hit him at any moment. Considering her boyfriend's safety, owner Miss Guan Yufei agreed to the framework modification. As for some interior decorations, Guan Yufei found quite a few well-made handicrafts at the market. She bought a lot of small decorations according to her preferences, turning the originally somewhat plain house into what she had imagined. The furniture inside was all handmade by Lu Li. A skill that male wolves must learn is to build houses, as they need to construct their own homes upon reaching adulthood. Lu Li built his small house all by himself, including all the furniture inside, but at that time, he thought it would be enough and made it quite simple. Now, according to Guan Yufei's blueprints, he carefully crafted the furniture to be detailed and sturdy, putting more effort into it than when he built his own house. Guan Yufei's original design was unexpected. She didn't think she would ultimately use an artificial construction method. The study on the loft used many unique decorations, and Lu Li did not hesitate, following the blueprints to shape the wood into the required forms. Guan Yufei was amazed every day at Lu Li's abilities. He could make the furniture so refined, with every piece polished to perfection and the wood feeling smooth and rich. She placed many sets of tableware for two in the room, and looking at the house before they even moved in, it suddenly seemed to have life. Chapter 32, The Imagination of Home the Treehouse, was finally completed after a month of construction. To celebrate the completion of their new home, Guan Yufei hosted a small housewarming party, inviting by Rong and Heye to join, along with Chef Lu Li. It was unclear if Lu Li had anticipated this day, but he had customized all the kitchen utensils to his measurements, making him look perfectly at home in the kitchen, like a male host. Heye brought a bottle of floral wine as a housewarming gift, and upon opening it, A fragrant aroma wafted out, lacking the sharpness of alcohol, but instead carrying a light sweetness. She excitedly pulled Guan Yufei aside, whispering teasingly, "Wow, you've moved out of your single apartment and into a love nest." "No, you, don't say that," Guan Yufei replied, carefully inspecting the furniture in the house. There was only one change since her last visit, the presence of another person. Looking at the lingering scents on the furniture, she couldn't believe that Luli hadn't done it deliberately. Orcs have keen senses, especially wolves, whose sense of smell is significantly sharper than others, and they still adhere to the ancestral tradition of marking territory with their scent. So when Heya entered, she immediately noticed that everything inside was infused with Lu Li's scent, including the shy little beauty in the house who was stammering to explain. Ignoring Guan Yufei's attempts to clarify, she stepped forward and sniffed around Guan Yufei, smiling suggestively, which earned her an annoyed eye roll from Guan Yufei. Although Lu Li was in the kitchen, his ears were unconsciously perked up, listening to the commotion on Guan Yufei's side. He clearly acknowledged his feelings, wanting Guan Yufei to carry a scent that no one else could touch. Recently, Guan Yufei had been frequenting the market, and with her buying too much, Lu Li had to help carry it all back. He realized he hadn't appeared publicly with her for too long, risking his standing. In the months since Guan Yufei arrived at Rose Star, she had gradually become closer to the orcs. They now looked at her with a kind, caring affection, and familiar shop owners would greet her with their new products. Even a few young male orcs would secretly watch her from the shadows, and some bolder ones would approach her while shopping. He saw a young wolf presenting a set of dishes, blushing as he said, "Yufei, I made this set in the style you like. If you want to buy it, take a look." The young man's eyes seemed glued to his crush, and as soon as Guan Yufei glanced at him, he eagerly recommended it without noticing Lu Li standing behind him. Lu Li could only stand beside Guan Yufei, gently reminding her, "I remember you used to like porcelain. Why not buy this first, and I can bring you more next time?" His casual tone carried a clear implication, and Guan Yufei noticed the young man's face turning pale. She helplessly tugged at her lips, but Lu Li continued to whisper in her ear, his words clear despite his attempt to be discreet. "This set of dishes is nice for serving your favorite desserts. This cookware is perfect for making that stew you love. Should we take it home too? I admit I haven't accompanied you out shopping enough, but I'll use whatever tableware you choose. I like it all." Each of his statements hit the young man's face like a hammer, making it even paler. Seeing the wolf behind her trying hard to assert his presence, she could only smile helplessly, trying to calm her increasingly agitated suitor. She linked her arm with Lu Li, placing her hand in his warm palm and gently shaking his arm to signal him to tone it down. Fortunately, while Lu Li could get riled up, he was easy to soothe. Guan Yufei signaled to the wolf guy who was being tormented, "Okay, thank you. Let us take this set for now." After a pause, she looked at the obviously upset person next to her and added, "Thank you for your recommendation. My boyfriend and I both like it." Upon hearing this, Lu Li, who had been tense, relaxed. This was the first time Guan Yufei acknowledged their relationship in front of others. The immense joy quickly overshadowed the earlier awkwardness, and they couldn't help but feel giddy. By the time they returned to the treehouse with their arms full of items, news of their relationship had already spread throughout the wolf pack, and Heya teased them with the gossip she heard from the market. However, this housewarming party was also a meeting. Seeing that the original topic had strayed far off course, Byron quickly pulled the focus back. "Did you find anything during your last trip? Any leads on the insect tribe?" Their last recollection was before Lu Li set off. But since he had been focusing all his energy on the treehouse this month, they had to hold off on the matter for now. "I actually did find something. I've made contact with an insider from the insect tribe." "Really?" "Yes. This insider is W. Ever since W sent him a message last time, Lu Li has been maintaining a distant yet close contact, showing an interest in acquiring anything that catches his attention. He kept W dangling, while other familiar contacts in his underworld network received messages announcing they would be withdrawing for a while. Thus, Lu Li was now the highest level buyer W could reach. The arms trade remained within a small circle, and Lu Li had eliminated a portion of those involved, leaving only a few through the website left by Guan's father. Consequently, W had no choice but to keep releasing information to pique Lu Li's interest. Perhaps due to pressure from his side, W provided Lu Li with a concrete piece of news. He had a way to procure the latest batch of weapons from the military district's management. As soon as he said this, Guan Yufei gasped. The military district's management? What did this news mean? It was chilling. The upper echelon of the Star Federation was controlled by prominent families, and the military district management changed every 10 years. With only 3 decision-making positions held by the most powerful leaders of these families during that decade. In other words, the military district management was equivalent to the decision-makers of the stars. How could the insect tribe infiltrate the military district management? Could this news be verified? At the last buyer meeting, this person did present the latest batch of arms. I confirmed it after returning. Only decision-makers can mobilize these items. Lu Li felt helpless. He understood the gravity of the situation. Currently, the military district management includes the Wei, Fong, and Qi families. Each has its suspicions. And we must identify the insider. The insect tribe is aggressive, and this struggle will determine the fate of the orcs. With the insect tribe's ruthless nature and past grievances, they will undoubtedly try to exterminate all orcs. However, humans are not good allies either. Historical lessons have made the orcs wary of acting recklessly. Though the crisis may not emerge immediately, it is like the twilight before sunset. Everyone knows that this matter is not far off. Unexpectedly, the situation had turned out this way. As night fell, their post-dinner meeting had concluded. Lu Li stood at the kitchen sink, washing dishes. He had only said he would find another way regarding this matter, leaving it unresolved. Guan Yufei stood beside him, taking the cleaned utensils from Lu Li's hands and neatly arranging them. She had always felt grateful for her reunion with Lu Li. Due to her upbringing, she was a person who lacked a sense of security and had always been silent, unwilling to express her thoughts. However, Lu Li provided her with enough security and never stepped back. Looking at him by her side felt like an endless source of comfort. Perhaps it was the way Guan Yufei gazed at him that captivated Lu Li, as he intentionally flicked his freshly washed hands in front of her, sending tiny droplets of water flying. From the look in your eyes just now, are you falling for me? He wanted to tease the somewhat downcast Guan Yufei to make her smile. Unexpectedly, Guan Yufei wrapped her arms around his waist from behind, indeed entranced by Mr. Lu's charm. As she spoke, she rubbed her face against his back, transferring the droplets of water onto Lu Li's clothes. Lu Li chuckled and turned around, holding Guan Yufei against his chest, gently patting her head in comfort. Don't worry, Xiaowan. He understood her concerns. But recalling Lu Li's helpless expression when she had previously shared her troubles, she fell silent. She understood Lu Li's unspoken worries. It was a difficult decision. But she had a trump card, a very useful trump card. In that moment, just the two of them, she cautiously asked, I think the Wei family should be temporarily ruled out. How about? No. Lu Li immediately interrupted her. They didn't notice anything unusual before the incident. And they won't help you afterward. If you show up, you'll only put yourself in danger. Lu Li had never had a good impression of the Wei family. He had watched Wei Mu ignore Guan Yufei, leaving her to face those predicaments alone. Later, at school, Guan Yufei was also bullied because of that engagement. But the Wei family had never stood up for her. How could he trust those people with Guan Yufei's fate? But Lu Li, we have no other options now. If we wait until the insect race completes their plan, I won't be able to survive. Guan Yufei shook her head with a bitter smile, her tone revealing her distress. She had been hunted by the insect race. If it weren't for Lu Li, she would already be dead. Once war started, it would affect the entire star system. Even Rose Star wouldn't be able to protect itself. She understood Lu Li's thoughts, but this was the best solution she could come up with. Hearing this, Lu Li took a deep breath and lifted her up. His brown eyes looked so clear in the warm light, revealing his burning heart. Things haven't reached that point. You have to trust me, okay? I will never gamble your future on a possible lead. Lu Li had always fought for survival in difficult situations. This experience made him distrust fate and never want to leave Guan Yufei's fate to chance. He would carefully carve a path through the overwhelming difficulties. After autumn, the scenery of Rose Star began to show rich color variations. Guan Yufei's treehouse was located at the edge of the forest, very close to Lu Li's treehouse. Guan Yufei even hung a sign at the attic window of her study. As long as she wrote something, Lu Li could see it from his window. They treated this as a fun way to communicate, usually sending messages like, I'm going out, or I'm going to the market. Although they were both busy with their own things, there was always a feeling of the other being nearby. Blackie jokingly called it the sticky little tricks of a young couple too. 0. Before the new rainy season arrived, Luli cleared a small patch of land next to Guan Yufei's treehouse. Since the wood for the treehouse was sourced from the surroundings, there were quite a few stumps nearby. Luli cleaned up the stumps to surprise her. Guan Yufei watched as Luli took out a tightly wrapped box from beside him, feeling a bit puzzled. What is this? A treasure I brought back from the main star. Treasure? Guan Yufei shook her head. So what is it? Wasn't it supposed to be desserts from the main star? Luli smiled at the curious Guan Yufei with wide eyes, opened the box in his hands, and inside were dozens of fruit seeds. What is this? These are the fruit seeds I got from the grandpa at the dessert shop. You love their fruits, right? Rose Star doesn't have these types of fruit trees, so I brought them back. Once the little trees grow up, you'll be able to taste the same fruits as on the main star. He coughed playfully and added, by the way, I've also learned how to make desserts. Whether Miss Guan gets to eat desserts in the future will depend on your performance. Luli specifically chose the best planting season for Rose Star to plant this batch of seeds next to Guan Yufei's treehouse, hoping that the things she liked would always be around her without longing. Wow. So, Mr. Liu, how do I perform well? Guan Yufei asked seriously, but her sparkling eyes betrayed her. Well, it depends on personal understanding. Miss Guan has good grades, so you should be able to grasp it well. Luli answered earnestly. The two squatted in front of the fruit sapling pits, face to face, and unexpectedly, the next second, Guan Yufei kissed Luli on the cheek. Mr. Liu, does this count as good performance? Then I guess it barely counts as passing. The gentle breeze softened their hair, just like their current hearts. After filling in the last fruit sapling's pit, Luli pulled up Guan Yufei. All right, Miss Guan, as a reward for being an excellent student, what dessert do you want to eat? I want to eat the rice pudding made by Mr. Liu. The area around the treehouse was transformed into a garden, filled with Lu Li and Guan Yufei's endless imaginations of home. Chapter 33, Meeting Unexpected People. The autumn rain drizzled down, shrouding the forest in a layer of mist, the air carrying a damp coolness. After moving to a new environment, Guan Yufei would go out for a walk every morning with Lu Li, setting off from the treehouse to the Star Lake, making a round trip that took exactly an hour. By the time they returned home, the porridge simmering on the stove was already soft and glutinous, infused with various medicinal herbs, and a sweet fragrance lingered in the air. Guan Yufei took off her coat, which had become damp from a mist, and said, I'm so tired I could just collapse. And then she fell onto the sofa. Due to a lack of exercise, to Lu Li, Guan Yufei looked like a crystal doll, beautiful yet undeniably fragile. It wasn't until she caught a cold that he suggested accompanying her for a daily walk to help her get some exercise. The incident was triggered when Guan Yufei, during the rainy season, remembered there were clothes in the yard that hadn't been collected. The sudden autumn rain caught her off guard, and she got a bit wet while gathering the clothes. But even so, she proudly caught a cold, which Lu Li discovered when he came to bring her lunch. This illness came on strangely, and Guan Yufei felt puzzled, wondering if her recent leisure had made her suddenly ill over such a trivial matter. So after she recovered, when Lu Li proposed exercising, she had no choice but to agree. Lu Li cooked quickly. He had fried eggs and bacon by the time the toast was done in the bread maker, and after bringing the dishes to the table, he went to pull up the listless Guan Yufei. Eat breakfast first, then go back to sleep, or your stomach will hurt. Guan Yufei lay in front of him like a koala. You seem really busy lately. Is something going on? Although they communicated daily, Lu Li, by habit, would come to find Guan Yufei whenever he had free time, thinking of ways to take her out to see different sights. But Lu Li had been quite busy recently, and Guan Yufei could only see him during mealtimes. There were several occasions when she saw Lu Li leaving in his spaceship, so she asked, Is there anything I can help with? Are you a bit bored lately? Lu Li nudged Guan Yufei with his nose, explaining that he had been busy and that Heya and Byron had gone on vacation. He had noticed several times that Guan Yufei was dazed in the study, and after thinking for a moment, he dropped a big piece of news. Do you want to go out and watch the excitement? His expression was a bit strange when he said this, and Guan Yufei immediately caught on. Why are you smiling so weirdly? Are you planning to cause some trouble? She said, her eyes widening. Hearing her response, Lu Li smiled with a sense of pride, like someone who had just succeeded in a mischievous act. He raised an eyebrow in response to her question. He indeed planned to cause a bit of disruption. After showing increasing impatience with W this month, they had no choice but to release an insider message. On the 9th of next month, there would be a presentation about new weapons, where W claimed they would showcase the physical weapons and only invite major clients like Lu Li. If he attended, he could find out whether the information was true or not. This approach was not unique. Private arms dealings were always kept in the dark, and to increase credibility, arms dealers would present actual weapons. Lu Li had also received an invitation to the last disastrous gathering. This meeting was a bait, and there was no real danger involved. So Lu Li decided to take Guan Yufei along to stroll around and, by the way, cause some trouble. The gathering was located on a small planet in a remote star system, and Guan Yufei curiously looked around as they traveled. Do you think they will set up an ambush nearby? After Lu Li explained the details of the gathering, Guan Yufei was quite excited. The surrounding area is filled with industrial star constellations, and the locations are randomly selected. Don't worry, they can't pull any tricks. Then do they dare to hold the meeting in an unfamiliar place? Every industry has its own rules. If someone causes trouble, they will be blacklisted. Lu Li answered calmly. But Guan Yufei was a bit surprised by his words. Then we still have to cause trouble. Wouldn't that mean we would be blacklisted? Guan Yufei's wide-eyed expression was quite adorable. Lu Li ruffled her long hair and helped her put on a mask. It's fine. I'm just here to gather some data. After saying that, he reminded her, remember to stick close to me later. With their identification badges in hand, Lu Li led Guan Yufei into the venue. There were indeed no unexpected occurrences. Everyone present had their faces covered, and while some familiar people gathered together, there were also many loners chatting with drinks in hand. Everyone was cautiously testing the waters, and their appearance didn't attract much attention. Only their small group seemed like the fringe of the meeting, not making much of a splash, so Lu Li led Guan Yufei around outside. A few people approached to test the waters, but Lu Li deflected them. The meeting had a considerable number of attendees, but most people's attention was focused on the weapons in the center. A man on stage was introducing the details of the weapons. His voice transmitted through a voice modulator from all around. As it was an impromptu meeting, the hall was set up with temporary mechanical tents, allowing free movement around, with only the entrance on the second floor being strictly guarded. Lu Li discreetly moved outside while the meeting was ongoing. He took Guan Yufei to insert a listening device through the second-floor window. For someone of Lu Li's skills, this was not difficult. He acted covertly, and with Guan Yufei watching the crowd's movements, they did not attract any attention. Everything was normal at the meeting, and Lu Li silently listened to the content from the listening device while keeping an eye on the stage. But he noticed that Guan Yufei was staring blankly at a corner of the banquet. Following her gaze, he saw nothing particularly unusual. What's wrong? Guan Yufei turned back. Shaking her head, it's nothing. It's just that I thought I saw someone familiar. Someone who shouldn't be here. The meeting itself was not particularly novel, but undercurrents were always present, leading to unexpected twists. As it was nearing the end, someone suddenly discovered that their belongings had been rummaged through, leading to a heated argument with the person next to them. After a few rounds of disputes, they suddenly started fighting, and the bodyguards on the second floor were forced to intervene. The originally orderly meeting instantly fell into chaos amid the scuffle downstairs. Someone quietly slipped up to the second floor. After that, a loud alarm echoed from the second floor. The bodyguards who were maintaining order realized they had fallen into a trap and turned to run upstairs, while the two who had just been fighting immediately joined forces to block the bodyguards' escape. Everyone present suddenly understood that outsiders had infiltrated, and they quickly made their way out, while a large number of black-clad enforcers rushed toward the second floor. Lu Li's listening device had a self-destruct feature as he led Guan Yufei to retreat. He pressed the button amid the chaos. With a loud bang, the situation on the second floor was thrown into disarray. After Lu Li piloted the spaceship away from the planet and halted, he observed the commotion, keeping an eye on the movements behind them, and glanced at the personnel list on the dark line, predicting the day's situation. Although today was a coincidence, it was clear that W had been targeted. He tapped his fingers, calculating the identity of the other party. Seeing his expression, Guan Yufei couldn't help but ask, could it be someone from the military doing inspections? If the military has undercover agents, then it wouldn't make sense for them not to notice. Lu Li nodded. It's possible, but we can't make hasty judgments. If this gathering attracts the military's attention, it will inevitably alert the insect race, and this incident might be even harder to investigate than the last one. Lu Li maneuvered the route, shaking off those intelligent tracking signals. This is an old trick. To identify the people present, many hidden devices are set up to track signals. He skillfully shook them off and activated the spaceship's shield. Suddenly, he heard a beeping sound from the spaceship. Warning! Warning! A location signal device has been detected on the spaceship. Please process it as soon as possible. Lu Li cursed under his breath. These people truly spare no effort. Not only is there a tracking signal device, but there is also a locator installed on the spaceship. He had no choice but to deviate from his course and dock on a nearby asteroid. There are many star systems around the main star, and not every area is monitored, especially since this place is desolate. The location where Lu Li docked was remote, and his arrival did not attract attention. He hurried out to deal with the devices on the spaceship. However, he was unaware of what was happening today. He had just taken them down for a short while when he saw a spaceship flying in his direction, seemingly on a collision course with him. This was the first time Lu Li encountered such a situation. He raised an eyebrow, pondering whether they were looking for trouble. But then that spaceship suddenly started to shake, with black smoke rising from several spots. At a glance, something seemed off. This spaceship had clearly been attacked. Thinking back to the situation at the meeting, it was obvious who the owner of this aircraft was. The spaceship managed to land not far away before it crashed, and a few people emerged, stumbling towards Lu Li, clearly injured from the struggle. Lu Li thought for a moment and notified Guan Yufei that the situation had changed and she should not come out. While he assessed the situation, "Will you be in trouble?" Looking at the staggering gait of those people, Lu Li's voice was calm. "If there are no miracles, I think it's unlikely. Those people were injured and had lost their spaceship. They should be coming for help. Thankfully, they had just come out of that meeting and were not worried about revealing their identities." The group indeed acted as Lu Li anticipated. The leader explained their situation upon meeting. "Brother, we are investigators from the military district, and we need your help." Lu Li frowned. "I'm also part of that meeting, it seems. There is no reason for me to help you, right?" His tone carried a hint of indifference. His attitude immediately angered one of them, who shouted angrily, "What do you mean by that?" Lu Li remained unfazed, calmly watching the leader, waiting for him to offer something substantial. "I have no ties with you, and there is no benefit in helping you. Helping you might even drag me down, so why should I do that?" Given that these injured individuals were no match for him, and he occupied a favorable position, he naturally wanted to get what he desired. Noticing Lu Li's attitude, the leader stepped forward. "Why don't you just say what you want? Then I'll speak plainly. I want to know why you are here to investigate today's events." It was common knowledge that someone high up in the military district was secretly selling arms, yet they had never investigated it. His question hit the nail on the head. The group exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. The one who had shouted earlier pulled out his gun and pointed it at Lu Li. "Do you really think we can't do anything to you?" He stepped forward, gun pointed, but was stopped by the leader. "Xiao Wu, step back. Boss, look at him." He was about to argue that they shouldn't let this kid hold them hostage, but the next second, the spaceship's built-in weapons turned towards them, and their firepower and intimidation were incomparable to that gun. Lu Li raised an eyebrow at the defiant one. "What? Do you want to see which of us is faster?" Seeing the weapon now aimed at him, the man angrily holstered his weapon. Guan Yufei had been watching the commotion from inside the spaceship and finally sighed with relief. After thinking for a moment, she spoke into the microphone in the cockpit. "How's Lu Li? Are you okay?" Her voice clearly reached everyone present, also serving as a warning that there were still people inside the spaceship. Unexpectedly, the leader's expression changed upon hearing her voice. "Lu Li, you are Guan Yufei?" He was wearing a mask, and his voice had been modified, but he took off the mask and looked at Lu Li. Once he saw his face, Lu Li was taken aback, as he hadn't expected that the person who came was Guan Yufei's former fiancée, Wei Shilan. This encounter was strange, but recognizing each other was something no one had anticipated. The group was brought onto the spaceship by Lu Li, and upon seeing the newcomer, Guan Yufei was also somewhat surprised. "How did you end up here?" Looking at the awkward scene before him, Wei Shilan sighed. "Since the news of your incident came, I sensed something was off. I followed some leads. On the surface, everything seemed fine, but secretly it all pointed to the Zerg. Over the years, many have suspected that there might be spies from the Zerg among us. The military district had previously conducted an investigation into the Zerg, but each time it ended without results. The Zerg hid too well, and we had no way to deal with it. Recently, one of our spies went missing during an arms deal, which made me vigilant. We followed the leads and actually found clues about the Zerg, which led us here. After saying this, he glanced at Guan Yufei. I didn't expect to run into you here, and Lu Li. After he spoke, Guan Yufei fell silent as well. She hadn't anticipated meeting Wei Shilan here. Chapter 34. Alliance with the Wei family. The appearance of Wei Shilan was an overly coincidental encounter. Although his engagement with Guan Yufei had always been a mere formality, the conditions under which Guan's father agreed to the engagement were clear. Therefore, when the news of Guan Yufei's incident came, he was ready to investigate. But he did not expect to encounter such entanglements afterward. Even, there was the already deceased Lu Li in front of him. He pressed his lips together, asking, "What is going on here?" Guan Yufei replied, "I went out to relax and unexpectedly ran into that group of people. It was Lu Li who saved me. Later, to shake off those people, I pretended that something had happened to me." She omitted the key details in between. Her answer was vague, but it was indeed the truth. After speaking, she glanced at Wei Shilan, whose face bore some scars. "What clues did you find about the insect tribe? Why did you have to act so boldly? It's reckless and doesn't seem like something Wei Shilan would do." Since the conversation had reached this point, there was no need to hold back. Wei Shilan leaned back in his chair, eyes closed, making it hard to see his expression. "The Wei family has encountered trouble. My father has always advocated investigating the infiltration of the insect tribe. However, after the recent military district reshuffle, a mole suddenly came forward claiming to have evidence that the Wei family was an insider for the insect tribe. The evidence was all clear, but my father never did such a thing. We found out that this mole was stealing weapons for this meeting. We originally planned to bring both the weapons and the mole back, but we fell into a trap." Wei Shilan's voice carried a deep sense of helplessness. He was a remarkable young man, but as time passed, he increasingly felt powerless, trapped in a quagmire from which he could not escape. Lu Li, hearing his words, seemed to recall something. "Wasn't your mole active last month? The military district screening was very strict, so there wouldn't be many who could reach high positions." Reflecting on the recent urgent actions, he found the answer. "How do you know? This matter hasn't been announced by the military district. Even I only learned about it because of the Wei family. Because this person has contacted me. He goes by the alias W and sells information among arms dealers." Lu Li realized the key point just now. This W was both profiting from arms deals and shifting the blame onto the Wei family, successfully playing both sides. Wei Shilan was taken aback. Wei. He understood the crucial point and suddenly stood up. "He must have planned to use my Wei family as scapegoats." The insect tribe's arrangements over the years had reached this point. If the Wei family were implicated, the remaining families had probably long since set their traps. Now, Lu Li could truly conclude that the Wei family did not have an insider for the insect tribe. He looked at the young man before him and said, "I have the clues you want, but I have conditions." "What conditions?" Wei Shilan did not understand. What could he provide Lu Li at this moment? "The conditions I want you cannot meet, but the rulers of the star system can. If you want it, I need to see the head of the Wei family." Lu Li not only had leads on W, but also clues left by Guan's father and Igue. He was currently the person who understood the entire insect tribe plan the most. If the Wei family wanted to escape their predicament, only Lu Li could help them now. Wei Shilan looked at Lu Li's determined demeanor, feeling somewhat troubled, but this matter was too significant for him to decide alone. After thinking of his father, who was confined at home, he decided to take a gamble. "How can I trust you? The clues I have require seeing the person before I can provide them. Rest assured, I never falsify anything." Lu Li's confident attitude ultimately convinced Wei Shilan to contact his father. However, since Wei's father was restricted in his movements, they could only go to the main star. Guan Yufei took out a medicine box from behind and distributed it to several people. Their injuries were not severe, just superficial wounds from conflicts with those maintaining order. She handed a spray for wounds to several people, then walked in front of Wei Shilan, who was the most injured among them. Thus, Guan Yufei took out the medicine box and handed it to him. As she turned around, she heard a thank you. Guan Yufei actually had no feelings for this fiancé. Their engagement was merely a transaction from the very beginning. Therefore, the two had no intersection. Wei Xilan had always pursued being the best, and although they attended the same school, he knew even more about Lu Li than he did about Guan Yufei. When their engagement was dissolved, they hadn't even met, and now their reunion was in such a scenario. Guan Yufei remained silent for a moment before saying, "It's nothing." Due to recuperation, the group stayed in the spaceship's rear cabin to rest, while Guan Yufei walked to the cockpit, where only Lu Li was present. The spaceship continued its journey, and they had already arrived at the vicinity of the main star system. This was a meeting of conspiracy. Although Guan Yufei had previously suggested she act as the intermediary, Lu Li ultimately decided to take on this danger himself. With the guidance of the Wei family's young master and the orders from Wei's father, entering the main star posed no danger. However, due to Wei's father's special situation, the meeting time could only be rescheduled. Guan Yufei took Lu Li back to the Guan family first. Upon entering, the household robot appeared at the door and said, "Welcome home, miss." The entire house was still as it was before. The robot had cleaned it very well, and there was not a trace of difference from the past. The robot took the luggage and left on its own, and the room returned to its original quiet atmosphere. Standing in place, Guan Yufei felt somewhat dazed, as if the events in between had never occurred, merely a figment of her imagination. Sensing the daze of the person beside her, Lu Li took her hand and said, "Let's go in first." Guan Yufei finally came back to her senses and placed Lu Li's luggage in the guest room on the second floor, but unexpectedly, Lu Li seemed very familiar with the layout of the house, leading her upstairs. The Guan family held too many memories for Guan Yufei. Even the corners where Lu Li turned were filled with her childhood portraits. The smiling girl in a white fluffy dress stood in the garden pavilion, laughing brightly, her hair fluttering like a little fairy. It was rare to see Guan Yufei smile so radiantly. Lu Li couldn't help but reach out to touch the face in the portrait. This was what he had thought when he first came to this home. At that time, he couldn't even revert to human form and could only silently gaze at the portrait before him, lost in thought. Now, returning to the old place, made up for some regrets of his youth. The first thing Guan Yufei did upon returning was to light incense for her father. Her father's memorial tablet was placed next to her mother's every time her father returned from a business trip. The first thing he did was to light incense for her mother. Now, Guan Yufei did the same. Lu Li, watching the person beside him, silently took a stick of incense and knelt in reverence. He was genuinely grateful to Guan's father, who did not wish for Guan Yufei to have any entanglements with him. Lu Li understood his good intentions. Such a man, who fought for the rights of the beastmen in such an environment while resisting the invasion of the insect tribe, deserved only respect from Lu Li. Guan Yufei never expected that one day Lu Li would come to the Guan family, something she had never thought of before. She had left too hastily at the time, and now returning, she discovered the cryptic messages her father left behind. She rearranged her father's study and undoubtedly found traces of someone having rummaged through it. There was even an important document with many creases carelessly tossed aside. She felt somewhat angry. These people were truly intrusive. Fortunately, all of her father's important documents had been taken away by her. "Look, these people really are." She spoke angrily but gently smoothed out the documents in her hands. These were her father's files, his hard work, and they should not be treated this way. Lu Li helped her organize the documents and discovered an album in Guan's father's study, filled with photos of Guan Yufei from childhood to adulthood. Guan Yufei looked at the album and smiled. When she was young, her father often went on long business trips. So she learned to take photos and send them to him. As a result, her father organized this album to collect those photos. The album began with the first photo she took, which was at a strange angle, half of it blurred in black, and the other half showing her small face at the age of 3 or 4. It was inscribed with, "Feifei's first time taking a photo." As she flipped through the album, the photos became clearer. By the age of 7 or 8, Guan Yufei appeared with various small animals, each one bearing scars and closely leaning against her. However, one of the animals was wrapped in layers of gauze, looking like a large zongzi. One photo stood out the most. A cat with its paw wrapped into a white club, raising its injured paw in front of the camera, its expression filled with confusion. When she was young, she didn't know how to bandage wounds, so the way she wrapped them looked a bit comical. Looking at her childhood photos, perhaps because the cat's expression was too funny, she chuckled. Luli recalled his own injuries later on and thought that her habit seemed to have always been this way. Whenever she got hurt, she would be tightly wrapped up. But later, a large black dog appeared in Guan Yufei's photos, which looked more like a wolf due to its size. Guan Yufei pointed to the photo and introduced, "This isn't in my childhood, best friend." The album contained countless photos of the two of them. At first, Anne's eyes were wild, but as time went on, his gaze became calmer. Luli didn't expect to see these again. There were countless memories here. And initially felt a little shy when he first came home, but later, he was the one taking care of me. After saying this, Guan Yufei felt a bit sad. Unfortunately, I lost him later. Hearing the melancholy in her voice, Luli hugged her tightly. "Don't worry. No matter where he is, he will hope that you can be happy." Unfortunately, I never found him again. After saying this, Guan Yufei looked at Luli with anticipation. "By the way, I haven't seen your beast form, Luli. When can I see it?" Luli didn't expect the topic to shift suddenly here. He looked at her expectant eyes and ultimately chose to deny. "Beastmen don't have beast forms. We're just like humans. We don't. Is that so?" "Yes," he answered firmly, hoping Guan Yufei would trust that he was telling the truth. "All right." Luli breathed a sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped a crisis. His heart had been racing just now, and he felt he had used all his acting skills, convincing even himself a bit. But after a while, he looked at the girl in his arms and the album again and smiled. "Should I keep this album?" "Why?" "To learn more about your memories." In the past few days, Guan Yufei took Luli back to many places and even visited her grandfather's dessert shop again. When the little girl saw them holding hands entering the shop, her eyes widened in disbelief. After wandering around for a few days, the Wei family finally managed to replace the guards with their own people, and their meeting was finally on the agenda. The Wei family was not far from the Guan family, so at night, Guan Yufei secretly took Luli to their door. This meeting actually consumed a lot of energy for the Wei family. Looking at the tall young man in front of him, Wei's father momentarily recalled his younger self. "I heard you wanted to see me before you would reveal your conditions?" "That's right. I also know it's not easy to get the Wei family's agreement to my conditions. So I brought a small gift as a deposit for this alliance." Hearing this, Wei's father showed no expression. With the Wei family's current power and status, no gift could evoke any emotion from him. However, he did not expect that what Luli took out was a 20-minute video. This video was footage of the insect race transporting weapons that Luli observed from spaceship. It recorded everything that happened that day, showing the most crucial content. The enormous space wormhole was clearly displayed, revealing that the puppet master was the insect race, and even showed W's face before the camera. With this video, Wei's father could be rescued from his current predicament. Upon seeing this, Wei's father realized that this young man might indeed have what he wanted, but to present such things, his demands must be complicated. He asked with a serious face, "What exactly are your conditions?" At this point, Luli stood up and took off his hat, revealing a pair of black wolf ears. Wei Shalon, who was beside him, couldn't help but gasp. From the moment they met, Luli had always worn a hat, and he could only see Luli's face, which is why he was so shocked now. "You're actually a beast man?" "That's right, I'm a beast man. My condition is to change the current situation of beastmen." This was his most desired wish, as a new war was about to come, and he hoped to rewrite the previous fate of the beastmen. This was the common wish of all beastmen. The Wei family was currently the most moderate among the noble families, and only they could meet the conditions for this alliance. At the same time, he also hoped to have a relationship with Guan Yufei that wouldn't be criticized by the world. His girl was so wonderful. For her, he would stand up proudly to win a future. Chapter 35 Farewell on the main planet. The orcs were not always in their current position, even after the war. Because of the friendships formed during the conflict, many noble families maintained good relations with the orcs. Even later, when the orcs defected, the armies ordered to pursue them only pretended to do so and did not investigate thoroughly. This led to the orc communities on Rose Star. But these were merely temporary measures. What Luli aimed to do was to clarify this matter and no longer allow the orcs to live in hiding. The Wei family had been rooted in the military for many years. Initially, they were comrades with the orcs and could also rely on the Guan family, who fought for the orcs' rights, making the Wei family the best ally for the orcs. This was also the best choice for the Wei family at present. Wei's father looked at the young man in front of him. Do you know what this condition implies? I know. This matter can only be accomplished by someone truly in power. Then why do you propose this condition? Lu Li smirked, wearing a smile that didn't reach his eyes. The military district management changes every 10 years, but the Wei family is involved every time. He elongated his tone. Don't you have that capability? His words were too direct, instantly tightening the atmosphere. Wei's father fell silent, sitting upright, his eyelids slightly drooping, but there was an invisible sense of pressure in the air. Seeing this, Lu Li continued, I have evidence that can uncover 60 of the spies in the upper echelons. And I don't need to elaborate on what kind of change this evidence can bring. The spies in the upper echelons must have connections with the noble families, which essentially means holding leverage over them. This was indeed a highly profitable deal. Having brought the matter to this point, Wei's father had little to say. He now looked at Lu Li with a confident attitude, smiling as he asked, Aren't you afraid I might take your evidence, but not give you what you want? Humans have flipped sides before. How can you be sure you can accomplish this? On this topic, Lu Li fell slightly silent, as he knew that the conflict between humans and orcs was not irreconcilable, but it involved too many vested interests, and he needed to secure more benefits for his kin in these decisions. Things can't be worse than they are now, can they? I was on a fight for it. On the way back, Guan Yufei was deep in thought. Lu Li couldn't help but ask, What is wrong? I'm thinking about something. Back then, when my father sought to fight for the rights of the orcs, it would definitely affect some people's interests. He knew it was dangerous, so he asked me before he acted. He asked you? Lu Li was somewhat surprised. From his perspective, Guan's father rarely spent time with Guan Yufei. They were often apart, and he always thought Guan Yufei did not support her father's actions much. Yes, he asked me, Xiao Fei, if Dad is going to do something that can help others, but is very dangerous, would you agree? And what did you say? Guan Yufei turned her head, her expression reminiscent yet slightly relieved. At that time, I didn't understand. I blankly asked, Is Dad going to be a great hero? She was too young to comprehend her father's words. But her response made her father smile. Then he laughed and said, Yes, Xiao Fei. Do you hope your father will be a great hero? I nodded affirmatively. In her youth, she didn't understand what those choices meant. Good choices often required greater sacrifices. Lu Li tilted his head. Do you regret it now? He understood this feeling, as Guan's father had given up so much for this cause, and Guan Yufei lost her father because of it, her last family member. Unexpectedly, Guan Yufei shook her head. I can't say it's regret. My father always said that everyone is born with their own mission, and I should find mine. Nowadays, technology allows people to be born without worrying about survival, so we need to find the value of life. Her father's philosophy not only applied to him, but also to Guan Yufei. Years ago, her father arranged her engagement to the Wei family, but because she disliked their family environment, she eventually chose to break it off. Her father said nothing at the time. He only hoped she could achieve something in her career and protect herself, though this father-daughter pair spent little time together. Her father supported every decision Guan Yufei made, even regarding the highly anticipated engagement. He simply wished for her to choose wisely. He allowed Guan Yufei to achieve spiritual independence. Although the world saw her as rebellious and unconventional, she was one of the few free individuals in that social class. Lu Li looked at Guan Yufei, placing her hand in his palm, their fingers interlocking. He suddenly felt sentimental. With you saying this, I hope to be a father like that. In his youth, he did many things that seemed rebellious to his parents. He once thought they were overly cautious, but after experiencing so much, he suddenly realized the feelings behind it all. Hearing this, Guan Yufei smiled. Will we also become the boring parents in our children's eyes? Lu Li said that in his youth, he was the kind of person who had 98 pounds of rebelliousness in a 99-pound body, and with Guan Yufei's rebellious character, if they had children, they would probably be little troublemakers. Lu Li laughed upon hearing this. How we finally become the kind of people we disliked in our youth? Though they were laughing, his gaze at Guan Yufei was filled with tenderness. I look forward to that day. The journey back to Rose Star did not take long. After arriving home, they even had time to share a dinner together. In the days that followed, Lu Li became busier. He established a private communication channel with the Wei family. The Wei family was quicker than he had anticipated. A week later, at the military court, Guan's father successfully turned the situation around with the evidence. He even had W detained in the military court, and most of the noble families in the jury were implicated, causing the entire upper echelon on the main planet to be affected, making everyone anxious. The upper echelons began to investigate internal spies among the insect race. Lu Li, on the other hand, used the dark web to transmit internal information to the Wei family, coordinating efforts and capturing a significant number of insect spies. This war finally began to unfold. Because the insect race was not fully prepared, this unexpected strike caught them off guard. The main planet was now in chaos. Yet countless weapons were secretly sent to Rose Star. As the second battlefield, Rose Star bore a significant amount of logistical work. From the onset of chaos on the main planet, Wei Shilan had already disappeared from the public eye. To avoid retaliation from the insect race, he led a team to Rose Star. He and Lu Li formed a team to monitor the movements of the insect race in the interstellar expanse, and they were stationed at the other end of the prairie, separated from the Ore communities. The insect race had placed many hidden spies in the interstellar environment. They acted ruthlessly with several lethal checkpoints, so Lu Li returned each time with some injuries. Now, Guan Yufei's relationship with Lu Li seemed to have reversed. During the day, she would monitor the signals from Lu Li's ship and help him eliminate surrounding dangers, and upon his return, she would bandage his wounds, becoming the one who took care of him. Wei Shilan had encountered this a few times. Guan Yufei always asked lightly and calmly, her face illuminated by the light, casting a golden glow. In his youth, he had always looked up to his father, wishing to stand higher and be more capable, so he never took the engagement seriously. He glanced at them but pressed down the urge to knock on the door and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, after leaving, Lu Li looked in his direction and suddenly reached out, pulling Guan Yufei into his embrace. Guan Yufei felt somewhat perplexed. "What's wrong?" Lu Li raised an eyebrow, his gaze seeming to warm as it swept over Guan Yufei's brow and eyes. Beautiful things always attract others' envy. His statement was somewhat incoherent, leaving Guan Yufei even more confused. Her face filled with question marks. She tried to struggle, but was firmly held in Lu Li's embrace. He still had many wounds on his body, and the residual bloodstains had not been cleaned up, smudging onto Guan Yufei's clothes as she struggled. Guan Yufei could only feel that she was now enveloped in Lu Li's scent. This behavior made her think of a term, a puppy marking its territory. Lu Li seemed to want everyone to see at a glance that she belonged to him. She blushed and put on a fierce look. "What are you doing? Trying to act cute?" "Yeah." Lu Li rested his chin on her head, his voice muffled. "I also want to act cute in front of others." After hearing this, Guan Yufei seemed to realize something. She turned to look at the door and found a small crack in the previously closed door. She finally understood where Lu Li's unspoken jealousy was coming from today. She reached out and embraced his huge jealousy tank, smiling as she asked, "Then why didn't you do that just now? Clearly, you could have hugged me in front of Wei Shilan to showcase your identity and status. But you waited until everyone left to do it. Because you are not something I want to show off." This statement made Guan Yufei's heart soften. "But I hope to be your pride, Yufei." Looking at her boyfriend, who was feeling wronged with drooping ears, Guan Yufei couldn't help but mess with his hair, making it tousled and pinching Lu Li's soft ears before kissing him. After the kiss, her eyes sparkled. "You are my greatest treasure." After saying that, she looked at her somewhat shy boyfriend and teased him by whispering in his ear, "So now you're not jealous, right?" Life went on at a steady pace. Although Lu Li and the others faced danger every day, the rewards were also significant. They found many hidden positions of the insect race, cutting off their escape routes. The struggle on the main star gradually became clear, with a significant number of insect race insiders discovered within the aristocratic families, and the upper-level investigations were nearing completion. At this time, the insect race fought back desperately, but unlike the upper-level situation, there were daily self-detonations among civilians trying to evade pursuit, often putting those around them in danger. Consequently, the situation on the main star soon became chaotic. This tactic of taking others down with them seemed to have become the insect race's primary strategy. The most shocking thing was that the insect race's high-level war criminal W had escaped from prison. there were still many insiders on the main star. And coupled with the insect race's innate ability in space, W escaped with the help of the insiders, posing a threat to Lu Li. All the evidence that led to W's imprisonment was provided by Lu Li, so W would undoubtedly come after him. In the past few days, communication on the main star had been cut off, and when Wei Shilan received the news, a few days had already passed. He quickly notified Lu Li. By the time Guan Yufei received the news, Lu Li had already reached a conclusion with Wei Shilan. She hadn't even had the time to accept Lu Li's current situation before receiving the final decision of the meeting. Because in this situation, Lu Li actually decided to move out of Rose Star. Guan Yufei couldn't accept it. I don't agree. This isn't your fault. How can you take such a risk? But now, trying to find those insiders in the prison would be futile. Lu Li could only make the most beneficial decision. W is coming for me. If they find out I'm on Rose Star, that planet will become their outlet for venting. He couldn't allow Rose Star to turn into an interstellar battlefield. He couldn't. And wouldn't. So what will you do? Guan Yufei felt helpless. She also couldn't accept Lu Li leaving like this. The Wei family has already deployed the search to the final stage. This time, I will take a team to act as bait on an outer planet. Once I take action, the main star will follow suit. But they all knew the cost of being bait. Lu Li was facing a brutal confrontation. Yufei, this is an inevitable war. As the leader of Rose Star, this is my responsibility to bear. Lu Li lowered his head, his voice quiet. But each word felt like a bomb exploding in Guan Yufei's ears. She understood these truths. Since her father's incident, she knew this was an unavoidable war. But she hadn't expected it to come so soon. With red eyes, she desperately held back her tears, not wanting to appear too fragile. She reached out to embrace the person in front of her, choking out, I will help you take care of Rose Star, and you must come back safely. That's our promise. Okay. The equipment Lu Li had on Rose Star was transferred to Guan Yufei's authority. The farewell was too hurried, leaving only time for a final goodbye. Looking at Guan Yufei's red eyes, Lu Li smiled to comfort her. I consider this my fortune entrusted to you. When I return, I will have to earn a living under your command. Then you must come back safely. Otherwise, all these things will belong to me. Lu Li held the person tightly. I will. I definitely will. Wait for me. The two didn't even have time for a farewell banquet. Lu Li had to leave immediately, flying away from the planet with Wei Shilan's team. Chapter 36 Pre-War Preparations. The separation came too suddenly, leaving no time for anyone to accept it. Before leaving the next day, Guan Yufei first took down the light sign from her window. Just after writing the message, she suddenly remembered that Lu Li had already left. Looking at the sign in her hand, Guan Yufei fell silent for a moment. Although the person who could see it had already departed, she still placed the sign back in the window, directly facing Lu Li's small room. The streets of Rose Star were as bustling as ever, filled with cheerful chatter. The news of Lu Li's departure had not yet been announced, and life here remained the same as before. As Guan Yufei moved through the crowd, she was suddenly bumped into by a playful little wolf cub. She was fine from the collision, but the little wolf cub stumbled and fell back, like a turtle that couldn't flip over. How's that? Did you hurt yourself? No. The little wolf cub, once helped up, didn't even notice the dirt he had scraped onto his own body. He first extended his soft little hand to pat the dust off Guan Yufei's clothes, saying, Sister, did I hurt you? No. Did you hurt yourself? Looking at this little cub, squatting down and softly comforting her, Guan Yufei couldn't help but smile as the cub blushed and shyly ran back home. He was so small that he only reached his mother's thigh, peeking out with his large, blinking eyes. When Guan Yufei thought of Lu Li in the morning, the heaviness in her chest suddenly dissipated, and she smiled. She walked to Lu Li's room and began to inventory the weapons he had left behind, recording them one by one. As the main battlefield of this war, no one dared to assert that it wouldn't affect Rose Star, but they had to prepare in advance for everything that was about to come. In Lu Li's room, she opened up all the various surveillance devices, managing the data. After leaving school, she picked up her old knowledge again and skillfully performed her tasks. The machines operated according to the programs left by Lu Li, and she found no questions while navigating them. On the table sat that familiar floating globe, but today, sitting in front of it, Guan Yufei noticed a small dent on the side facing her. She still remembered when the school gave this gift. She didn't know Lu Li well then and only dared to stand aside, stealing glances at this prominent figure in the school. there were still many people between them. And even when they took a group photo, they were positioned at opposite ends due to their height difference. After the photo, she had to leave quickly for her next class, but in the crowded throng, she accidentally stumbled forward because of someone behind her. At that moment, Guan Yufei thought, "It's over. This is going to be so embarrassing," because she was wearing a knee-length skirt that day, and falling like this would surely look terrible, possibly leaving an unforgettable impression on everyone present for years to come. The gift and certificate she had just received flew out of her hands, the metal clattering heavily on the smooth floor. Just before falling, she nervously closed her eyes, waiting for the pain she had anticipated, but after a couple of seconds, she realized there was no pain at all. As she relaxed, she felt a pair of warm hands reach out from behind her, stopping her from falling. Those hands politely opened slightly, not touching her body. But because her shirt was a bit thin, she could feel the tense muscles and warmth of those arms. She quickly stood straight and turned to thank the person behind her. "Thank you. Thank you." Luli didn't dwell on her nervousness and eagerness. He stepped forward and bent down to help her pick up the things that had fallen to the ground. After brushing off the dust, he handed them back to her. "It's fine. Just be careful next time." Too much time had passed, and she had forgotten what she said afterward, but in her memories, she clearly recalled the moment Luli looked at her. The cold-faced man slightly lowered his head, the sunlight illuminating his features, making him appear more three-dimensional. Perhaps it was the distance, but the earlier indifference he displayed on stage was replaced by a subtle warmth. Due to that stumble, the originally smooth globe now had a small dent at the bottom, and a familiar flaw from her memory appeared before her. Guan Yufei's hand paused. She suddenly wanted to ask Luli if the memories of their past times were different from each other as perspectives. She wanted to know the stories that happened when she couldn't see. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking at the door pulled her out of her reverie. Lu's sister appeared at the door with a food box. Guan Yufei wasn't sure if she knew about Luli's departure. Remembering how Luli had been scolded earlier, she could only vaguely explain. "Luli, he went out. I know. I came to bring you food." "Bring me food?" Seeing the unexpected expression on Guan Yufei's face, Lu's sister sighed. "Why are you just like that, brat? When you get busy, you forget to eat." Before Luli left yesterday, as if he were arranging his affairs, he left a voice message briefly explaining why he was leaving and ended with a reminder to his sister to take care of Guan Yufei. "Sister." Guan Yufei looked at Lu Wei, feeling helpless. Luli had no choice. That's why he left in such a hurry. Lu Wei looked at the silly girl, still covering for her boyfriend, unsure whether to be angry or amused. "I know why he left. It's his responsibility." "I understand." After saying that, she felt a bit helpless. "He told me to bring you food, to make sure you eat on time." Lu Wei remembered how she felt in a panic when she first heard Li's voice message, which sounded like he was arranging his affairs. But before her emotions could settle, she heard that brat's last reminder. Suddenly, she had no thoughts left. Both the couple had the habit of forgetting to eat on time, and it was indeed a miracle that Luli would consider someone else remembering to have 3 meals a day. This kid really is a romantic. Guan Yufei, however, was a bit stunned. She hadn't expected Luli to make so many arrangements in such a hurried departure, even troubling Lu's sister to take care of her. Her eyes turned red as she looked at Lu Wei, unable to hide her guilt. As soon as Lu Wei caught that look, she knew she was misunderstanding. "Don't worry. This isn't my first time being entrusted with his affairs. This brat has loved to run outside since he was young. When he was little, he would run away to other places on Rose Star, and before leaving, he would ask me to take care of his pets, which would get him a good beating from Dad and Mom when they found him. When he got older, he became even harder to manage. Before going to the main star, he even entrusted me to his brother." Lu Wei spoke of these memories calmly. "I've received his entrusted affairs at least a dozen times." After saying that, she looked at Guan Yufei with a helpless expression. "I hope this is the last time. When that brat comes back, you take good care of him." Her words successfully made the gloomy Guan Yufei smile. "But do you really want to?" "Of course. What is there to be reluctant about? This kid has been mischievous since he was little and has taken quite a few beatings." After finishing, Lu Wei asked, "But what about you? Are you reluctant?" Guan Yufei thought for a moment, her tone betraying her inner turmoil. Lowering her voice, "I don't want to." With Lu's sister's visit, Guan Yufei was pulled out of her sad feelings about the separation and began to plan the defense on Rose Star. Shaon arrived in the afternoon and said that Guan Yufei could give him orders. Guan Yufei didn't decline much and handed over the deployment map she had in her hand. The batch of weapons that Luli brought back last time had not yet been fully deployed, and Guan Yufei was managing this batch of weapons, improving the defenses of Rose Star. Although the news of Lu Li's departure had not been announced, the residents of Rose Star gradually learned about it, and many of Lu Li's former brothers came to inquire if there was anything they could help with. Guan Yufei recorded the names of these people one by one and then arranged them into the deployment team. The residents of Rose Star were caught up in tense preparations, while Lu Li, far away in other star systems, was also urgently deploying. Hide the signals on the spaceship first. These weapons need to turn off the shield before being installed around. Yes, understood. The small team brought by Wei Shilan had decent technical skills, and as long as Lu Li ordered, everything was completed quickly, burying the weapons they brought into the surrounding hidden piles. Only Wei Shilan seemed a bit hesitant. Lu Li's situation was actually an unexpected disaster. After thinking for a moment, he walked up to Lu Li. Brotherly, this matter has caused you trouble. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to come out at this time. Lu Li appeared very calm. The Zerg were inherently cunning, and even with complete preparation, one could not guarantee avoiding those dangers. Since I chose to confront them, I have been prepared. As he spoke, his hand unconsciously brushed over the chain on his wrist. Recalling the look in Guan Yufei's eyes when she left, his heart sank. Later, you and I will check the surroundings again. Okay. Guan Yufei had felt that her sleep had been insufficient these days. She had been sleeping directly in Lu Li's small room. When she couldn't see him, she set aside her usual shyness and lay directly on Lu Li's bed, feeling his presence, which brought her a lot of security. So when she suddenly returned to the treehouse and saw the row of young fruit plants that had already sprouted green buds, she was a bit amazed. After a rainy season, these plants from the main star had burst forth with vitality in the alien soil. Guan Yufei took a picture of this scene but did not post it. She smiled and walked into the treehouse. Heya and Byron were already sitting in the living room waiting for her, and the atmosphere between the two had softened considerably, revealing mutual understanding in their actions. Upon seeing her, Heya quickly reached out. As soon as we heard, Byron and I rushed back to help you. Byron added beside her, tell that little wolf cub that he owes us a honeymoon trip. Guan Yufei was taken aback. She understood every word Byron said, but could not grasp the meaning behind it when put together. Heya had to explain awkwardly, Byron and I, well, you know. Guan Yufei, actually, I don't really understand. Looking at the two in front of her, Guan Yufei pretended to be serious and nodded. I will report this request to Lu Li honestly. Autumn had spread across the entire Rose Star. Not only did various colored plants flourish, but the star flowers by the lake had also turned deep pink, with some already becoming red, swaying in the wind by the lake. Guan Yufei adjusted the entire Rose Star to a state of war. Every household was fortifying their homes, and the shops and the street markets had ceased operations. They also took people ahead of time to collect the already ripe fruits and made considerable food reserves. Those with experience in mech combat, like Byron and the others, were organized into a separate team, equipped with the latest mechs, and arranged to contact combat at the cliff's edge. They all actively prepared for the battles that might come. After the weapon distribution on the planet was completed, Guan Yufei also joined the food reserve production team. In the temporarily set up tents, there were many little wolf cubs. Although they were still not as tall as the table in front of them, their fair and tender little faces were full of seriousness, helping to deliver goods as they moved through the tents. Heya saw Guan Yufei staring off into space and quickly waved her hand to call out, Yufei, over here. In the area where Heya was, they were responsible for packing the prepared food reserves, ensuring that each package contained water and dry rations. Even though her hands were busy, Heya couldn't stop her curiosity. What were you thinking about while looking at the little cubs just now? Because they're all so cute. Heya was a bit surprised. You like kids? Not really. But the little wolf cubs are fluffy, and they look like dolls. At this point, Heya's expression suddenly became strange. If you like them, why not just have one with Lu Li? With your genes, the child would definitely be good-looking. After pausing for a moment, she added, but I wonder if it will be a little wolf cub. Guan Yufei was extremely grateful at this moment that she wasn't drinking anything. Otherwise, the entire table would be ruined. She gave Heya who had a mischievous smile, a helpless look, and counterattacked. Actually, that's easy to guess. I just wonder what your child with Byron would look like. One is a rabbit, and the other is a mermaid. Just thinking about it is interesting. As a biologist, she was very much looking forward to witnessing the birth of a new species. Hey, you can't ask her that. She doesn't have that kind of experience. How would she know? She felt a deep sense of malice. Guan Yufei was no longer the girl who would blush at a tease. What had Luli done during the time she was away? Chapter 37, the final moment, everything on Rose Star remained the same as before. Guan Yufei took out her camera. Over the past half-month, she had taken many photos, which she had neatly placed aside on the bedside table. On a windless night, the surroundings felt eerily quiet, with not a sound coming from the forest. This environment reminded Guan Yufei of Blue Star, which was also so silent. She turned over to look at the moon outside the window, but instead saw the lamp on the windowsill. Since the day after Luli left, she had been busy, and it was only today that she remembered the lamp no longer needed to be there. After parting, people fear the quiet nights the most, as thoughts swell in their minds. Guan Yufei quickly closed her eyes, forcing herself to sleep. The preparations for war on Rose Star had reached the later stages. Recently, there had been an increasing number of patrol ships in the interstellar space, and several battlefields of the insectoid race had been cleaned up. Wireless signals everywhere were scanning for traces of the insectoids, and the Wolf Clan's squad patrolled regularly to eliminate the possibility of an insectoid arrival. Guan Yufei sat in front of the monitor, watching the information. The insectoids excelled at camouflage, and many small planets had recently been found to have insect eggs laid out, indicating that they were deploying in advance. It was the people from the main star who reminded them to be cautious, because, due to Luli's alliance with the Wei family, Rose Star had now turned off its jammers and received a lot of external information. The beastmen on the main star had also been protected, and everything was progressing in an orderly manner. Miss Guan, it seems something strange has appeared in the eastern part of the Rose Star forest. Xiao, leading the inspection team, suddenly reported. After conducting a careful check as instructed, they surprisingly discovered a mech that did not belong to them. Upon receiving the news, Guan Yufei quickly notified everyone, sent out an emergency alert, and began her own inspection while wearing a mech. The mech's appearance was strange, different from the models on Rose Star, and it bore many scars, clearly having been abandoned here after a battle. Moreover, there was some green blood around. Guan Yufei immediately understood that a wounded insectoid had intruded into Rose Star, and everyone needed to prepare for defense. The forest was vast, with many large trees, so they could only proceed with caution. However, if they could not quickly find the insectoid, this wounded soldier might attract other insectoids. Guan Yufei recalled that insectoids had a habit of preferring dry places, so she instructed Xiao and the others. Insectoids cannot stay in water for long. Now that it is injured, it will definitely go to a place where it can heal. Take me to find water-free areas nearby. It had just rained in the forest, and only the rocky ground met these requirements, with debris scattered everywhere. Following Xiao An's direction, Guan Yufei quickly led the team over. Along the way, they indeed found some bloodstains that had not been cleaned up. They searched along the trail and finally found the insectoid in a massive crevice. The crevice had split open from the earth, covered in white dust, and the insectoid, with its left arm severed, was struggling in place. Its massive body was over 10 meters long, and despite its severe injuries, it still instilled fear with its rigid limbs. Worse yet, this insectoid had laid a dozen or so insect eggs. With their translucent shells, the shadows inside were barely visible, and these eggs would soon hatch. This was the terrifying aspect of the insectoids. Their strong bodies could survive severe injuries, and their eggs hatched quickly, compounded by their terrifying reproductive capabilities. Generally, before the original insectoids were cleared, a new batch would already crawl out of their shells. Guan Yufei quickly instructed Xiaoan, "I'll deal with the big one. You all handle the smaller ones. Remember, don't give those things a chance to come out. Yes, be careful. Don't let the egg slime touch you." Guan Yufei maneuvered the mech into the air, aimed at the insectoid's tail, and swung her weapon down to cut it off. The insectoid's tail was severed just as it was laying eggs, causing the eggs to drop to the ground and splatter slime everywhere. The slime landed on the rocky ground. making a sizzling sound as it corroded the once hard surface. The insectoid, caught off guard, was heavily injured by Guan Yufei's attack. It turned and lunged toward her, its movements causing vibrations in the ground. Guan Yufei quickly flew upwards to evade its attack. The insectoid was enormous, and while its flesh was tough, its movements were cumbersome. Guan Yufei skillfully maneuvered the mech to dodge and consistently attacked its back when it couldn't turn in time, due to its severe injuries and severed tail. Seeing the agile human before it made the insectoid's anger peak. Just as it was about to lose its life, it chose to self-destruct, turning its flesh into a final strike. Realizing the danger, Guan Yufei shouted, "Shaolin, it's going to self-destruct, run." The next moment, a huge explosion rang in her ears. Boom! Countless pieces of flesh and splattering green blood erupted like a suddenly burst water pipe, dyeing the surrounding white stones green. Most dangerously, the core of the self-detonation created a round, deep pit, with numerous cracks appearing on the ground. Guan Yufei dodged in time, avoiding the blast, but some blood splattered on her mech. Through the blood mist, she called out, "Shaolin, are you okay?" Cough, cough. "Sister Yufei, I'm fine. What about the others?" "We're all okay." Because they had heard Guan Yufei's warning, they had taken shelter in a crevice and were not affected. Fortunately, the remaining insect eggs that had not been dealt with were destroyed in the explosion. Guan Yufei looked at the debris on the ground and said, "Shaolin, call more people over. We need to clean this place up before tonight. Otherwise, more insectoids will come following the scent." "Okay," he agreed, then looked at Guan Yufei. "Sister Yufei, do you want to rest for a bit?" Guan Yufei had been working non-stop these days, and today's battle had left her somewhat fatigued, her face pale. "No need. Let's finish cleaning this up first." Cleaning up the insectoid blood was not that simple. After cleaning up the blood, they had to disinfect the area and apply special potions to dissipate the odor. Guan Yufei worked for a while when Haya came over. She was now responsible for handling logistics. Seeing Guan Yufei, Haya quickly pulled her aside to rest. "Look at your complexion. You're so pale. Have you not had a chance to eat?" Although she asked in a questioning tone, her eyes confirmed her certainty. "Sai, it's my fault for being too busy lately. Once you get busy, you forget to eat. Luli will be heartbroken when he comes back." She teased, taking out a piece of bread from her backpack. "Here, have some." Guan Yufei realized she didn't know how long it had been since she last saw Luli. She thought about the chaotic interstellar situation and wondered what was happening on his side. The situation on Rose Star was not an isolated case. The insectoids had been driven to desperation and were frantically fleeing in the galaxy, seeking a glimmer of survival. New reports were sent to the main star daily, updating on the recent insectoid situation. While eating, Guan Yufei took out her communication device and typed to send updates about Rose Star to the main star. The arrival of a single insectoid often indicated the existence of spatial wormholes in the interstellar space. These passageways were concealed and interconnected, and the military forces frequently moved between star systems to address these matters. The small asteroid where Luli was located had just finished a battle. The ground was littered with insectoid corpses, and Luli kicked the head of an insectoid to clear a space for himself to rest. He has already faced countless waves of battles in the past few days. The clothes under his mech are soaked with sweat, and there's a lot of green blood splattered on the frame, looking horrifying in layers. W has still not appeared, but the corpses of the insectoids charging towards Lu Li have already filled the entire camp. Wei Shilan walked to Lu Li's side. "Brotherly, are you okay?" "That's enough. How's it going? Any new discoveries?" As a werewolf, Lu Li has only been able to smell the scent of insectoid blood these days. Looking at the ground beneath his feet, he hopes to find clues about W soon. "We were wrong. W didn't come to find you directly. He went straight to the insectoid base." Luli tugged at the corner of his mouth, his expression somewhat weary, but his eyes gleamed like sharp blades. "Haven't found anything, right? The troops dispatched from the main star have not been idle. They've practically turned the entire star system upside down. How could there still be any insectoid bases left?" Wei Shilan nodded. "They found W's trace a week ago. The reason for holding back was to see if there were any overlooked clues. Since W hasn't found anything yet, this bait naturally loses its effectiveness. He should come over soon." Hearing this, Luli smiled more genuinely than before. "Then hurry up and come. I've really waited too long." to prevent the insectoids from rising again. This war has been particularly effective, perhaps also because of the absence of those traitorous families. As the highest decision-maker, Wei's father has made the entire operation swift and decisive. Luli took a sip of water to moisten his somewhat parched lips. How's the situation on the main star? We are in the final stages of investigation. The locations of the insectoids have been locked down. As soon as we receive news from W, the main star will act immediately. That's good. They haven't had a proper rest for days. Luli can only rest during these brief moments. After returning to the camp, he cleaned off the dirt on his body and carefully washed the chain on his wrist. This twisted chain, which was poorly crafted, still retains its original patterns, and the color hasn't faded even a bit. Luli looked at it and couldn't help but smile, remembering when Guan Yufei put it on him. Before he could say anything, she explained first, I know this isn't well made, but it's my first time. It's already pretty good to get to this point. Seeing her blushing and trying to act calm, Luli's eyes were filled with smiles. I didn't say it was bad. Ahem, this is the first time, but I'll make you a second time, a third time. After saying this, he raised his chin and continued, when I finish the next one, you have to trade this for it. The proud little cat has her own rules. Only if you cherish this one will I give you the next. So Luli has always carefully kept the bracelet, because he is looking forward to the future. He will also do his best to get through this difficult time. After so many years, he finally has a yearning for resolution in his heart. When Guan Yufei returned home, it was already late at night. She had been busy dealing with various trivial matters these days. The situation on Rose Star isn't complicated, but only a few can handle these issues, and she was feeling exhausted from being stretched too thin. Opening the door, she found a lunchbox on the dining table with a note left on it. I heard you haven't been resting well these days, so I made some nourishing soup. Wei. There was also a drawing on the note, with a childish brush depicting a sleeping girl, with the words, Sister, rest well. Seeing this, Guan Yufei couldn't help but smile. She thought for a moment, and drew a smiley face on the paper, as if replying to this concern from afar. Guan Yufei suddenly thought of Luli. Has Luli been living like this on Rose Star for so many years? Her mind was in chaos, trapped by various matters every day. Yet she didn't know how Luli managed to cook for her every day. The events didn't end there. The next day, the patrol team from the main star came to collect the insectoid corpses and take them back for incineration. Guan Yufei continued to lead people in patrolling various places on Rose Star. They had mobilized the entire tribe in the past few days. Guan Yufei hired a few people specifically to explain the insectoids' living habits and taboos, as well as how to resist them. Haya was one of the instructors, and she calmly approached Guan Yufei during a break. Have you been particularly busy lately? You wouldn't believe me if I said I was busy. Actually, it's okay. I've been resting well lately. Guan Yufei looked at the little wolf cub in class, her lips curling into a smile. Haya rarely had a chance to rest, and the two sat quietly in the sunlight, soaking up the rays. Is this war about to end? I hope so, but what's wrong? Haya asked, puzzled. Guan Yufei lowered her eyes. I heard that a large number of insectoid troops have the ability to mobilize through space, and I'm a bit afraid that the star system might be in danger. Hearing this, Haya fell silent as well. They all knew that the insectoids wouldn't give up easily. As this war reaches its end, some harm is inevitable. If the star system is harmed, then Rose Star cannot remain as peaceful as before. No matter what, we've done our best to respond. Haya said comforting words, also to encourage herself. This war, which should have ended 1,000 years ago, should finally come to a close one day. Chapter 38, The Final Battle. As reports of battle continued to pour in, the war had reached its climax. The Zerg's bases had been repeatedly destroyed, and the remaining asteroids had received intelligence that the great battle would arrive within this week. When escaping from prison, they had taken some high-level insiders from noble families, who had carried away a large number of weapons and spaceships, gathering the remaining Zerg army to prepare for a desperate counterattack. The military had locked onto their location and outlined the potential impacts of this war, which Guan Yufei had been explaining to the residents of Rose Star according to their reminders. It's no wonder the military was so vigilant. During these days of evasion, the Zerg had exploited their unique traits to take away the magnetic cores from several planets, though they were unaware of the consequences this would bring. Thus, Guan Yufei had been listening to military briefings every day, striving not to miss any information. She had been sleeping in Lu Li's small room these days, which had its advantages. The place was filled with Lu Li's presence, allowing her to sleep soundly. Perhaps due to her excessive worry for Lu Li's condition, she often dreamed of him being injured, waking from her sleep in panic, and falling into fear. The nightmare scenes felt so real that they made it hard for her to find peace. The night was dark, with the bright moon hanging high, when suddenly the lights in the room turned on. The piercing alarm sounded, waking Guan Yufei, who had been resting at the table. The highest-level battle report was being dispatched, and the entire star system heard the military's highest command. All residents of the star system, we have initiated this battle. Please ensure your safety from this moment on. If you are in danger, please seek immediate assistance from the military. The main star will never abandon any resident. We stand with you. The residents of Rose Star heard the same message, just as they had faced the same enemy over 1,000 years ago. The battle that had never been fought was reignited. Guan Yufei immediately got up and rushed to the camp center, which served as the temporary residence during the war. The Zerg, true to their nature as ruthless killers, destroyed all the magnetic cores they had seized the moment the battle began. They had somehow managed to cause several asteroids to explode simultaneously. This action inflicted immense damage, as the destroyed asteroids shattered into countless fragments, flying outward with great force. The entire star system was thrown into chaos, with fiery meteors crashing down like heavy punches, leaving deep craters on the star system. The main star began using weapons to intercept the meteors, while the military, which had been lurking in the shadows, was caught off guard by the massive explosions. The deafening alarm echoed throughout the space. The Zerg were indeed ruthless. Even in death, they aimed to strike a heavy blow to the world. By the time Guan Yufei arrived, meteors with flames were already appearing above Rose Star. Due to Rose Star's remote location and lack of obstacles, an unusually large number of meteors were approaching. A single large meteor could severely damage Rose Star upon impact, so she quickly gathered personnel. Put on your mechs and come with me to smash these meteors. After saying this, she flew into the sky, raised her weapon, and aimed at the largest meteor. With a loud bang, the meteor cracked slightly but did not shatter. Seeing it was ineffective, she quickly fired again. Meteor fragments scattered in all directions, and Guan Yufei retracted her laser gun, beginning to direct everyone to evacuate further away. Everyone, don't panic. The tents in the camp are still very sturdy. Protect the children and keep them indoors. Guan Yufei continually reassured the crowd. There are simply too many meteors. Her voice echoed across the battlefield. Before anyone could respond, she dashed towards the next target. Seeing the danger, Xiao and the others put on their mechs and followed Guan Yufei. The meteor shower showed no signs of ending. Guan Yufei could only keep maneuvering her mech, targeting one fiery ball after another. To protect the planet from harm, Guan Yufei had to fly at a great height, but unfortunately, the air was filled with a pungent smell due to the excessive explosives. The meteors came in waves, and Guan Yufei's heart sank as she looked at the situation in the distance. She had no idea how many planets between the stars would be annihilated. The main star was already in chaos, and they estimated it would be difficult to quickly receive military support. As the meteor shower approached, Guan Yufei steadied herself and contacted Xiao. We can't hold out much longer just with our mechs. I'll return to the command center and use the deployed weapons to destroy these meteors. Xiao, who had just finished fighting and was drenched in sweat, immediately responded upon hearing the news. Okay, Yufei, I'll definitely hold this place. After receiving the message, Guan Yufei quickly retreated to Lu Li's small room. She opened the weapon storage one by one, and looking at everything in front of her, she felt as if she had returned to the combat lessons back in school. Skillfully opening the spatial barrier, she activated the weapons one by one and spoke firmly. Xiao, you are now only responsible for marking those meteors and then retreat immediately. Understood. Xiao flew in the air, using laser weapons to lock onto the targets one by one, then pressed the signal button. The next second, Guan Yufei's screen received information about these meteors. Xiao, now order everyone to retreat. 1 minute later, countless weapons were fired from the ground, shattering these meteors into countless dust particles. But this time, no meteors fell again. The spatial barrier blocked the debris. This was a successful strategy. Guan Yufei continued to command. Retreating after each round of meteor showers was locked onto. This effect served as the best stimulant. Guan Yufei destroyed wave after wave of meteors in the sky. And after several hours, they finally weathered the most intense wave of attacks. Looking at the dwindling weapon storage, Guan Yufei felt somewhat helpless. Lu Li had accumulated weapons for so long, and she wondered if they would be exhausted today. Meanwhile, Lu Li was unaware of how many waves of attacks he had repelled. His mech was soaked with Zerg blood, and its weapons had long been depleted. He looked at the Zerg in front of him and swung his arms in a circle. Surrounded by countless Zerg corpses, sweat dripped from his forehead, but his eyes always glinted with sharpness, as if nothing could bring him down. He seemed tireless, continually swinging his fist down onto the Zerg. Finally, the massive creature in front of him collapsed to the ground with a tremendous crash, letting out faint breaths as it lay on the verge of death. Yet before it could struggle, a sharp blade pierced through its head. A large number of spaceships finally rushed to their location, and the Zerg's last hope was completely shattered. Lu Li and the others finally welcomed their rescue. Wei Shilon's right arm was fractured, and he needed to rush back to the main star for support. Before leaving, he looked at Lu Li. "Brother Li, where are you going now?" Lu Li replied, "Home. I'm going back to see Yufei." The situation on Rose Star was not much better. After wave upon wave of battles, countless fine cracks appeared on the spatial barrier, and some areas had even been shattered. Watching the spatial barrier that could no longer hold up, Guan Yufei urgently recalled, distributing the last bit of energy above the camp. There were residents of Rose Star here, and she could only abandon everything else. They could only watch helplessly as the debris fell from the sky, destroying their cherished homes, turning the houses filled with memories into piles of wreckage. The little wolf cubs in the camp cried as they buried their faces in their mother's embrace. Although they had not been harmed in this war, they had received a home that no longer resembled its former self. The nearby armory was already depleted. The main star had issued a signal of victory, and the Rose Star had not received any news about Lu Li's death. This was like a shot of adrenaline, and Guan Yufei couldn't help but feel an inner joy as she sent out the last weapon. The huge stone in her heart was finally set down. They had finally welcomed the hope of the future. Guan Yufei couldn't resist sharing the good news with everyone in the camp. "We won. We finally won." The next moment, however, a shattered meteorite fell around, targeting Lu Li's cabin. The last wave of meteorites no longer had massive stones, but the ammunition in the weapons arsenal had long been exhausted, and Xiao and the others were already exhausted, their arms numb from constant lifting. They could only watch as the debris fell, unable to dodge. When Lu Li returned, he happened to see this scene, and the speed of the debris was faster than his own. Even if he accelerated, he couldn't catch up. He looked at the devastated homeland, and a few people were rushing toward his house, seemingly trying to dig out something covered below, constantly shouting for help. In that moment, he immediately understood who was inside. He ran a few steps forward and saw a few people who looked like they had been soaked in water. Who was inside? Xiaoan saw him and choked out an answer. "Li Ge, it's..." But Lu Li didn't want to hear this news. He quickly ran over, moving the stones one by one while calling out, "Yufei, Yufei, can you hear me?" He had already fought for too long, but now he seemed to feel no fatigue, continuously calling out. It felt like a huge hole had opened in his heart, constantly spewing out cold air, swallowing all his emotions and making him feel like he was plummeting. Water kept dripping in front of him, though he didn't know if it was sweat or tears. He felt that, at this moment, he had lost the ability to think, only able to repeat the actions in his hands, turning into a survival instinct. In such a noisy environment, he clearly heard a faint cough from below. He quickly accelerated his movements, calling out louder, "Yufei, Yufei, how are you now?" Half an hour ago, Guan Yufei looked at the depleted ammunition and could only put on her mech, planning to use it for the final battle. She didn't expect that as soon as she had put on the mech, the house would be destroyed by the falling debris. Originally intended to confront the enemy, the mech had become a straw for survival, and she didn't expect to hear Lu Li's voice above her head. She had just thought that her consciousness was malfunctioning, but as the voice became clearer in her ear, she quickly opened her eyes and struggled to respond. "Lu Li, I'm fine." Hearing this, Lu Li finally felt relieved, regaining some composure. He had just felt his soul drifting away, and now he finally had some emotions. Yufei, I'll rescue you right away. How are you now? Lu Li, I'm fine. I'm in the mech. Lu Li quickened his pace, covered in dust, and finally moved the bricks aside. Guan Yufei's mech had consumed some energy from the previous battle and was unable to move under the rubble. When the stones above her were removed, she activated the mech and shook off the debris. As soon as she was free, she immediately rushed towards Lu Li, throwing herself into his arms. Lu Li stumbled a bit from her impact, but held her tightly, unable to help but check her condition. Are you hurt? Guan Yufei buried her face in his chest. Her originally gray face, washed by tears, revealed a tender complexion beneath, making her look somewhat amusing. She felt that if happiness had levels, she was definitely at the peak at this moment. Lu Li, we did it. We succeeded. After saying that, she looked up at him. Lu Li, I have more questions to ask you, but there's no rush. I have a lifetime to ask you. She raised her right hand, which had been hanging by her side, opened her palm, and inside lay a floating star, the very one from Lu Li's desk. In the chaos, she had only had time to grab it. Then she looked at him and asked, have you thought about how to answer? Lu Li held the obviously proud girl in front of him tightly. No rush. I have a lifetime to answer. He smiled gently. He still hadn't figured out how to narrate the buried past, but he could wait for Guan Yufei to discover it herself. TSK, TSK, TSK. Can you two not always hug like there's no one around? Blackie said helplessly from the side. She had rushed over to rescue them upon receiving the news, thinking it would end with a hug, but unexpectedly, after parting, the young couple became clingy, completely ignoring the onlookers. Hearing her voice, the two turned their heads but didn't let go of their embrace. Guan Yufei looked at her with a bright smile, causing Blackie to lose her desire to speak. This is still a ruin. Can you two find a better place to chat? The ground here was indeed unstable. Lu Li nodded. I'll prepare how to rebuild later. Byron nodded. That's good. You didn't give up your duty for love. After saying that, she clapped expressionlessly, but her expression seemed to mock them. I still want to ask our Wolf King, when can I go back for my honeymoon? Blackie shot him a speechless glance. That's not urgent. Guan Yufei coughed and asked, when did you two arrive here? Blackie smiled and clarified, it was when you two were just being intimate and confessing. Lu Li was a bit thicker-skinned than Guan Yufei. We young people are indeed not as steady in love as the older generation. We really need to learn from you two. This remark directly silenced both of them. Guan Yufei couldn't help but suppress a smile. She seemed to finally understand why Byron and the others particularly hoped to see Lu Li get embarrassed. Chapter 39, Young People Strive for Career. Elderly enjoy love. Lu Li wanted to gather people to hold a meeting and discuss future matters. But he didn't expect that hardly anyone would pay attention to him. Everyone had been tense and sleepless for several days, and now that safety was confirmed, they all just wanted to go home and rest. Lu Wei's exact words were, since it's already like this, it doesn't matter if we leave this pile of junk here for now. After saying that, she turned and walked away, leaving Lu Li standing there, confused about how he had fallen so far behind the pace here after just half a month away. Due to proper protection around the camp, there had been no casualties, and even a little wolf cub snuck out to watch the people coming and going in the camp. Guan Yufei followed Lu Li, secretly laughing at his predicament. Her sister's words were not wrong. Maybe they should just go rest for now. They were all at the end of their ropes. Although they looked spirited, they were all just putting on a brave face and were actually exhausted. Guan Yufei was covered in dirt, but when she leaned in to smell Lu Li, she wrinkled her nose and said, "You haven't showered in days. Why do you smell so strong?" Hearing this, Lu Li quickly raised his hand to smell himself, only catching a faint scent of sweat. Seeing Guan Yufei's triumphant smile, he understood and playfully pinched her cheek. "Then I'll have to ask Miss Guan to take in this homeless vagabond." Sure. After all, my greatest virtue is kindness." Lu Li supported Guan Yufei as they stumbled back through their ruined home to the treehouse. The forest had plenty of cover, and with the treehouse positioned well. A few large trees had fallen, but the treehouse itself only had a few broken branches hanging from it. The branches, about the size of a wrist, swayed on the roof, making creaking sounds that added a touch of broken beauty to the originally tranquil environment. Guan Yufei remained optimistic, saying, At least my home is still intact. Right now on Rostar, I might be the richest person. Luli looked at the somewhat damaged flower bed and said, "Congratulations, Miss Guan. After some time, I'll help you restore the flower bed." The garden, once filled with saplings, had been smashed to bits by the fallen tree. But everything inside the treehouse remained as it was, keeping out the moisture from outside. The warm glow of the fireplace helped them relax. They quickly washed off the dust, and when Guan Yufei emerged in a bathrobe, she saw Lu Li sitting at the head of the bed. He was in a bathrobe, looking at a stack of photos in his hand, those daily records that Guan Yufei had previously placed on the bedside. Under the light, his face had a strangely tender appearance. Guan Yufei walked over to him and said, "So, did you realize you missed a lot?" Lu Li sighed and replied, "Yeah," then hugged her, adding, "But I'm glad we still have a future. Not everyone is so lucky to embrace their loved ones after war." Guan Yufei gazed into Lu Li's eyes and couldn't help but kiss him. She really loved Lu Li's eyes. His gray eyes, although stern, combined with his sharp features, often gave a hard impression. But whenever he looked at her, those eyes seemed to turn into flowing light, sincerely allowing her to see his innermost thoughts. Lu Li gently fluttered his eyelashes, brushing against Guan Yufei's full lips. It was a sensitive spot, yet it sent a tingling sensation deep into her heart. She felt mischievous and continued to plant soft kisses on Lu Li's prominent nose, measuring his features with her lips, but soon her heart was filled with uncontrollable affection. Lu Li could hear her light laughter even with his eyes closed, and he turned a faint shade of pink, quickly stopping her. "All right, if we don't rest now, then don't expect to rest today." His voice was strong, and to make Guan Yufei quiet down, his warning carried significant weight, but combined with his earlier actions, it seemed somewhat weak. Guan Yufei chuckled. "Actually, I don't mind doing something now if you still have the energy." She blinked her big eyes in a way that suggested she was very easy to negotiate with. Lu Li was left without a temper. Lifting her and placing her on one side of the bed, tapping her slightly reddened eyes. "Your eyes are already bloodshot. How can you still think about this?" The two lay face to face on the bed, and Guan Yufei suddenly wiggled closer like a caterpillar, nestling into his side. Although they weren't tightly pressed together, it felt like they were meant to fit together, surrounded by Lu Li's scent. In just a few minutes, the lively banter faded, and they slowly drifted into dreams. Lu Li didn't expect that Guan Yufei would fall asleep so directly. He had been a bit nervous when she leaned over. He was genuinely afraid that she would continue to cause trouble, and he stood frozen in place, not daring to speak. After a few minutes, he surprisingly heard Guan Yufei's steady breathing. At this moment, he felt somewhat helpless, thinking how ungrateful she was. Although he smiled, there was a hint of gritted teeth in it. He really hadn't had a good sleep in a long time, and after a while, he embraced the person in his arms, inhaling Guan Yufei's sweet scent, and gradually fell asleep. Guan Yufei didn't expect that she would sleep for an entire day. When she finally opened her eyes felt sore. Outside the window, there was a faint twilight, and she quickly opened her device, only to find it was already the next day, and Lu Li was nowhere to be seen. Guan Yufei pouted and hugged Lu Li's cup to her chest. Rolling around in bed, humming unhappily, Lu Li's abrupt departure had deeply hurt her feelings. She decided to send a message to reprimand her boyfriend for such behavior. Before she could open her device, someone opened the door upon hearing the sound. "What's wrong? Are you trying to sleep in?" That voice, full of laughter, could only belong to Lu Li. Guan Yufei felt wronged. "Where did you just go?" Lu Li rushed over and hugged the baby tangled in the cup. "I want to make you something to eat. You just woke up. Shouldn't you be hungry?" After saying that, he raised an eyebrow at her, his temper already half gone. He had known from the beginning that Guan Yufei had a bit of a morning grumpiness. When they were younger, he liked to let her nest at the head of her bed, ensuring that she would see him the moment she opened her eyes, otherwise she would feel wronged. Fortunately, he had prepared early and swiftly extinguished this brewing storm with a single sentence. "Okay, fine," Guan Yufei replied. Once Lu Li opened the door, she caught a whiff of a familiar smell coming from the kitchen. "Is it sweet porridge?" Lu Li nodded, although he had been extremely tired these past few days. The familiar biological clock woke him up early the next morning. After so many years of habit, he couldn't fall back asleep. Guan Yufei was still quietly nestled in his arms, which was rare. He had often gotten up in the middle of the night to help cover her with a blanket. Perhaps it was because she was utterly exhausted. She remained in the position she had when she first fell asleep, sleeping soundly until now. Luli lowered his head and inhaled the sweet fragrance from her hair, feeling that everything was well in the world. The windows in the room were tightly covered with light boards, and light streamed in through the gaps. Luli got up to remove the light board, noticing the words that Guan Yufei had left behind. He wrote again, "I'm going out to buy you some food." Then he stepped out of the room, gently closing the door behind him. Looking back, it seemed somewhat unnecessary. Guan Yufei wouldn't know when she would see those words. He shook Guan Yufei, who was still a bit dazed, saying, "You haven't eaten for so long. Get up and eat something before resting." Luo Li added a lot of ingredients to the sweet porridge, which carried the fragrance of star flowers and milk. After getting up, Guan Yufei sipped the porridge in small bites. "How was your outing today?" The buildings in Rose Star were mostly damaged by meteorites, and even the few that survived could no longer be inhabited due to the collapse of surrounding structures. After Luo Li went out today, he only saw a few elderly people who had previously been well protected. Now that they felt safe, they wanted to see if they could find some of their belongings at home. When they saw him, they greeted him before Luo Li left. He hadn't realized that the market had been destroyed. It was only after an elder pointed the way for him that he knew he needed to go to the camp to collect daily rations. Guan Yufei had arranged everything very well. Despite such a disaster, there were no casualties. Upon reaching the camp, he saw a little wolf cub sitting at the entrance, munching on bread with its feet up, while several others were stacking stones they had collected. Many people were on the way, and when they saw him, they asked about his situation. Not seeing Guan Yufei beside him, many were concerned about the health of the two. He greeted everyone along the way and finally reached the center. The person responsible for distributing the ration bags in the camp was Luo Wei. She showed no expression when she saw him, merely glancing at him and handing over 2 bags of packaged rations. "How is Yufei? She hasn't had a proper rest in the past half month. If you go back, make her something to eat to help her recover." There was no sign of concern for her brother, who had just come back from the battlefield. Luo Li felt a bit helpless. "Sister, I'm still your biological brother. Why don't you ask me how I'm doing? You? As long as you can walk, there shouldn't be any major issues." Luo Wei knew her brother too well. After all these years, he was like a person made of iron. As long as he had a breath left, he wouldn't complain about illness or fatigue. He had come over for something else. That much was clear. Luo Li said, "Sister, thank you this time." Before he could finish, Luo Wei interrupted. "It's nothing. This is for helping Xiaofei. As long as you don't leave me a letter of farewell, that would be the best thanks." Luo Li thought. He was only away for half a month. How did everything change? Looking at his obviously still angry sister, Luo Li reassured her, "Sister, don't worry. It won't happen." The entire camp was clearly divided into sections, and Luo Li even saw a small market being set up. When he mentioned he was buying something for Guan Yufei to help her recover, several vendors directly handed him their goods, repeatedly stating that they didn't want money, enthusiastically making him feel a bit bewildered. Luo Li could only accept the items and thank them. It was evident that after just half a month outside, he had already become disconnected from society. Looking at Guan Yufei quietly drinking porridge in front of him, he felt a mix of helplessness and amusement. "Everyone outside is thanking Miss Guan for her kindness and asked me to relay their messages to you." This statement seemed a bit envious, as he hadn't expected that after struggling for so long, his girlfriend had exhausted her resources and even gained management rights. Guan Yufei revealed a fox-like expression. "Mr. Luo, I am now the person in charge of Rose Star. During my tenure, significant adjustments have been made, and after discussions, we decided that I will continue as the person in charge." This statement left Luo Li feeling neither angry nor amused. In the end, he pinched her cheek and said, "All right, Miss Guan, then I can only wait for you to support me." Not long after the two were settling in Rose Star, Luo Li received a notification from the main star. Since Rose Star still belonged to the private sector, an announcement was needed for it to become a main planet, along with the laws regarding beastmen. The Wei family fulfilled their previous promise to Luo Li, turning beastmen into ordinary citizens with the same rights as humans. Therefore, Luo Li needed to go to the main star to discuss new laws. After more than 1,000 years of being sealed away, Rose Star finally welcomed the dawn. while beastmen on the main star also celebrated their victory. Beastmen who wished to remain on the main star needed to personally sign agreements at the management office, while the others would be relocated to Rose Star. Thus, Guan Yufei, who had just awakened from the joy of reunion, had to accept the reality that even without war, they couldn't be together every day. She returned to the camp, where although it was still in use, the autumn rains of Rose Star could significantly affect living conditions if the next rainy season arrived. Guan Yufei could only continue assessing the situation while improving the current camp. When Haya arrived, she saw Guan Yufei deep in thought at the table. "What problem are you encountering? Speak up, and I'll see if I can help." Guan Yufei looked up and saw someone with a radiant complexion, clearly having rested well recently and enjoying a good love life. "Where have you been these days? As soon as you're safe, you rush off to enjoy your couple S world." The girl who had been left alone, having not experienced that world herself, felt quite unwilling. Haya chuckled. "Yeah, if not now, then when?" After saying that, she poked the clearly sulking person. "Oh, why are you alone again? Where's that little wolf cub?" Sigh. He went to the main star to discuss matters. After hearing this, Haya nodded in understanding. No wonder Guan Yufei looked so upset. It's good for young people to focus on their careers. That way, we older folks can enjoy love. Chapter 40. Rose Star Construction Plan. Guan Yufei didn't pay much attention to Haya's teasing gaze. She continued to look down at her sketch. These days, she had been busy dealing with post-disaster reconstruction. Just as Lu Li, the true person in charge, was away, she, as the acting head, was preparing to make a rough arrangement for the reconstruction sketch since there were still many orcs migrating from the main star and so many orcs needed a plan. Seeing her pout, Haya turned her head to take a look. What was she drawing? The urban construction plan for Rose Star. Urban construction? Haya was taken aback. Wasn't it just about rebuilding like before? If the residents were still the same, there wouldn't be any problem. However, many orcs would also migrate from the main star, and they needed homes too, right? Guan Yufei tilted her head and added, "Besides, Rose Star is now a life-type planet. It will definitely need to interact with people from the outside in the future, so adjustments are certainly necessary." After saying this, she reached up to scratch her head. "I've been thinking about this issue for the past few days, and I still have no clue." Haya was somewhat surprised. The orcs on the main star would also come back. Yes, the treaty that Lu Li discussed with the Wei family included this. And he also wanted to handle the remaining matters on this trip. After years of effort, it was finally coming to fruition. Guan Yufei didn't have the slightest impulse to stop him. Haya looked at the blueprint and realized she really had no way to help. So she simply slumped down on a nearby lounge chair, leisurely sipping tea. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she jumped up. "Right? We still have the magnetic mother. Remember to have Lu Li catch a Zerg to figure out what to do with the magnetic mother." Haya's words immediately alerted Guan Yufei. Now that the Zerg war is over, the army is busy eliminating the remaining Zerg forces. It's impossible to find any Zerg at this point. They had experienced too much in the past few days and completely forgot that the magnetic mother had not been settled. She hurriedly sent a message to Lu Li. "Lu Li, we forgot an important matter. The magnetic mother hasn't been settled yet." Quickly sent the message and thought for a moment before adding, "Remember to call me." After sending the message, she glanced nervously in Haya's direction. Lu Li had been gone for several days, and they were both very busy. They could only spare time to send messages now. Ahem, she had serious business. It wasn't just chatting. A justified excuse after feeling guilty. The magnetic mother had actually been kept in her treehouse, not for any other reason, but because there were too many people coming and going at Lu Li's place. She was afraid of accidental bumps, and it turned out that keeping it in the treehouse was indeed much safer, especially since Lu Li's house had collapsed. As the temporary fire captain expected by everyone on Rose Star, Lu Li was currently attending a post-war meeting. Now, the entire power of the main star belonged to the Wei family, and he was brought into the meeting by them. So although people were casting sidelong glances, everyone still made suggestions. The other noble families were busy extracting themselves from the turmoil, and for someone as hot in demand as him, many rushed to send gifts. But these people had no chance to find Lu Li, because he had been busy gathering data on the orcs on the main star these past few days. His experience told him that there was too much darkness on the main star that couldn't be seen, So he specifically borrowed a group of people from the Wei family. He followed the records on the main star, striving to ensure that live people were seen and dead bodies were identified, even requiring images before death to eliminate a batch of ill-intentioned individuals. Of course, there were also some orcs who wanted to stay on the main star. He met a wounded leopard orc one day. They all thought he would leave the main star, but unexpectedly, the leopard orc voluntarily chose to stay. I have a wife. She is human, and I cannot abandon her. This leopard orc was taken in by a little human girl when he was young, and later they developed feelings for each other. Unfortunately, the girl fell seriously ill, and the leopard orc could only earn some money by going to an underground boxing gym, just like Luli did back then. For such an orc, Luli also provided a solution. Would you be willing to take your wife to Rose Star? The leopard orc looked up in shock. You actually allow humans to go to Rose Star? All orcs here thought Rose Star wouldn't permit humans to step foot. Luli smiled at him. Of course, my fiancée, E, is also human. She served as the commander of Rose Star during the war. He never believed that humans and orcs were in an antagonistic relationship. He always pursued equality in status. Therefore, he took out a card and handed it to the leopard orc. This is an identity card that allows entry and exit to Rose Star. If you change your mind, you can bring your family to Rose Star, where you can find a new life. The orcs on the main star had never known about this planet, and they probably needed a long time to adapt. While Luli was thinking about the events of the past few days during the meeting, he received a new message. He turned to open it and found it was from Guan Yufei. This was rare. It was the first time Guan Yufei had messaged him after he left. When they were together, it was nothing, but once apart, Guan Yufei always seemed to forget she had a boyfriend. The messages she had sent him in the past few days were all perfunctory. Whenever she got busy, she would just disappear. Looking at the message she sent later, Luli smiled, understanding that she was hesitant to directly say she missed him. He never forgot about this. He had already found a way to store it. However, he didn't reply directly, only responding with a simple good. With such a good opportunity to communicate, he certainly wanted to wait for the right moment. After all, this was a legitimate excuse. In the evening, Luli checked the time and called Guan Yufei. At this time, she should have already returned. Sure enough, when Guan Yufei answered his video call, she had a towel wrapped around her head, looking like she had just come out of the bathroom, her bathrobe slightly ajar, as if continuing to look down would reveal more scenery. Luli lowered his eyes slightly, his Adam's apple moving slightly. Although their relationship had reached this point, Luli was always somewhat slow to realize things. When Guan Yufei saw him, she immediately frowned and complained, "Why haven't you contacted me lately?" Hearing this, Luli laughed and retorted, "Who was the one who only replied with one word a few days ago? Wasn't it you?" His tone carried a light smile. Guan Yufei wasn't really angry. She had been quite busy in the past few days, busy enough that she accidentally fell asleep halfway through the camp. So she could only respond messages with her eyes half closed. Just like when you doze off in class and remember to take notes. When she came back to her senses, she realized her responses had been so cold in the past few days. Today, she originally planned to take the initiative, but upon hearing this, she couldn't help but laugh first. After laughing, she felt a bit of faint disappointment. "Luli, I really miss you. I will be back in a few days." Seeing that she still looked a bit unhappy, Luli quickly started talking about recent events. "I have been gathering data on the orcs on the main star recently, and even met a leopard orc who wants to bring his wife back to Rose Star." Speaking of this, Guan Yufei's attention was diverted. "I have been thinking about the reconstruction plan for Rose Star lately. I want to consider the lives of people like this. Luli, what do you think the new Rose Star should look like?" Luli had lived on Rose Star all along, and in his imagination, Rose Star seemed to be just like before. He couldn't envision it differently. Perhaps it was the late-night whispers that opened up Guan Yufei's long-restrained thoughts. She suddenly widened her eyes and looked at the screen, her head tilted, filled with anticipation. "Do you remember the movie we watched on Blue Star? The Rabbit Officer?" "Yes. I think if we were to build a planet for the orcs, it should look like that city. It should be a planet where there are no differences, allowing both humans and orcs to be cared for, living together in harmony while seeking common ground and accommodating differences." Her eyes sparkled. "Luli, what do you think?" Luli looked into her eyes, raised an eyebrow. "That sounds pretty good." This answer clearly didn't satisfy the young lady. "Is that all?" She frowned, wanting a definite response. Luli smiled. We can't predict the problems that will arise later. Every plan might have its downsides. He paused for a moment. But if we can face every difficulty together, then I think that's great. His tone was genuinely gentle, and by the end, there was a hint of tenderness in his words. Guan Yufei's face flushed. She didn't want to always expose her feelings, so she tried to sound cheerful. Then I'll take that as your agreement, she said. Wanted to end the video call. Wait, have you not been resting well lately? Guan Yufei noticed the faint dark circles under her eyes, looking worse than after the battle. I've been a bit busy these days, preparing the camp for the rainy season, but it's much better now. I'm not that busy these days. I'm almost done here. I'll be fine when I get back. Oh, right. What should we do about the magnetic mother? She finally remembered the topic of the day at the end of the chat. Haha, I thought you would only ask me about it tomorrow. No worries. Do you remember the sky tree? Sky tree? Yes. Place the magnetic mother around the sky tree, and it will disappear on its own. Guan Yufei seemed a bit incredulous. Just like that? Luli shrugged. Miss Rabbit and the others had already made preparations for placing the magnetic mother, so we just need to set it up simply. He had even asked the engineers from the main star for advice, and since the main star borrowed a lot of Xur technology during construction, the engineer told him the method directly after he finished explaining, and it took less than 10 minutes. All right, by this time, Guan Yufei was feeling a bit sleepy. She stifled a yawn, her eyes closing slightly, looking a bit dazed. Seeing her like this, Luli immediately said, "It's getting late. You should go to sleep." Guan Yufei held on, "Good night." Good night. Before the new rainy season on Rose Star arrived, the camp had already made protections, with rainwater flowing out through the shallow ditches outside the camp, and all items were properly stored. Several little wolf cubs ran outside in their rain boots, splashing in puddles. Life after the battle didn't seem affected, and they laughed cheerfully. Guan Yufei fell asleep to the sound of the rain, the air filled with moisture. She curled up in her soft and warm blanket, sleeping particularly long. When she opened her eyes, it was almost noon. A cloudy day was perfect for resting. She snuggled in bed, looking out at the rainy day. After some thought, she took out the projector she had brought back from Blue Star and played the animation she had watched countless times. In the past, she had focused on the protagonist's growth, but this time she observed the city of Animal City in the background story, jotting down the designs that moved her. The best subject she studied in school was drawing, so this time she was continuing her profession. When she finally got out of bed, she took her initial sketches and went out to the camp, heading to her dedicated office. This place had already turned into a resting area, with Haya lounging on a recliner, bantering with Byron. Their lively back and forth was quite entertaining. When they weren't together, it was Byron doing all the talking, with Haya having no chance to retort, but now they could exchange a few words back and forth. Perhaps it was true that couples influence each other's abilities. Upon seeing her enter, Haya raised her hand and waved. "Why aren't you resting today? Is there something going on?" "Yeah, I came to ask for opinions." "Opinions? What opinions?" Guan Yufei pulled out her sketches from behind her regarding the new design proposal for Rose Star. This time, the images already contained basic information, and Guan Yufei detailed the text and terrain considerations. The center of Rose Star was a large landmass with a vast grassland, while other places like glaciers were scattered like small islands around the land. Guan Yufei drew the city distribution according to the terrain of Rose Star, using the model of Animal City, designing the largest city in the center. She pointed to the largest city in the middle and introduced, "This is the biggest city and the most modernized area. It can connect with the main star and is accessible to humans." As for the surroundings, they were divided into different categories according to the orc race's habits. For example, the wolf tribe lives on the grassland, the leopard tribe in the rainforest, and there are glaciers and deserts, allowing each to choose according to their preferences. Each city would have fast access routes so that every resident could travel freely. "What do you think?" "Hiya clap, great," she added with a smile. "As a sunny rabbit, I've decided to live on the grassland." Byron beside her was taken aback. "You live on the grassland? What about me?" Hiya smirked, maintaining a poker face. "Nothing, long-distance relationship." Byron, with a cold glare, accidentally caught up in a couple's quarrel. Guan Yufei quickly added, "We will have goose houses. You can both stay anywhere." Seeing the two continue to stare at each other, I will place a lake next to the grassland, so you two can be as close as possible." Everything is centered around meeting practical needs. These are her clients' demands. Chapter 41 New City. After bidding farewell to the young couple, Guan Yufei took her project proposal and began to ask people for their opinions. Although there were no urgent matters in Rose Star recently, and all the shops had stopped operating, no one was idle. Many people had been rummaging through the ruins for old items, hoping to find things that could still be used at home. Only the little wolf cubs were carefree, playing outside and smiling even brighter when they saw her. Guan Yufei rummaged through her small bag and pulled out a bag of candy, which she had bought for the celebration, and there was still quite a bit left. When she was busy, she would often skip meals and just eat candy to fill her stomach, so it came in handy now. She walked over with a smile. "What are you playing?" "Sister, we are cooking." On the ground were broken stones found in the ruins, set up as a makeshift stove, with a pile of crushed flowers and plants in a broken bowl on top. Hearing the little wolf cub's response, Guan Yufei suppressed her laughter and put on a serious expression. "Oh, did I disturb you? I have something very important to discuss. Would you be willing to help your sister?" Upon hearing those 5 words, the originally dazed children all gathered around, eagerly listening to her. "Sister, do you want me to help you deliver something?" Their big, bright eyes sparkled as if they had just received praise. Guan Yufei almost lost her composure at that moment, realizing that this tactic had already been used by others. "No, I want to prepare for rebuilding houses and want to ask what kind of houses you'd like to see." "Any kind?" They didn't expect such a sacred task, suddenly feeling like they had been chosen by light, and began chattering excitedly. Guan Yufei quickly interrupted, took out a stack of paper, and handed each of them a copy. She asked them to write down their thoughts and then line up one by one to get candy from her. The result was that Guan Yufei exchanged a handful of candy for a pile of customer research results, with the words written in a somewhat crooked manner, and many had drawn their envisioned designs. The notes were filled with the children's wild imaginations, such as wishing for lots of toys, places to hang out with friends, and one note that said they hoped to build a big house out of cookies. Such wishes seemed like a childhood dream for everyone. Guan Yufei recalled her daily life in kindergarten and then looked at her current self, suddenly feeling a sense of illusion about becoming a kindergarten teacher. It seemed that Rose Star still didn't have a kindergarten, and Guan Yufei was curious if collecting these opinions and building a kindergarten would make the little wolf cub sad. She chuckled to herself while looking at the paper in her hand, when suddenly, Heya slapped her on the back. "Hey, what are you laughing about? So happy? Here, this is what the kids hope Rose Star will look like." She handed over the paper, and Heya couldn't help but smile upon seeing it. "My biggest wish as a child was to build a little house next to my home." Perhaps this dream had made her too obsessed, as she could still remember it clearly. Guan Yufei recalled what she had just thought and curiously asked, "Does Rose Star not have a place for kids to go to school?" Heya pondered and replied, "School, only after the age of 12. Children choose something they want to do in the future, like carpentry, pottery, or cooking, and only then do they go back to study." Hearing this, Guan Yufei felt a bit envious. "Wow, what's the matter? Rose Star is just a small village compared to the main star. Not so particular. But who knows what will happen in the future?" This was indeed the truth. If Rose Star wanted to connect with the outside world, it would have to learn new things. Heiya's tone carried a hint of confusion, and Guan Yufei asked back, "And you? What do you hope Rose Star will become?" "Me? I hope that even if it changes, it won't alter the life I once looked forward to." Facing the unknown future, everyone felt a slight panic. They had already fallen too far behind this era and were unsure if their future lives would become unrecognizable. Guan Yufei stood up. "All right, Miss Heya, I have received your opinions and will incorporate them into future plans. Thank you for your valuable suggestions for the design of Rose Star." This serious response earned her a pat from Heya, but Guan Yufei felt that this was indeed a matter worth considering. She realized that she initially fell in love with Rose Star because it had its own charm, something that no amount of technology from the main star could compensate for, which is why she loved it here. So, she also wanted to preserve all of this. For the past few days, Guan Yufei had locked herself in her room, building an initial model. She followed the original plan, but enlarged the surrounding village area, having only terrain without category distinctions, allowing people to gather in one place. She had been holed up at home, working late into the night. When Lily came back, she was still asleep, and only half awake did she feel someone pick her up. She caught a whiff of a familiar scent and didn't even have the slightest desire to resist. "You're back." "Yeah, I couldn't find you when I got back. Had to ask your sister to know you hadn't been out these past few days." Hee hee. Guan Yufei looked at him with half-opened eyes, surprised that when Lu Li returned, she had not yet gotten out of bed. She nuzzled against his chest. "Have you been resting well these past few days?" Hearing her question, Lu Li knew she hadn't slept well and didn't want to get up, unable to help but chuckle. "Miss Guan, do you need me to keep you company?" I hope you can." With her saying that, Lu Li naturally wouldn't refuse. He had a lot to do on the main star these past few days, burying his nose in her neck as they embraced and fell asleep. When they woke up again, it was already the next day. Guan Yufei, still dazed and yet to open her eyes, reached out to the side, only to find the bed empty, making her momentarily doubt if she had dreamt yesterday. But the door to the room was open, and she widened her eyes as she went downstairs, only to see Lu Li wearing an apron making breakfast. He had his back to her, but even the slightest sound couldn't escape his ears. He turned around just in time to catch Guan Yufei trying to sneak up on him. "Trying to scare me?" "No, I wanted to hug you." Guan Yufei naturally wrapped her arms around his arm. "Why do you wake up so early every day?" "Because I don't sleep in." Lu Li's morning voice was still a bit low, and when he smiled, Guan Yufei could feel the vibrations from his chest. In the cool morning, she had just gotten out of bed and instinctively wanted to find a warm place, directly burying herself in his embrace. "What are we having for breakfast?" "I brought back your favorite snacks from the main star, just making them for you." Guan Yufei's little quirks were all hidden in places others couldn't see, such as her being quite picky about food, preferring not to eat if it didn't taste good. But most people didn't know this, and thought she simply didn't love eating. Lu Li had caught on at this point and brought back quite a few of her favorite dishes from the main star. This quiet morning was one of the rare moments for the two of them. "Today is your first day back. Do you have anything to do?" "Most of the matters on the main star are settled, so there's nothing much." "Do you have anything? I can accompany you." Guan Yufei shook her head. She actually didn't have anything to do recently. "How about we go set up the magnetic mother today?" "I haven't been able to go because it was rainy the past few days." "All right." The placement of the magnetic mother is not complicated. Two people leisurely finished their lunch at home and only went out when the weather was nice in the afternoon. Although the position of the heavenly tree was somewhat affected, it still stood majestically on that grassland, just as it did when the beastmen first arrived on Rose Star. Guan Yufei, supported by Lu Li, walked forward, traversing the uneven ground. As they looked at the heavenly tree, she suddenly recalled the events of that night during the celebration. "Do you think the heavenly tree showed me those things on purpose? To spare us so many twists and turns, just to reveal the truth?" Lu Li also felt a bit emotional recalling that day. So many unexpected things happened, and his relationship with Guan Yufei began to change from that day on. "Were you shocked when you saw those things back then?" "Shocked? Oof. I was angry. I tried so hard, yet you remained unmoved. I even doubted whether it would cause you distress." Reflecting on the past, Lu Li felt a mixture of regret and realization. He had hesitated to express himself due to external reasons, only to be surprised to find that he lacked courage with any girl. That night, he blamed himself. Guan Yufei had the courage to approach him, yet he hesitated to accept her due to outside influences. Time passed, and all he could do was hold Guan Yufei's hand and apologize. "I was wrong back then. Otherwise, should I cook you a bowl of clear braised beef as an apology? I'm not that easily appeased. One meal definitely won't be enough." After saying this, Guan Yufei waved her hand dismissively. "Then what should we do?" Lu Li gently looked at her with his head down. "Who told me to be magnanimous? I can forgive you first, but it requires Mr. Lu's credibility. As for what happens next, it depends on Mr. Lu's performance." After saying this, Guan Yufei couldn't help but laugh, feeling as if she had returned to her childhood. Perhaps being loved can make one feel like a child again. The two stood in front of the heavenly tree, uncertain if it would respond. Guan Yufei took out the box containing the magnetic mother from her bag, and a faint white light spilled out from the seams. She opened the lid, and the magnetic mother slowly floated out of the box, drawn towards the heavenly tree. The white light, like the moon, reached its rightful place, and the light of the magnetic mother overflowed, like a beam of light extending and penetrating into the heavenly tree. The originally tall trunk was enveloped by the light strand by strand. The entire scene was dreamlike, with the heavenly tree surrounded by light, gradually dissipating. As the wind blew, the remaining faint light resembled the mist of dawn, finally vanishing before their eyes. However, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble gently, as if something had burrowed into the earth. Soon, the entire surface of the planet started to vibrate, and faint white light could be seen shining from the gaps below. The light seemed to possess the ability to repair. The ground, which had been shattered by meteorites, was gradually restored to its original state. The wind blew in from all directions, as if the once quiet planet had suddenly come to life, filled with vibrant vitality. Guan Yufei was stunned. Is this the power of the magnetic mother? Lu Li's black hair was tousled by the wind. As a beast, he had a stronger intuition than humans, and he sensed the joy surging from Rose Star. He held Guan Yufei's hand, urging her to feel the incoming wind. Can you feel it? This is Rose Star saying thank you. A planet that nurtured humanity, thanks to the power of the magnetic mother, had granted humans wisdom. Now, after thousands of years, this magnetic mother had found new home. Guan Yufei cupped the wind in her hands, as if conversing with it. The effects of the magnetic mother were significant. For instance, the autumn rain, which had seemed to follow a predetermined course, suddenly became unpredictable, and a torrential downpour began as they returned. Guan Yufei was drenched like a drowned rat, and Lu Li carried her back to the treehouse. After they finished bathing and sat by the fireplace to warm up, Guan Yufei suddenly remembered her model and sent it to Lu Li. This is the model I've been working on these past few days. It represents my vision for the future of Rose Star. The firelight from the fireplace illuminated her face, and she pointed to the city in the center. This is our own animal city. This contained all her ideas about Rose Star and her dreams. She hoped that Rose Star would not change in the future. Lu Li examined the model carefully. It was very detailed, and even when enlarged, he could see the names of each building, with hospitals, airports, and various transportation facilities fully equipped. Happy House. What is that? Lu Li unexpectedly noticed it, and Guan Yufei felt a bit embarrassed. It's a kindergarten, but I designed it based on the wishes of the children. It's a place for them to play, so I gave it this name first. Lu Li smiled, as if he understood Guan Yufei's unspoken meaning. She didn't want them to know it was a place for school. After laughing, she looked a bit troubled. I don't want them to lose their interests and hobbies after they start school, so I hope they can learn in a joyful environment. Guan Yufei had never liked school much as a child. It was her father who took her out, allowing her to experience the unknown world and develop a love for small animals, which led her to pursue biology. Thus, she wanted to embed these philosophies into this city, fostering warmth in human relationships, including in schools. She had placed many interactive devices inside, allowing children to learn knowledge through exploration. The torch that had been planted in her heart back then had not been extinguished, so she wanted to pass it on to the next generation of children. Chapter 42, A New Life. Lu Li looked at the name and found it amusing, shrugging repeatedly while gazing at that place. Guan Yufei, who was already a bit shy, turned directly to embarrassment and smacked him on the shoulder, asking what's so funny about it. Lu Li explained, it's not that you don't want them to reject the content inside. It's just that you don't think they should reject this name. It would be better to stick with the original name. I don't see a problem with it. He glanced at the model in his hand. Even with a rough inspection, he could sense the effort Guan Yufei had put into it. She truly loved this place. Lu Li said, you don't have to worry too much. The construction of the main star took hundreds of years to perfect, and it's still evolving even now. Guan Yufei probably hadn't rested well these days. He reached out to smooth her long hair, saying, just take a break for these few days. I'll handle things at the camp. After they finished setting up the magnetic mother today, the damaged environment of Rose Star had been restored to its original state, although the destroyed buildings couldn't be brought back. Guan Yufei looked at him and said, I'm not rushing for no reason. The beastmen on the main star are coming back, right? I want to get the airport done first. Otherwise, they won't be able to return. The docking location for the spacecraft on Rose Star was still near Lu Li's residence, only able to accommodate a few ships, but for large-scale use, an airport needed to be constructed. Lu Li understood and said, I've already considered this issue on the main star. Starting tomorrow, the main star will transport a batch of construction equipment, and materials will be sent over gradually. As long as the blueprints are finalized, we can start building. Since there were no proper facilities on Rose Star, He borrowed a batch of equipment directly from the main star. Guan Yufei raised an eyebrow, imitating him. How did you manage that? The cost of this equipment is not small. It's not something you could just borrow. Even with the current level of technology, these things belong to the military. Lu Li smiled. What I've done this time isn't worth that much. I've been operating on the dark web for many years. And with the discoveries from your father and my master, I was able to wipe out the insect race. The war ended so quickly thanks to my help. Suddenly serious. He said, Yufei, I know you've been thinking about the truth behind your father's death. While I was investigating, I found irrefutable evidence of the insect race's wrongdoing. In a week, the main star will reveal the truth behind this matter. Of course, this matter was not as simple as he made it sound, but he felt it was something he should do. Some truths must be made public. Naturally, he also had to offer some benefits in exchange. But this deal was something he had to make. Guan Yufei didn't expect him to say this suddenly. After her father's death, countless conspiracy theories emerged on social networks, claiming her father had it coming. That was the darkest time for her. Later, realizing there was a conspiracy behind her father's death, she could only investigate in secret while trying hard to live on. Lu Li's expression was too serious when he said this, and she inadvertently reddened her eyes. Feeling choked up, she didn't expect that after everything, Lu Li would still remember this matter and give her a chance at the truth. She didn't know what to say, only feeling her eyes warm as large drops of tears fell. Lu Li raised his hand to embrace her, saying, I promised I'd always be by your side. You can rest assured. He never just made promises for the sake of it. Guan Yufei leaned her head on his shoulder. Lu Li could feel the warm droplets sliding down his body. Seeing that Guan Yufei's emotions were getting out of control, he could only gently comfort her. It's all over now. I'm here. Perhaps when a person feels wronged, they're the least accepting of comfort. The part of Lu Li's clothing that she was crying on became wetter, and if she kept crying like this, her eyes would definitely be swollen by tomorrow. So moved? Then how about you pledge yourself to me? This sentence successfully made Guan Yufei break into laughter, instantly easing her sorrow. Lu Li, do you think my father would feel comforted if he could see this? Of course, he replied, his tone somewhat wistful. My biggest wish in this life is for you to be well. You can handle things on your own now. Then he joked, Miss Guan is now the person in charge of Rose Star, and after going through so much, she has found clues about the insect race and avenged herself. I'm proud of you. He gently patted her, trembling back from crying. You are his biggest pride. Guan Yufei smiled, hugging Lu Li tighter. Mr. Lu, you're so good at comforting people. Not really good at comforting people, just good at comforting you. He replied with a sigh. After doing this so many times, I've gained experience. I haven't. I protest against this accusation, Guan Yufei said. I've hardly comforted anyone in my life. All this experience comes from comforting you. Doesn't it? Guan Yufei huffed, muttering softly, I've only been comforted by you. It seemed she suddenly thought of something. Everything was over now. The past and the clouds in her heart had disappeared. There was no burden on her shoulders. But she felt there were still many things to do. It's not over yet. I'm still waiting for our architect, Miss Guan, to give me the plans. Upon hearing this, Guan Yufei smiled. I realize I quite like this feeling of being needed. Although my previous life was good, it always felt like every day was the same, which was a bit disheartening. Now, every day I wake up, it feels like there are new things waiting for me. Although busy, it makes me feel very fulfilled. This wasn't something she said lightly. The residents of Rose Star were now very familiar with her, and they knew better than she did about her contributions to this planet. Lu Li seemed to understand this as well. So when someone asked about Guan Yufei's recent situation, he would patiently explain. It wasn't for any other reason. Guan Yufei was currently focused on building the model, and he was living in the treehouse. Only he could understand her recent situation. As the planet was restored, the vegetation had recovered, so the original ingredients could be harvested again. In recent days, Lu Li had seen people coming to him with seeds of starflowers. I heard Miss Guan likes to eat this. You can take these back. After saying this, he stuffed the items into her hands, and there were also many other things that people wanted him to take back for Guan Yufei. Lu Li could only thank them for their kindness. A few days later, Lu Wei found her way to the camp, just in time to see Lu Li sending off a visitor. Lu Li had taken over the camp's affairs these days, so Lu Wei had been able to free up some time. After she arrived, she first glanced at the documents on Lu Li's desk, Have you been busy these days? Not too busy. How about you, sister? If Lu Wei didn't have anything to say, she wouldn't have come. Looking at her brother, who seemed unresponsive, she changed her approach to be more subtle. How's little Fei doing these days? She's been busy designing the city, but she's doing well. I've helped her organize her schedule these days, and her health is pretty good. You both seem to be doing well. Yes, sister. If you have something to say, just say it. Lu Wei looked at her brother, feeling quite helpless. When do you plan to marry little Fei? Now that things have settled down, aren't you going to propose? Sister, it's not that I want to worry about these things. Look at your relationship. You have to give the girl an explanation, right? Luo Wei had been watching the two of them together, and she didn't have any objections. However, seeing that they were living together and her younger brother was still so lukewarm about things, she felt she had to step in and ask about the situation. Don't tell me you two have no plans to continue and just want to live like this for now. Others might do that, but these two could spark chemistry with just a glance. And with Luo Li's strong possessiveness, he couldn't possibly have shown no signs. Luo Li was genuinely helpless. Where was her mind wandering? It's nothing, I just came to remind you. I didn't want to come, but lately, people keep asking when you two will have a wedding, and I can't give them an answer. The Wolf Clan placed great importance on weddings. They followed a monogamous tradition and held love in high regard. Looking back on Luo Li's early life, Luo Wei thought he would never have this day. Yet now there was a result without any wedding preparations. I won't say much more. You need to have an idea in your heart. Luo Wei's words did remind Luo Li, but he had his own plans. He intended to propose once things settled down on Rose Star because he wanted to take Guan Yufei out for a trip. Unfortunately, matters on Rose Star kept piling up, and he could only wait until the city's construction was completed. When he returned to the treehouse with various packages, Guan Yufei was still in the attic study perfecting her model. She had nearly finished the model over the past few days and was using a program to check the feasibility of the design. On the screen, countless tiny simulated figures were wandering around, resembling a crowd in real life. Hearing him come back, Guan Yufei hurried downstairs. Luo Li, why are you back so early today? There's nothing much going on today, so I rushed back to make you some desserts for when you're home alone, he said, raising a large bag of beans, which was nearly a month's worth of supply. Guan Yufei's eyes widened when she saw it. So much? Did you buy it or pick it yourself? Neither. Someone else knew you liked them and asked me to bring them back for you. His tone had a hint of helplessness, and Guan Yufei couldn't help but laugh. I feel like there's a strong smell of jealousy in the air. Can you smell it? Luo Li pinched her cheek. Am I going to be jealous of you? I can't say for sure. She laughed happily, not expecting to see such a situation. The smile at the corner of her mouth couldn't be suppressed. Seeing her eager for excitement, Luo Li handed her the bag. If you're free, come help me out. Life on Rose Star remained simple and joyful. A long row of tents was built beside the camp, and a few days later, the first batch of orcs arrived from the main star. They looked at the unfamiliar world outside, feeling a mix of confusion and emotion. After disembarking from a spaceship, some orcs tentatively stepped on the ground, unable to believe it. The main star was expensive, filled with high-rise buildings, and it was rare to see such vast grasslands. In this new environment, they felt a sense of freedom, but also a bit lost. Luo Li led them to the tents and carefully explained the situation on Rose Star. As he turned to leave, he was stopped by someone, none other than the Leopard clan member who had initially wanted to stay for his wife. He later discussed it with her and sold all their possessions to raise the surgery fees, bringing his wife away from the main star. Mr. Luo, is there anything we need to do? He asked, still somewhat unaccustomed, especially since he had a family to support. Luo Li understood his discomfort, having been through something similar. You can directly go to the camp to collect your daily rations for these few days. After a while, when Rose Star needs to build the city, you can give it a try. For now, take your family around nearby. The scenery on Rose Star is nice. The leopard man hesitated. What do we need to pay for rent? You don't need to worry. There's no rent here. If you have nothing to do these days, you can go to the nearby camp where the residents of Rose Star live. They will tell you what life is like here. After hearing his explanation, the leopard man's eyes lit up. Thank you. Orcs who had lived on the main star were characterized by their caution, carefully managing their boundaries and always feeling like they should do something. But Luo Li wasn't worried because they would need time to adapt, and Rose Star would give them that time. With new members, Rose Star became livelier than ever. When Luo Li was at the camp, he often saw enthusiastic people pulling the newcomers out. They either took them to pick mushrooms or to collect starflower seeds, and laughter could be heard throughout the camp. The reserved leopard man also often took his wife out for leisure. The air here carried a sense of freedom, and his wife's previously frail appearance began to look healthier. The transportation supplies from the main star finally arrived at Rose Star, and Luo Li had been busy organizing them. Many of the new orcs had little to no possessions, with many arriving at Rose Star with only their families. Luo Li gathered those looking for work and had them help with transporting goods, paying them with his own money as wages. Thus, the temporary market became even more bustling. The new orcs, having acquired some wealth, dared to venture out, trying out the food from the main star and the intricately crafted goods, striving to embrace their new lives. Chapter 43. Jealousy. The construction of Rose Star is not yet complete. In order to help people better understand the future city, Guan Yufei created a model for observation, placing it in the center of the camp. In recent days, many people have come to see the model every day, making the center the most bustling place in the camp. Laughter and chatter can be heard everywhere, with everyone gathered around talking. The newly arrived orcs are even more excited than the locals. They enthusiastically explain the equipment and functions to the elders. Luli has also seen Wei Lan bring his wife to observe the model several times. Wei Lan is from the leopard tribe, and over these days, Luli has become familiar with many newcomers, helping them get acquainted with the environment of Rose Star while waiting for new resources to arrive. The airport has now been completed, and a large volume of goods is being transported daily, with Wei Lan becoming one of the main contributors. After resting for 3 days at home, Guan Yufei finally came out of the treehouse. During this time, the wolf tribe members have started packing their belongings, preparing to move to their new home, the location of which has already been determined. It is not far from the camp, and the houses do not require manual construction. They simply need to place the blueprints into the equipment. This announcement has been posted next to the model, making the residents very excited. As soon as she appeared, many people surrounded her, asking, "Miss Guan, what should we do if we can't make models? Can we still build houses ourselves?" Guan Yufei patiently answered their questions and sent them away, deciding to improve the announcement to state that she would help them complete the models. Just as she was waiting for a while, she suddenly heard a knock on the door. Looking up, she was surprised to find that the visitor was a human. Connecting this with what Luli had told her, she thought this person might be Wei Lan's wife. "Come in." "Hello, Miss Guan," the person said excitedly upon seeing her. "I didn't expect you to be a human too. There are not many humans on Rose Star, but the orcs are not exclusionary." "Yes, I was a bit anxious before coming, but now I think this place is really nice." "Indeed, Rose Star is like a paradise. Have you been feeling better lately?" Wei Xing was surprised that Guan Yufei knew about her situation and smiled gratefully at her. "Thank you, I'm much better now." She pressed her lips together, feeling less reserved after their conversation. "Miss Guan, I want to ask if the model outside was made by you." "Yes, is there a problem?" Because of Guan Yufei's attitude, Wei Xing finally mustered the courage to ask, "Miss Guan, I saw the new announcement, and I came to ask if you still need people to build models." It turned out that Wei Xing had also graduated from a military school, but later had health issues and lost her job, which is why Wei Lan had to support the family. However, after coming to Rose Star, her health had improved significantly, but relying solely on Wei Lan was not feasible. So, she thought she would give it a try. Guan Yufei was surprised to hear this. "You can do this?" "Yes, I was originally a model designer, but I left my job due to illness." Wei Xing felt a bit embarrassed discussing this. "Wow, we really need someone like you. To be honest, if you hadn't said that, I would have had to do this myself." Guan Yufei shrugged, "Then I'll revise the announcement." Wei Xing didn't expect to have applied for the job so easily. "Don't I need to do a model test first?" Guan Yufei smiled. "The workload compared to what you did before is child's play. You've also got to know Rose Star a bit. The people here are easy to communicate with, so there's nothing to worry about." Wei Xing covered her mouth, nodding gratefully at Guan Yufei. Before coming here, she had some concerns, but now she has fallen deeply in love with the atmosphere here. At that moment, she didn't know what to say, but Guan Yufei noticed her excitement. "Tomorrow, I'll bring a piece of equipment here, and you can work here." "Thank you." Wei Xing did not expect her job to go so smoothly. When she arrived at Rose Star, everything seemed a bit chaotic, and she had observed for a long time before gathering the courage to interview for this position. Guan Yufei said, "Once the construction of Rose Star is completed, many positions will be added, allowing the orcs coming from the main star to find work. I believe everyone will be able to live well." This decision had been made from the beginning. Orcs on the main star certainly have more skills. Since Rose Star is to be built as a planet for orcs, it needs to provide jobs for them. Therefore, all facilities on Rose Star are customized for orcs, and humans can also live in such an environment. Guan Yufei had previously discussed with Lu Li about the inconveniences faced by orcs living on the main star. There are many office buildings with door frames that are too low. I always accidentally bumped into them at first. Guan Yufei looked at his height and laughed. I didn't expect being tall could have its drawbacks. So, it seems heaven still favors us shorter folks. Seeing her gloating expression, Lu Li couldn't help but tap her on the head. "Aren't you even a bit heartbroken?" "Heartbroken? I'm heartbroken. Is there anything else? Tell me, so I can feel more heartbroken." Lu Li was genuinely out of patience this time. The food intake, size, and strength of orcs are significantly higher than those of humans. He rarely went out to eat on the main star because he was always hungry. His hands could wrap around both of Guan Yufei's hands, making the small cake in his hand appear miniaturized. Guan Yufei couldn't help but grasp his hand. "Is there nothing else?" Lu Li thought for a moment, realizing that the biggest barrier he faced on the main star was his identity as an orc, which prevented him from receiving equal treatment. But that was no longer an issue now. Moreover, he had now obtained the treasure of his dreams, unable to resist leaning down to kiss the person before him. "I hope my girlfriend can pay more attention to me when we are together." Hearing this, Guan Yufei couldn't help but laugh. "Your request has been received. I will handle it as soon as possible." Not sure if it was due to the influence of the magnetic mother from Blue Star. The temperature on Rose Star became a bit low in the last few months of autumn. Guan Yufei has been cooped up at home these days, enjoying sitting on the sofa in front of the fireplace. The outside temperature made her reluctant to go out, so she comfortably stayed at home, being the little waist that Lu Li fed. Lu Li has been wearing a thick scarf these days, the uneven stitches clearly showing it was made by Guan Yufei. "You're back." Guan Yufei would only get up to greet him when Lu Li returned home, but she quickly snuggled back into the sofa, unwilling to move. "Yes, the new wolf tribe area has started construction today. I expect we'll be able to move over in about half a month. Wei Xing's skill level is quite good, and she works quickly. In just a week, she helped most people complete their house models. The new wolf tribe community maintains the current layout, and since wolves have sensitive hearing, the houses are spaced apart. The benefit of this is that each house has a large yard, making it very beautiful. So, have you determined the location of our house?" Guan Yufei's current tree house is located on the edge of the city, which will eventually need to be torn down. But she has not yet decided where the new house should be built. "I've selected a few locations. I'll take you there tonight." Lu Li remembered Guan Yufei's preferences, so he chose a house close to the forest, which is somewhat similar to the current environment. Guan Yufei thought it looked very nice. She was bundled up tightly by Lu Li, only able to see a pair of curved eyes gazing at the forest in front of them. It was surprising that Lu Li could find an environment similar to her previous treehouse in this place. "I feel like if we move the treehouse here, it will be exactly the same as before." Lu Li held Guan Yufei's hand and said, "Yes, I bought quite a few fruit saplings from the candy shop, Grandpa. We can start building the garden first. You want to find an opportunity to take me out, right?" Lu Li smiled and admitted to her accusation, "Yes. You guessed it right. It's nice to go out for a walk. All right, when you go out for a stroll, I can take you home as well." "Isn't that great? Wow, so that was your idea?" Guan Yufei laughed and ran away, but Lu Li stretched out his arm and pulled her back, lifting her up. "How about that?" Lu Li's idea was indeed good, but they miscalculated on their first day because the second wave of orcs arrived at Rose Star, and this time there were even more of them. Wei Xilan even specially brought these people over. "Li Ge," Wei Xilan called out to Lu Li from a distance. "This time I brought the things you wanted." He gestured to a box. "Do you want to take a look?" He hadn't seen Guan Yufei standing nearby, probably because she only had her eyes exposed. This situation was unexpected for her. Her former fiancé and her current boyfriend were standing together in such harmony. And even Wei Xilan seemed to have a hint of admiration. She didn't speak up to remind them, but after Wei Xilan left, she couldn't help but ask, "Why did Wei Xilan's eyes shine when he saw you? What happened between you two when I couldn't see?" Luli never imagined that one day his fiancée would interrogate him because of another man. He choked up, his eyes filled with helplessness. Do you want to hear what you just said? Am I wrong? He didn't even glance at me just now. His eyes were practically glued to you. Wei Shilan had always been attentive to Lu Li's situation, but back then it was because of Mu Chang, and now it gave her a strong sense of crisis. Lu Li was about to explain, but Guan Yufei hugged his waist and said, "You explain, I'm listening." This sentence cut off Lu Li's words again. He hugged his girlfriend, who was full of questions, and said, "I don't know why either. Maybe it's because I saved him once." When was that? During the battle against the insect race. He went with me, right there. During the battle, the insect race had diverted most of its forces to Lu Li's planet, and many weapons in their camp were damaged due to the meteorite array. A shortage of weapons was a huge taboo during war. Wei Shilan had been besieged by 2 insects, and it was thanks to Lu Li's help that he was able to escape. Human reinforcements had not arrived for a long time, and the insect army was preparing for a second wave of attacks. Lu Li made a dangerous decision. If the insect army attacked now, they wouldn't be able to escape. It was better to split into 2 groups. At least they were familiar with this planet and could use the terrain to their advantage. His decision was somewhat risky, but later proved to be correct. After hearing this, Guan Yufei continued to hug Lu Li's waist without saying a word. She felt that her boyfriend seemed to be quite popular among men as well. Lu Li could only lift her up and joked, "Do you want me to carry you back like this?" I can reluctantly accept that. I haven't even gotten jealous." "That's your fiancé. Why are you getting jealous first?" Guan Yufei playfully slapped him. "That's different." Wei Shilan seemed much more excited to hear her news than mine. Lu Li couldn't help but chuckle. That's not bad. If Wei Shilan paid that much attention to her, Lu Li felt he would be consumed by jealousy. "You're still laughing." Lu Li held Guan Yufei as they walked back. It was still bright outside, and many people saw them, but they all averted their eyes upon witnessing the scene. Eventually, it was Guan Yufei who accidentally made eye contact with some little wolf cubs, prompting her to shyly say, "Put me down. Let's go back like this. I need everyone to see our relationship." Lu Li smiled and teased Guan Yufei. Everyone on Rose Star knew about their relationship, and even the newly arrived orcs knew how much Miss Guan had contributed to Rose Star. The two had never been seen with a third party, so when the newcomers saw Guan Yufei's face, they were shocked to suddenly connect it with the enviable engagement back on the main star. What shocked them even more was that the young master of the Wei family was also on Rose Star, and the 3 of them were laughing and chatting together. The relationships among the 3 became increasingly complicated, and with the previous messages about Guan Yufei's death. A shocking news spread throughout the camp a few days later. Guan Yufei fled her wedding for love. Young Master Wei traveled 1,000 miles just to confirm his fiancée's safety. When Guan Yufei heard this news, she laughed so hard she could hardly breathe. She never expected the message would be so outrageous, but it was normal for people on the main star not to know the situation. Then, the one who became jealous was Lu Li. He never expected that their engagement would also spread on Rose Star. Guan Yufei could only comfort him. "I don't know either. Wei Shilan's eyes were glued to you, and they even said it was a look of love." After saying that, she couldn't help but wipe away the tears of laughter from the corners of her eyes. But Lu Li was more direct than Guan Yufei. In the past few days, he had been taking Guan Yufei around the camp to ensure everyone knew about their relationship, even sending Wei Shilan back to the main star. Chapter 44. Further under Lu Li's operation, the rumors were directly shattered. It's unclear what method he used, but over the past few days, a love story between Lu Li and Guan Yufei has surprisingly spread. The original version had many dramatic elements, but the version that eventually reached Guan Yufei's ears felt unfamiliar to her. Aside from the names of the main characters that she recognized, everything else made her feel like she was reading a dramatic novel, more like a myth. In the story, she was almost divine, capable of leading the orcs to rebuild a new homeland and commanding all beasts, essentially a remake of a goddess story, with an added boost in combat prowess. Guan Yufei only heard about it when Haya came to join the fun. "I recently heard about the goddess reincarnated and found out that I even know the goddess. So I came to admire her glory." "Goddess?" "Yes, who would have thought? I didn't expect that in this era of technological advancement, I would still witness the birth of a myth." Haya laughed as she spoke, recalling how she almost went crazy with laughter when she first heard it. She still found it amusing now. I heard it was Lu Li who let the children spread the word. But I don't know if the little ones are too young and got the story wrong, resulting in a completely different version now. Only now did Guan Yufei realize what was going on. She had felt that some people had been looking at her strangely lately, as if she were some rare species. The most ridiculous part was that someone had set up a small altar in the center of the camp, with incense burning on it, and everyone passing by would stop to pay their respects. She was shocked at the time, and only now understood what was happening. Lu Li seemed to be avoiding her these days, staying outside to inspect the materials sent from the main star, leaving her in the dark. Guan Yufei looked at the offerings on her table that she didn't know who had placed there, and she felt utterly bewildered, directly packing her things and going home. Her timing was coincidental. She had just gotten home for less than half an hour when it started pouring outside. By the time Lu Li returned home through the rain, the sky was completely dark and the fire in the house crackled. Hearing him come home, Guan Yufei didn't look up, continuing to nestle on the sofa with a book. At that moment, Lu Li's instincts told him something was off. He didn't say anything, sneaking off to the bathroom to take a hot shower without drying his hair. He remembered that the last time he forgot to dry his hair. Guan Yufei had been a bit excited and wanted to play with it, but he thought it was too late and they shouldn't waste time. Now, this wet hair became his leverage. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. Mr. Liu, who usually pays attention to life patiently, had waited for this belated opportunity. He walked into the living room in a bathrobe, trying to attract Guan Yufei's attention with a slightly hoarse voice. Cough, I got a bit wet on the way back. Feeling a bit dizzy. Do you have any medicine? Guan Yufei, who was already calming down on the sofa, heard his voice and, although she knew it was intentional, couldn't help but stand up. The ginger soup has been made in the kitchen. You should drink some, she said, observing Lu Li's reaction. The afternoon's heavy rain made her a bit worried, and while she couldn't help but feel soft-hearted, she was also a bit angry. So she chose the ginger soup, which Lu Li found most unacceptable. The wolf tribe's taste buds are more sensitive than humans, so Lu Li rarely eats spicy food. Ginger soup felt like torture to him. As expected, when Lu Li heard Guan Yufei's words, his ears perked up instantly, and he turned his back to her, hiding his expression. Cough. Yufei, don't you have any other medicine at home? Cough. I feel a bit uncomfortable. Maybe there is. Let me go get it for you. Thank you. Guan Yufei felt that Lu Li's eyes were a bit wet, possibly due to the rain, and with his wet hair, he looked like a drenched puppy, making it hard for her to be cold-hearted. She prepared a dose of medicine and brought it to Lu Li. Here, it's still warm. Drink it quickly. But Lu Li hesitated to drink the medicine, leaving Guan Yufei a bit helpless. Do you want ginger soup instead? Seeing her girlfriend clearly no longer angry, Lu Li lowered his head, aligning their gazes, and just looked at her. After a few moments, Guan Yufei directly conceded, picked up the medicine, and blew on it to cool it down, confirming it was at a temperature she could drink. Drink it. This time, Lu Li drank quickly, finishing the cup in just a few seconds, but afterward, he buried his head in her neck. Guan Yufei felt like she was sitting next to a big dog acting cute. What's wrong? I still feel a bit uncomfortable. Uncomfortable? Lu Li nestled against her shoulder, nodding vigorously. The warm breath he exhaled sent a tingling sensation down her back. Are you coming down with a cold? Yes, my head feels heavy. I want you to keep me company. His usual deep voice had a sticky nasal tone now, making Guan Yufei's heart soften. She was a bit surprised at how accurately he could express his feelings. She raised her hand to pat his back. Then I have a medicine that works immediately. Do you want to try it? What is it? In the next moment, before he could raise his head, Guan Yufei leaned in and kissed him lightly. The goddess's blessing. It was clear that the situation had been exposed. Lu Li's eyes revealed his guilt. He cleared his throat, but realized they were too close now. He took a step back, intending to say something, but Guan Yufei reached out and grabbed his tail. Lu Li felt all the hair on his body stand on end. Guan Yufei's warm palm felt magnified at that moment, sending shockwaves through him again and again. Guan Yufei stepped closer. Why do I feel like you're so guilty? Lu Li changed his posture, calming himself down to avoid losing composure at such close distance. Yufei, cough. I was wrong. I didn't expect the message to spread like this. The atmosphere made him unconsciously swallow, thinking of changing the topic. But Guan Yufei seemed to have some concerns. She didn't understand why Lu Li always stopped at such critical moments. She reached out to smooth his fluffy tail. But that single motion made Lu Li unable to bear it and quickly pulled his tail back. Cough, it's getting late. Maybe you should rest first. Lu Li. Guan Yufei looked at the sky that was still not fully dark. Why are you so nervous? Lu Li felt somewhat out of control from her series of actions. In their relationship, he had always given Guan Yufei time to adapt, but it turned out she was adapting even more than he was. Without giving him time, Guan Yufei leaned in closer, smiling at him. You seem even more nervous than I am. Are you scared? Little Fei, what? You're not going to kiss me? We're already like this. What else are you worried about? Seeing her expression, Lu Li could only respond perfunctorily. I'm afraid of scaring you. But unexpectedly, Guan Yufei's eyes suddenly sparkled, and she raised an eyebrow at him. Really? This left Lu Li stunned in place. He had planned to use a ceremony to bind their future together after their engagement. But Guan Yufei always had an unusual curiosity about his body. However, she was right about one thing. Their relationship no longer relied on legal proof. Are you serious? Guan Yufei was quite calm. She had never been the type to look back and forth. Once she set a goal, she would move forward. Besides, having such a tall, handsome boyfriend around her every day, yet not being able to touch or taste him, was driving her crazy. You better not regret it. What? Are you worried you might regret it? After saying that, Guan Yufei leaned her face in closer. Lu Li looked at the face in front of him, but suddenly felt a sense of distortion. He had seen this face countless times in his dreams and had gazed at it in corners many times. It had always felt like a stranger. But now, as he stared at this face, he could see the tension in her forehead, making him acutely aware that Guan Yufei was right beside him. He reached out, lifted her chin, and kissed her, still gazing into her eyes, locking onto them so she could see his surging desire, like a predator invading the space of her lips and tongue. Unable to resist, he moved the hand around her waist to the back of her head, cutting off her escape route. Their eyes were firmly locked onto each other. After the kiss, Guan Yufei's body softened, and she leaned against Lu Li's chest, panting, yet her hands never released his waist. Lu Li, you really don't need to worry. I'm an adult, and every choice I make is the result of my own thinking. I know, I never regret choosing you, and I believe you won't make me regret it. This sentence somehow struck a chord in Lu Li's heart, and he kissed her again, his grip tightening. In the midst of their breaths, Guan Yufei let out muffled moans. The night was still long. The construction of Rose Star was underway, and the Wolf Clan's community had completed most of the houses. The streets of the city had also been finished, and every day brought new changes, attracting many people to come and see what had been built. At the same time, new job postings were circulating in Rose Star, with shops and public services needing to select from the current personnel. When Heya saw Guan Yufei again, she couldn't tell how many days had passed. When they met, she exclaimed, You finally came out of seclusion? Seclusion? Yes, it's been a week. The honeymoon period lasts just this long. Guan Yufei blushed and threw a peach at Heya, trying to shut her up. What nonsense are you talking about? You young ones, do you think you can fool me? I could tell at first glance. What did you possibly tell? Guan Yufei absolutely refused to admit it. The affection in your eyes is so thick it can't be dissolved. TSK. Young people should practice restraint. Guan Yufei quickly glanced around, confirming that there were indeed people nearby before feeling relieved. Stop talking nonsense. She hadn't expected that a whole week would pass by so idly. Some things were better not to think about, as just recalling them made her blush. But unlike her, Lu Li had been quite active these days, and for some reason, he had a sense of urgency about making progress. In just a week, Rose Star had undergone tremendous changes. Hey, what are you here for today? Heya asked curiously. Although Rose Star was busy now, everyone else was curious about what kind of work they could find, filled with curiosity about the new Rose Star, clearly not understanding that Guan Yufei wasn't there for that. I'm here to pick up the new treehouse model. The old treehouse is about to be taken down, so I plan to move into the new house this week. Have you decided on it? Heya was somewhat reluctant to part with the old treehouse. That little house was just too beautiful, but she hadn't expected Guan Yufei to take it down after only a few months. The new treehouse was quite similar to the old one, but larger. Guan Yufei had expanded the area of the new treehouse significantly, adding a wooden platform where one could stand outside and look out. Standing on the wooden platform at night, gazing towards the city, would surely be beautiful. The original wooden house wasn't that big, but for Lu Li, it felt like an adult entering a child's castle, a sense of absurdity that didn't quite fit. Plus, with the current relationship between her and Lu Li, Guan Yufei had even specially reserved a large study for Lu Li. He looked at the blueprints and exclaimed, "Wow, not bad. Even when you have children, you can still live there." After saying this, Heya looked at her with a hint of melancholy, her expression not matching her usual character. "What's wrong?" Heya sighed deeply. "I feel quite melancholic right now, because it seems like I might be pregnant." Guan Yufei was taken aback, instinctively looking at her abdomen, which did have a slight bulge. "That's a good thing. What's wrong?" Speaking of this, Heya still felt a bit dizzy. "You know, I'm a rabbit, and by Roan is a merman. What can we possibly have? A divine beast?" She had been dreaming of giving birth to all sorts of bizarre children lately, with some of the nightmarish scenarios still too horrifying to recall. "What do you think we could have?" This question left Guan Yufei unable to answer. While she was indeed a biologist, the beastman species was not something she could determine, as the beastmen on the main planet were all nurtured in breeding facilities. Moreover, there had been no cases of rabbits and mermaids having offspring. But seeing the expectant mother's melancholic expression, she suppressed all her words. "Why don't you try to relax? No matter what, your child will definitely be beautiful." This was the truth. With their parents' genes, there shouldn't be any issues. Heya thought for a moment and replied, "That makes sense." I agreed because I was drawn to his looks in the first place. As long as the child is good-looking, it should be fine. Worst case, we can hide his beastman traits. Heya felt that her worries had finally eased a bit. Chapter 45. City Construction After Sending Off Haya. Guan Yufei took a detour to visit Lu Li. The city construction was now at its final stage. When she arrived, Lu Li was gazing at the center of the city, where there was a green space. He seemed a bit taken aback when he saw her. "What brings you here? Didn't you say you wanted me to pick you up every day? Have you forgotten?" Hearing her words, Lu Li was momentarily stunned. Then he recalled the foolish things he had done during that time, not expecting Guan Yufei would continue to seek him out. "Why are you staring at this place? What are you thinking about?" Guan Yufei followed Lu Li's gaze, but still had no answer. Could it be that he was lost in thought? "You built such a large garden in the city center." "Yes. I remember you told me that what you missed most when you were on the main star was the grass. You could only smell the cold, sterile air." Lu Li smiled. "Yes, the air on the main star is delivered through oxygen pipes to ensure it's normal oxygen. Just like water, it has the taste of distilled water. The sunlight is also at an optimal intensity, and the oxygen only has a clean smell. Children growing up on Rose Star cannot find any trace of their hometown under this sky." So when Guan Yufei came to ask him what he hoped the city would have, all he remembered longing for during that time was to see greenery. "I didn't expect you would build such a large garden in the city center. The land prices on the main star are expensive, so gardens only exist in upper-class lifestyles. But Rose Star is different. We don't need to build a world like the main star. The city should make life more convenient for people, not uncomfortable." Guan Yufei stood there, the night breeze blowing from the other side, bringing the scent of fresh grass. It was only after arriving on Rose Star that she understood why Lu Li missed the wind here so much. It represented not only freedom, but also allowed one to feel the surrounding scenery even with closed eyes. "Mr. Lu, are you very moved?" Seeing Lu Li silent, Guan Yufei turned her head and raised an eyebrow at him. "Yes. How about I repay Miss Guan by dedicating myself to you?" "That's not necessary." Guan Yufei couldn't bear to hear that now and quickly stopped him. After lying in the treehouse with Lu Li for a week, she had retracted some of her previous thoughts. Some things, once obtained, shouldn't be taken for granted. They can't be directly consumed and then regurgitated. Listening to Lu Li's light laughter, Guan Yufei felt both angered and speechless. She realized today that she had some tendencies of someone who liked dragons but couldn't handle them. Feeling guilty, she quickly changed the subject. "The treehouse will be finished today. Shall we move in tomorrow?" Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Lu Li directly picked her up. Caught off guard, she slumped onto Lu Li's back, and they were close enough to feel each other's breath. "Ah, what are you doing?" I want to listen to Miss Guan's heartbeat to confirm if you were just a bit too excited." Saying this, he carried Guan Yufei back. Only then did she notice that their current position was the closest they had ever been, close enough that it felt like their hearts were beating together. "How did you discover that?" Guan Yufei's voice was a bit low. The moment she felt it was like she had accidentally uncovered a miracle. It was truly a wondrous sensation. "The first time I carried you." Lu Li's voice was filled with laughter. The first time? Guan Yufei quickly recalled that whenever she got close to Lu Li, her heart would uncontrollably race. Didn't that mean Lu Li noticed back then? Was it when I first arrived on Rostar and got hurt? Was it? Lu Li's voice seemed to come from the wind. "You'll have to discover that for yourself." After saying that, he started running. He ran so fast that Guan Yufei could only cling tightly to his back, having no mental space to think about anything else. The night before, they had packed a lot of things, and early the next morning, they began preparing to move. In fact, Guan Yufei didn't have many things in the treehouse. Most were small trinkets she bought from the market. But there were quite a few pieces of furniture that Lu Li had personally made, and some cabinets couldn't be taken with them. She felt a bit reluctant. What should we do about these? Lu Li had crafted a large bowl cabinet, which held the crafts Guan Yufei had collected. For safety reasons, it had been embedded into the wall, but now, after living there for such a short time, they had to move, so the cabinet had to be left behind. "Haven't you been to the new house yet?" Lu Li wrapped his arms around the reluctant Guan Yufei, saying if you go back and open it now, you might find a surprise. He teased her curiosity, but Guan Yufei still had some doubts. After all, Lu Li had been busy with the city on Rostar. How could he have time to make new cabinets? However, when she opened the new treehouse door, she was still surprised because the furniture was just like that in her home on the main star. "Did you specifically go to buy the same furniture?" Looking at Guan Yufei, who was excitedly exploring, Lu Li smiled nostalgically. "Yes, when you showed me the new treehouse room. I noticed the layout here was very similar to your home on the main star, so I found identical furniture." His guess was indeed correct. Guan Yufei really missed her home on the main star, where she had her childhood memories and spent many long years. Therefore, Lu Li's surprise truly excited her. "Shall we go upstairs to take a look? Is there also something upstairs?" The new treehouse was significantly larger. Rather than a treehouse, it resembled an aerial manor, with a sky walkway connecting it, allowing them to stand on the walkway and wooden platforms to enjoy the scenery. Lu Li not only replicated the layout from Guan Yufei's previous home, but also included many rooms with similar functions. However, she was now living in the master bedroom. Looking at the pink princess room, she felt a bit nostalgic. "If we have children in the future, they could live here just like I did back then. Would a boy also live here? Then we should give him another room." After saying this, Guan Yufei couldn't help but laugh, as if she could really see a little boy dressed in a princess dress, but with a stubborn expression. Suddenly, she thought of something. "Oh right, Haya is pregnant." This was the first time Lu Li heard this news. After Bai Rong confirmed his return, he had handed over his tasks to Lu Li, saying it was Lu Li's honeymoon period, and unexpectedly, he heard good news so soon. He raised an eyebrow. Old but still strong, Guan Yufei rolled her eyes at him. "Haya is already experiencing pregnancy anxiety. What do you think? What kind of child will we have?" Guan Yufei shared the same confusion as Haya. Would she and Lu Li give birth to a fluffy little wolf cub? "We will have a healthy and beautiful baby." Lu Li smiled as he hugged her. He had thought about this issue too, but on the main star, there had never been a child born from a human and a beast, so he had no way of judging. But he thought that no matter what their child was like, he would nurture him well, allowing him to walk freely in this world. His vision was beautiful, but before their child arrived, he needed to prepare for the birth of other children. Due to Haya's pregnancy anxiety, she had handed off her tasks, and Bai Rong had gone to accompany Haya for her delivery. Since the rabbit's gestation period was relatively short, he hadn't seen Haya for a while. The city was about to be completed, and Lu Li had to arrange positions for the candidates. Faced with a large number of beastmen, he could only keep sifting through resumes. Guan Yufei joined this effort as well, but even so, many positions were still facing a lack of candidates. They could only urgently purchase a batch of smart robots to fill the positions, ensuring the city could operate smoothly. With modern all-mechanical construction, if the materials are fully prepared, building a city only takes a month. The residents of Rose Star are amazed at the buildings that suddenly rise from the ground. And the returning orcs from the main planet are equally astonished, as none of them have seen a city like this before. Without the crowded traffic and throngs of people, this city feels more like a large service community with fewer skyscrapers, and one can see the distant mountains even while riding the elevated subway. The city center features a vast garden, where no matter where you stand, you can see greenery the moment you look up. This is a city built for the orcs, allowing them to go anywhere on this planet without needing their master's company. Chairs accommodating their tails, meals for large appetites, and larger vehicles all showcase that this is a planet belonging to the orcs. Today marks the first day of the city's operation, and early in the morning, Guan Yufei and Lu Li took the aerial transit to the central city. Lu Li was a bit surprised when he first entered, as he didn't have to worry about bumping his head here. Even at his height, there was still some distance between him and the ceiling of the transit. Guan Yufei looked up and felt like it was twice her height, needing to stretch her hand down to reach it. After exiting the subway, they found themselves in the central large garden, with people walking along the paths to various destinations. This garden indeed became the favorite place for the orcs, as the green environment was what they loved most in their city life, perfectly meeting their needs. Lu Li and Guan Yufei came to represent and sign, as both were representatives for the new Rose Star, participating in the formulation of laws and major decision-making, a policy that also applies to the residents of small asteroids. Once all representatives completed their signatures, the main planet would review them, allowing Rose Star to begin external communications. After signing, the two walked along the main avenue, observing the city when Guan Yufei suddenly spotted a kindergarten. The surrounding villages were residential areas, and since the population was not large, all the children on Rose Star were sent here. Standing at the kindergarten entrance, Guan Yufei listened attentively. "What's up?" Lu Li chuckled at her actions. "I want to see if there are any kids crying inside." This was Guan Yufei's concern. Although she knew not all children cried when going to school, she hoped that no one would dislike the school she had designed with care. "They're all laughing happily inside. See for yourself." Lu Li was right. The little wolf cubs were happily playing with the toys. He comforted her. "You don't need to worry. At least when I was a kid, I looked forward to having a place like this, surrounded by friends and so many toys every day." "Why?" Guan Yufei was a bit shocked, as she hadn't expected Lu Li to be so fond of school. "Silly." Lu Li playfully tapped her nose. "Rose Star isn't like the main planet. We could only gather to play games, and sometimes we would get scolded for playing too long. If someone told me there was a place where I could go and play every day at specific times, I would be happy." After hearing his explanation, Guan Yufei pouted. "I just liked going to kindergarten when I was little. I preferred staying at home." "That's because you didn't like going out," Lu Li smiled. "Don't worry so much. Think about the little wolf cubs you met before. Didn't they all want to run outside? They will love it here." After saying that, he took Guan Yufei's hand. In the new city, everyone was still working hard to adapt to their roles. At an art shop by the street, they encountered a familiar face. "Sister Yufei, Brother Li." Seeing the two holding hands, the young man's face turned pale at Lu Li's gaze. Wasn't this the guy who made Lu Li jealous back when they were at the market? Guan Yufei quickly raised her hand to pat Lu Li, signaling him to control his expression. "It's you. Congratulations on your new opening. Wish you prosperous business." "Thank you, Sister Yufei. Would you like to come in and see if there's anything you like?" "No, that's okay. Thank you." She hadn't spoken much before she felt Lu Li's arm tense up. So Guan Yufei hurriedly stopped the conversation and pulled Lu Li out of the shop. "You're so jealous." Lu Li accepted the comment without rebuttal, letting out a faint hum. Looking at the bustling market, Guan Yufei suddenly sighed. "Lu Li, do you think I should open a small shop too?" What do you want to sell?" "I don't know." Guan Yufei felt a bit lost. "Look at them. They found what they want to do. What do you think I'm suited for?" The new orcs had all found their positions, and Wei Lan's human wife, Wei Xing, had returned to her old profession, while Wei Lan had opened a boxing gym. With Rose Star completed, Guan Yufei felt she should also do something in this environment. "There's no rush. We can think about it slowly." Lu Li held her hand, and together they walked on the current Rose Star, contemplating their future. Looking at the person beside him, he felt that their matters had finally come to a pause, and he thought it was time to propose. Previously, they had always been caught up in various tasks, but now that they finally had some leisure time, he wanted to think more about their future. Walking on the wide street, surrounded by smiling crowds, Luli embraced Guan Yufei, and they both smiled at the place filled with their hard work. Chapter 46. The doll shop. The new Wolf Tribe community is still quite lively, with markets and snack shops, and neighbors are familiar with each other. The general layout still follows the previous design, so everyone adapts quickly, and normal interactions have resumed. Because of this, many new beastmen have come here, hoping to build their homes nearby. The Bear Tribe grandmother's shop, familiar to Guan Yufei, is still open in the wolf community, and everyone greets each other cheerfully every day. Compared to the central city, this place has a bit of a school-side snack street vibe, with small shops lining the street, each with its own sign. Although it is bustling outside, Guan Yufei has not been in the community these days. She went to the central city. The city has been completed, and the connection with the main star is functioning normally. The main star has just undergone a purge of internal traitors, and most people are unfamiliar with Rose Star. So most of those coming here are still beastmen, gradually migrating from the main star to Rose Star. The original city has suddenly become lively, and a shortage of positions is gradually being filled. In recent days, Luli has been handling some issues, which are not major, just coordinating some adjustment problems. Since Rose Star originally used its own currency, and now has opened up to the main star, it needs to adopt the public currency system. And he is busy coordinating to help the residents of Rose Star adapt more quickly. These days have been quite busy, so the two can only see each other in the evenings. Guan Yufei wanders around the central city, wanting to feel the city from a passerby's perspective. Holding a cup of fruit tea and swaying leisurely, she has been thinking about what she should do now. It seems she doesn't have many familiar friends. Sitting on a stone bench on the main street of the central city, watching the crowd, she suddenly recalls her childhood memories. When Guan Yufei was just born, her health was poor, and she couldn't go out or interact with other people for a long time. There were only robots serving as household staff. Sometimes, when her father was on a business trip, he would bring back some photos he took, sometimes featuring small animals, and he would also bring back fluffy toys as gifts. Perhaps because of that period, Guan Yufei developed an infinite love for small animals, and she carefully preserved those plush toys. In fact, her bed was filled with various dolls, and those plush toys could be said to be her first friends and her initial understanding of the world. So, she really likes fluffy, chubby little wolf cubs. They're like a large, clumsy toy. Thinking of this, she suddenly froze, wondering if it's because of the image of the beastmen themselves that the children on Rose Star don't play with plush toys. A flash of inspiration struck her, and she suddenly had an idea. It seemed she knew what she wanted to do. She first ran around the neighborhood next to the kindergarten a couple of times. Since it was newly built, many of the adjacent shops had not yet opened. She chose a large storefront opposite the kindergarten. The location and size were quite good, and the robot accompanying Guan Yufei explained the pros and cons of the place in detail. After calculating the price, she decided to take advantage of the favorable price and buy the store. The central city had just opened, and even though the beastmen were wealthy, no one had enough money to buy such a large shop. Thus, the document quickly reached Luli, clearly stating Guan Yufei's name and including her identification information. For someone like her, one of the few asset holders on Rose Star, Luli sent a comforting text message. "What are you doing?" Guan Yufei had just signed the agreement and had not yet left when she received the message. It was obvious why Luli was asking. Shopping. Shopping? Yes. I just moved to a new home and bought some furnishings. After sending the message, Luli did not reply again. However, it wasn't long before the document was stamped and returned to Guan Yufei, and the robot enthusiastically escorted her to the door, reminding her to communicate with them if she had any questions. Although the price of the store was high for Guan Yufei, who could buy and sell small planets, it was not a big issue. The Guan family's substantial assets were in her hands, and Luli had also returned the money from the previous sale of Rose Star to her, so Guan Yufei didn't feel like she had made a big purchase. She wanted to run the shop well, and when she returned home, she began to think about how to make the store more attractive. Since it was a store for plush toys, the display shelves inside should be filled with all sizes of dolls so that people could see the merchandise at a glance. The outside has full-length glass windows, so even children across the street can see the toys in the store at a glance, taking their height into consideration. Guan Yufei also placed a giant display stand at the entrance, separated by a glass curtain wall, with the entrance conforming to a curved curtain wall. resembling an internal bow and arrow that allows entry along the wall. After finishing the design for the entrance, it was already night when Luli returned. He searched around and finally found Guan Yufei sitting curled up in a chair in the attic study, drawing. The entrance design sketch was both beautiful and dreamy, like the dreams of all children, making it impossible to look away once seen. Wow, Luli cheered in support. I can already foresee the sensation this store will create. Guan Yufei silently lifted her head, proudly accepting the compliment. In fact, most stores do not spend much time on design, and it is even rarer on Rostar, where they mostly reuse previous entrances and just add some decorations inside. Can you guess what this store sells? Clothes? Or? Luli looked at the large doll at the entrance, somewhat at a loss, as there were no such stores on Rostar, so he could only guess. It's plush toys. Guan Yufei picked up a few design sketches she had drawn. The dolls depicted a cartoon version of a little wolf cub, with a chubby face and a cute smile, fluffy ears and tail, and many other expressions drawn alongside, all very adorable. Luli couldn't help but smile as he held the drawing. He didn't know that in Guan Yufei's eyes, these little wolf cubs were so cute. The usually noisy little wolf cubs who love to roll around in the dirt and get all messy, transformed into clean and adorable plush dolls. Are you planning to sell little wolf cub dolls? Not just that, I also plan to sell rabbit dolls, bear dolls, primarily dolls of beast men, and clothes they can wear. As she spoke, Guan Yufei took out another sheet, which indeed showed various styles of little clothes. Luli couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He could already foresee how much excitement these dolls would create among those little wolf cubs. Luli reached out and picked up Guan Yufei. You designed your dolls yourself. So will you make them yourself? This question had indeed been on Guan Yufei's mind for a long time. Ever since she realized she wanted to sell dolls, she had looked at many doll pictures and current popular styles, but all those dolls gave her a sense of not being cute enough. She was determined to design them herself, and had just spent half a day brainstorming to finish the first design sketch. However, the results were indeed remarkable. Guan Yufei had already fallen in love with these cute dolls, but Rostar currently did not have a factory for making plush toys. Luli, can you help me find a toy factory? This problem indeed puzzled Luli. He had lived for so long, and the first half of his life was spent dealing with various weapons. If you asked him which military factory on the main star had better quality, he could list out a table with the pros and cons of various types of weapons. But as for toy factories, how about we open one on Rostar? That way, delivery would be much more convenient. That's true. Transporting plush toys by spaceship is too costly. Guan Yufei nodded, ignoring Luli's relieved expression. But soon Luli had to get back to his old profession. Since they had decided to build a factory, Luli was busy choosing a location and all the necessary equipment for construction. Guan Yufei wanted to find an experienced master. Although the construction could be done entirely by robots, once the design drawings were put into the factory, they needed to be debugged. The higher the experience with factory equipment, the better quality products such a master could produce. However, such masters generally had decent salaries on the main star, and most experienced masters already had families, making it rare for someone to be willing to move to the remote Rose Star with their family. Luli thought long and hard, and chose old Peter from his group of friends who had dealt with weapons all their lives. After cleaning up the internal traders on the main star, there had been numerous adjustments, the first being to imprison the military arms dealers, which cut off their supply. So naturally, they no longer had to work in that line of business. Many young and strong ones could return to the main star to find other jobs, or they had already earned enough money for their entire lives. Old Peter was Luli's mentor's old partner, who had lost half a leg during a mission when attacked by the Zerg. Although he had a prosthetic limb, it still affected his mobility. He was also one of the few who knew Luli was an insider in the orc community, making him half a mentor to Luli. Previously, Luli had often asked him to help inspect goods, as he had worked in this field for half a lifetime and could figure out any equipment within half a day. Now that this industry was banned, old Peter had lost his family, so Luli took the opportunity to bring him to Rose Star. However, when he proposed that the old man help make plush toys, the hot-tempered old man didn't let him off easily and chased him for half an hour with his prosthetic limb before giving up. You little brat, I've spent half my life in arms dealing, and now I'm reduced to making toys. Have you lost your mind? Are you stupid? You want me to make toys? Dream on. Even though he scolded him fiercely, Upon learning that this was Lu Li's fiancée's wish, he fell silent and stiffened his face to meet Guan Yufei. The location was in a shop across from a kindergarten. Guan Yufei looked at the silent old man and thought he was just not good at speaking. "Old man, look, this is the design I drew. I want every child to smile when they see the dolls. This is designed based on the little wolf cubs on Rose Star. Since the craftsmanship is quite demanding, I heard from Lu Li that you have many years of experience with equipment, so I'll have to trouble you." It was already afternoon, and a group of cheerful little wolf cubs with backpacks passed by the entrance. When they saw Guan Yufei across the street, they stretched out their little arms and waved excitedly, laughing joyfully. The lonely old man, having lived a solitary life for half a lifetime, ultimately agreed when he saw this scene. However, later when it was just Lu Li, he couldn't help but curse that kid for being ungrateful. The toy factory was not far from the wolf tribe community, so old Peter settled down here smoothly. The old man didn't like crowds, but facing the environment of Rose Star, he still decided to settle down. These days, Lu Li, due to his superb carpentry skills, was hired by Guan Yufei as the craftsman for the shop's renovation. It wasn't all the furniture, but Guan Yufei had customized a batch of cabinets. However, looking at these ordinary cabinets, she felt they were somewhat unappealing, so she asked Lu Li to add some cartoon shapes to the front of the cabinets. The cabinet legs featured little wolf cubs playing hide and seek, while the front had little wolf cubs selecting goods. And places like the entrance and restroom were decorated with many shapes based on little wolf cubs. Lu Li even jokingly said, "I feel like I've become a kindergarten teacher now." The lights in the shop were all in cartoon shapes, and Lu Li felt he had never experienced such a dreamy atmosphere in his life. After rebelling for half his life, returning felt like being young again. Guan Yufei also added many of her own ideas in the shop. She even placed a screen on the second floor that played animations brought back from Blue Star, along with many cartoons from the main star. The entire shop looked like a large amusement park, and from the first day of construction, little wolf cubs rushed over after school to see the progress. They stood on tiptoes looking through the glass window, gazing at the warm golden lights and various dolls, pointing with their chubby little hands at the scenes inside. Their greatest joy every day was seeing how far the new shop's renovation had progressed after school. This was the first time they had looked forward to school ending since it started in kindergarten. A month later, the shop opened to great attention. Old Peter's craftsmanship truly lived up to his half a lifetime of experience. It was no different from the design drawings sent over and received unanimous praise. The doll shop was indeed a hot topic. Behind the huge glass curtain wall was like a fairy tale world, and the children on Rose Star were seeing plush toys made in their likeness for the first time. Watching this felt like seeing themselves, and they all loved it immensely. Guan Yufei, already popular among the little wolf cubs, further established a grand image in their hearts through the toys. Chapter 47. Life Every Afternoon. Everyone passing by the kindergarten district witnesses a spectacle. The little wolf cubs, who used to be subdued after school, now burst out of the school gates, excitedly dragging their parents' hands across the street. There, a newly opened doll shop awaits them. In this era of rapid technological advancement, games can now be played in holograms, and people devote most of their energy to high-tech gadgets. Even toys are scrutinized for the latest technology within them. Surprisingly, dolls, once considered outdated, have made a comeback into people's sights. But the little wolf cubs are different. They adore these soft and furry items that resemble themselves, finding them irresistibly cute, which strikes a chord in their hearts. They don't just buy them to take home. They visit the store daily to check for new arrivals. Guan Yufei, the owner of the shop, has hired 3 rabbit beast men as staff, and they too share a fondness for the dolls. Perhaps the fluffiness of such items inherently wins people over. In this technological age, plush toys are surprisingly inexpensive, leading to a quick surge in sales, with every child purchasing several. Passers-by see the fluffy little wolf cubs hugging dolls that look just like them and find it adorable, which attracts many adults to the store. With numerous photos shared on social media, Guan Yufei's dolls have gained a bit of popularity. After all, no one can resist cute things. These days, thanks to the doll shop, the street has become quite lively, and in the evening, 2 familiar faces enter the store, Wei Lan and his wife. Their boxing gym is located on the basement level of the street corner, and he waits for Wei Xing to finish work each day so they can leave together. With the increase in foot traffic, he has also seen a boost in business. However, Wei Xing has been working overtime lately, and the doll shop is usually closed by the time she finishes, so they haven't had a chance to visit. Today, they happened to encounter the store while Guan Yufei was still inside. Usually, when they pass by, the lights are off, and with the anti-theft opaque glass, it's hard to see inside. But today, the warm lights illuminated the walls filled with dolls, prompting Wei Xing to exclaim, "Wow." When Wei Xing met Wei Lan, he was already in his 20s, and she had only her elderly grandmother at home. At that time, many were waiting for her grandmother to pass away to claim her inheritance, so they bought a strong leopard beast man to provide her granddaughter with a long-term companion. They even named him after their surname, and they have been inseparable ever since. Wei Xing looked at the shelf filled with leopard beastman dolls and playfully poked the somewhat reserved Wei Lan beside her, asking, "Look at that doll. Were you this cute when you were a child?" The word cute didn't quite fit a boxer who stood over 6 feet tall, and Wei Lan could only cough lightly and divert his gaze. He considered himself lucky. While most beastmen on the main planet lived like slaves or pets, Wei Xing always viewed him as family, which made him want to present himself as more dependable. Now, looking at the wall of adorable beastman dolls, he didn't know where to put his hands. Wei Xing picked up a leopard doll, stood on tiptoe, and whispered into its ear, "Do you think our future kids will look like this?" This question shattered all of Wei Lan's rationality. He stammered in response, "They should be right." The doll in front of him, with its chubby face resembling a large white loaf of bread, reminded him of his childhood when he could only eat limited food each day, with the shape of his bones clearly visible on his half-grown body. If his child grew up, well, they should be as round as this doll, with features resembling both him and Wei Xing, growing up healthy on this equal planet without suffering. Should we buy one to take home? Haha, sure. I never thought my first purchase in Central City would be a doll. After hearing her, Wei Lan smiled. When they arrived on Rostar, they had little to their names. The money he earned from his initial job quickly vanished due to rent payments for the shop. So, they usually bought things at the werewolf community market, where items were cheap and they knew the vendors well, sometimes even getting help to reserve items they needed. They were much more familiar with that place. As for Central City, it was primarily because they were short on funds and didn't have much time to shop. Turning with the doll towards the checkout counter, Guan Yufei was intently fiddling with a ball of yarn and didn't notice them at first. "Yufei Jia. Wow, it's you too. How have you been lately?" Guan Yufei only knew that they quickly found jobs, but hadn't had the chance to meet. "I'm about to get a promotion," Wei Lan said. "I opened a boxing gym on the basement level of this street, so we came to check it out today. Thanks to the current system on Rostar, Wei Xing quickly received a promotion due to her previous work experience and professional skills, something nearly impossible on the main planet within such a short time. Guan Yufei set down the yarn and unwound the threads tangled around her hands. "This doll will be a gift to celebrate your promotion." Wei Xing hurriedly declined. "No, it's fine. You just opened your business. We should be helping you. It's all right. I'm just happy you both came. This doll is perfect for you newlyweds." Guan Yufei smiled at them. She had seen many young women come in with their boyfriends lately, usually picking dolls of the same kind as their partner species. Perhaps love extends to all things. She liked little wolves more, while it was obvious Wei Xing preferred little leopards. Seeing Wei Xing still wanting to refuse, Guan Yufei continued, "By the way, I've never seen a leopard baby doll before. Wei Lan, do you think this looks like one?" Wei Lan had been quietly listening to the two talk and wasn't sure if it was the shock from Wei Xing's earlier comment about their future child. But upon hearing Guan Yufei's question, he suddenly felt energized. Blushing, he nodded, "It looks very much like one." Seeing him like this, Wei Xing couldn't help but blush as well. Even though they spoke softly just now, it still felt like someone overheard them. The two, who had evolved into elites, accidentally turned beet red, and when Luli arrived, he just happened to see the two blushing at the checkout counter, holding a leopard doll. What is going on here? Guan Yufei had stayed late today because she was waiting for Luli. Usually, he would come to pick her up after school, but today, something had come up, and he needed her to wait a bit longer. She had to wait a little longer in the shop. "I gifted them a doll as a wedding gift," she explained, though she didn't understand why they suddenly seemed shy. Upon seeing Luli, the couple greeted him. In fact, Luli often went to Wei Lan's boxing gym to work out, so they had met quite a few times. Seeing Luli had arrived, Wei Xing didn't want to keep Guan Yufei from closing the store any longer and quickly said goodbye, Thank you. Yufei Jia. Don't mention it. Come back to play next time. Guan Yufei smiled as she sent them off, adding a few cute little outfits into the bag before they left. Then she picked up her ball of yarn again, feeling more confident about making a scarf, and now wanted to make Luli a pair of earmuffs and gloves. But the scarf was one of the simplest crafts, and even that turned out crooked. Earmuffs were even more complicated, and there were tutorials available for human earmuffs. However, orcs and humans are born with different structures, and it was somewhat difficult for Luli to make ear warmers from her wolf ears. She tried to tame this ball of yarn tonight, but ended up tangling her hands painfully, failing right at the first step. It was still Luli who couldn't bear to watch and came over to untangle the yarn from her hands. What are you doing? I thought it was cold, so I wanted to make you a pair of ear warmers. Ear warmers? Yes, something to keep your ears warm, so you won't be cold in winter. How could he say that when he already had fur on his ears? Cough. How about you help me knit a scarf instead? Guan Yufei looked up a bit confused. Don't you want ear warmers? Our wolf kind has sensitive hearing. Having something on our ears might affect it. Luli pulled out an official-sounding reason. Guan Yufei, perhaps inspired by the blankets at the wolf tribe market, had grown fond of the finely crafted handicrafts and the winding patterns. So she often went to the market to watch the production process. After seeing it so many times, she couldn't help but get her hands busy. Luli's current series of beggar-style accessories was her practice work. Putting away the tangled yarn, Guan Yufei was curious. Did something happen today? Logically, everything on Rose Star should have been on track, so why had Luli hurriedly disappeared for so long today? When she asked, Luli paused. It's nothing. Just small matters. Let's go home. This was the first time Luli had avoided her question. Guan Yufei looked up suspiciously, like a little dog sniffing around Luli. Luli smiled helplessly. What's wrong? What are you doing? Guan Yufei sniffed the scents, trying to piece together where Luli had just come from. But her sense of smell was not as keen as an orc's. After sniffing for a while, she only caught a hint of a fading fragrance. It seemed to be the scent of star flowers. Where did you just go? Guan Yufei was genuinely curious now. Star flowers only bloom in warm spring and autumn weather, and the weather on Rose Star had been getting colder lately. At this temperature, the star flowers should have already withered. On the last day, Luli had specifically taken her to see them. The originally pink flowers had turned a deep crimson, and the fragrance was even more intense. That day by Star Lake, Guan Yufei also saw the last firefly lights of the year and ended up covered in the strong floral scent from playing too long, which lingered for days. She didn't think Luli would have any entanglements with others. She knew very well the look he had when he looked at her. He was someone who would want to spend any extra time with her. However, he gave off a very unusual feeling today. Luli hadn't expected Guan Yufei to notice something was off so quickly. He had finally found a potion that could quickly grow star flowers, and he didn't know how long he had waited for this batch to mature. Yet every minute made Guan Yufei suspicious, and his ears were tense with anxiety. But looking into Guan Yufei's eyes, he couldn't bring himself to panic. How about you go back and take a look? Go home. You just came from home? Guan Yufei was now really curious. Luli had never been this guilty looking. Seeing his somewhat tense demeanor, she nodded suspiciously. The journey home didn't take too long. The latest aerial rail had compressed commuting time to the shortest within a safe range, and with a direct route from the wolf community to the central city, it took less than half an hour. The air in late autumn was a bit cold, and Guan Yufei's hand was firmly held by Luli, dry yet warm. As winter approached, she increasingly liked to snuggle close to Luli for warmth. In the mornings, she would wake up nestled in Luli's arms, like a koala. Luli quite liked that Guan Yufei was clingy with him. During summer, due to the hot weather and his high body temperature, even though they would hug before sleeping, Guan Yufei would quietly sneak to the other side of the bed after waking up. The distance between them might seem cold, so Luli had come to enjoy the current weather. He held Guan Yufei's hand as they walked back. Their treehouse was at the other end of the community, and from afar, Guan Yufei could see the treehouse flickering with light. The string lights wrapped around the stairs and eaves of the treehouse, creating a glowing outline that looked warm and healing at night. Luli slightly tightened his grip on her hand, and Guan Yufei looked up at him, seemingly a bit nervous. Holding her hand, they passed through the handrail of the treehouse, and even standing outside, she could smell the rich floral scent inside. Where did all these star flowers come from in this season? Letting go of her hand, Lu Li gestured, "Shall we go in and take a look?" Guan Yufei pushed the door open and found the floor of their home covered in star flowers, like a floral carpet, intertwined with string lights. The moment she pushed the door open, a projection appeared on the wall, showing pictures of her from childhood to now, many of which were from the album in Guan's father's study. These photos quickly recorded her growth, and by the time she was in school, there were various photos of her receiving awards. As for why they were group photos, Guan Yufei thought it must be because Lu Li's figure was also in them. If it weren't for these photos, she wouldn't have known that there were so many memories left from their school lives that had little intersection. Perhaps by coincidence, Lu Li always stood directly above her, shortening the distance between them to the minimum. Chapter 48, Wedding. Looking at everything in front of her, Guan Yufei felt she understood what Lu Li was going to do. The small projection quickly encompassed their entire lives' intersection, with the empty years in between leaving them without any memories. Seeing the youthful faces in the photos next to her, Guan Yufei felt her eyes become a little red, and warm liquid slid down her face. Lu Li handed her a bouquet of star flowers, arranged from light to dark colors in a spherical shape, with the deepest pink star flower on top, matching Guan Yufei's outfit perfectly today. "Yufei, I used to be afraid to reveal my heart because of my identity, but you're like a beam of light illuminating the corner of my world. My moon comes to me, giving me the courage to take that step. Now that everything on Rose Star is on the right track, I no longer bear so many responsibilities. From now on, I'm only loyal to you. Will you marry me? I want to be your most loyal believer." Lu Li stood in front of her, opening the box he had been holding in his hand, as if presenting a rare treasure to a true god. Inside was a star-shaped red diamond, just like the flower at the top of the bouquet. When we last went to Blue Star, I noticed they all used diamonds for proposals, wanting to represent unwavering love. Since the rapid development of technology, diamonds have long been forgotten on that planet. They pursue the most cutting-edge materials to eliminate the racial barriers caused by war on the original Blue Star. These materials have been discarded by the times, and it was that trip to Blue Star that allowed them to glimpse the life of that era. Lu Li cut the red diamond into the shape of a starflower, which represents unique love on Rose Star. "Yufei, you're my only choice." Hearing his words, Guan Yufei was taken aback and teased him. "Then why did you not refuse me when I first asked you for a starflower?" Clearly, they had no relationship at that time, and Lu Li had always been cold to her, yet secretly did not refuse her request for a starflower. Unexpectedly, Guan Yufei suddenly brought up the old story, causing Lu Li's originally smooth words to be blocked. He thought Guan Yufei would never have the chance to know these things, so he didn't clarify when he did them. "Lu Li, I always feel that from your perspective, we seem to have different memories." Guan Yufei couldn't help but rush into his arms. Even now, she could only infer his intense love from those hidden details. After thinking about it, she couldn't help but punch him twice. "Sometimes I doubt whether I like a mute." Lu Li smiled, and Guan Yufei's little strength felt nothing on him. He rested his chin on her head, thinking that maybe heaven felt sorry for him, sending him such a precious treasure. He arrived at the main star with passion, but the young boy was crushed by reality. Fortunately, someone picked him up piece by piece, reassembling him with love and sincerity. But later, he had to bear too much reality, taking on his responsibilities, and at that time, he did not belong to himself. Now he could finally put down all burdens and let his free self walk towards his moon. "So, Miss Guan Yufei, will you marry me?" Guan Yufei extended her hand. "I have always been willing." After saying that, she quietly added, "Now hurry up and put it on me." The two of them had always been unreservedly rushing towards each other. If love has any power, it should be able to make people become better versions of themselves. The night of the proposal was not without a night of intimacy. When they woke up the next day, Guan Yufei found herself still holding Lu Li's tail. The design of the plush toy had awakened her buried hobby, and now she unconsciously wanted to touch something fluffy. However, those plush toys were not made of real fur. Her favorite was still rubbing Lu Li's ears and tail, but unfortunately, Lu Li was a wolf who cared a lot about his image. Guan Yufei could only touch Lu Li's tail when they were alone at home. Recently, Lu Li had become clever, knowing about her little hobby, always teasing her, and she could only hold his tail while sleeping. He would even sternly say that he was afraid she would get tired of it and had to hide it. It seemed that she chose to be with him because she was attached to these things, cherishing this fleeting time. Her fingers traced up the tail to the very base, where it was located at the human's coccyx, so the beastman's clothes had to have a small opening for the tail. But this was also the most sensitive spot. Guan Yufei deliberately extended her hand outside the bed, waiting for her fingers to become slightly cool before touching. Sure enough, Luli opened his eyes the next second, grabbing her hands and holding her tightly in his arms. "Why don't you sleep a little longer?" His morning voice was still a bit hoarse, sounding like a little hook, tickling her heart. "Do you have nothing to do today?" To be precise, from today on, I will have plenty of time." Luli had arranged all the affairs in their proper places, turning Rose Star into a planet with a perfect system, where everyone could find their own position. After a period of adjustment, Central City was no longer as busy as before. He smiled. "How about it? Don't you suddenly think this is quite nice? Then we can have a long vacation?" "Yes. So may I ask, Miss Guan, what are your thoughts?" Guan Yufei had always wanted to travel around. Humans already possessed all the resources in this world. They could explore all the wonders of the world, and science could support their ideas. This was the best era. Hearing this, she became a bit excited. "So does this count as a honeymoon trip?" "Honeymoon? What is a honeymoon?" "After marriage, the Wolf Clan's young couple would move out to build their new home, and then the male would have to take on the responsibility of caring for the family," which he didn't quite understand. "Speaking of which, we haven't had a wedding yet." Guan Yufei suddenly realized they had missed an important step. "What kind of wedding should we have?" The Wolf Clan's wedding needed to let the entire tribe know about the new member's arrival. This was the most important ceremony. However, he understood that human weddings must have different arrangements. "I don't want to have a human wedding. There are no relatives on the main star, and it's meaningless to go back. What is a Wolf Clan wedding like?" "Mainly, it's to introduce you to everyone. We will carry the bouquet and visit each family, letting everyone know about our relationship." "Isn't that going to take a long time?" Guan Yufei calculated the number of people in the Wolf Clan community. It was not a small number. If they visited each family, it would take nearly a week to finish. Hearing her words, Luli couldn't help but laugh. "Actually, it's only necessary to bring it to those close to us. But since you are the wife of the Wolf Clan leader, we need to receive everyone's blessings at the altar." It was the same altar used during the previous celebration, where they would stand and showcase their relationship to the tribe. Hearing this, Guan Yufei's expression became a bit strange. "Speaking of which, Rose Star's changed now. You seem to be the last Wolf Clan leader." "Yes. So do you want to experience the last wedding?" Luli was indeed speaking the truth, but if Guan Yufei didn't want to, he had no objections. In his heart, as long as the two of them were comfortable and happy, that was enough. "Haha. So do I have to entrust my second half of life to you in front of everyone?" Hearing this, Luli couldn't help but bite her on the back of the neck. It wasn't really a bite. He was just holding a piece of skin gently with his teeth. Guan Yufei always wanted to tease him at times like this. He felt both helpless and unable to resist. The two of them lingered in bed for a long time that morning. The best proof of a holiday is the absence of breakfast. By the afternoon, they submitted their marriage application, and perhaps because fewer people were getting married these days, the entire process was completed in less than an hour. Guan Yufei snuggled on the sofa and asked, "If we get married, where should we hold the ceremony?" She wasn't sure what to pay attention to for the Wolf Tribe celebration. Luli was taken aback. The Wolf Tribe's weddings were typically held in spring, but it was clearly late autumn now. If they wanted to wait, they could only do it in the spring of next year, which was still several months away. And he wasn't sure how many things might come up in between. After thinking for a moment, he suggested, "How about we visit first and hold the ceremony after we return from our trip?" The idea of a honeymoon before the wedding was somewhat unconventional. Guan Yufei didn't quite understand his meaning at first, but after thinking it through, she thought it wasn't a bad idea. "But won't everyone know we're together without a wedding? Is that okay?" "Actually, people don't care much about these things. What about you? What do you think?" "I just want to go out and have fun." Guan Yufei's wish was simple. She and Luli had discussed which places to visit before. Luli had traveled to many places over the years and was basically the most experienced guide in the entire star system. She also wanted to quickly explore those places. But both of them had their own matters to attend to, just like back in school, when they had already planned the holiday schedule before the break. Guan Yufei was particularly eager to see the worlds Luli had described with her own eyes. The main star was not suitable for human habitation. It was essentially a jungle of modern buildings, so humans had built many small asteroids nearby, each with its own unique style, suitable for vacationing. With this plan set, the two of them went out in the afternoon holding a bouquet. They encountered many people along the way, and upon seeing the two of them, many showed knowing expressions, with some even saying a phrase in wolf language to them. Luli explained that it meant blessings. They didn't visit many places, starting with Lu Wei's home. When she saw them, she smiled. She initially thought her brother would be alone for life, but she didn't expect to wait just 6 months for this day to arrive. She took out a small wooden bowl, plucked a petal from Guan Yufei's bouquet, soaked in water, and then placed it on their foreheads one by one. May you be together for 100 years, partners for life. Lu Wei's eyes glistened with tears as she blessed them. Just as she was sending them off, Guan Yufei took out a small pouch shaped like a gold ingot from her side, filled to the brim with candies. This was a celebratory custom among the Han people when forming marital ties, though it was usually done by scattering candies on the ground. Guan Yufei felt that these candies represented blessings and wanted to give them to the people around her. Lu Wei couldn't help but smile at the childish candies and accepted them. Luli hadn't expected Guan Yufei to bring this along. She had fidgeted with it for a long time before leaving, and the small gold ingot-shaped pouch was stamped with the character for happiness. Remembering how she had distributed candies to the little wolf cubs when she arrived at Rose Star, this habit had continued to this day. What seemed like a childish gift surprisingly opened people's hearts. He smiled and ruffled Guan Yufei's hair. Luli didn't have many relatives. His father and mother's families combined were just over a dozen households, all living quite close, so they quickly finished their visits. Then Luli led her to the other side of the forest, where the wolf tribe did not have graves. After death, everyone was buried together according to their family ties. This was where Luli's father and mother were buried, and eventually, Luli would also be buried here. There were no tombstones on the vast land. Relying on his knowledge of the terrain, Luli brought Guan Yufei to the family burial site. This is where my dad and mom are buried, and the last visit we need to make. He explained to Guan Yufei and placed the bouquet on the ground, reciting in the wolf language to inform the deceased relatives of their wedding news. They did not have the deep familial ties like humans. Their focus was on their own families, and they would care for each other. Luli had felt the love of his parents during his growth, and even as a rebellious child, they had been accepting of his development. Guan Yufei didn't understand what the wolf tribe should do at this moment, but she bowed deeply in the human way. Lu Dad and Mom, I am Guan Yufei, Lu Li's wife. Today is the day I marry Lu Li. He treats me well, and even in the most dangerous times, as long as I think of him, I can get through it. I promise I will cherish him just as he loves me. Her voice was carried away by the wind across the grassland, as if someone was responding to her words. She didn't know if Lu Li's parents would accept her human identity, but she sincerely conveyed her heartfelt words to them. Lu Li looked at the person beside him with gentle eyes. The world had been kind to him, it seemed. After the ceremony, the two of them held hands and left. Before they departed, Guan Yufei specifically reminded a few store employees that there weren't many things to pay attention to. As long as everything went smoothly, they wouldn't be gone long, and they could be contacted if anything came up. Then they boarded a spaceship to other planets. Guan Yufei loved the sea, so they first went to a marine asteroid. Lu Li had already booked a hotel in advance. There weren't many travelers at the moment, so they could enjoy the best service as soon as they arrived. Lu Li took her to avoid the external tourist spots and went to a small island on the sea, where he even had acquaintances. Chapter 49 Honeymoon Trip. A group of fishermen lived on the rocks by the coast, and they built houses along those rocks. Bamboo was inserted into the crevices of the rocks to serve as foundations, and the side of the house facing the sea was open, surrounded by bamboo mats woven into screens. Although the house was small, it had its own charm, and the thatched roof made of straw would rustle when blown by the sea breeze. Lu Li held Guan Yufei's hand and walked into one of the small houses. Upon entering, they saw an old man lying facing the sea, leisurely fishing. Old Fong, long time no see, you still look so carefree. The old man lifted the bamboo, hat covering his face. Lu Li, how did you end up here? Lu Li held Guan Yufei's hand and showed off the ring on his finger. I got married and brought my wife out for a break. This was an unexpected answer, and Guan Yufei nodded at the old man, smiling in greeting. The old man quickly sat up and invited the two to sit down. I didn't expect you to be married after all these years. This old man was a friend Li had met during a previous trip. He was originally an engineer on the main planet, but, unable to endure the atmosphere there, had exiled himself to this small island like a vagabond, ultimately finding the true meaning of life. Those regulatory changes for the beastmen on the main planet were your doing, weren't they? Great. You finally got what you wished for after all these years. After saying that, the old man introduced Guan Yufei. I was once kidnapped by interstellar pirates, and it was this kid who helped me escape. Interstellar pirates? Guan Yufei's eyes widened in surprise. Li turned his head and whispered to her, explaining that at that time, he had dealt with interstellar pirates frequently for transporting arms. It was through knowing old Guan that he learned there was actually a fishing village on another part of the planet. The charm here was something the beach hotels on the other side could not offer. Here, one could catch the freshest fish, kill them right after catching, and the meat was fresh, prepared in a unique way. After dinner, Li took Guan Yufei with a simple underwater breathing device into the sea. The water here was clear and shallow, with schools of fish swimming and vibrant corals below. It was a world completely different from Blue Star, full of life and vibrant colors. Guan Yufei had a great time, exhausting herself by the afternoon, and finally, Li carried her back to the hotel. On the way, they felt the sea breeze and heard the sound of their feet crunching on the gravel. Did you have fun today? Yes, I've been here before, but only played near the hotel. Li, how do you know so many places? I know quite a few places. I'll take you to experience them all in the future. Guan Yufei let out a light laugh from his back. Will you take me to every place in the star system? Yes. He carried Guan Yufei all the way back to the hotel. On the upper floors of the hotel, they could see the endless sea with the tide surging on the ground. After bathing, the two lay on the lounge chairs on the balcony, suddenly feeling an unprecedented relaxation. Guan Yufei looked at the person beside her and felt as if they had been like this for a long time. Li, do you think when we get old, we will still be like this? After thinking about the ages of the beastmen on Rose Star, she suddenly felt a sense of crisis. You want to have a lifespan like Byron, right? What if she has died and you're still young? Li felt a bit helpless. Byron and the others are affected by some mutations, but the wolf clan won't. My dad and mom both died naturally. So they were mutated? Yeah, otherwise. If all beastmen could live for 1,000 years, this world would have long been ruled by beastmen. Will Byron and them live that long? I don't know. No one understands the reasons for their changes. We can only watch and wait. Okay. Guan Yufei propped her chin and looked at him. I'm afraid by then I'll be old, and you'll still be young and handsome. This statement was somewhat puzzling, but Li understood her meaning. Don't worry. We will grow old together. They lay there quietly, chatting idly. When Guan Yufei heard him say grow old, she suddenly became curious. Will your ears and tail turn white when you're old? When I'm old, I'll become a snow wolf. That sounds pretty good too. Li smiled. Wolves don't change the color of their fur when they age, but I'll still reply. Well, let us wait and see when you're old. Guan Yufei rolled into his embrace, tightly hugging his waist, treating him like a large pillow. All right, then let us see in 20 years. The trip to the island did not have any other events. The two enjoyed the warm sunshine outside after waking up, and the hotel restaurant was always open, allowing them to savor the local delicacies. Fortunately, they swam every afternoon. Otherwise, Guan Yufei felt her weight would increase dramatically. Of course, their activities were not limited to just this one location. According to Li's plan, they would change to a new place every week. As for where to go, it would be decided by drawing lots. Li wrote down all the addresses and put them in a box. Wherever Guan Yufei drew, that's where they would go. Li took them to deserts, nebulae, and various different landscapes. Finally, they returned to the main planet, back to the Guan family. It hadn't been long since they left, and everything here was as usual. Guan Yufei offered incense for her father and recounted her experiences during this time. Beside her was her mother, and in the small room, their photos were placed side by side. Father, I'm doing well now. I originally wanted to bring you and Mother to Rose Star, but I thought this is the place where you've lived your whole life. So I feel you should spend your last moments here. Don't worry, I've found my direction in life, and I will take good care of myself. I will visit you often. Guan Yufei knelt on the mat, softly sharing her feelings with her parents. She was no longer as lost as before. Now she felt calm and at ease, sensing a relaxed atmosphere around her. Luli was quietly paying his respects beside her. He had taken away Guan Father's treasure, but he treasured it deeply and would protect it well, allowing her to live freely. Everything at home was managed by a robotic butler, even after a long time away. It remained spotless, and the flowers and plants in the backyard were flourishing. Everything on the main planet seemed to remain the same, but indeed, many changes had occurred. The departure of the beastmen and the eradication of the insect race meant that it was now rare to see beastmen on the streets. Most beastmen chose to live on Rose Star, and many humans also opted to experience this new planet. Since Luli was now the administrator of Rose Star, he needed to sign some details on the main planet, so the two stayed temporarily at home. Besides Luli needing to go out for a while, there were no other matters. Guan Yufei spent her days at home organizing her father's documents, intending to take them to Rose Star. Their return plan was advanced because Guan Yufei received news that Haya had given birth. The two had been away for several months and returned to Rose Star. Guan Yufei was still puzzled. Haya was pregnant for such a short time. How did she give birth? Luli explained beside her, Haya is a rabbit. Byron is a mermaid. Their gestation periods are not long, so it's much shorter than humans. Remembering the worries Haya had before, Guan Yufei couldn't help but laugh. At that time, they had been speculating about what kind of species Haya would give birth to, but they had expected that the species wouldn't change at all. The anticipated event of giving birth to a divine beast never happened. Instead, Haya gave birth to a merman baby. After the child was born, Haya's voice was filled with joy. She was so happy when she spoke with Guan Yufei on the phone, exclaiming, "Oh, I was overthinking it. I thought I would give birth to a merman with rabbit ears, but it turned out to be just a merman, and he is so adorable." The birth went smoothly without any complications. By the time Guan Yufei returned to Rose Star, the little merman baby had already become fair and plump. He was placed in a special water tank, holding his tiny hands, sleeping quietly, with patterns on his face similar to Byron's. Haya felt quite well, her complexion even healthier than before. During this time, Byron had been taking care of her daily needs. Although the two often bickered, Byron was very attentive. From her cravings during pregnancy to her current meals, everything was tailored to her liking. Haya even joked, "You guys have really enjoyed a long honeymoon." Slipping away quietly for a few months. Watching Guan Yufei gaze at the baby, she teased, "You like him so much. Should you consider having one yourself?" This question had never crossed Guan Yufei's mind. She used to think it was a distant concept, but now it seemed closer. "Let us just go with the flow." Haya nodded. "If you don't have one, you still have plenty of time to enjoy life freely." She looked at Guan Yufei's fair little face, reminding herself to cherish this moment. After all, it was the happiest time. Remembering how Haya used to proclaim, "Long live being single," Guan Yufei asked, "If that is the case, why were you willing to have a baby?" Haya was not one to easily compromise. Glancing outside at Byron, she joked, "Is it because love is too beautiful?" This topic made Haya choke up a bit, and after sneaking a glance to see Byron was not looking, she quietly took Guan Yufei's hand and whispered, "I'm at this age. I've been single for so long. I've enjoyed enough of the good life. Always thinking about experiencing some hardships." Upon hearing this, Guan Yufei couldn't help but chuckle. It was a reason she hadn't expected. A wise saying, I will remember it. Haya was still in the hospital and needed to rest, so Guan Yufei and the others didn't stay long before leaving. On the way, Guan Yufei suddenly became curious. "Luli, do you think our future baby will be a little wolf cub?" "I don't know, but whether it's a little wolf cub or a human, I think he should be very cute." Guan Yufei nodded, saying she would love their child no matter what. Although she preferred fluffy little wolf cubs. "Do you prefer a girl or a boy?" Luli didn't have much thought on this. He actually hoped for more time for the two of them together. They had just gotten married not long ago, so he was focused on enjoying their time as a couple. "I'm fine with either, as long as it's our child. I think it's great." They walked down the main street of Central City, which was much livelier than a few months ago, with no vacant shops and many visitors enjoying themselves. They filled the city, happily wandering around to experience its charm. Guan Yufei's earlier considerations had indeed been confirmed. The large garden in the middle was well liked, and everyone appreciated seeing such rich plant life in the city. However, with the increase in foot traffic, there were also more matters to attend to. as many people hoped to live on Rose Star. Their outing didn't involve handling any tasks, which had piled up, so Luli had to rush to deal with them, while Guan Yufei returned to her dollhouse. After a few months, there were actually more people in the dollhouse than before, mostly humans visiting and taking photos. They had begun to see the dolls as souvenirs from Rose Star, with each visitor taking one home, and some even helping friends bring dolls back. The store was crowded, and when the rabbit employees saw her return, they excitedly exclaimed, "Sister Yufei, you're back." "Yes, there are so many people in the store now. Are you managing okay?" "We have enough staff, but there are just too many buyers now. Some dolls are already out of stock." Out of stock? This was something Guan Yufei hadn't anticipated. The doll factory was on Rose Star. How could there be a shortage? "Yes, but we brought in more dolls than we sold each day. And one of the warehouses is already empty." Guan Yufei quickly went to check. Initially, she thought the stock in the warehouse set by the factory was unnecessary since the dolls were produced in limited quantities, and she hadn't heard of them selling out. But seeing the empty warehouse now surprised her, and she had to contact old Peter. Old Peter was even more distressed. He had never had to work overtime in his entire life at the factory and never expected to face this issue with dolls. "I've used up all the equipment I can at the factory. There's nothing more I can do." Guan Yufei felt helpless too. "It's fine. I just wanted to ask if you have enough raw materials. There are a few that are not quite enough." After receiving the news, she hurried to secure the supplies. But doll production also required time, so she could only coordinate with customers. Watching the dolls that had become popular on the main star, she considered whether to increase the equipment since this was just the beginning. When the foot traffic increased later, they wouldn't face such issues with the dolls again. Chapter 50 Love. The sales of the dolls are booming, which Guan Yufei did not expect. There are plenty of stores selling dolls on the main star, but Guan Yufei's designs are cuter and unexpectedly opened up the market on the main star, which can be considered a pleasant surprise. When she contacted the new equipment, old Peter at the factory was already in a panic. He finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the new equipment being delivered. The contract Guan Yufei signed with him was based on the number of dolls produced, and in just half a month, he had earned enough to match what he used to make in a year selling arms. Those were arms, after all. However, now, due to the volume of sales, it couldn't compete with the profits from plush toys, and he was astonished when he calculated the figures himself. Guan Yufei was even more surprised. When she returned and checked her account, the numbers left her the just-returned boss in shock. Not only had the money for purchasing and renovating the store come back, but the factory expenses were also covered. When she initially started making dolls, she thought it would just be a job she was interested in, never expecting it could support her. But as the saying goes, a chance encounter can lead to unexpected success, and this job truly opened up business opportunities, prompting Guan Yufei to think about properly adjusting her current work. So now, without blinking, Guan Yufei directly purchased a batch of new equipment, doubling the factory's output. After all, it was not acceptable to have insufficient stock at the beginning of a business. She also bought a shop near the airport in the central city to sell plush toys, and online reservations were available, diverting some foot traffic from her current store. This way, the current store was no longer crowded, allowing her to better showcase the toys to customers. Moreover, due to the change in shopping demographics, she established an online website and display channels to better introduce existing products to people. Guan Yufei positioned her doll shop as a boutique toy store and continued to develop her business. When Luli returned to the treehouse at night, he could only find Guan Yufei buried in design sketches in the attic study. The original table was already piled high with design drawings, and Guan Yufei, dressed in pajamas with her hair down, was completely engrossed in her work. He was somewhat surprised. He had only stepped out for a while. And how had the atmosphere completely changed upon his return? What was going on? Guan Yufei didn't look up when she heard his voice and continued with her paintbrush. I'm designing new dolls. The last batch is almost sold out. When she started making dolls, she had set a clear goal: increase the new styles once the previous design reached a certain sales volume. That was why she felt so at ease when she left. She originally thought she wouldn't need to take on new work at least until this year, but upon returning, she found herself immersed in work. So soon? Luli was also surprised. While processing reports today, he noticed that quite a few people on the main star had been attracted to them. At this rate, Rose Star could become a new tourist resort. Even while talking, Guan Yufei did not forget her work. She needed to send the new drawings to the factory before next week. Yes, that is why I'm in such a hurry. I didn't expect to be caught up in work again on the first day after the holiday. Hearing her say this, Luli smiled. There was nothing to be done. Work always came so suddenly. After thinking for a moment, he went to the kitchen outside and cut a plate of fresh fruit, placing it in front of Guan Yufei while he sat down at the other side of the desk. The design had taken this situation into account. The two ends of the study were divided into separate working areas, so when they worked together, neither disturbed the other. Luli needed to consider the taxes on Rose Star because residents from different planets receive different benefits, which is related to the varying tax rates on each planet. This is also why so many people want to become residents of the main star. The benefits are better there. Now that more people are choosing to come to Rose Star for vacation, they're unaware of what attractions Rose Star has to offer. He listed all the attractions of Rose Star and planned to find someone tomorrow to create a promotional brochure to attract more tourists. Rose Star has the best environment in the entire galaxy. These are natural attractions, and with proper promotion, it can be seen by more people. He designated a new area on the prairie for building a resort. This has many benefits. At least once the resort is built, the number of tourists on Rose Star will increase significantly, and Guan Yufei's doll shop will also experience peak sales. The sales of new products are doing well. At least every day, the figures on the revenue are climbing. However, the new factory has been supplying steadily during this period, and increasing production equipment in advance was indeed a prudent decision, as there hasn't been a situation where the dolls sold out. A new spring soon arrived, and they didn't even pay attention to the days passing by. It arrived quietly. They say that happy days pass especially quickly. But now it seems there are no other thoughts. At least every time Guan Yufei sees Luli in the evening, she feels particularly at ease. The wedding ceremony is set for the middle of next month. A month in advance, Luli began preparing the celebratory attire, all custom-made according to their sizes. The embroidery work requires time, but every day he visits, he can see new changes. Guan Yufei particularly likes the dress with a strong Rose Star style. It is made from layers of knitted fabric, adorned with intricate patterns, resembling winding vines, and embellished with gems that reflect brilliant light in the sunshine. Each layer of color is different, transitioning from light to dark, but the craftsmanship is very delicate. At least the 10 layers of fabric together do not suffocate Guan Yufei. It has a gossamer-like quality, perfect for the spring temperature, with the layers of fabric resembling flower petals, soft and full of texture. Luli's attire is more imposing, also much heavier, but because of his tall and strong build, he manages it well. Guan Yufei is a bit curious if the attire is designed this way because the festival is always held in spring. This question is akin to asking whether the chicken or the egg came first. It could also be that the clothing influenced the choice of spring for the festival. For many of Guan Yufei's questions, Luli cannot answer, but he's a good listener. What do you think about the temperature of the clothes? This spring feels much colder than before. With the addition of the magnetic mother from Blue Star, Rose Star's winters are colder than ever. And there are even some late spring chills now. The previously heavy clothes of Luli are, on the contrary, warmer. But Guan Yufei's layers of gossamer-like clothing still make Luli somewhat worried. I think it's fine. This outfit feels a bit cold for summer, but it seems just right now. A lot of people are expected to attend their celebration. After all, it is the final wedding, and everyone on Rose Star should be present. Many tourists want to observe, but Luli refused. Most of them do not understand the rules of these ceremonies on Rose Star, and introducing a large number of tourists recklessly might lead to chaos at the wedding site. Guan Yufei asked, "Will there be a bouquet at the wedding?" Luli understood that she wanted the star flower, which would be arranged around the altar. The ceremony will not be long, only about an hour, mainly to inform the clan people of the marriage, so it will be quite lively. Guan Yufei pinched the hem of her skirt and curtsied to Luli. "Thank you." It was her first time wearing such a gauzy skirt, and she felt a bit excited. The current dress was already great, but she didn't expect it would take another month to complete. In her heart, this gauzy skirt was already a finished product. If Luli hadn't told her it would take another month to receive it, she wouldn't have known there were still parts unfinished. It mainly needs to incorporate many blessings, Luli explained to her. Blessings? Yes, the clothes are just fabric. They only become formal attire after the blessing is added. Is your clothing the same? Ours is. and it will be placed on the altar for a month before it is considered complete. During this month, incense will be burned daily to incorporate their blessings, allowing the formal attire to be fully finished. Guan Yufei was a bit surprised. Wow, this formal attire is really precious. It's not just about the craftsmanship. So much thought has been put into it. This meaningful piece of clothing becomes a wedding dress, adding another layer of significance. The spring breeze blew into every corner of the Rose Star, filling the place with a vibrant atmosphere. The wedding of Lu Li and Guan Yufei also arrived at this time. They walked from the Wolf Clan community to the ceremony site in their formal attire, surrounded by a crowd offering blessings. Guan Yufei held a bouquet and, guided by Lu Li, stepped towards the altar. That was where they bonded and got married. The altar was already surrounded by orcs, and a plethora of star flowers covered the entire altar, with a fragrant scent wafting through the air. Lu Li held Guan Yufei's hand and offered prayers to the crowd. Even those who did not understand the beast language could feel the resonance of their souls. Language is merely a tool for communication, but emotions are what we strive for. The surrounding orcs responded to Lu Li's words in beast language, their voices deep and devoid of sharp tones, leaving listeners feeling as if their souls had been cleansed. Standing on the altar, Guan Yufei was showered with petals from all directions, and smiles adorned everyone's faces. This was a marriage blessed by all. Guan Yufei's contributions to the Rose Star were immense, and the way they looked at her was filled with respect. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Li bowed his head and gently kissed her, as if partaking in a ritual of commitment. Only those eyes, filled with joy, shone remarkably bright. I will always remember this moment, forever opening my heart to you. Wherever you stand, that is my destination. Guan Yufei replied with a smile. I am willing to defy human nature and love you forever, growing old together. The wedding concluded under the witness of all. They reunited on this land, loving each other in front of everyone, taking steps towards one another, and would grow old together. Witnessed by all. If there were any changes in their life after marriage, it would be that Guan Yufei was now recognized by more tourists. Although there were no humans present at the wedding, an orc who participated in the insect race's rebellion could still attract a lot of attention. In the eyes of the public, this person had been fighting for the rights of orcs for many years. They had established a planet for orc living, and such an image made them wary, believing he should be hostile towards humans. Yet, they did not expect that this wolf king would marry a human girl, the former fiancée of the Wei family. This news quickly spread throughout the main star. Lu Li had prepared for this. He and Guan Yufei accepted an exclusive interview with a television station, sharing not only his journey over the years, but also their love story in detail, clearly addressing the public, including the fact that Guan's father was also framed by the insect race, and how he and Guan Yufei fell in love while being pursued by the insects, supporting each other to establish the Rose Star. This story was particularly captivating, as in today's world, where else could one find such a crisis-filled and intricate love story? The moment the interview was released, their love story rapidly spread across the main star, hailed as a contemporary love myth. Thus, sometimes in the doll shop, Guan Yufei would be recognized by tourists from the main star, who would ask to take photos with her. Her identity as the doll shop owner was also disclosed online, and the already popular dolls quickly became trendy toys on the main star. Guan Yufei had to hide at home due to the overwhelming number of visitors to her shop. She felt a bit helpless recalling Lu Li's words during the interview. Look, now I can't even go out. Lu Li smiled. Our matter will eventually be made public. It doesn't matter when we say it. How can it be the same? What you said makes me blush. Lu Li lay on the sofa, holding Guan Yufei, and couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. He had also feared that strange rumors might arise, but unexpectedly, everyone's attention was focused on love. These are my heartfelt words. My love for you is as clear as day. Hearing this, Guan Yufei couldn't help but pat him in annoyance. Then we can only stay at home now. It's fine, as long as we wait for this to pass. There are so many news stories. They'll forget soon, Lu Li said, which was indeed true. He had not anticipated that the interview would attract so much attention, and many people became fans of their love. The title The Last Lovers in the World was even coined. Guan Yufei felt a bit helpless. They all said that if they broke up, they would never believe in love again. What if we were put on such a pedestal? What will happen then? She now understood what it meant to attract attention. It's okay. We welcome witnessing love together with them 100 years later. Luli turned her around and kissed her deeply. He had never worried about their love. He was immensely confident that they would last, just as he had initially fallen in love with her. It was like a fateful arrangement. Chapter 51, 3 years later, in the blink of an eye. 3 years have passed. Once spring is over, the summer breeze begins to blow across the grasslands, and the warm weather prompts many people to choose to go out for a walk. Rose Star has become a well-known resort on the main planet. Although there used to be barriers between humans and beastmen, those who can come to Rose Star do not hold many prejudices. They reside in vacation villages and visit the markets in the Wolf Clan community daily. The central city is more bustling and suitable for those unfamiliar with the environment. But the Wolf Clan community serves as a secret code for seasoned travelers, offering more local culture and art. As more people have discovered this place, the Wolf Clan community's market has undergone several large-scale renovations, transforming it into a unique tourist attraction. People breathe in the natural oxygen of Rose Star and experience its unique customs and culture. Guan Yufei's doll shop has become a signature feature of Rose Star, leveraging the previous popularity of new literature. She has since opened several more shops, one in a prime location in the central city. This shop is large, equivalent to a small amusement park, capable of accommodating hundreds of shoppers at once. It even has its own theater and various derivative merchandise, with more inventory and variety. Tourists now frequent this shop. Another shop is located in the Wolf Clan community's market, just an ordinary stall with a wooden frame and hand-woven sunshade. Sunlight filters through the fabric, casting colorful shadows on the ground. This stall sells small clothes and various accessories for dolls, all made from Rose Star's unique knitting and fabric, possessing an exotic flair. Because everything is handmade, each piece is one of a kind. Many hardcore doll enthusiasts come here to shop, utilizing the popularity of the dolls. She also creates educational content to dispel the barriers between humans and beastmen. The streets are bustling with people, all appearing relaxed and leisurely enjoying their holidays. There are no tall buildings here. Many shops and houses are only 1 story high. However, the warm environment and comfortable breeze have led many to include Rose Star in their retirement plans. Guan Yufei returns to her old shop daily to check on things. After the interview frenzy passed, although many still recognize her, they no longer disturb her life. The main clientele of the old shop consists of the young cubs from kindergartens. With more beastmen moving in, the cubs are no longer just little wolves. They're round little bears and soft, cute bunnies. The only leopard child is the daughter of Wei Lan and Wei Xing beastmen, grown much faster than humans. Many cubs have graduated and left in what seems like the blink of an eye. She continues to maintain her work routine, spending afternoons drawing design sketches in the shop, quietly waiting for Luli to pick her up and take her home. She enjoys this current state, doing what she loves and living a leisurely life with her partner. At 5 in the afternoon, Luli arrives at the shop, handing her a bouquet of roses. In summer, the flower market becomes livelier. Do you want to go take a look? The flowers bloom beautifully in summer, and each day, beast children can be seen selling bouquets of fresh flowers on the main street of the central city, usually students on holiday trying to earn some pocket money. So, Luli buys a bouquet every evening. Is the flower festival next month? Yes, this year we brought in many varieties you like from the main planet. Do you want to take a look? Guan Yufei nods, picks up a small bag from the table, and gives a few instructions to the staff behind her before leaving with Luli, holding the flowers. Luli protects her by his side, saying, I bought your favorite fruits today. We can make a fruit tart tonight. What do you want to eat for dinner? Beef brisket stew? I've seen many recipes recently. How about I cook for you tonight? Guan Yufei has developed a great interest in cooking because of Luli, but she may not be naturally suited for it. Unconsciously, she chooses complicated dishes, and the results are always hard to describe, like steaming dumplings in a hot pot. They look normal, but the taste always surprises people. The best thing she has made so far is still Luli's bracelet. After 3 years of repeated experiments, the patterns on the bracelet can finally be clearly seen in their original form. Well, how about you show me the recipe? We can make it together? Luli phrased it more tactfully. He didn't want to undermine Guan Yufei as confidence, but while he could lie, his subconscious reaction betrayed him. Every time he tasted something strange, the fur on his ears would stand up, and paired with his calm demeanor, it instantly exposed the lie. All right, Considering her own skills, she chose to compromise. I'll send you the recipe later. This isn't her first compromise. There's no need to be at odds with her taste buds. Luli's cooking is something they can both enjoy, while her own might not be the same. The two held hands and made their way back to the treehouse. 3 years later, the yard has changed significantly. The garden and pool are now in the corner, connected by a pebble path, with a small pavilion adding a touch of elegance. The fruit trees behind the treehouse have grown well. Rose Star is very suitable for plant growth, and they will be able to enjoy ripe fruits in just a few years. Their home has also been furnished with many items, making it look increasingly relaxed and comfortable. As soon as Guan Yufei entered, she took out a new vase and placed the roses in it. The sky blue porcelain vase paired with the light pink roses looks refreshing. She took a deep breath, looking at Luli, who had already gone to the kitchen. Luli, today's flowers smell wonderful. This is a new variety introduced last year, and we brought in a batch this year. You'll see golden roses by this time next year. Golden roses? Yes. Their fragrance will be more subtle and delicate, while the one you're holding has a stronger scent. The wind flowed through the skylight, spreading the rose fragrance throughout the room. Guan Yufei couldn't help but lean down to smell again, wrinkling her nose. It really smells great. Luli stood in the kitchen with his back to her, nodding as he listened to her chatter. If it weren't for the roses he brought back a few days ago, Guan Yufei wouldn't have thought of something like flour cakes. When he first got the recipe, he was filled with doubt. But it's not a big deal. The recipe is quite comprehensive, and he searched for the raw materials and placed an order at the flower shop. How did you suddenly find the recipe for flour cakes? I've been thinking about the upcoming flower festival and wanted to prepare some special food for it. I searched for a long time online before I found this, and it happened to be in a language I'm familiar with, so I thought I'd give it a try. It's an era of differentiation now. Finding such a recipe made her want to try it, although she had never eaten such food before. It seems that the recipe was too complicated and gradually faded away. Luli thought about the flower festival. It's indeed a good idea, but it should still be somewhat challenging to make, especially in large quantities. Will there be any promotions for the flower festival? There will be small gifts of flowers given away on the day of the festival. All right, then I'll be looking forward to Mr. Lu's private desserts. After saying this, Guan Yufei pounced on Luli. She now loves hugging him because the texture of his muscles makes her unable to resist touching him. What about cooking? Luli extended his clean left hand to stop Guan Yufei from continuing her upward movement, saying, "The flower delivery will arrive soon. Why don't you go take a look?" He gently guided the mischievous Guan Yufei out of the kitchen. Although it was an excuse, Luli was not wrong. The roses for the flower cakes were delivered quickly. When Guan Yufei heard the doorbell and opened the door, she saw no one, only a large bouquet of roses outside. "Hello, please sign for the roses you ordered." Thanks to current transportation technology, deliveries are done by robots. The delivery robot was holding the flowers up to her, looking like it would topple over any second. Guan Yufei hurriedly took the flowers and clicked to confirm delivery. Luli, for some unknown reason, had bought a huge bouquet of roses. The sheer number of roses was intimidating, and Guan Yufei quickly confirmed with him, "Luli, did you buy so many roses?" "Yeah, I checked some information. Roses shrink quite a bit when made into flower jam. So for the experiment, I only bought one portion this time." One portion? But it was already beyond her understanding. She had seen the same recipe and hadn't noticed this. Perhaps it was a matter of talent. She ran back to sit at the bar in the kitchen, watching Luli cook in an apron, looking obedient like a child waiting for dinner. Every time Luli saw her like this, he would secretly smile. Guan Yufei still resembled a child. After they finished dinner, Luli began to clean up the ingredients for the flower cakes, while Guan Yufei watched. Their roles were clearly defined. One was responsible for making and the other for eating. Watching Luli's hands, which had become rough from martial arts, easily knead the dough, had a unique charm. Guan Yufei really liked this side of Luli, always feeling a sense of satisfaction in seeing him reveal that hidden side, especially since it was only shown to her. However, as the one only responsible for eating, she had to learn a compliment. "Luli, you're amazing. You're a versatile warrior, so good at everything. Nothing can stump you." Luli, while wrapping the dough in his hands and listening to Guan Yufei's praise, felt a bit helpless but still smiled. He couldn't help but indulge her. "Do you want to try wrapping some?" He had already prepared all the ingredients. And now it was at a level of difficulty that Guan Yufei could handle. Can I? Guan Yufei leaned her hands on the bar, tilting her head slightly, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Yeah, now you just need to put the filling inside. Luli avoided Guan Yufei's gaze but still replied gently. He couldn't help it. That look in her eyes was too powerful. They had previously experimented with buns and dumplings at home, all recipes Guan Yufei had found. But she couldn't make them herself and could only wait for Luli to do it for her. Later, it became a common dish at home, and Luli had taught her step by step. Although the results of their attempts had not been great, it was like a poor high school student tackling elementary school problems. After facing higher difficulties, Guan Yufei found it easier to accept making flour cakes. The filling didn't need to be too much, just enough to ensure there were no gaps. Luli provided offstage guidance as they worked together to complete a plate of flour cakes. And that large bouquet of flowers surprisingly turned into a small bundle by the end. Although Guan Yufei's result this time was not as neat as Luli's kitchen genius, it was a huge improvement compared to their previous disastrous attempts. Although there were still some small irregularities, it didn't affect the final product. She stared at the oven with hopeful eyes, which made Luli's heart flutter, and he couldn't help but reach out and turn her face toward him. You can't eat this right after it's done. Let's check it tomorrow. He didn't want to admit that he felt a bit jealous, even over food. He didn't want Guan Yufei looking at it with such longing eyes. Don't we have to wait here? No. Everything is set up here. You'll see it when you get up tomorrow. Hearing Luli say this, Guan Yufei had to retract her reluctant gaze. All right. But before she could turn around, she was suddenly picked up by Luli. Don't you want to look at me a little longer? Upon hearing this, Guan Yufei finally understood. Resting her head on Luli's shoulder and giggling, cupping his face with her hands and kissing him. Is this okay? Guan Yufei had learned quite a bit about Luli's little temper, but he seemed particularly dissatisfied today, so she softly whispered in his ear in beast language. I love you. Luli tightened his embrace, surprised. The way beast language sounded was different from human language. This was also why beast language had not been deciphered until now. He didn't expect Guan Yufei had actually learned this phrase. Say it again. He doubted he had heard correctly. Guan Yufei had to repeat, I love you in beast language, and then in Chinese in his ear. Luli's eyes flickered. He was moved and surprised. How did you learn this? I'm a veteran of Rose Star, so I often hear it and eventually learn to say it. She made it sound easy, but it was actually a bit difficult to learn, so she had specifically asked Haya for help and recorded this phrase to practice regularly. Heaven rewards the diligent, and she finally managed to say it at this moment, just in time to placate the jealous king at home. Are you touched? Luli smiled after hearing this. He knew it couldn't be that simple, but Guan Yufei's effort in this matter exceeded his expectations. He lifted her and walked toward the bedroom. I'll spend the whole night showing you how touched I am. Guan Yufei laughed uncontrollably at this and wrapped her arms tightly around his neck as they walked toward the bedroom. Chapter 52 Epilogue Fairy Tales in the World abruptly end when the two protagonists come together and no one knows what married life is like. Perhaps it's because married life is filled with trivial matters, pulling them down from their pedestal and turning them into an ordinary couple. For others, love may seem to end after marriage, but Guan Yufei prefers her current life. It is plain yet full of vitality, warmly soothing her inner feelings. She and Luli still wake up every morning to see each other, sit together for breakfast, and talk about the day ahead. Work is not their entire life, but it brings a sense of fulfillment. Every afternoon at dusk, Luli comes to pick her up, sometimes bringing a bouquet of flowers, sometimes a dessert, and they walk home together under the evening glow. On weekends, they enjoy each other's company, feeling like there's always something to talk about. Even after many years together, they cook new dishes together, take evening walks, and snuggle up in bed to watch a movie. Every year, they take a few months off to vacation together and explore new scenery. So today, when Guan Yufei casually hears that they have been married for 4 years, she is a bit shocked. She always feels that time passes too quickly, slipping away before she can even notice. When Luli comes to pick her up, he brings a bouquet of sunflowers and hands it to her, saying, "Happy after work." After taking her bag, he holds her hand and asks, "How are you feeling today? Any discomfort?" He asks this not for any other reason, but because Guan Yufei is now 5 months pregnant, and the doctor has advised her to get out and exercise more, so she still visits the doll shop every day. However, Luli is always very worried. As a soon-to-be dad with an extraordinary level of caution, I made the soup you like today. It'll be ready by the time you get home. Guan Yufei stands beside him, holding the fresh flowers, listening to Luli chatter away. Due to the suitable climate, after introducing different flower species over the years, everyone has discovered that sunflowers bloom wildly across the prairie. Now, their figures can be seen among various fences and gravel paths of the wolf tribe. Guan Yufei loves this sunny and resilient plant but dislikes its common name. So after thinking for a long time, she decided to give the child a nickname, Kwaikua. During this time, Luli is always worried about her situation, almost never leaving her side, adjusting all his work to online just in case Guan Yufei needs him. Don't be so tense. I feel like I haven't changed much lately. Interrupting him, Guan Yufei feels a bit helpless. Since the pregnancy duration is different for humans and beastmen, they can only visit the doctor regularly for checkups. However, the child seems to be in a hurry. As the pregnancy period is shorter than they expected, the embryo is fully developed at 6 months, and the baby is healthy in every way, but they cannot accurately predict the delivery date. I ate an extra apple today. It felt good. The seeds brought back from the main star have turned into little fruit-bearing trees in the backyard, looking delightful, with small fruits that have a slight tartness, which is just right for Guan Yufei now. I bought some tomatoes for you. We'll make pickled fish and tomato beef tonight. These are Guan Yufei's recent favorite dishes. Since getting pregnant, her appetite has increased tremendously. Food she used to eat only a few times a year have become regulars on the table. And now she craves them a lot. After hearing Luli finish speaking, saliva starts to flow. I want to eat yogurt pudding and yogurt cake, the really sour kind. She now has fresh recipes popping into her head at any moment, and she wishes she could eat them right away. Luli pulls out a small bag from his side. I brought a small bag of yogurt cake. You can have a little now, and we'll make more when we get home. Guan Yufei can't wait at all. The original commute time has become torturous. He takes out his spaceship to pick her up every day, and they can reach home in less than 10 minutes. When they get home, Guan Yufei is still full of energy, sticking closely to Luli like a little tail, her eyes sparkling with vitality. This is completely different from her usual habit of collapsing on the sofa as soon as they get home. However, due to her protruding belly, Guan Yufei can no longer hug him from behind, which she always feels a bit regretful about. Luli believes their child must be a lively little wolf cub, both obedient and adorable. He gives her a kiss, saying, "Mommy is starving, dinner is ready." However, Guan Yufei isn't always so childish. Every night before bed, she consciously reads some stories and nursery rhymes, snuggling in Luli's arms while he massages her. "How do you feel today?" "My calves are a bit swollen. It feels uncomfortable." "Anything else?" I'm craving yogurt cake right now." The last piece of yogurt cake enters Guan Yufei's mouth on the way home. And that night, Luli makes a big pot, enough for 3 days' worth. However, the yogurt cake needs to cool down before it can be cut. And it's still warm now, which gives Luli a headache. "Can we eat it tomorrow? Or should I have a little bite now?" Guan Yufei whispers to negotiate. Luli has no choice but to support her into the kitchen, where the yogurt cake is placed in porcelain bowls, exuding a milky fragrance. As soon as Guan Yufei sees it, she can't help but drool. The yogurt cake looks like freshly heated cheese, stretching into long strands. And even a spoonful releases a delightful aroma. Eating it warm makes her feel cozy all over. Because of this warmth, Guan Yufei doesn't even notice the warm liquid sliding down her leg. Luli, sitting across from her, catches a whiff of an unusual smell and quickly sniffs the air. Following the scent, he realizes that her water has broken. He hurriedly grabs the prepared bags from a bedroom and carries Guan Yufei into the spaceship, racing to the hospital. On the way, Guan Yufei tightly holds onto the porcelain bowl. She is obsessively craving the yogurt cake and insists on finishing it. So, even when they reach the hospital bed, she is still thinking about the large bowl of yogurt cake that hasn't cooled at home. Fortunately, the couple has done a lot of research beforehand to ensure the health of both mother and baby. It wasn't long after being admitted that the baby was successfully delivered. Thanks to advancements in technology, childbirth is no longer painful, eliminating many troubles. Guan Yufei feels like she was lively just a second ago, but after the baby is born, she suddenly falls into a coma. When she wakes up again, the first thing she sees is a clean, white little wolf cub beside her. The little wolf cub has fluffy ears on its head, covered in a layer of white fur, and its rosy little face is snuggled in a blanket. It's a lovely girl. This child is unexpectedly well-behaved. Neither during pregnancy nor childbirth did she give her mother any other feelings, and now she isn't crying or fussing. Luli takes care of everything. When they were preparing for the baby, he studied a lot of knowledge about pregnancy and childbirth, so Guan Yufei had no other feelings during the process. With a husband skilled in everything and an exceptionally obedient child, Guan Yufei still feels like she hasn't changed at all after giving birth. However, the addition of the little wolf cub brings Guan Yufei some new experiences. The child is even more beautiful than she imagined, with snow-white fur, soft and bouncy ears, and a temperament so good that she doesn't cry even when her ears are rubbed. As long as she is fed and satisfied, she has no other demands. Occasionally, she howls when she needs to poop or is hungry. Kuei's personality was evident even during pregnancy. She's a child who knows how to repay kindness. Guan Yufei's favorite thing was to hold the little wolf cub, soft and fluffy, with a natural scent of milk. Luli was even more exaggerated. After Kuei spoke for the first time, he felt that no other child in the world could compare to his daughter in cuteness. From the child's first meal to the first steps and the first words, every moment was vividly etched in his mind. He often boasted about Kuei's cleverness and understanding in various settings, and would brag about their child at the slightest provocation. A habit that only eased when Kuei turned 2. This was when Kuei started kindergarten, no longer able to stay by her parents' side every day. Before school started, Guan Yufei worried whether her daughter would inherit her own dislike for school. She prepared extensively, telling Kuei every day about the many friends to play with in kindergarten, the toys, and most importantly, that mom was right across from the school at the toy shop where she could see her as soon as she stepped outside. However, Kuei seemed even more mature, comforting her by saying, "Mom, you don't need to worry. I know. I'll come find you after school." Compared to this child's maturity, Luli unexpectedly teared up on the day they took her to school. Guan Yufei could only hold him back and hand him tissues, hoping he would manage his tears. "What if she misses me?" Guan Yufei reassured him that they would see each other again in the evening and suggested that she might actually enjoy school. The father's worries were quickly shattered when Kuei emerged from kindergarten looking very happy, reporting her day's experiences like a little adult and sharing what she had learned. Kuei's understanding seemed almost atypical for a child surrounded by love. Perhaps it was because Guan Yufei and Luli had cared for her so much from a young age, giving her confidence without developing any spoiled bad habits. She had always been her parents' pride, learning modeling from Guan Yufei and weapon identification from Luli, being both clever and generous. Even in her teens, she participated in the development of new weapons for Rose Star, which became a source of pride for Luli, who would boast about it to everyone he met. If it weren't for Guan Yufei's intervention, he would have even wanted to broadcast the news on screens throughout Central City. By the way, due to tourism development, Rose Star had become a wealthy planet, and immigration now required a lottery. The Wei family remained the head family on the main planet, while the other noble families had not recovered from the war over the years, but the absence of nobility had reduced many conflicts. The Wei family promoted many individuals without a strong background, turning the entire situation around. Wei Shilan also got married shortly after Kuei was born, choosing a wife from the noble families who matched his status, inviting Lu Li and Guan Yufei to the wedding. Lu Li was overjoyed to receive this news. Until Wei Shilan got married, he always suspected that someone was interested in his precious daughter. Guan Yufei didn't understand why he felt jealous, as Wei Shilan was far more attentive to him at school than to her, and when he later saw Lu Li, his eyes sparkled. It should have been her feeling jealous instead. Yet, years later, with Kuei born, he still felt that Wei Shilan had an interest in her. "You don't understand. I'm a man. I know men." Even after all these years, Lu Li maintained a high level of vigilance, only finally beginning to let go. They were also a famous love myth across the galaxy, with rumors exaggerated to the extreme. After all, technology can only bring advancements but cannot change the inherent flaws of human nature. Love still feels like an unattainable dream. So, After hearing such words for years, Guan Yufei sometimes felt curious. After all these years, she had never felt any change in their relationship. If there was a change, it was that Lu Li's cooking had improved while she had grown lazier. She couldn't help but ask Lu Li after all this time, "Do you feel our relationship has changed?" This question instead made him alert. "Wife, has your feelings for me changed?" In that moment, he mentally ran through the men around Guan Yufei, wanting to grasp any seeds of doubt and crush them in the cradle. Guan Yufei was both amused and exasperated. "Are you serious? We've been turned into a love myth, but where do such myths come from? Sometimes I'm surprised myself." Confirming that their marriage wasn't in trouble, Lu Li finally relaxed and continued to hold her close, having become Guan Yufei's personal sofa over the years. There truly are no myths in this world. Love does not change our essence, but it can help us become better versions of ourselves. He couldn't help but draw closer. Our love has never been because of being seen, has it? The more things are mythologized in this world, the more they risk collapse. He understood that this was Guan Yufei's concern. "Sai, so what do you actually like about me?" "I like you for being you." Guan Yufei laughed lightly at this answer. After so many years of marriage, Mr. Liu had become quite skilled at sweet talk. "Oh, Mr. Liu, you don't seem at all like the quiet person you were at the beginning." "I'm speaking the truth." Lu Li held the person in his arms, unable to resist making some noise to prove his loyalty, demonstrating physically that he was still young and full of passionate love. Guan Yufei lay in his arms, unable to stop laughing. Perhaps there really are fairy tales in this world, or perhaps there's truly a love that everyone yearns for. But love has never been a necessity for them. They first fell in love, then worked hard to become better versions of themselves. Even soulmates need ups and downs. Without a firm choice, there would be no steadfast love. The end.